In the autumn of the 44th year of the Yuanlie era, the Holy Emperor, driven by an insatiable lust for military glory, dispatched valiant troops from across the 9 provinces to besiege the western region of Loulan. This folly incited both divine wrath and public outcry, plunging the populace into despair, resulting in the imperial court's decline and the usurpation of power by treacherous ministers. Amidst this turmoil, calamities struck in succession, and demonic forces wreaked havoc, prompting heroes to rise from all corners, each vying for supremacy. In this critical juncture of survival, Jiang Chen, endowed with divine transcendence, traversed this chaotic era, poised to carve out his own legend. Beneath the vast azure sky and amidst the drifting clouds, countless laborers pushed carts laden with provisions, laboring tirelessly in pursuit of the Western expeditionary forces, journeying from east to west through the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings, still in disbelief that he had awakened to find himself a hapless laborer conscripted into the Western Expeditionary Army of the Wei dynasty. A sense of bewilderment, shock, and an indescribable fear enveloped him. The people of Huaxia had long been accustomed to endurance, yet they often trembled at the prospect of military conscription, fearing the day they might perish far from home, their remains lost to time. As the Book of Songs eloquently states, the stately herons take flight, gathering among the boughs. The king's affairs are relentless, leaving the fields untended. What support do parents have? Oh, the vast heavens! What can be done? The majestic herons flapped their wings, flocking to the thickly wooded oak trees. How can my unfortunate parents sustain themselves? In 5 simple words, one could encapsulate the sentiments of the laboring masses. Refund, please. The downtrodden populace bore the heaviest tax burdens while being subjected to relentless carve labor, year after year, without respite, even under the guise of royal service. Such injustice was intolerable. Sharing the same name, his parents fell victim to malevolent pursuers, both meeting their demise at the edge of precipice. The tax collectors, coveting the 3 acres of rice paddies left behind, seized the opportunity presented by the current emperor's ambition for military conquest, conscripting them as laborers for the Western Expeditionary Army, awaiting their demise to plunder the ancestral wealth accumulated over generations. As they traversed the provinces of Ji and Liang, the soldiers from Qingzhou, emboldened by their ferocity, routinely extorted supplies from the towns, executing the county magistrate or his wife in public if they dared to resist. Robbers sweep through like a comb, soldiers pass like a sieve, officials come like a razor. Thus their infamous reputation ensured relative abundance in logistics, allowing even the laborers to occasionally partake in a bowl of foul-smelling pig offal. However, upon entering the Gobi, the mortality rate soared at an alarming rate. Among the 30,000 troops from Qingzhou, only a few dozen perished yet. Over 8,000 laborers succumbed from heat, others from thirst, exhaustion, or at the hands of marauding horse bandits, and some, like the original owner, stung to death by scorpions. Contemplating this grim reality, Jiang Chen could not help but turn to an older laborer beside him and inquire, why have only a handful of soldiers died? The air was stifling, and the elder wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing around before replying in a hushed tone. According to the veterans in the village, those elite troops selected from the provinces undergo some ritual known as the Qingyang ceremony, which purportedly enhances their longevity and fortifies their bodies beyond that of bears. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Chen wished to delve deeper, but the elder shook his head, indicating that he had only overheard fragments during the veterans' drunken ramblings and had no further knowledge. Jiang Chen gazed ahead, observing the tall state soldiers standing proudly, their demeanor exuding an air of arrogance, as if they perceived the desolate Gobi Desert as a mere tourist attraction. Even though they were poised to confront the enemy, their chances of survival were significantly higher than those of common laborers like himself. He could not help but ponder. To survive in this campaign to conquer the western regions, I must become a Qingzhou soldier. I must find a way to join their ranks. Over the next 5 or 6 days, Jiang Chen followed the Western Expedition Army deeper into the Gobi, increasingly convinced of his initial assessment. The only path to survival from a common laborer to a Qingzhou soldier was his singular hope. Should he remain a mere grain transporter, he would inevitably meet the same fate as others perishing from heat, thirst, exhaustion, illness, or even being stung to death by scorpions. Several hundred meters away, a desolate horn sounded abruptly, reverberating throughout the area. Woo! Jiang Chen felt a sharp pain in his brow and abruptly raised his head, gazing at the distant sunset, which, instead of exuding warmth and gentleness, now appeared tinged with a sinister red hue. Since arriving in this world, it seemed he had awakened an extraordinary sense of danger whenever he sensed peril. A subtle pain would throb in his forehead. Yet, others dismissed his concerns with laughter, jesting, "You brat. Has that scorpion frightened you?" However, Jiang Chen's eerily accurate premonitions gradually earned him a modicum of recognition among the laborers. In brief, his status had evolved from an unknown nobody to a folk diviner, as people began to seek his counsel whenever a situation arose. Jiang Chen extended his hand, grasping the arm of an elderly laborer beside him, and whispered, "Uncle Chen, shouldn't we find a place to hide? I have a strong sense that trouble is brewing." The elderly laborer, known as Uncle Chen, whose real name was Chun Bu, was a fellow townsman and a distant relative of the original owner of this body. Having once brought steaming bowls of rice to his starving compatriots during winter labor, he earned a slight reputation and the nickname Snowy Rice. Chun Bu stared in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter, saying, "You lad, why do you conjure up ghosts around me? In my view, it's merely bandits afterwards. We might even share a piece or two of roasted horse meat. Though we don't particularly care for those arrogant fellows, when these state soldiers wield their weapons, they're ferociously formidable. To escort a grain convoy of 2,000 people, they could slaughter 60,000 laborers as easily as butchering sheep or chickens. You need not worry at all, nothing will happen." With that, Chun Bu discreetly extracted a pouch of salted pebbles from his bosom, savoring them as if indulging in a delightful snack, radiating sheer joy. "Very well," Jiang Chen sighed, meticulously surveying the surrounding terrain and silently plotting several escape routes, ever prepared for a hasty retreat. After a few breaths, a sharp-eyed laborer glanced into the distance and cried out in terror, "Bandits! The bandits are coming!" Chun Bu, licking his pebbles, smugly remarked, "See, I told you it was bandits." As the words fell, a dark line suddenly emerged on the horizon to the west of the Gobi Desert. Although the distance of 3 to 4 miles obscured the details, a tremor coursed through Jiang Chen's heart as he sensed an aura of iron and blood, reminiscent of valiant warriors traversing the battlefield. The vast setting sun and the boundless Gobi seemed to be enveloped by this surging momentum, subdued and bowing in submission before it. Something's amiss, Jiang Chen thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He immediately grasped Chun Buer's hand and whispered urgently, "Uncle, stop dawdling. A grave situation is unfolding." "Ah!" Chun Buer gasped, startled as the salted pebble slipped from his grasp. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Chen pointed toward the distant Qingzhou soldiers and said in a hurried tone, "Uncle Chun, you may doubt me, but you must believe those fellows, right? Take a closer look at their current state." Following Jiang Chen's gesture, Chun Buer lifted his gaze, peering at the Qingzhou soldiers tasked with escorting provisions. His eyes widened in disbelief. Those arrogant bastards actually have a day of fear? Just as Chun Buer remarked, the once proud and upright Qingzhou soldiers, while outwardly maintaining a facade of readiness, revealed their trepidation as many gripped their weapons tightly, their faces betraying panic. In stark contrast, the numerous laborers had grown accustomed to the protection of the Qingzhou soldiers, chatting and laughing, seemingly oblivious to the impending threat. The dark line beneath the setting sun gradually sharpened into focus. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of hooves, over 1,000 cavalry clad in black surged forth like a tide. A general, adorned in silver armor and helmet, galloped to the forefront, resembling a razor-sharp arrow, leading the throng of horsemen in a fierce charge. In the next moment, the silver-armored general raised his sword, bellowing with fury, "Protect our Loulan, annihilate the eastern barbarians." Initially, his voice rang out alone, but soon 10 joined, then 100, ultimately swelling to the entire army, their unified roar echoing like thunder, "Protect our Loulan, annihilate the eastern barbarians." A chill ran down Jiang Chen's spine as he solemnly declared, "It is the regular army of Loulan." Chapter 2. Awaiting Death. Is arson against grain permissible? Though the azure sky and white clouds bask in the golden hues of the setting sun, 1,000 black-robed cavalrymen surged forth like an ominous tide, their murderous aura reaching the heavens, instilling a sense of dread that seemed capable of blotting out the very sun. As they shouted, "Protect our Loulan, annihilate the eastern barbarians." The soldiers of Qingzhou faltered, some retreating in fear. The loosely formed square of Qizhou troops had not yet engaged in battle, yet they had already succumbed to the enemy's intimidating presence. Inwardly seething, Jiang Chen scoffed. To cower before battle. How can such cowards claim to be the chosen ones? Even the seasoned Shen Boer found himself momentarily flustered, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, "What? What shall we do? How have these once arrogant soldiers suddenly turned so timid? To flee is impossible. Capture means certain death." His gaze instinctively darted to Jiang Chen, the only one who had foreseen the overwhelming strength of their adversaries. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen spoke with gravity, "Uncle Chen, we cannot rely on the soldiers. We must save ourselves. Please gather the other laborers and form a circle with the nearby grain carts." An excellent idea. With the meager reputation he had garnered from their previous meals together, he quickly summoned over 20 compatriots, and together they linked a dozen carts end to end, forming a protective circle. With this makeshift fortress in place, the laborers' anxiety began to dissipate, and they raised their thumbs in approval towards Chen Boer. Unexpectedly, Chen Boer waved his hand, laughing heartily. "You are mistaken in your gratitude. The true architect of this plan is not I, but Jiang Chen." At this revelation, the crowd turned their eyes towards the seemingly unremarkable young man beside Chen Boer, as the laborers all squeezed into the protective circle of carts. The 1,000 cavalrymen finally closed the distance, charging fiercely towards the square formed by the Qizhou soldiers. With a resounding crash, led by a silver-armored commander, the black-robed cavalry surged forth like a tempest, crashing into the ranks of the Qingzhou troops with a force that was utterly devastating. From a vantage point above, one would witness the chaos unfold, as if a dark, dragon-headed specter plunged into the depths of a cerulean ocean. Then came the tumult, stirring the very winds and clouds. In mere moments, the black-robed cavalry had scattered the Qingzhou soldiers into disarray. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen felt a sharp pang in his brow. Despite being shielded by the cart formation, an undercurrent of fear and unease surged within him, deepening the shadows in his heart. This was not good. There must be something I have overlooked. Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings, noting that more than half of the Qingzhou soldiers had already scattered. Yet, none of those fleeing soldiers seemed willing to seek refuge within the formation of carts. Instead, they fled in all directions. A troubling thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that these cart formations offered no defensive benefit against the black-robed cavalry, rendering direct escape a more prudent option? He shifted his gaze towards the black-robed cavalry, whose mounts were all remarkably tall and robust. A realization struck him. How could he impose the defensive strategies of ancient Chinese cavalry onto this world? The Qingzhou soldiers could enhance their physical prowess through rituals, and so too could those horses. Perhaps the cavalry merely needed to leap over the carts to unleash a slaughter. Once the laborers were dispatched, their next step would be to set fire to the supplies. Moreover, the morale of the Qingzhou soldiers was exceedingly low. They crumbled at the first charge, evidently due to some unforeseen event unknown to the laborers like himself. Remaining here seemed a certain path to doom. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating methods of self-preservation while grappling with the decision of whether to flee the battlefield. The Western Expeditionary Army was notoriously ruthless towards deserters. Any captured would be hanged from the flagpole, their heads displayed as a grim warning. As he pondered these dilemmas, the pain in his brow intensified, almost rendering him incapable of thought. A chill crept into his heart. Was he destined to perish anew at the very outset? At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A hum resonated in the air. Upon closer inspection, those peculiar, tadpole-like characters seemed to harbor an ancient, profound mystery. Gradually, these characters twisted, intertwined, and evolved. Ultimately, they coalesced into a line of ink characters, 12 grand characters emerging sequentially from left to right. Misfortune leans upon fortune, and fortune lies in the depths of misfortune. Then, lines of golden text appeared. Each character sparkled like brilliant stars in the heavens, dazzling in their brilliance. Life and death, fortune and misfortune, can all be altered. To die today is death. To guard the cart formation is also death. Fortune, flee far with the crowd. Temporarily evade the might of the black-robed cavalry, and survive successfully. Misfortune lies in, days later, the Western Expeditionary Army returns victorious, and the laborers and deserters will be pursued by the Qingzhou generals, leading to the capture of those branded as fugitives. Misfortune, firmly hold the cart formation and face attacks from several cavalrymen who will burn the grain carts, with a high risk of death. Fortune leans upon. After a brief moment, the grain escort officer will break the curse, awaken, gather the remnants, and repel the Loulan cavalry, securing a white fate. A flicker of understanding ignited within Jiang Chen. A multitude of information flooded his mind, and he realized. So it was. His extraordinary sense of danger was a power bestowed during the awakening of these mysterious ink characters. He had once been an auxiliary police officer in a certain precinct in Hubei province during the 21st century, after finally receiving a promotion and a salary increase. He felt elated and went to a mall to celebrate with a buffet of barbecue, only to be caught in a sudden fire while attempting to save a mother and daughter, tragically losing his life in the process. In his final moments, he struggled to reach for his phone, formatting it before succumbing to unconsciousness. Undaunted by the prospect of being shattered to pieces, he yearned to preserve his innocence in this world. Misfortune may conceal blessings, while blessings may harbor misfortune. After fleeing the battlefield, he might manage to survive for a few more days, yet he would be forever branded a fugitive. In this vast wilderness, devoid of water and sustenance, beset by banditry, and evading the relentless pursuit of the Qingzhou warriors, the situation was dire. The latter made it abundantly clear that the risk of death was significant, not merely days. But the entire group could be slaughtered in a matter of moments, their bodies dismembered. Which path should he choose? Jiang Chen was lost in thought. At that moment, the last regiment of Qingzhou soldiers faced a fierce assault from the black-clad cavalry, who were penetrating their ranks repeatedly, and it was anticipated that they would collapse within minutes. Their next target would be to slaughter the laborers and set fire to the grain. Suddenly, a bold and reckless idea flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, one that might allow him and the remaining laborers to hold out for another 15 minutes. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, gather around." Upon hearing his call, Chen Bui and the other laborers quickly assembled. Jiang Chen coldly inquired, "Do any of you possess flammable materials?" A stout, somewhat foolish laborer eagerly responded that he had 4 or 5 fire starters hidden away, ready to ignite for cooking. The others looked on in confusion. Chen Bui scratched his head. "Are we to fill our bellies and then fight those black-clad cavalry?" A glimmer of resolve flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he enunciated deliberately. "No, we shall set fire to the grain." Chapter 3. The curse is lifted. Most of the laborers hail from farming backgrounds, and it is often said that farmers are among the most cunning groups in existence. Having faced the greatest exploitation, they possess an innate wisdom and instinct for survival, making pragmatic judgments that transcend notions of good and evil based on their accumulated knowledge. Chen Buer's eyes brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "Indeed, if we set fire to the grain carts around us, those cavalrymen will not waste their time here." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, adding that no matter how formidable the warhorses may be, they remain beasts that instinctively fear flames. Thus, igniting the nearby grain carts would deter them. At that moment, a timid young laborer shrank back, revealing his fear of military law, and nervously said, "What if the state soldiers discover us?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen shot him a cold glance, silencing his words. Silence is golden. It is also a lethal blade. Instantly, a robust laborer understood the unspoken cue and, embodying the role of the villain, approached the young laborer like a human beast, displaying a fierce countenance as he declared, "Everyone, remember, he lives in Qizhou, in the Pingshuo County, by Ling Township, at Huting. He has an elderly mother and 2 young and beautiful sisters." The other laborers maintained calm expressions, seizing the fire starter from the clumsy cook and passing it to the laborer known as Xiao Wu, in unison saying, "You go first." Their tone was chillingly cruel, as if failing to act would result in the annihilation of Xiao Wu's entire family. I understand," Xiao Wu replied, his face a picture of grievance. He ignited the fire starter and, as a black-cloaked cavalryman galloped past, hurriedly dashed to the rear of one of the grain carts and set it ablaze. At first glance, it appeared as though the cavalryman had casually torched the carts, showcasing a degree of quick wit. The other laborers, including Chen Boer and the robust laborer, under the watchful eyes of their peers, became accomplices in the arson. Boom! A dozen grain carts ignited simultaneously, thick smoke billowing upward, creating a vast fiery ring that encircled the laborers. They hastily tore strips from their garments, dampening them to cover their mouths and noses. One laborer, who had just been coercing Xiao Wu, upon seeing Jiang Chen, transformed his demeanor in an instant, eagerly offering his damp cloth with a broad smile, saying, "Boss, please use this." In the circle of laborers, the leader is typically referred to as boss, and this term elevated Jiang Chen to a position of leadership among them, as someone with intellect capable of communicating with the spirits. "Thank you," Jiang Chen replied with a smile, though an undercurrent of distaste began to stir within him, prompting a recollection of a classic line: a so-called leader is merely a lackey forced to the pinnacle by power. In terms of survival instinct and ruthlessness, he lacked the confidence to compete with these laborers. He possessed only a modicum of scientific knowledge and the unique thought processes of the modern individual. Should he show weakness, he would inevitably meet a fate akin to that of Xiao Wu. No, his current predicament was already 1,000 times more perilous than Xiao Wu's. Jiang Chen felt a bitter pang in his heart and mused, how could mere suggestions gain the loyalty of these common folk? Should the truth of the arson and grain burning be revealed as the nominal instigator, I would be doomed to an unmarked grave. Meanwhile, they would at least have the chance to serve as military slaves, preserving their lives. With this thought, Jiang Chen steeled his resolve. From now on, even if it meant feigning strength, wisdom, or leadership, I must portray myself more convincingly. Flames roared and thick smoke billowed into the sky. The black-robed cavalry passing by mistakenly believed that the convoy Jiang Chen occupied had been overrun by other comrades, and thus rushed to other grain carts to wreak havoc, entirely unaware of the 20-odd trembling commoners hidden within the formation. This place had become the sole sanctuary amidst the chaos of battle. Though the commoners were choked by smoke and scorched by flames, none were injured, and their gazes towards Jiang Chen grew increasingly filled with respect. Time slipped away. Second by second, Jiang Chen silently counted the minutes, each cup of tea representing 15 minutes. Since the awakening of life and death, approximately 10 minutes had elapsed. In other words, at most 4 or 5 more minutes, and the grain escort officer would awaken from the curse, rallying the remnants of his troops to repel the Loulan cavalry. The root cause of the earlier demoralization of the Qingzhou soldiers was precisely the sudden affliction of their commander, who had fallen unconscious due to an unknown curse. Once he awoke, the tides of battle would shift. It would then be an opportune moment for mere commoners like myself to rally and claim credit for a victory. With this in mind, Jiang Chen softly inquired, who has keen eyes to see if there are any scattered weapons outside? The commoners shook their heads in unison. Unwilling to expose themselves during such perilous times, it was a simple truth that even a child could understand. The tallest nail gets hammered first. Unexpectedly, the timid Xiao Wu, who had been pushed to the corner by the others, suddenly stood up and declared, "Chief, I am willing to go." The crowd expressed their astonishment. Jiang Chen nodded. "Excellent. Proceed with caution." With that, Xiao Wu bent low and cautiously approached several grain carts where the flames were less fierce, peering through the gaps between the carts. Unfortunately, he found nothing. "Chief, to the southwest, about 10 paces away, there are 5 corpses with weapons upon them." Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately perked up, sitting confidently among the others. The remaining individuals also smiled and praised Xiao Wu's bravery, except for a burly commoner who scoffed. His expression wanted disdain. "What skill is this?" At his words, before anyone else could respond, Jiang Chen's face darkened with anger, and he rebuked sharply, "Without weapons, we remain nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. If you truly possess any skill, rush out and retrieve those weapons, then I would respect you as a man." The burly commoner was left speechless. A wise elder at home is indeed a treasure. The elderly have always served as the lubricant for society, communities, and families. Once they are lost, internal conflicts are bound to intensify rapidly. Jiang Chen shook his head, continuing to count silently in his mind. 30, 29, 28, 3, 2, 1. As the incense burned down, the grain officer should have awakened from the curse by now, and he spoke up. Chapter 4. The First Murder. Blood everywhere. Jiang Chen gazed at the crowd and spoke solemnly. Xiao Wu was the first to respond. Qin Bui frowned slightly and raised his hand as well. Unexpectedly, the robust Gong Sun, who also stood up, declaring with pride, "My surname is Gong Sun, with Hu as my given name. It is but a simple task to take up a weapon and step into battle." Qin Bui quietly explained to Jiang Chen, "Do you recall me mentioning an old soldier in the village? He is the sole heir of that veteran, a military offspring, and it is said that his ancestors once held great prominence." Jiang Chen nodded in understanding and scanned the others, asking, "Is there anyone else willing to join us?" In truth, If the four of them were to encounter the black-clad cavalry, the individuals within the cart formation would also be at great risk of exposure. Jiang Chen, not wishing to compel anyone, smiled and instructed, "You all stay near the grain cart and await our command." The laborers sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Chen, Chunbu Yi, Xiao Wu, and Gongsun who approached the vicinity of the grain cart. Amidst the swirling smoke, Jiang Chen raised his gaze and indeed spotted 5 corpses, 4 of which were clad in the distinctive blue robes of the Qingzhou soldiers. Perhaps due to the urgency of the black-clad cavalry in pursuing the fleeing soldiers, the armor and weapons on these bodies had not been stripped away. Xiao Wu, with his keen eyesight, glanced around for a few seconds and softly remarked, "Boss, it seems those cavalrymen have headed west, their faces displaying a hint of urgency, as if something unexpected has occurred." A chill ran through Jiang Chen's heart as he contemplated. It appears that the grain escort officer has regained consciousness and begun to mount a counterattack. In other words, "Follow me." Holding his breath, Jiang Chen broke off a piece of unburned wood from the grain cart to serve as a makeshift weapon. He then cautiously took his first step beyond the cart formation, followed by a second and a third. Chunbu Yi, Xiao Wu, and Gongsun who followed suit, while the remaining laborers dismantled the leftover wooden planks to stay behind within the cart formation. The 4 of them, armed with wooden sticks, stealthily advanced towards the corpses of the Qingzhou soldiers. Jiang Chen surveyed the area. Most of the black-clad cavalry had already departed, galloping westward, leaving behind over 100 riders who remained in the east, setting fire to the grain. Fortunately, the black-clad cavalry was nearly 300 meters away, oblivious to the 4 little mice preparing to seize their hard-won spoils. Soon, Jiang Chen was the first to reach the bodies, prying open the stiff fingers of a fallen Qingzhou soldier to retrieve a long knife, gleaming and sharp, perfect for killing. Chunbu Yi, Gongsun Hu, and the others acquired 2 short spears, a long pole bearing a flag, a wicker shield, and 4 sets of iron-inlaid blue robes. Just then, Jiang Chen felt a sudden chill at his back and instinctively glanced to the left rear ground, his expression transforming to one of astonishment. The lone corpse of a black-clad cavalryman was inexplicably twitching. Still alive? Playing dead? Jiang Chen held his breath, gripping the knife tightly as he cautiously approached. Realizing that the black-clad cavalryman was in a state of life-threatening peril, not only was a counterattack impossible, but even the slightest movement would cause blood to spurt from his wounds. Faintly, he could hear the incoherent murmurs of the dying man. "Save me. Please save me." Gongsun Hu, Chunbu, and Xiao Wu also sensed the anomaly, retreating a half-step in fright. The scene of the black-clad cavalryman slaughtering the soldiers of Qingzhou had transpired merely 10 minutes prior, his terrifying presence still vivid in their minds. These ordinary laborers, even when faced with a gravely injured and dying foe, felt an overwhelming fear that immobilized them. He must die. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. In his past life, he had been a law-abiding youth. Yet if he hesitated to take a life now, it would mean allowing a tremendous source of danger to remain unchecked. Should anyone come to revive this black-clad cavalryman, all would be lost, including Jiang Chen himself. The enemy is not human. With these 5 words, Jiang Chen barely overcame the mental barrier within him, his heart pounding like a drum. He stepped forward, gripping the long knife, and struck down with great force. With a splash, blood gushed forth. The black-clad cavalryman let out a whimper and then fell silent, blood spraying from his throat, soaking Jiang Chen's clothing. Chunbu, Gongsun Hu, and Xiao Wu were momentarily stunned, their gazes toward Jiang Chen now tinged with genuine awe. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen reached toward the still warm body, discovering a peculiar talisman and a rather substantial pouch of coins. Money? The attention of Chunbu and the others fixated on the pouch, their eyes widening in disbelief as they entirely overlooked the talisman. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile, pocketing the talisman and opening the pouch to reveal dozens of pieces of broken silver and 3 ingots of intact silver, totaling approximately 21 taels and 7 qian, an unexpected delight. 1 qian of broken silver could buy a month's worth of grain for a peasant household, for these impoverished laborers. The over 20 taels of silver were enough to stir deep longing and incessant thoughts. Upon seeing such a substantial sum, even Chunbu, who could afford salted pebbles, felt a twinge of greed, licking his lips and suggesting, "Nephew, there are a few more corpses over there. Shall we gather a bit more extra income?" Xiao Wu also displayed an eager expression, with 2 sisters over the age of 14. Having some private funds for their marriages would spare them some ire from their future in-laws. Jiang Chen shook his head, his tone resolute. No. Hearing this, both Chen Bu and Xiao Wu felt a tinge of disappointment, while Gong Sun Hu, a military scion, secretly nodded. His father had once said that in battle, the gravest taboo was one word: greed. At that moment, several black-clad cavalrymen were pouring oil, having just set fire to a few grain carts, casually turning their heads to survey the area for any overlooked supply. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt an instinctive urge and immediately pulled Chen Bu down to the ground. Behind them, Gong Sun Hu widened his eyes and, in an instant, embraced Xiao Wu, both lying flat on the earth. Chapter 5. A Show of Strength. The garments worn by the laborers were predominantly inexpensive linen, bearing a resemblance to the color of the Gobi Desert, thus lending an unintended camouflage effect. Soon, a few riders clad in black robes casually glanced over and noticed a group of laborers stealthily extinguishing the flames of a grain cart, brandishing their whips and galloping away. A sigh of relief washed over them. Jiang Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and the other three shared his lingering apprehension. Chen Bui touched his small belly with a bitter smile, while Xiao Wu shyly rubbed the back of his head and bowed to Gong Sun Hu, expressing, "You saved my life. I shall surely repay this kindness." Gong Sun Hu shook his head and replied in a deep voice, "The discovery of one person equates to the exposure of all under the eyes of those black-robed rascals. Thus, saving you is tantamount to saving myself. Moreover, the one you truly ought to thank is not me." Xiao Wu finally grasped the implication and swiftly turned to Jiang Chen, momentarily stuttering, unable to articulate his thoughts due to nervousness. Jiang Chen waved his hand and suggested, "Let us first distribute the spoils." Instantly, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the laborers left behind began to harbor thoughts of sharing in the bounty. However, through this incident, it became abundantly clear to all that Jiang Chen was no longer merely a figure who spoke empty words. He had emerged as the sole authority qualified to allocate these weapons and wealth. After pondering for a few moments, Jiang Chen devised a distribution plan. The flag spear would go to Gong Sun Hu, while Xiao Wu and Uncle Chen would each receive a short spear. "And I shall take the knife and shield. For all who ventured out, each shall receive a set of iron blue cloaks. What say you?" The laborers expressed no objections. In truth, what truly tugged at everyone's heartstrings was the weighty purse of coins. The allure of wealth is undeniable. Jiang Chen picked up the first pouch of coins and smiled, proclaiming, "Those who remained vigilant within the convoy deserve their share of the silver." The laborers rejoiced, eagerly vying to position themselves at the front. Yet, when they approached Jiang Chen, they resembled mice before a cat, forming an orderly line to receive their allotted silver coins respectfully. Once all the laborers had received their fragments of silver, Jiang Chen retrieved the remaining 3 ingots of silver, distributing 5 taels each to the ever-grateful Chen Bu-yi, the observant Xiao Wu, and the robust Gong Sun Hu, causing the other laborers to gaze on with envy, each regretting their earlier choice. Why did I not join the leader in this daring venture? It seemed hardly risky. 5 taels, that is an entire 5 taels of silver. Chen Bu-yi and the others felt undeserving of such generosity and insisted that half would suffice, pushing their coins back towards Jiang Chen, imploring him to accept them. Seeing this, Jiang Chen raised his blade high, a smile gracing his lips, and declared with conviction, "There is no need for concern on my behalf. Great wealth will find its way to those who wield the blade." As his words fell away, a line of text suddenly emerged from the depths of his consciousness. "Disaster is but a precursor to fortune. The grain officer successfully repelled the Loulan cavalry, transforming calamity into blessing. Congratulations, you have acquired the White Fate's defense. When in a state of pure defense, your skin will transform into rock, significantly enhancing your protective capabilities. As you stand upon the earth, your body will become rigid, making it difficult to be toppled." Deep within the sea of consciousness, a small white gem coalesced, symbolizing Jiang Chen's newfound White Fate's defense. Is this victory? I have yet to strike, and already those cavalry have fallen? Before Jiang Chen could fully comprehend the situation, the ground trembled with a low rumble, and a mournful horn sounded once more, echoing the earlier charge of the cavalry. Xiao Wu felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly leaped atop one of the nearly extinguished supply wagons, scanning the surroundings. He reported to Jiang Chen, "Boss, a large wave of cavalry approaches from the west. Judging by their formation, it seems they intend to join forces with the cavalry burning supplies to the east." "Oh, Jiang Chen climbed onto the supply wagon for a better view and, upon gazing into the distance, discovered that behind those cavalry, hundreds of Qingzhou soldiers were in hot pursuit. The infantry chasing the cavalry, merely bolstered by an additional lieutenant, made such a significant difference? Jiang Chen initially felt incredulous. Then his heart soared with joy. Regardless of the lieutenant's extraordinary abilities, this presents a fortuitous opportunity for me. Subsequently, Jiang Chen shouted, "Everyone, push the burning supply wagons from the east toward the west to block those cavalry." Chen Bui, Xiao Wu, Gongsun Hu, and many laborers, having already placed their trust in Jiang Chen without question, immediately sprang into action. The supply wagons had been designed with the possibility of sudden ignition in mind. Most critical components were encased in metal, slowing the combustion process. Thus, after the laborers extinguished part of the flames with sand, some wagons retained limited mobility. Before long, Jiang Chen and his companions had pushed together 17 or 18 supply wagons, forming a rudimentary barricade ablaze, stretching nearly 40 to 50 meters in length. Among them were over 30 courageous strangers who emerged from seemingly concealed corners to assist Jiang Chen and his companions in pushing the wagons. Ultimately, the length of the barricade expanded to an impressive 80 meters. Jiang Chen then turned to Chen Bui, Xiao Wu, Gongsun Hu, and the many laborers, speaking in a low, firm voice. "When those cavalry arrive, you must all shout in unison. The lieutenant's personal troops are here, waiting for the general. Let us feign strength. Let us appear as though we are laying an ambush." Chapter 6. The Dual Force of Two Bread Bonds. The silver-armored cavalry commander, known by his true name as Yuanlie, is a renowned archer from the kingdom of Loulan. After tremendous effort, he managed to procure the services of a shaman from the Xiongnu, who cast a curse upon the officer responsible for escorting the grain supplies, ensnaring him in a dream cycle of tragic love with a beautiful woman. Yuanlie hoped to seize this opportunity to incinerate the military provisions destined for the western regions, thereby achieving fame through a single decisive battle. However, contrary to his expectations, the grain officer proved to be as formidable as his reputation suggested. Within the span of a mere tea break, he broke free from the curse and awakened with a thunderous roar. The scattered soldiers from Qingzhou, who had been like sheep, transformed into ravenous wolves, their strength surpassing even that of tigers and leopards. The tides of offense and defense shifted in an instant. With no other recourse, Yuanlie had to hastily retreat with the remaining cavalry. Cursed be this fate. What was even more infuriating was that the grain officer, employing some arcane sorcery, had his soldiers moving at speeds rivaling that of their steeds. At every moment, black-clad cavalrymen lagging behind were captured and slaughtered, akin to lions pursuing zebras. Those left behind faced certain death. What transpired? The other cavalrymen displayed signs of panic. Their gazes fixated on a rudimentary array of carts that had inexplicably appeared about 100 meters to the east. Even their steeds emitted distressed neighs, clearly reluctant to leap over the burning grain carts. At this moment, Yuanlie faced two choices. The first option was to circumvent the mysterious cart formation. Advantages: to avoid unknown risks. Disadvantages: if he slowed down to navigate around, the grain officer would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to swiftly eliminate the cavalrymen in the rear. The second option was to charge forth. Advantages: no need to decelerate. Disadvantages: this would displease the spirited steeds and expose them to unknown dangers. What could a mere cart formation do to me? Yuanlie declared coldly, brandishing his whip with an indomitable spirit. "Here they come," Jiang Chen exclaimed, gripping his long knife tightly. The opportunity to ascend to greatness hinged upon this very moment. The others felt a surge of excitement, completely unprepared for the day when they, humble laborers, would have the power to influence the tide of battle. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of galloping hooves grew ever closer. Yuanlie and his 500 cavalrymen reduced the distance to the cart formation to around 60 or 70 meters. Recognizing the moment had arrived, Jiang Chen understood that victory or defeat lay within these fleeting 10 seconds. Clad in the distinctive iron-embroidered blue robes of the Qingzhou soldiers, he leaped to the highest point of the grain carts, raising his long knife aloft while shouting exuberantly, "The officer's personal guards are here, waiting for the general." A single stone stirs 1,000 waves. The towering Gongsun Hu, nearly 2 meters tall, disregarded the roaring flames as he ascended to the top of the grain cart, vigorously waving his flag spear. The crimson banner of the Western Expeditionary Army fluttered triumphantly in the wind at that moment. Following closely were Chen Bu, Xiao Wu, and the rest of the laborers, who collectively echoed, "The officer's personal guards are here, waiting for the general." The momentum was overwhelming. In an instant, the 500 black-clad cavalrymen were already in a state of retreat. Faced with wolves in front and tigers behind, their morale plummeted. And someone cried out in alarm, "We are caught in a pincer movement. This is a death sentence." Yuanlie, filled with ire, had discerned that behind the rudimentary formation, there were no loyal soldiers of the lieutenant. However, he dared not take the risk. The remaining 500 cavalry, having experienced a swift defeat after a brief victory, were now fleeing in disarray, shaken and thrown into chaos by Jiang Chen's clever ruse, which hinted at imminent collapse. Should he gamble and lose, it would mean annihilation for the entire army. More crucially, if his private soldiers were to be utterly depleted in this battle, even if he achieved resounding military merit, it could very well be seized by others. Thus, Jiang Chen's blusterous tactics had become the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Yuanlie clenched his fists, seething like a maddened lion. Yet in the end, his fury rendered him powerless, and he could only vent his frustrations with a thunderous roar. "The entire army, regroup. I, Yuanlie, swear by the name of the Yang clan of Loulan, that one day, I shall slay Jiang. I shall annihilate the family of the one who orchestrated this formation, defiling their wives and daughters." After this battle, Yuanlie had utterly lost the courage to confront the Lieutenant Zhang Longxiang, and even the bravery to harbor resentment. He had intended to declare the extermination of Zhang Longxiang's entire family, but he hesitated at the last moment. After all, he had the audacity to bully nameless soldiers, and he was quite emboldened in doing so. For decades, after being ridiculed and oppressed by his cousin, Yuanlie had learned that the strong wield their blades against the stronger, while the weak strike at the weaker. His face clouded with frost. He turned his horse northward and galloped away. The remaining cavalrymen sighed in relief and swiftly altered their course, following their general. "Ha! Regardless of who masterminded this from behind the formation, I, Zhang Longxiang, shall commend you." The speaker was none other than the grain officer, Zhang Longxiang, who even Yuanlie held in great trepidation, having been compelled to summon the Xiongnu shaman for curses. With a resounding roar, he led numerous soldiers to charge towards the black-clad cavalrymen, who were now slowing down and maneuvering. With the momentum of a roaring tiger, they surged forth. Boom! With Zhang Longxiang at the forefront, the Qingzhou troops pressed on with unstoppable force, capturing and slaying over 100 black-clad cavalrymen in a single sweep. Yuanlie witnessed, with his own eyes, the Loulan cavalrymen who had fallen behind, being mercilessly dispatched by the Qingzhou soldiers, yet they refused to relinquish their weapons to the last, evidently buying time for their bloodied comrades. Infuriating, Yuanlie's rage surged, his right hand plunged into his quiver, and his rugged visage twitched involuntarily, as if a venomous snake had bitten his finger. Instantly, it turned a deep purplish red, yet he bore the pain and withdrew a searing arrow. The moment this arrow appeared, Jiang Chen, hundreds of meters away, trembled, unable to suppress a jolt of dread, as if sensing a great peril approaching. Since his awakening, the valiant grain commander, Zhang Longxiang, could not help but secretly sigh. Even the blood vengeance arrow has been unleashed. It seems I shall have no opportunity to commend that individual. In the brief skirmish with Yuanlie moments ago, an arrow from the blood vengeance had pierced his scapula. No matter how he attempted to evade, the blood vengeance arrow struck with a cunning angle, possessing an almost magical power. A trickle of blood erupted from Yuanlie's fingertips as he drew back the bowstring, splattering the incandescent and blood-red arrow with crimson droplets. His fingers, pale from excessive blood loss, remained resolute as he pulled the powerful bowstring taut, forming a shape reminiscent of a full moon. Jiang Chen quickly raised his wrought tan shield, assuming a defensive stance, silently pleading, "Do not approach me." A hint of derision appeared at the corner of Yuanlie's mouth. "A mere wrought tan shield is hardly worthy of standing against my family's second most supreme archery technique, the blood vengeance arrow." With those words, the formidable vitality cultivated over years of practice converged at the arrow's tip. Then, with a gentle release, whoosh, the blood-red arrow, saturated with the host's life force, sped forth with great velocity. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, gradually calming his body, embedding his long knife into the grain cart, firmly gripping the wrought tin shield, and silently waiting. However, he remained blissfully unaware that his decision to abandon his blade for the shield, focusing solely on defense, perfectly aligned with the first destiny he had acquired, fortification. Buzz. Deep within his sea of consciousness, a tiny white gem instantaneously radiated with brilliant light. And due to the profound synergy, it faintly exhibited a trace of a weak red glow. At the moment the blood vengeance arrow was unleashed, Jiang Chen, with his body scorched and singed, stood as immovable as towering mountains, an imposing figure difficult to shake. Chapter 7. Within the court and beyond. Who among them is not a beast in human form? Raise the shield. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze towards the crimson arrows descending from the sky, immediately gripping the shield's handle tightly, using the vine shield to protect his upper body and head. However, if a mere vine shield could withstand the second most formidable blood vengeance arrow of the Yang clan's renowned archery, the Yang clan, famed for its cavalry archery throughout the western regions, would have long been expelled from the borders of Loulan. Buzz. The blood vengeance arrow gleamed with a chilling and frenzied crimson light. Faced with an enemy bearing a shield, it emitted an excited and bloodthirsty screech, then viciously dove towards the vine shield. There was no resounding crash, nor any sparks, the moment the blood vengeance arrow made contact with the shield. It pierced through the thick wooden structure with astonishing ease. In the next instant, it collided with Jiang Chen's arm, eager to siphon the tender flesh and blood. This was the marvel of the blood vengeance arrow. By absorbing the blood and flesh of its adversaries, it regained kinetic energy, allowing it to target the next fleshly enemy. Each time Yang Yuanlie unleashed this arrow, it often resulted in the swift demise of several Qingzhou soldiers, embodying unparalleled ferocity. However, in the very next moment, bang! The sound of metal clashing. The once swift and ferocious blood vengeance arrow, upon striking Jiang Chen's arm, felt as though it had collided with an unyielding rock, embedding itself only half an inch before nearly losing all its momentum. This defense was indeed formidable, just as Jiang Chen prepared to breathe a sigh of relief. The immense vitality contained within the blood vengeance arrow, originating from Yang Yuanlie, erupted explosively at that moment, bestowing the arrow with renewed propulsion. Buzz. The blood-red arrow spun like a drill, burrowing deeper, advancing forward. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in agony as he felt a piercing, bone-deep pain in his arm. Unable to suppress a cry of distress, upon closer inspection, he observed the blood vengeance arrow shimmering with intense red light, forcefully penetrating his rock-like arm, piercing through bone, and emerging from the other side. After extracting a small amount of flesh and blood, it swiftly surged towards Jiang Chen's chest. Alas, his chest, with skin as solid as mountains, proved even more resilient than his arm. Despite the blood vengeance arrow exerting its utmost effort, it left merely a faint scratch upon Jiang Chen's chest before falling to the ground with a mournful wail. Having already penetrated the vine shield and traversed through 2 layers of skin and bone, it was at the end of its strength. Fueled only by a small morsel of flesh from the arm, how could it breach the final solid defense? As the Hanshu states, the strength of a bow at its end cannot pierce the thin silk, the waning force of the wind cannot lift a feather. Even a sharp arrow shot from a powerful bow, when spent over a great distance, cannot pierce even the thinnest silk. Even the fiercest gale, after passing, has but a trace of its former might, insufficient to lift the lightest feather. Jiang Chen's face turned pale as he knelt upon the ground, yet he quickly rose again. Taking the vine shield with his still healthy left hand, gazing at Yang Yuanlie, who had retreated several hundred meters, his body remaining as steady as a mountain. The laborers around him displayed expressions of mixed astonishment and joy. They had believed that Jiang Chen was doomed to perish, for he faced the leader of 1,000 black-robed cavalrymen, a ruthless slaughterer of the soldiers from Qingzhou. Yet, who could have anticipated that a mere peasant could withstand a strike from the enemy general and live to tell the tale? What a remarkable honor! Impossible, utterly impossible. After receiving an arrow from me, how could he still be alive? As the archer, Yang Yuanlie immediately sensed that his blood vengeance arrow had struck true. But before he could revel in his success, a surge of fury overcame him. The very arrow he had loosed had failed to slay even an anonymous foot soldier. What a profound disgrace! The thought ignited a desire within him to shoot again. Alas, the esteemed grain escort officer, Zhang Longxiang, would not grant him a second chance. Nearly 800 soldiers from Qingzhou, fierce as wolves, gazed greedily at the demoralized black-robed cavalry. Should Yang Yuanlie delay and shoot a second arrow, even more cavalry would surely perish here. To make matters worse, The 100 cavalrymen who had set fire to the grain in the east were now besieged by the retreating soldiers of Qingzhou. They could not provide assistance. Indeed, venturing forth for rescue would likely entrap the entire army in a quagmire, surrounded and slaughtered by the Qingzhou troops. Cursed be it. One day, I shall personally sever the heads of Zhang Longxiang and these eastern barbarians, stacking them as a tribute to the capital. Yuanlie cursed vehemently, making a decisive choice to abandon the east and swiftly return to Loulan with the remaining 356 cavalrymen. Upon witnessing this, the peasants erupted in unified cheers. We have won, we have triumphed. The Qingzhou soldiers, who had tasted defeat before victory, wore weary yet bittersweet smiles. Ha! No need to see you off. As Jiang Chen beheld the retreating figures of the black-robed cavalry, he felt an immediate release of tension, his body collapsing as it transitioned from tautness to relaxation. Every limb and sinew echoed with a profound sense of weakness. The blood vengeance arrow, though not fatal, had drained copious amounts of blood and flesh, and the preservation of his life force required a significant expenditure of vitality. To have endured until this moment was solely the result of Jiang Chen's indomitable will. Meanwhile, the cavalrymen who had ignited the grain in the east met their demise beneath the blades of Qingzhou soldiers. Zhang Longxiang ordered his soldiers to scour the battlefield and extinguish the flames from the grain carts, then approached Jiang Chen alongside a grain official, a curious smile upon his face. I never imagined that the architect of such a grand deed would turn out to be but a peasant. The impoverished possess but a single, meager life. When a low-risk, high-reward opportunity arises, how could one let it slip away? With a hint of admiration in his eyes, Zhang Longxiang summoned a thread of vitality and infused it into Jiang Chen's arm, momentarily stabilizing his injuries, and then inquired, "So, this so-called opportunity for advancement, do you believe that your merit in this endeavor could earn you a place among the soldiers of Qingzhou? Do you long to become one of them?" Prior to this battle, the casualties among the Qingzhou troops had numbered scarcely 20, while the peasants had perished from illness, exhaustion, and the sweltering heat. Over 8,000 lay buried in the vastness of the Gobi Desert, hastily covered and forgotten. The soldiers of Qingzhou are invaluable pawns, while we, mere laborers, are nothing more than expendable pieces. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Longxiang remained silent for a considerable time before finally exhaling a deep sigh. Indeed, you speak the truth. The civilians bear the insignia of birds, while the military officials are adorned with beasts. In the court, who is not a beast in human attire? They merely regard the soldiers as expendable resources. At this juncture, Zhang Longxiang gradually lost interest in casual conversation, shook his head, and shifted to the matter at hand. Laborer Jiang Chen, based on your contributions today, I can offer you two choices. Jiang Chen felt a pang of anxiety. Commanding Gong Sunhu to release him, struggling to stand before Zhang Longxiang. Weakly raising his head, he gazed up at the towering general, nearly 9 feet tall, and said in a solemn tone, "Please, do tell." Zhang Longxiang raised his first finger and smiled. "First, since you claim to be a personal guard of the lieutenant, I am inclined to welcome you into my ranks without any conditions, allowing you to become an official soldier of Qingzhou. However, your body is far too frail. You will require numerous blood-replenishing herbs, several healing elixirs, and a handful of life-extending pills to withstand the trials of the Qingyang ceremony. The cost is quite steep. Moreover, during this process, you may have to sacrifice an additional 10 years of your life to successfully pass the ceremonial test. Therefore, I propose that you join my personal guard, standing by my side, strategizing together. In no more than 3 months, I will gradually restore your strength, providing you with healing potions and fortifying herbs, ultimately granting you the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of the Qingzhou soldiers. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart trembled slightly. 3 more months? The flowers would wilt by then. In this perilous campaign to the western regions, could his frail body truly survive such an extended period? Contemplating this, Jiang Chen shook his head and replied gravely, "Sir, please, let me hear the second choice." Zhang Longxiang, maintaining a stoic expression, raised his second finger. "Alternatively, you may consider the second option. My family, the Zhangs, is the foremost medical lineage in Qingzhou, possessing countless secret remedies, and you would enjoy significant benefits within the military. You could exchange your military achievements for a low-grade healing elixir, restoring your health within 3 days. At that point, you could participate in the upcoming selection for Qingzhou soldiers in peak condition. In approximately 2 to 3 days, the Western Expedition Army will select a group of promising individuals from the laborers, granting them preliminary qualifications for promotion to Qingzhou soldiers. Afterward, they will undergo 36 days of training, and those who excel will partake in the Qingyang ceremony. However, I must caution you, from my observations, your martial skills and vitality likely do not meet the minimum standards for the selection of Qingzhou soldiers. Upon hearing this, the grain officer standing beside them wore a peculiar expression, unable to suppress his doubts, and wondered, the lieutenant is typically generous and magnanimous. Why is he today so verbose? In the past, upon encountering promising candidates, he would generously provide abundant elixirs without hesitation. Yet today, he seems to be calculating every bit of medicine, as if he were being replaced. Strange, exceedingly strange. Chapter 8. List of minor merit exchanges. As Jiang Chen pondered deeply within his heart, suddenly, a series of enigmatic messages quietly emerged from the depths of his consciousness. Those who occupy lowly positions yet do not strive for greatness are akin to deer entrapped by beasts. They appear human but are forced into submission. The military officer Zhang Longxiang discusses merit and rewards. You may choose from the following two options to alter your current lowly status. Fortune. Exchange merit for a secret elixir, restoring your health to its former state. Officer Zhang Longxiang will petition General Hong Wu on your behalf, granting you the opportunity to participate in the selection of troops from Qingzhou. Misfortune. Lacking both martial prowess and strategic knowledge, you may find yourself swiftly eliminated upon entering the Western expedition camp, facing ridicule from others, and your name falling into obscurity. Note: should you display exceptional talents during the selection process, you may draw the attention of influential figures, thereby igniting a chance for resurgence. Misfortune. Bound to the chariot formation, you will face attacks from several cavalrymen and the burning of supply wagons, with a significant risk of death. Fortune. After a brief period, the supply officer will lift the curse and awaken, rallying the remaining soldiers to repel the Loulan cavalry, granting you a white destiny as a steadfast defender. The levels of fate and opportunity encompass 7 tiers: black, gray, white, red, gold, blue, and purple. The black and gray hues represent destinies fraught with peril, where the former signifies the risk of death, akin to that of a fugitive, while the latter embodies misfortune, often leading to a lack of blessings and longevity. Like the fall into obscurity, only upon reaching the white tier and beyond can one attain extraordinary benefits. A white destiny can barely withstand an arrow from the cloud wolf. So how formidable must the Zhang's adopted son of a higher tier be? Jiang Chen contemplated for several moments, inclined to select the second option. Yet as the words lingered on his lips, he suddenly recalled the pertinent information. Misfortune. Clinging to the chariot formation, you will be besieged by cavalry assaults and the incineration of supply wagons, with considerable risk of death. Fortune. After a brief respite, the supply officer will awaken from the curse, rallying the remnants to repel the Loulan cavalry, earning you a white destiny as a steadfast defender. Merely facing considerable risk of death had nearly cost him his life under the arrow of the cloud wolf. Moreover, the prerequisite for attaining the red destiny of Zhang's adopted son was to repeatedly encounter life-threatening crises. Surviving 3 months amidst such peril with a frail body was already a monumental challenge. How could one hope to endure multiple life and death encounters? Should he choose this path, he might earn wealth, yet lose his life in the process. Thus, he resolved to wait for the next opportunity. When his strength had grown formidable, he would undoubtedly choose it then. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Have you made your decision? Officer, your valor on the battlefield captivates my heart. Your willingness to promote me truly exceeds my expectations, yet a wounded soldier like myself is hardly worthy to accompany you. I would not only fail to contribute, but may also hinder your endeavors. I have made my choice. I wish to obtain the elixir for healing, and once I achieve something, I will support you. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Longxiang's eyes. He initially intended to bring Jiang Chen under his wing by offering an invaluable position among his trusted soldiers, planning to assess his character and intellect thoroughly before bestowing upon him the secret restorative elixir. After all, loyalty has always been deemed more vital than mere capability. Regrettably, his aspirations were not realized. Reflecting upon this, Zhang Longxiang lost all interest and casually remarked, Liang Tai, record 50 minor merits for him, redeemable for the Zhang family's secret medicine. Yes, General, responded the official in charge of supplies, a man with an ordinary visage. Once the matter was settled, Zhang Longxiang shook his head and departed hastily. leaving behind a couple of stern remarks. At most, you have 1 hour before the supply convoy sets off again. All soldiers and laborers who fail to return in time will be classified as deserters. If discovered, they shall face execution as a public spectacle. Those who voluntarily approach the convoy after departure will be considered late and receive 40 strikes of the military staff. A chill ran through Jiang Chen as he contemplated the West Expedition Army's merciless treatment of deserters. Had he led the laborers away into the Gobi, he might have survived a few days, but the chances of emerging alive from the desert would have been exceedingly slim. The supply official, accustomed to such matters, spoke with an emotionless demeanor. You are not a soldier from the Qingzhou main force and should not be entitled to merits. However, since the captain has granted you 50 minor merits, I shall proceed according to the customs of the barbarian mercenaries, allowing you to exchange merits for treasures and resources for cultivation. With that, he produced a scroll from his robe, inscribed with the characters of the David dynasty, accompanied by a line of peculiar barbarian script, likely intended for easier comprehension by the tribesmen. Jiang Chen focused on the document, which read, Minor Merit Redemption List, Bone White Pill, Inferior Grade, a signature secret medicine of the Zhang family from Qingzhou, crafted from 36 types of spiritual herbs and flowers, combined with 72 rare medicinal ingredients, and refined over 7 days and nights. It can rapidly heal bone and muscle injuries and replenish vitality. A physician once attempted surgery on a general, performing a bone-scraping procedure that ended in failure. After applying this pill externally, the general fully recovered in merely 36 hours. Ready to return to the battlefield. Redemption requirement, 100 minor merits. Note, this pill is of inferior quality. Each use may reduce lifespan by 1 to 3 years. Iron cloth shirt, Zhang family edited version. External training of muscles and skin, internal cultivation of breath. Concentrating all vital energy at a single point to tense the muscles and withstand attacks. If one's vitality is abundant, resisting blades and sharp instruments becomes trivial. Mastery at an advanced level allows one to endure any assault. Redemption requirement, 10 minor merits. Note, a commonly known self-defense technique in the martial world. Easy to learn, but difficult to master. After editing by the Zhang family, certain potential pitfalls leading to deviation have been amended, ensuring stability and balance. Note 2. Limited dissemination permitted. Dogskin plaster, a foundational plaster meticulously refined by the Zhang family over many years. Its effects are slow but safe. Capable of healing muscular pain to a certain extent, applied once daily. Redemption requirement, 5 minor merits. Note, 10 doses of dogskin plaster can rival the inferior bone white pill at the muscular level, but it is ineffective for deep-seated injuries or replenishing vitality. The blood replenishing herb, a unique medicinal material exclusive to the Zhang family, is cultivated using the nourishing properties of Ganoderma and ginseng. This extraordinary herbal fruit is renowned for its ability to swiftly replenish one's vitality and enhance physical constitution, making it an indispensable remedy for martial practitioners. Exchange requirement, 1 minor merit. Note 1. Consuming more than 3 pieces in a single day will result in a significant reduction of efficacy, while ingesting over 5 pieces will yield almost negligible results. Note 2. After transcending to the sacred realm, the consumption of this herb will only provide a slight benefit to one's vitality, with effects nearly imperceptible. The list of items available for minor merit exchange encompasses hundreds of remarkable items, among which the most precious is the fleshbone pill, requiring a full 100 minor merits for redemption. At this moment, Jiang Chen's keen gaze caught sight of another scroll of silk parchment concealed within the officer's robes, prompting him to inquire, My lord, could it be that there exists a list for significant merits as well? You have yet to achieve notable merit. There is no need to peruse it, the officer replied. A subtle smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he discreetly retrieved his last pouch of coins, containing over 30 pieces of silver, and slid it beneath the parchment of the minor merit list. The world of martial arts extends beyond mere conflict. It encompasses the intricate web of human relationships. The delightful chime of dozens of silver coins colliding instantly elevated the officer's spirits, leading him to remark, with your talents, it is merely a matter of time before you achieve significant merit. As he spoke, he produced another scroll of silk parchment from his robes. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Although he lacked notable merit, the information contained within the minor merit exchange list was rich with insights and knowledge. Intelligence is wealth. Information is the key to the future. The knowledge embedded within both the minor and significant merit exchange lists could potentially compensate for Jiang Chen's deficiencies in understanding the transcendent realm. Chapter 9. Where is the lieutenant now? Having secured funds, the grain officer became considerably more forthcoming, elucidating the distinctions between minor and major achievements. The act of slaying or capturing a common Loulan soldier would yield a minor merit, while the demise of a 100-man leader, a 500-man commander, a 1,000-man captain, or a lieutenant would grant 1, 10, 40, or 100 major merits, respectively, with captures doubling the reward. Given that the training cost for Loulan cavalry is nearly 5 times that of ordinary Qingzhou soldiers, one could earn 5 minor merits, and correspondingly, major merits. Jiang Chen's stratagem of feigning strength indirectly resulted in the deaths of over 100 Loulan cavalry, yet the primary agents remained the lieutenant himself and numerous Qingzhou soldiers. 50 minor merits constituted a relatively substantial reward. Furthermore, considering the earlier remarks made by Zhang Longxiang regarding the Zhang family's esteemed heritage in medicine, which grants them numerous secret remedies and significant discounts within the military, it implied an underlying message: the flesh and bone pill, half price. This privilege was one of the many afforded to Zhang Longxiang as a legitimate heir of the Zhang family in Qingzhou, allowing him to access all military medicines at reduced rates. As the grain officer discreetly pocketed the silver coins, he subsequently retrieved another silk document from his robes. Presenting it to Jiang Chen with a grave tone, "You have but a moment to glance at this. I must soon attend to the inventory of the remaining supplies." "Thank you, sir," Jiang Chen replied, taking the silk document. As he opened the first page, he was left astounded, utterly shocked to discover that the lieutenant's secret to vanquishing over 1,000 Loulan cavalry with a defeated force was plainly inscribed within this major merit redemption list. The grain officer displayed an air of pride, sneering, "Should you accomplish an unparalleled feat for the Western Expeditionary Army, you shall undoubtedly earn the right to learn its secrets." As Jiang Chen gazed down at the major merit redemption list, military technique, divine speed. With the commander as the vanguard, all soldiers are interconnected in spirit. United as one, significantly reducing wind resistance, thereby enhancing overall running speed by a minimum of 10% and a maximum of 90%. With the specific amplitude of effect contingent upon the commander as vitality. Redemption requirement: 365 major merits. Note: consuming vitality elixirs can substantially extend the duration of divine speed. Qingyang Formula, Zhang Family Special Edition. A specially optimized version by several elders of the Zhang family, exclusively for official Qingzhou soldiers. Compared to the military version, the absorption efficiency of vitality elixirs is increased by 50%. Redemption requirement: free for Qingzhou soldiers. Note: with wealth, one can cultivate at a swifter pace. Rag saber, inferior weapon. A demonic blade embryo nourished by an abundance of vitality, fearsome and capable of slicing through iron like mud. If one slays 30 individuals of martial soldier rank or above, it may elevate to a medium-grade weapon, becoming even more ferocious. Redemption requirement: 10 major merits. Note 1. Should the wielder possess weak willpower, they may easily succumb to madness after slaying 3 to 5 individuals, finding it difficult to extricate themselves. Note 2. Those of humble name and insufficient strength should not recklessly attempt to rename it. The consequences shall be borne by them alone. The list of items available for exchange with minor merits encompasses nearly 1,000 varieties, while the list for major merits comprises only a few dozen items or techniques. These medicinal herbs, techniques, and various other items embody the essence of the 9 provinces. Containing information on the David Wu dynasty, the Zhang family of Qingzhou, and the Feng and Lu families, alongside geographical and cultural insights, market prices, agricultural production, and herbal cultivation, among other assorted details. A flicker of joy surged within Jiang Chen as he realized that through the exchange lists, his understanding of this world had deepened significantly. To liken it to gaming terminology, it would be, "Congratulations, you have acquired 100 points of extraordinary knowledge." It was only when the grain official cleared his throat twice that Jiang Chen reluctantly set aside the silk scroll. "Have you decided what to exchange for? The meat white bone pill?" The grain official squinted, sensing that this newcomer harbored ulterior motives. Jiang Chen, with his hands clasped behind him, engaged in subtle gestures and smiled. "My lord, the general has promised me a secret medicine, which could be regarded as a qualification to purchase Zhang family medicines at half price, up to 50 minor merits. Correct?" A hint of coldness appeared at the corners of the grain official's mouth as he sternly replied. I distinctly remember that the general mentioned the discounted medicine is an inferior healing secret, the only one fitting the criteria being the meat white bone pill. As a trusted aide to the captain, how could I misinterpret the superior's intentions? Undoubtedly, the grain official felt that the few pieces of silver earlier were insufficient to sway him from the superior's will. In short, more money was needed. At that moment, not far behind, Chun Bui understood the cue and swiftly placed the 5 taels of silver, still unwarmed, along with the coins held by Gong Sun Hu and Xiao Wu, into Jiang Chen's outstretched hand. Jiang Chen smiled and wrapped the 15 taels of silver beneath the major merit silk scroll, returning it to the grain official with sincerity. The items I wish to exchange are all products of the Zhang family. I kindly ask for your leniency. The grain official quickly tucked the silver into his pouch, his gaze softening slightly. Very well. I believe the general would be inclined to nurture a talent like you. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief and articulated his premeditated request: 1 iron cloth shirt manual, 10 dog skin plasters, and 30 blood-replenishing grass fruits. Upon hearing this, the grain official exhibited a degree of surprise, but refrained from further comment. He summoned a soldier from Qingzhou, retrieved the iron cloth shirt manual and the requested medicinal items from the private treasury, and then hurried off to assess the remaining grain supplies. Gazing at the charred remnants of the transport vehicles, the grain official was nearly brought to tears. These were just newly acquired from the Ministry of Works. After a brief interval, with Zhang Longxiang himself present, the grain official and several minor officials meticulously recounted and calculated the losses. The captain's private treasury sustained no losses. 10 loads of tea bricks were slightly diminished. 500 cattle and sheep had nearly half perished. 8,500 loads of grain were more than half burned. 60 loads of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar suffered negligible loss. 40 carts of winter clothing were entirely consumed, leaving not a single piece. Of the 2,000 Qizhou soldiers, approximately 500 were dead or severely injured. Nearly 300 had fled and not returned, and the lightly wounded were countless. Furthermore, over 4,300 laborers were listed as deserters and had yet to return. Today's battle was indeed a grievous affair, marked by substantial losses. The grain platform officers sighed heavily. Inside the camp of the captain, the atmosphere was heavy, shrouded in a veil of sorrow. Among the 100 generals, 500 commanders, and 1,000 sergeants, only 13 remained, nearly all bearing wounds. They sat in silence on either side, their gazes fixed upon the man at the head, each harboring a deep-seated resentment. It was the captain's sudden fainting that had caused the morale of the Qingzhou soldiers to crumble, allowing the black-robe cavalry to exploit the vulnerability and set fire to the grain supplies. It could be said that all the blame and the failure of today stemmed from Zhang Longxiang himself. The faces of the military officials displayed confusion and bewilderment. The man hailed as the greatest reckless general of the David dynasty, the nemesis of the Xiongnu, a martial genius born once in a century in Qingzhou, who had been demoted to a commoner 3 times yet managed to return to the rank of captain within a year, was, without doubt, their supreme idol. How could he have succumbed to the fleeting illusion spun by the Xiongnu shaman for a mere cup of tea? It was utterly incomprehensible. Alas, it could no longer be concealed. Zhang Longxiang sighed, his hand reaching to his ear, and before the multitude of military officials, he tore away a thin layer of skin as delicate as a cicada's wing, bitterly stating. A young general, taken aback, stood up abruptly, drawing his sword in a fit of rage, demanding, "Who are you? Where's Captain?" The sergeant, however, appeared contemplative, restraining the young general and solemnly saying, "At the moment of breaking the curse and awakening, you did indeed possess a semblance of the captain's demeanor, an essence that cannot be imitated by others. Just now, I merely merged a fragment of his shadow, which enabled me to successfully break the curse and lead you in repelling the Loulan cavalry." The military officials sighed, acknowledging that such audacious acts could only be undertaken by their captain, the greatest reckless general of the David dynasty. With a sense of helplessness, they inquired, "Where is the captain now?" Zhang Ying turned, gazing into the vast yellow sands of the desert, enunciating each word with care. Loulan. Chapter 10. The qualifications for promoting to the Qingzhou army. The night was cool in the Gobi Desert. Gong Sun, who sat beside the fire, unable to contain his frustration, and asked with confusion, "Boss, why not exchange for the meat and bone pill? Do you not intend to participate in the Qingzhou army selection?" As soon as the words left his mouth, all the laborers turned their gaze towards him in an instant. They firmly believed that with Jiang Chen's talent, capable of turning the tide with ease. Recovering from his injuries and advancing to the Qingzhou army would be a mere formality. Jiang Chen applied a dogskin plaster to his wound, and a wave of coolness washed over him. He chuckled softly and replied, "Allow me to elaborate." Beside the fire, the laborers looked on in surprise, their eyes fixed on Jiang Chen's youthful and handsome face, revealing a hint of curiosity and confusion. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Jiang Chen smiled and posed a question. "You all believe my personal abilities far surpass those arrogant Qingzhou soldiers, but in what specific aspect do you think so?" The crowd was taken aback. The one most familiar with Jiang Chen was none other than Qin Bui. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, adopting the demeanor of a storyteller, and spoke first, anticipating the enemy's moves, preventing troubles before they arise, adapting to the circumstances, demonstrating quick wit in times of crisis. Gongsun, who solemnly remarked, "A broad perspective, making it impossible for others to conceive of blusterous tactics." Xiaowu scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "I think the boss excels in every aspect." The laborers did not hesitate to shower Jiang Chen with compliments, elevating him to the status of a celestial being descended to save the suffering. Listening to the flurry of flattering words, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly inquired, "So, do you know the qualifications for joining the Qingzhou army?" The crowd appeared bewildered. Only Gongsun, who had some knowledge, as his father had been a retired Qingzhou veteran who had thoroughly explained the relevant examination tips to his only son. He succinctly stated, martial skills, vitality, and military strategy. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Gongsun, whose words encompassed the three primary standards for the Qingzhou army. He then asked, "Were your earlier praises for my martial prowess or innate strength?" Xiaowu scratched his head and replied, "Well, what about military strategy?" Jiang Chen shook his head, his voice carrying an undeniable authority as he stated, "That is not military strategy. It is merely a collection of methods, ideas, and clever tricks. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. Where there is conflict, various strategies for warfare will inevitably arise. This is military strategy. However, the world differs, the rules vary, and military strategies cannot be rigidly applied to another realm, much like the initial chariot formations. The Qingzhou soldiers disdainfully dismissed the chariot formations, for the jumping ability of the Loulan horses far surpassed that of ordinary steeds, allowing them to leap effortlessly into the formations and wreak havoc. Had it not been for the idea of setting fire to the grain supplies, the chariot strategy would have nearly become a self-destructive endeavor. In summary, the modern knowledge, thought processes, scientific reasoning, and experiences in Jiang Chen's mind must be adapted to local conditions, requiring localization to truly shine in this world. Otherwise, it would merely be a source of ridicule. Localization demands both time and learning. With only 2 days' journey remaining to the main camp of the Western Expeditionary Army, there is simply no time, nor any means, to acquire knowledge of the military strategies of this realm. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, concealing the flicker of disappointment in his eyes, and continued, "Therefore, even if one applies the healing elixir to restore to peak condition, what difference does it make if one is destined to fail? Instead of squandering efforts, would it not be more prudent to exchange 50 minor achievements for resources that can be utilized immediately? In simpler terms, since one is fated to fall short, it is better to prepare early for a resurgence." The crowd suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. As he spoke, Jiang Chen retrieved an ancient tome from his bosom, a martial arts manual titled Iron Cloth Shirt, meticulously edited by the Zhang family of Qingzhou. He spoke with gravity. This martial arts text, known as Iron Cloth Shirt, allows those who join first to peruse it for an hour, while later entrants may only have half an hour of reading time. Whether one possesses martial talent depends on one's own fortune. Although this Iron Cloth Shirt is commonplace, it is advantageous due to its careful editing, eliminating the potential for falling into madness, and it includes illustrations for decomposing movements, making it relatively easy to learn, perfect for these laborers who cannot afford the price of failure. After all, for the impoverished, a single failure may spell the end of their lives. Upon hearing this, the laborers beamed with joy, eagerly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, leader." They hurriedly gathered around a few literate laborers, imploring them to read the text aloud. Even a commonplace martial arts manual is a coveted heirloom for families in poverty. Subsequently, Jiang Chen called Qin Bui, Xiaowu, and Gongsun to his side. Lowering his voice, "The items I procured from the granary official far exceed just the Iron Cloth Shirt. I also have dogskin plaster and blood-replenishing fruits." As he spoke, Jiang Chen turned to Gong Sun who, speaking slowly, "If you are willing to share your insights, these 5 blood-replenishing fruits shall belong to you." The 5 fruits, resembling figs, lay flat in Jiang Chen's palm. For any young person aspiring to martial arts, these are worth more than 100-fold of gambling or drugs. Gong Sun, who was about to decline, but, upon catching a whiff of the fragrant fruit, his body reacted honestly, before he could register the moment. He reached out and took the item from Jiang Chen's palm. With no choice left, he smiled wryly. "All right, I suppose I must share?" Jiang Chen smiled without replying. Gong Sun, who sighed and began to share in detail the techniques and experiences passed down from his father. "The treasure used to test one's vitality is a bronze cauldron. Thus, my father also summarized a small trick. If one can maintain a clear mind and exercise restraint while bearing the cauldron, perhaps the time for one's vitality to boil may be delayed slightly. A score greater than 5 directly qualifies one for promotion to Chizhou soldier. If the score is between 4 and 5, a second round of testing is required." Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he uttered 2 words, "Martial skills?" Chapter 11. The Great Tide of the Era. The Eye of the Storm. Gong Sun, who nodded in agreement, and continued. "There are 10 soldiers from Qingzhou who will serve as judges for the second round of assessments. They will restrain their strength to approximately 50%. Any candidate who can defeat one of them, regardless of the weapon chosen, will qualify for selection. However, the soldiers of Qingzhou are renowned for their formidable physique. Even at half strength, only those with extraordinary martial skills have a chance of overcoming the strong with the weak. Naturally, those recommended by officers of the rank of 100 generals or above are also eligible to participate in the third round of assessments, which involves military strategy, about which I am not particularly knowledgeable." Xiao Wu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "How much weight must one lift in the bronze cauldron to gain qualification?" Gong Sun, who, ever candid, replied, "My father once lifted a stone lock weighing approximately 160 pounds, but when it came to lifting the cauldron, I felt it was heavier than 2 stone locks combined." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu glanced at his slender arms and legs, while Chen Buer looked at his aging limbs. And both were instantly disheartened, promptly laying down to sleep. Jiang Chen felt a chill in his heart. 2 stone locks would weigh at least 320 pounds, akin to the strength of a national-level weightlifter on Earth. Given such difficulty, it is no wonder that the mysterious ink treasure deduced that those lacking in physical endurance, martial prowess, and knowledge of military strategy would face elimination at the onset of selection in the Western Expedition Army. Gong Sun, whose lifelong aspiration has been to inherit his father's glory, he spoke solemnly. "My father has sacrificed grain and meat to support my training, yet even to this day, I can barely lift a single stone lock. These 5 blood-replenishing fruits will at least enhance my vitality by 20 to 30%, and I am determined to succeed." After saying this, Gong Sun, who rose, sought a secluded spot, and began boiling water to brew the blood-replenishing fruits into a medicinal soup. After about an hour, once Chen Buer and Xiao Wu had fallen into a deep slumber, he returned with a spring in his step, visibly elated, and exclaimed, "Leader, I am truly grateful to you. If I previously had only a 30% chance of passing the selection, now I am confident it has risen to at least 50%. With that, he waved the prescription in his hand. "Leader, this is a note on brewing the blood-replenishing fruits. It costs nothing, so consider it a gift from me. Free, no charge." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was instantly wide awake, eagerly taking the prescription to examine it closely. In the vast, desolate Gobi, one can find ample secluded spots. Jiang Chen gathered 4 or 5 pieces of dung as fuel and began preparing the blood-replenishing fruits. Within half an hour, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. When the water temperature dropped to around 20 to 30 degrees, Jiang Chen tilted his neck back and cautiously took a sip. The liquid was smooth and warm, the rich medicinal fragrance enveloping every taste bud on his tongue, the invigorating soup flowing smoothly down his throat. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In an instant, he drank every last drop from the pot. Alas, lacking formal education, Jiang Chen could only marvel at such a delectable concoction, exclaiming, "Delicious." A gentle surge of energy flowed from his abdomen into his limbs, and Jiang Chen could distinctly sense that the vital essence lost due to the constraints of his fate was rapidly replenishing at that very moment. His entire body radiated warmth, akin to basking in a comforting hot bath during the winter, an exquisite sensation. Jiang Chen consumed 3 full jars of medicinal soup in quick succession before pausing, feeling an abundance of vigor coursing through him. as if he could even uproot a willow tree with ease. No wonder Gongsun, who generously provided the prescription. It appears that the efficacy of the herb was indeed beyond his expectations. Jiang Chen squinted thoughtfully, contemplating. In no more than 3 to 5 days, the selection for the Qingzhou soldiers would commence. He pondered whether his revitalized vitality would grant him eligibility for selection. In the ensuing days, Jiang Chen dutifully transported grain by day, while at night he sought a secluded spot to brew his medicinal concoctions. With each passing night of consumption, his previously frail physique gradually transformed into one of strength. His right arm also began to heal, though each time he exerted himself, a piercing pain would emanate from deep within his bones. A full 15 blood-nourishing herbs had been consumed, leaving him with only 10 remaining, enough for merely 2 more nights before they would be exhausted. The following day, the captain ordered the laborers to kindle fires for a hearty meal. After feasting, over 1,000 Qingzhou soldiers and several thousand laborers set off westward, traversing the Gobi Desert deep into the western regions. As dusk fell, the caravan did not pause to rest, much to the discontent of many laborers, who privately inquired, "Chief, why do we not stop today?" Beneath the silvery moonlight, Jiang Chen pointed towards the distant lights deep within the Gobi, smiling as he said, "Do you not understand? Starting tomorrow, we shall no longer need to transport supplies." The flickering lights marked the encampment of the Western Expeditionary Army. Moments later, the laborers, including Jiang Chen, stood on tiptoe, gazing into the distance, finally witnessing the terrifying spectacle of tens of thousands of soldiers assembled in a camp, an awe-inspiring sight that marked Jiang Chen's first encounter with such a formidable force. A grand war of annihilation would commence from this encampment, sweeping across the western territories like a tempestuous sandstorm. With golden armor, I shall brave 100 battles. I shall not return until the Loulan is vanquished. Jiang Chen marveled, fully aware that he had inexorably been drawn into the great tide of this era, advancing step by step, with only a step remaining to reach the eye of the storm. Chapter 12. The power of vital energy. After relieving himself upon the vast expanse of the desolate Gobi, Jiang Chen fastened the slender cord around his waist, chuckling to himself at the unexpected nature of his final act before entering the military camp, urination. The significant matters of life, as one might say, revolve around eating, drinking, and the natural calls of nature, as recounted by Chen Bui, who had survived 7 military labors. One must be prepared to avoid public embarrassment if one wishes to refrain from such acts in front of others. Heeding the various admonitions regarding bodily functions, Jiang Chen followed the throng of laborers as they approached the military encampment. The camp was vast, enclosed by wooden stakes, with towering watchtowers erected every 300 meters, manned by soldiers in azure robes wielding bows and crossbows. These sentinels gazed down upon the chaotic influx of laborers with disdain. Among them, a soldier from Qingzhou, who had long taken pleasure in dousing ant hills with boiling water, cast a haughty glance at the laborers, uttering the word insects in a low voice. The ragged and disheveled laborers, in the eyes of these robust soldiers, bore no distinction from ants that could be scalded to death with boiling water. The scornful remarks drifted on the wind, reaching the ears of the laborers. Some had grown accustomed to such treatment, resigned to the status quo. Others remained silent, their hearts heavy with discontent. A few clenched their teeth, their faces contorted with anger. Chen Bui, Gongsun Hu, and Xiao Wu could not help but cast complex glances at the young man leading the group. Just 4 days prior, Jiang Chen, once viewed as an insect, had personally ended the life of a Loulan cavalryman. Xiao Wu could not restrain himself from murmuring, "What is there to be proud of? The Loulan cavalry, whom you killed with such ease, are mere victims to the blade of the leader." Chen Bui shook his head and replied softly, "Speak carefully. Those soldiers will find any excuse to eliminate us laborers, and afterward, they will merely impose a few months' worth of fines." Gongsun Hu fell silent, recalling the tales his father had shared about life in the barracks. The strong acquired status, wealth, and glory, while the weak endured only humiliation and degradation. Wasn't the skeleton of a saber-toothed tiger unearthed in Pingshuo County a few years ago? Nearly 10 meters long, with fangs as sharp as swords, it was formidable indeed, wasn't it? The three exchanged puzzled looks, but nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, "There are no saber-toothed tigers left in this world, but the weak insects persist." The following day, at dawn, the camp of the Qingzhou division resonated with the orderly beating of drums. In the distance, a military officer shouted, "Laborers of Qizhou, come forth. General Han Wu has decreed that a selection will be made to promote some of you to the ranks of Qizhou soldiers within the filthy, chaotic shelters. Jiang Chen turned to his companions, ambition igniting in his eyes as he stated solemnly, "Moreover, even insects may one day soar to great heights and traverse the vastness of the cosmos." At this proclamation, the eyes of Gongsun Hu, Xiao Wu, and the other laborers sparkled with newfound hope. Qin Bui, vitality measured in 2, disqualified. Next, Wu, with a vitality score of 3, was dismissed. Next, Gongsun Hu, having failed the second round of selection, was eliminated as well. Next, the military officer uttered particularly harsh words, dismissing the numerous laborers tasked with transporting provisions one by one. Outside the training ground, Qin Bui and Xiao Wu felt a sense of disappointment, yet it was within their expectations. Without hope, one would not face disappointment. The only unexpected outcome was Gongsun Hu's failure after consuming 5 grass fruits. For reasons unknown, during the second round of selection, the soldiers from Qingzhou, upon learning that these were mere laborers transporting provisions, gritted their teeth and exerted themselves with all their might. Out of over 3,000 laborers, hardly anyone passed the second round of assessment. In their hearts, they all roared, "Unjust! Unjust!" Gongsun Hu's eyes turned crimson, his teeth grinding with fury. He exclaimed, "That bunch of swine and dogs is clearly targeting us. We toil and risk our lives to transport their provisions. What have we done to offend them to deserve such ruthless treatment?" Becoming a soldier of Qingzhou was not only a dream of Gongsun Hu, but also a goal that his father sacrificed rations to support in order to toughen him up. Yet, those soldiers relentlessly pummeled him, shattering his aspirations into dust before the eyes of many. Qin Bui, Xiao Wu, and the other laborers attempted to console Gongsun Hu, but their words of sympathy felt like daggers, piercing his heart with unbearable pain. Jiang Chen pondered for a few moments, vaguely grasping the underlying truth. He quietly uttered 2 words, "Winter clothing." Winter was fast approaching, yet the dozens of carts of winter clothing we had transported had been entirely consumed by the flames of war. Those soldiers from Qingzhou would have to endure the bitter cold for many days before the next batch of supplies arrived. It was entirely natural for them to vent their frustrations on us laborers, as they could not direct their anger towards the officers or the other Qingzhou soldiers. In fact, the blame did not end there. Over 3,000 laborers had fled, and the remaining 3,000 would likely bear some shared responsibility. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Ultimately, our strength is too feeble. As the tides of fate surge forth, we can only drift like floating weeds, carried along by the currents. Upon hearing this, Qin Bui let out a long sigh, saying nothing more, and patted Gongsun Hu on the shoulder. Xiao Wu looked up at Jiang Chen and asked, "Boss, do you have a chance to become a soldier of Qizhou?" Jiang Chen shook his head, replying, "I do not know. Let us just give it a try." With that, he slowly walked toward the northern side of the training ground. Hundreds of laborers had gathered around a certain open space, forming a sea of humanity. A robust laborer suddenly lifted a bronze cauldron, approximately 70 centimeters in diameter, before the watchful eyes of the crowd. At first, he managed it with ease, even conversing with his companions, but soon his complexion turned a deep red, the flow of blood within him quickening until it reached its peak. His vitality surged. The surface of the cauldron then revealed an inscription: "The victor shall obtain the qualification to be promoted to a soldier of Qizhou." Jiang Chen stepped forward, approached the military officer, Feng Quan, stationed beside the bronze cauldron, and registered his name, place of origin, and the labor he undertook. At that moment, Feng Quan revealed a hint of dissatisfaction and inquired, "Were you also one of the laborers who transported grain yesterday?" Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the anger boiling within him, and replied in a solemn tone, "Indeed." As soon as the words left his lips, the numerous laborers who had not participated in the grain transport recoiled as if Jiang Chen were afflicted with a plague, hastily distancing themselves, fearful of being mistakenly associated with the grain carriers. Jiang Chen had anticipated this reaction. He stepped forward, grasped the bronze cauldron's legs, and with a commanding shout, gradually and powerfully lifted it from the ground, raising it above his head. Chapter 13. I will lift 10. Strength is the foundation of all. Those endowed with innate divine strength possess robust vitality. Thus, at the inception of the selection of soldiers from Qizhou, the criteria were based on the ancient tales of the formidable Xiang Yu, who, in his youth, demonstrated his might by lifting a 1,000-pound cauldron that belonged to the wealthiest family in Kuaiji City. Before he had honed his abilities, Xiang Yu effortlessly raised the cauldron from the right side of the street, where the affluent resided, to the left, where the impoverished dwell, earning him legendary status among the elders of Jiangdong. With a sharp command, Jiang Chen lifted the test bronze cauldron, which weighed an initial 120 pounds, effortlessly raising it above his head. Instantly, a chorus of cheers erupted from the laborers present. Yet, the majority remained composed. For 120 pounds was merely a trifle. At least one-fifth of those assembled could achieve it. The true challenge lay ahead. At that moment, an elderly man clad in military attire, carrying a purple clay teapot, happened to stroll past the perimeter of the training ground. Upon catching sight of Jiang Chen lifting the cauldron, he felt a spark of interest and paused to observe. On the other side of the training field, Chen Bui, Gong Sun Hu, Xiao Wu, and numerous grain transporters could not suppress their anticipation, collectively encouraging, "Come on, Chief, you can do it." After a brief span of 10 seconds, Jiang Chen sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Just as Gong Sun Hu had suggested, the weight of the test bronze cauldron intensified with the passage of time. With each breath, it felt as though the burden increased significantly. The rising weight escalated the difficulty of the lift tremendously. Soon, the laborers nearby began to voice their derision and pity. "Can you manage it, you scrawny fellow? Oh, look, your hands are trembling. Are you about to give in? I was expecting a formidable figure. Yet it appears you are merely a pretty face with no substance." "Well, he is just a lad of 17 or 18, rather handsome. If he were from my hometown, I might consider him as a suitor for my daughter." Listening to the murmurs around him, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of irritation. However, he quickly regained his composure, suppressing his rising temper. Inwardly, he commanded, "Fortify the destiny." Deep within his consciousness, a small white gem suddenly radiated brilliance. Though it lacked a red glow, it fortified Jiang Chen's skin, alleviating the oppressive pain inflicted by the cauldron's weight on his hands. While the weight remained unchanged, the challenge had notably diminished, affording him a slight advantage. The bronze cauldron, which had begun to descend, now rose once more. Jiang Chen fervently drew upon the robust vitality imparted by the herb-infused broth, fueling the manifestation of his fortitude as he lifted the cauldron skyward, exuding an aura reminiscent of a tyrant. Alas, the prolonged effort of lifting the cauldron ultimately triggered excruciating pain deep within the marrow of his right arm. A torment so intense that even the most potent ointments could offer no relief. With a pained cry, Jiang Chen felt blood seep from the site of the injury, causing him to lose grip of the bronze cauldron, which fell to the ground with a resounding crash. A line of inscription materialized instantly. Jiang Chen had long anticipated this moment. He glanced around, yet failed to find the ominous hint from days prior regarding the selection process. Should one display exceptional prowess during the selection, they may attract the attention of influential figures, potentially triggering a chance at resurgence. He pondered, "My performance thus far cannot be deemed exceptionally remarkable. Must I wait for the second round to create a significant stir?" At that moment, the numerous laborers were taken aback to discover that this elegant young man had come to participate in the weightlifting selection despite his injuries. An uproar ensued. The elderly military man also displayed a look of regret. Yet, it was precisely his injuries that rendered it all the more tragic. For he had come so close to succeeding in the first round. Is this not a cause for lamentation? As Lu Sun once stated, "Tragedy lies in the destruction of beauty for all to witness, and therein lies the truth." The elderly man furrowed his brow and murmured, with such strength, "Passing the second round should pose no challenge, correct?" Just then, the military judge, Feng Quan, wore a smile of approval, acknowledging, "You exceed my expectations. When the time comes, select the third soldier from the left. I shall instruct him to use no more than 50% of his strength. You are unlike the laborers. You possess the qualifications to become a member of the Qingzhou army." Indeed, it was strength that constituted the sole survival principle of the Western Expeditionary Army. Jiang Chen smiled softly and replied, "I shall choose him, but not just him." Feng Quan nodded and led Jiang Chen to the southern side of the training grounds. 10 robust veterans lay on the ground fast asleep, appearing utterly devoid of danger, even somewhat endearing. The eagle stood as if in slumber, the tiger moved as if ailing. The military judge, maintaining a stern countenance, approached one of the veterans and whispered a few words. He then turned to Jiang Chen with a smile. The veteran cast a glance at Jiang Chen, his gaze falling upon the bloodied right arm, and could not help but be moved, nodding in acknowledgement. His voice deep and resonant. Jiang Chen felt rather helpless, thinking, "It is a kind intention, yet alas, I am unworthy of such favor. More importantly, I truly lack the skill to wield a blade or a spear. During his 2 years as an auxiliary police officer in the He province, even petty thefts had nearly vanished, and he spent his days dealing with trivial family matters. He had hardly practiced with cold weapons, let alone utilized a police baton more than a handful of times. Thus, even if that veteran were to employ only 50% of his strength, while Gongsun who might succeed, Jiang Chen could only lament, I cannot accomplish this. Alas, lacking in strength, he had no choice but to seek alternative paths. He could merely defend against a single arrow from the Yongyun wolf, which was enough to demonstrate his tenacity. Yet, he wondered if these veterans could breach his defense. Subsequently, he selected a sword and a shield from the weapon rack and stepped forward before the veterans, his gaze icy, enunciating each word with precision. I wish to face 10 of them. Chapter 14. Out of fear of pain, I invested entirely in defense. Jiang Chen selected a sword and a shield from the weapons rack and strode boldly to the front of the seasoned veterans. His icy gaze piercing through the air as he declared, I wish to challenge 10 of you. His proclamation stirred a tempest of reactions. The 10 veterans were initially taken aback, but soon their faces contorted with fury. The third soldier from the left, bearing a 3-inch scar on his brow, known by the moniker Scarred Blade, felt a surge of rage that made the scar appear as if it were bleeding, resembling a second eye of blood. He scowled. Do you look down upon us? At the edge of the training ground, an elderly man in military garb spat out his tea, astonished and dismayed. Does this young man truly believe himself to be a sovereign among mortals? Within the training ground, the military law officer, Feng Quan, was momentarily stunned, his expression one of disbelief. What did you say? Are you jesting? I shall grant you a moment to gather your thoughts, and then I implore you to repeat that. Clearly, Feng Quan still harbored a shred of goodwill, unwilling to let a person of true talent be relegated to the status of a common laborer, hence granting Jiang Chen the opportunity to reiterate his words. However, Jiang Chen had already devised his strategy. With formidable defensive capabilities that could withstand a full-force blow from a cloud wolf, as long as his internal vitality remained ample. It mattered not how many soldiers from Qingzhou came. The outcome would remain unchanged. Thus, why not create a grand spectacle? To elevate the quality of the opportunities that might arise from this endeavor? With this thought solidified in his mind, Jiang Chen resolutely inquired, Officer, I have a word to speak. I wonder if it is appropriate to voice it? Feng Quan, with a stern countenance, replied in a clipped tone, Speak. A multitude of laborers, drawn by the prospect of witnessing a commotion, hastily gathered, straining their ears to listen. Jiang Chen's expression was tinged with a hint of sorrow. Yet this sorrow swiftly transformed into an intense indignation. As if he were a thespian embodying a tragic role, he lamented. There are 60,000 laborers engaged in transporting supplies for the Western expedition. They are all kin from Qingzhou, forcibly conscripted from their fields, amidst the fragrance of wheat, and brought here, only to be reduced to mere expendable resources. Days ago, when the Loulan cavalry invaded, a single rider could match 5 soldiers in might. Their ferocity unparalleled. Is it within our power, as uninitiated laborers, to influence victory or loss? Why must the ire be directed at us, including Scarred Blade? The veterans fell into a contemplative silence. The might of 1,000 Loulan elite cavalrymen could rival that of 5,000 Qingzhou soldiers. Not to mention the unseen manipulations of the Xiongnu shamans, the enemy's strength was indeed formidable. Even if these veterans were to take up arms, the outcome would scarcely improve. The sacrifice of 60,000 laborers would yield little benefit. The disparity between those who had undergone the initiation ceremony and those who had not was akin to that between 2 entirely distinct species. The laborers, likewise, felt a deep resonance, their desire for mere amusement extinguished, standing silently as they harbored a long-buried strength. Jiang Chen raised his sword and shield, his voice resounding with fury. At this moment, I seek to voice a question on behalf of those laborers, on behalf of the 2,000 Qingzhou soldiers who transport supplies. Why? Why must our arduous labor be met with disdain, whether in victory or defeat, in life or death? Let today's battle serve as a means to avenge our fallen comrades. The roar of anger gradually receded. Among the soldiers training near the parade ground, there was a unit of 50 men, formerly under the command of Zhang Longxiang, who were among the 2,000 transport soldiers. After the news of their winter garments being consumed by the flames of war spread throughout the army, they frequently faced scorn and insults from other regiments, enduring it silently. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the 50 halted their training, falling into a deep silence, gazing into the distance. An elderly soldier, clad in military attire, set down his teapot and sighed, saying, "If wisdom cannot achieve it, then strength shall attempt. Yet if strength fails, one must retreat and await a more opportune time. One day, you shall rise to great heights, and those who once belittled and insulted you will call you grandfather, bowing their heads in submission, timidly muttering, 'I was wrong.' Would that not be a beautiful sight? After all, youth is characterized by fervor, unyielding, and unbending." Within the parade ground, the military judge Feng Quan shook his head, his gaze frigid. With every advantage comes a disadvantage. While the Qingyang ceremony significantly enhanced physical prowess, it also rendered the body akin to a plant, fearful of the winter's chill and the flame's heat. The complete destruction of their winter garments would inevitably breed resentment among the soldiers of Qingzhou, with each cold night adding to their grievances. The pent-up dissatisfaction and hatred among the soldiers became a poison within the army. If not vented upon the laborers, there was a risk of insurrection within the camp. Thus, despite his high expectations for the young man, Feng Quan had no choice but to make a painful decision. With a stern countenance and a shadowed expression, Feng Quan declared, "In that case, let 10 of you confront him together. I wish to see how many blows you can withstand." Upon hearing this, the 10 seasoned soldiers sighed, though they were moved by Jiang Chen's words. Military orders were immutable and must be obeyed. Yet, faced with Jiang Chen, who had not undergone the ceremony, they felt it beneath their dignity to wield weapons, encircling him instead with bare hands. One of them shook his head and remarked, "Yield now, and you may avoid a severe beating." Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of tension within, yet his subsequent actions left those around him astounded. He discarded his weapon and took up a shield, with many scrutinizing eyes upon him. Jiang Chen calmly stated, "If you forego weapons, then so shall I." This was a falsehood. In truth, during his last activation of the defensive command, he had noticed an anomaly. The hardness of his skin was significantly inferior to that experienced on the battlefield of the Gobi. Thus, where did the problem lie? After much contemplation, Jiang Chen arrived at a possible conclusion: action. One must perform deeds that align with the command to unleash its potential to the fullest. Consequently, he swiftly retrieved an identical weapon from the armory and mimicked the same actions, relinquishing his long knife and all offensive endeavors, focusing solely on holding the shield in defense. Enduring the relentless onslaught of the 10 seasoned soldiers, akin to a tempest, he remained unscathed, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. Such extraordinary performance surely warranted recognition as a remarkable feat, did it not? Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings, calmly stating, "Gentlemen, I am prepared." No sooner had his words fallen than the 10 seasoned veterans from Qizhou exchanged glances and surged forth with a speed that was almost blinding. Charging toward the encircled Jiang Chen, they unleashed a barrage of heavy punches, utilizing only 4 or 5/10 of their strength, with the intent of creating a fearsome spectacle while simultaneously minimizing harm to Jiang Chen, ensuring that he would be swiftly subdued without sustaining excessive injury. This approach adhered to military regulations while also safeguarding the promising young man as potential. However, the moment the veteran known as Dao Yin struck with his heavy fist, he felt as though his knuckles had collided with an unyielding rock. All his strength dissipated into nothingness, akin to a cow sinking into the ocean. Iron cloth. Mastery of the realm? Dao Yin was taken aback. The person before him appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. How could he have cultivated the iron cloth to such a perfected state? Jiang Chen swayed slightly, but quickly regained his balance, feeling a twinge of regret as he mused. If only I could obtain a powerful offensive fate comparable to that of a steadfast defender. Defeating these 10 veterans would not be an unattainable dream. Chapter 15. A fortuitous turn of events, a resurgence? The seasoned veterans, having endured countless battles, immediately sensed something amiss. After delivering 10 powerful punches, even with a mere fraction of their strength, a common laborer would have been left gasping for breath, bloodied and pleading for mercy. Yet, astonishingly, Jiang Chen merely swayed slightly, seemingly unaffected, as if those strikes had dissipated into thin air. There must be a mystery behind this. The veteran from Qingzhou, known as Nifei, displayed a moment of hesitation and took a few steps back. He glanced at the other elders and found they shared similar thoughts, recognizing the anomaly and opting to retreat a step or two. This retreat left the surrounding laborers perplexed, bewildered by the spectacle. Are they holding back? We toil daily to provide provisions, only to see these men indulge? Faced with the laborers' murmurs of dissent, The military officer Feng Quan felt a twinge of embarrassment. With a stern expression, he admonished, "You lot, focus. This battle must be won." Though the Qingzhou veterans found the situation exceedingly strange, they were compelled to follow orders and steeled themselves, once again encircling Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, brushing off the dust around him, earnestly implored, "I kindly ask you, esteemed gentlemen, to showcase your true abilities." Nai, maintaining his stern demeanor, instructed the other veterans, "Hold back for now. Allow me to engage this lad with my full strength." Without further ado, Nai surged forward, his veins visibly bulging as he unleashed his utmost power. Jiang Chen, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly raised his shield for defense. However, Nai's speed and reflexes, enhanced by the Qingyang ritual, far surpassed those of ordinary men. In mere moments, he had darted to Jiang Chen's left flank. Then, like a tempest, a barrage of heavy punches rained down. The Qingzhou military technique, the chain punch. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed, followed by a scream. The sound originated from Jiang Chen's back, yet the cry came from Nai himself. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the back of his fist, which bore several abrasions, his expression a mixture of astonishment and confusion. How is your body harder than rock?" Without providing an explanation, Jiang Chen merely smiled and replied, "My willingness to challenge 10 esteemed gentlemen naturally comes with a measure of confidence." Upon hearing this, the remaining 9 veterans adjusted their collars. Their voices cold and resolute, "In that case, we shall not hold back." In a flash, within the span of a single breath, all 10 Qingzhou veterans, including Nai, launched themselves into action, converging from all directions with thunderous force. Among them, at least 3 possessed martial prowess superior to Nai, their fists emanating a faint, ominous bluish light. This was one of the Qingzhou military's ultimate techniques, the Taizu Qing fist. This martial art, created by the founding emperor of a certain dynasty from Qizhou, Song Qingtang, consumed minimal energy while delivering formidable power, capable of shattering boulders when mastered to perfection. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt a slight, almost imperceptible pain at his brow, prompting him to raise his shield to deflect the attack from one of the practitioners of the Taizu Qing fist. Boom! The nearly pristine wooden shield has suddenly cracked in several places. With just a few more strikes, this sturdy military shield could be shattered. Meanwhile, the 2 practitioners of the Taizu Qingchuan have forcefully struck Jiang Chen's back. The onlookers could not help but ponder, what kind of terrifying destructive power would such heavy blows, capable of nearly obliterating a shield, inflict upon the human body? In addition, 6 more vigorous punches rained down like a torrential downpour. So swift was their assault that Jiang Chen couldn't even muster a counterattack. He could only focus on holding his ground. Then came the cries of pain. "Ah, it hurts. My hands hurt." At that moment, all the veterans from Qingzhou experienced the torment that Dao Yin had once endured. Standing at a distance, Dao Yin sneered, cursing under his breath, "A bunch of fools." Jiang Chen, having endured 3 strikes of Taizu Qingchuan and 6 heavy punches, was not unscathed. A metallic taste filled his throat, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his body swayed unsteadily. However, fortified by his stance, he remained firmly grounded, managing to stand amidst the crowd of Qingzhou veterans, exclaiming, "Indeed, you military gentlemen are even more formidable than I had anticipated." Undoubtedly, there was an unspoken continuation to his statement. "How could you breach my defenses?" It is worth noting that the last time Jiang Chen's defenses were breached was by none other than the renowned archer, Yuanlie, the captain of the Loulan cavalry. The 3 practitioners of Taizu Qingchuan wore expressions of helplessness. Despite unleashing their best techniques, they barely managed to breach the enemy's defenses. How could they claim to be formidable? The other 6 Qingzhou veterans appeared mortified, having not only failed to inflict harm, but also sustaining some minor recoil injuries, which was a considerable embarrassment. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence, with the multitude of onlookers left in disbelief, speechless. Within the crowd, Chun Buren, wise with age, stroked his beard and murmured, "It seems that Jiang Xianji may indeed possess a physique of steel and iron." Xiao Wu, half surprised and half delighted, suddenly recalled, "Indeed, that armored cavalryman, what was his name again? Young something Wolf, couldn't even kill our chief." Unexpectedly, Gongsun, who expressed dissent, shaking his head and sighing, "Let us not forget, the criteria for passing the second round of selection is to bring any Qizhou soldier to the ground. Our chief has ample defense, but lacks sufficient offensive capability." As soon as he finished speaking, The Qingzhou veterans began to discern Jiang Chen's weaknesses and shamelessly resorted to a tactical wheel of combat. Gradually, they wore down Jiang Chen's stamina and vitality. After several moments of struggle, the Qingzhou veterans, through immense effort, finally managed to bring the formidable Jiang Chen down to the ground, claiming victory. In the next instant, a line of text suddenly emerged from the depths of Jiang Chen's consciousness. Fortune, where disaster lurks. Failure in the second round of Qizhou soldier selection. Turning fortune into misfortune. Congratulations, you have received the grave fate, fallen from grace. The implication of this fate is that once one enters an examination environment, the rate of energy depletion accelerates significantly, leading to a state of exhaustion within a short period. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he found humor in his predicament, reflecting that it was fortunate he had already surpassed the age of college entrance examinations. Had he received this fate during that time, he would have been driven to despair. However, the numerous veterans of Qingzhou, despite being victors, wore expressions of shame, revealing not a hint of triumph. In their hearts, a shared sentiment arose. This battle was a hollow victory. It was merely through numerical superiority and physical strength that they managed to secure a meager win. How embarrassing. With a heavy heart, he cast his gaze towards the military adjudicator and coldly stated, "Lord Feng, I am unwell today. Perhaps it would be best to seek someone more capable for the selection of Qingzhou soldiers." The other 9 veterans also shot a cold glance at the military adjudicator Feng Quan, remaining silent. Damn it! Feng Quan cursed inwardly, then looked up at Jiang Chen, who had just risen after being patted by the gray-haired elder, and coldly remarked, "Since you have failed the second round of selection, you may leave at once." "Yes, my lord." Jiang Chen's expression remained composed, denying Feng Quan any opportunity to further provoke him, and turned to depart. The onlookers sighed in regret, lamenting the loss of talent that seemed destined for misfortune. At that moment, however, from the periphery of the training grounds, an elderly man in military attire could no longer contain himself, striding boldly into the arena and calling out, "Halt!" Jiang Chen's heart leaped with joy, secretly pondering, could this be the opportunity one have long awaited for a resurgence? Indeed, as anticipated, waves of golden light surged within his mind, transforming into words. White-level opportunity. Resurgence is now being triggered. Chapter 16. The clash between Qin law and Han statutes. At long last, it has arrived. A surge of joy welled up within Jiang Chen as he raised his gaze. The elderly man clad in a robe adorned with iron blue rushed into the training ground, panting and calling out, "You rascal, halt!" As the military elder approached the open selection area, the 3 seasoned veterans of Qingzhou, who had showcased the Taizu Green Fist, displayed expressions of surprise, respectfully addressing him as the old commander. Meanwhile, the military officer Feng Quan wore a look of resentment, hinting at some underlying conflict with this enigmatic elder in military attire. The David military structure is categorized into 10 ranks. 5 men form a group, led by a group leader. 2 groups make a squad, with a squad leader. 5 squads create a unit, with a unit leader. 2 units constitute 100. Led by 100 captain, 500 men are commanded by a 500 chief. 1,000 men are overseen by 1,000 captain. 2,000 men are assigned a school officer. 10,000 men form a detachment, commanded by a general. Tens of thousands comprise an army, stationed in a province, led by a grand general, and the supreme commander of all David forces holds the title of Grand Marshal. However, the position of Grand Marshal is often vacant, rendered symbolic, with provincial generals frequently appointed by the emperor himself through the bestowal of flags and swords. While the commander's rank may appear modest, he is nonetheless an essential officer overseeing 50 Qingzhou soldiers. Moreover, this particular elder commander seems to differ from his peers. Jiang Chen pondered. It is highly likely that the white-level opportunity, the rise again, originates from this military elder. With this thought, Jiang Chen smiled and courteously inquired, "Sir, what is your command?" The military elder couldn't help but express his grievances. He had anticipated a lively selection battle, only to find himself filled with frustration. With a slight pout, he retorted, "Do you understand military strategy?" Jiang Chen shook his head, humbly responding, "I possess a modicum of wit. Yet I cannot claim to grasp the intricacies of military strategy." After a moment of contemplation, the elder retrieved a weathered tome from his breast pocket and threw it toward Jiang Chen, grumbling, "Thanks to the old commander." Upon receiving the ancient text, a flicker of delight crossed Jiang Chen's face, for a line of new golden characters emerged. White-level opportunity. The rise again has been triggered. Secret technique. The Lesser Wilderness Classic. Copy. Quality. White. Description. Inspired by the ancient sages' observations of the flourishing and wilting of wild grasses, the changes of the wilderness, and the rise and fall of the world. This work is intended to harness the power of desolation to strengthen oneself. Note 1. The Greater Wilderness Classic can be obtained from the Essence of the Wilderness. Note 2. Upon integrating with the Greater Wilderness Classic, one may advance to the Crimson level. Though he lost one opportunity, he gained another. Jiang Chen sighed in relief, after enduring the challenges of the day. He ultimately reaped the rewards. He rejoiced inwardly. Though I did not become a Qingzhou soldier, I have acquired a highly promising technique, which is indeed a fortuitous outcome. I wonder when the second opportunity will present itself. The military elder stroked his beard and spoke in a tone of mentorship. I am Zhang Baishui. I have merely consumed a few more bowls of rice and tasted a few more spoonfuls of salt than you. Thus I possess a bit more wisdom. While you may be gifted, it is essential to know when to humble oneself. As Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, he earnestly absorbed the teachings. Zhang Baishui began to recount the origins of the Little Desolation Sutra, candidly admitting that it was an extraordinary technique he had discovered in the ruins of his youth. Upon merely opening a few pages, he was astounded, regarding it as a treasure, yet lamentably, only the first half of the scroll remained. Once he reached the pinnacle of mastery, he found no further path to pursue. In resignation, he transformed the essence of the wild grasses into the power of Qingyang, becoming a member of the Qingzhou army. Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a shiver in his heart. Could it be that the latter half of the scroll mentioned by the old commander refers to the Great Desolation Sutra? At that moment, the military officer Feng Quan coldly interrupted their discourse, his tone grave. No merit, no reward. Moreover, he is but a laborer among the grain transporters, inherently bearing the weight of his past transgressions. Commander, do you intend to disrupt the reward and punishment system of the Western Expedition Army? Zhang Baishui raised an eyebrow, fuming with indignation. That is merely your Qin law's nonsensical rule, not the Han Code, nor the regulations of David. This is an extraordinary technique I unearthed from a relic. It is personal property, and I shall bestow it upon whomever I choose. Feng Quan's expression hardened, and he retorted angrily. A nation has its own poison. An army has its own poison. If rewards and punishments lack moderation and are indiscriminately dispensed, calamities will surely arise. Furthermore, the so-called Han Code is but a mere imitation of the Qin law's inferior version. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smirk inwardly, amused by the existence of such absurdity in this new realm. Feng Quan's words ignited Zhang Baishui's fury, and the two men clashed verbally, almost resorting to blows. Just then, from the depths of Jiang Chen's sea of consciousness, flashes of golden light emerged. The debate between Qin law and Han Code has endured since ancient times. In David's military court, the differentiation between military and civil law remains unresolved, with the Qin law faction and the Han Code faction embroiled in conflict for nearly decades, yielding no conclusion. The current emperor intentionally indulges the struggles between the two factions, dividing them to consolidate his own power. As animosity grows between the factions, joining one side may garner its support, inciting resentment from the other. Fortune, by publicly supporting the Han Code faction commander Zhang Baishui and requesting to learn about the Han Code, one may gain a white destiny as a Han wanderer. Calamity, one will incur the disdain of the military officer Feng Quan, attracting discontent from the Qin law faction within the Western Expedition Army, leading to black or crimson opportunities for redemption through meritorious deeds. Note: Fortune's reliance. General Hong Wu established penalties for the transport of grain. The Qingzhou soldiers and laborers of the Zhang Longxiang division are condemned to 5,000, required to redeem their sins by attacking the small city of Dongli in the western regions. Yet, after deliberation by the Qin law faction officials, you have been exempted from this military danger. Finding alternative routes may yield unpredictable outcomes. The individual's future destiny will undergo unforeseen changes, granting 10 points of variability. Variability? What is this? Jiang Chen's heart tightened. In the previous two choices, there had only been two options. Yet this time, an alternative path presented itself, one that not only defied prediction but also promised a novel phenomenon of variability unheard of before. Had it not been for this third option, there would have been nothing to deliberate. Publicly endorsing the Qin laws may absolve one of the crime of transporting grain, yet it effectively signifies the abandonment of all previous achievements. The esteem accumulated among the laborers, the favorable disposition of the Qingzhou soldiers under Zhang Longxiang, and the goodwill of Zhang Baichue, the instructor of the Zhiwangwa classics, would all be forsaken, leaving one with the ignoble reputation of ingratitude and a murky fate. It is, quite simply, a grievous loss. Conversely, supporting the Han legal system not only bestows the new fate of a Han rogue, but also presents opportunities to partake in the dark or crimson fortunes, redeeming oneself through merits while accompanying Zhang Longxiang's forces in their campaigns against the small city of Dongli in the western regions. Yet, it appears there exists an alternative path. Jiang Chen finds himself ensnared in hesitation, uncertain of which choice to make. Which path should he ultimately pursue? Chapter 17. The Role of Divine Authority. Jiang Chen's thoughts oscillated as he contemplated publicly supporting the Han law, yet he was also irresistibly drawn to uncover the nature of the mysterious variables at play. The occurrence of 3 life and death choices, manifested only once, indicated a certain rarity. Logically, rare phenomena tend to possess greater value. Should he proceed with caution or indulge in ambition? After much deliberation, a familiar adage flickered in his mind. Self-awareness is a precious virtue. To carve a new path requires strength. Despite his diligent efforts thus far, he had merely secured a modest degree of achievement and status through steadfastness. Without power, everyone, including common laborers, would swiftly abandon him. If he were to acquire 10 points of variables only to discover they were high-end goods of no immediate use, his subsequent endeavor to redeem himself through the conquest of the small city of Dongli in the western regions would become fraught with peril. Reason began to dominate his thoughts, leading Jiang Chen to a resolute conclusion. Tangible benefits and swiftly convertible resources are the most pressing needs of the weaker. If one is perpetually consumed by greed and the desire to gamble, the day will inevitably come when the gambler meets their demise. Alas, his strength was still inadequate. It is only the weak who, confronted with opportunities, waver in indecision, for their chances are scant compared to the strong, compelling them to tread with utmost caution. Jiang Chen harbored a sense of regret, silently vowing that when his strength grew, he would certainly explore the path less traveled. Resolute in his decision, he raised his gaze to the two engaged in a fierce debate and declared, "Zhao Junzheng, old village head, though my knowledge is limited, I have gleaned the intricacies of the Qin law and Han law from your discourse." Upon hearing this, the military law officer Feng Quan and the village instructor Zhang Baisui paused their verbal onslaught, their eyes converging on him, and in unison, they inquired, "Then who do you believe is the true governing law, the Qin law or the Han law?" A tightening sensation gripped Jiang Chen's heart, extinguishing the last flicker of indecisiveness within him. He spoke with conviction, "The Han law. The Qin law is as harsh as a tiger, its reputation sullied, rendering it unacceptable to the common folk. The only law worthy of governance is the Han law. A ruler's governance should not be swifter than that of a thief. Hence the need for strictness. Throughout the realm, all are subjects of the sovereign. Thus the application of leniency is essential. The Han law is the true governing principle that the people and the military genuinely require." Zhang Baisui, visibly pleased, found Jiang Chen's sentiments resonant with his own, particularly the notions of strictness and leniency, which aptly reflected the essence of the Han law. He smiled and remarked, "Young lad, should you find the time in the future, feel free to visit the teaching room and thoroughly study the 60 articles of Han law." Jiang Chen nodded earnestly. "I shall certainly pay a visit." As these words left his lips, a brilliant light flashed. Fortune acquired the white life attribute of the Han Wanderer. Han Wanderer, light as a swallow, roaming the lands. Once this life attribute is activated, movement speed will receive a slight enhancement. In the depths of the sea of consciousness, beside the steadfast white fragments, a brand new shard emerged, shimmering brilliantly. Humph. Feng Quan let out a cold snort, observing that the 10 seasoned veterans of Qingzhou had lost their fighting spirit, lazily sprawled on the ground, which only exacerbated his irritation. Subsequently, Feng Quan stormed off the training grounds in a fit of anger. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised his gaze to meet Zhang Baishu's eyes, sharing a mutual grin. Zhang Baishu, evidently pleased, took his leave, stating, "I believe with your talents, it won't be long before we meet again in the classroom." With that, he gracefully departed, contrasting sharply with Feng Quan's demeanor. The man known as Nai, standing nearby, smiled and clarified, "The old instructor does not command troops in practice, but anyone rising from the ranks of ordinary soldiers to a position of leadership must learn the laws from him." It seems the old instructor holds considerable faith in your potential. Jiang Chen shook his head, responding, regardless of how much potential one possesses, if one perishes along the way, it amounts to nothing. Nifei nodded in agreement, kindly advising, indeed, your prowess is overly specialized, with an abundance of vitality yet lacking substance. This may stem from short-term medicinal use. Remember to cultivate your sinews and bones diligently in your daily practice. As long as you continue to accompany the Western Expeditionary Army, there will be numerous opportunities to rise as a Qizhou soldier. Jiang Chen nodded and clasped his fist in gratitude. Thank you. The other 9 seasoned veterans of Qingzhou also laughed as they took their leave, eagerly anticipating the day they could fight alongside Jiang Chen. As the group exited the training grounds, Chen Buhu, Xiao Wu, and Gong Sun who approached, expressing their sympathy for their leader. Given Jiang Chen's formidable strength in withstanding the 10 Qingzhou veterans, how could he have failed to be selected? After a cacophony of chatter, they summarized their sentiments in a single phrase. What a ridiculous situation. Xiao Wu, particularly aggrieved for Jiang Chen, sighed. Our leader exerted so much effort, yet ended up with nothing, not even a spot as a Qingzhou soldier. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. No, I feel incredibly fulfilled. The outcome of the Qingzhou soldier selection had long been anticipated, and he felt no trace of disappointment. Rather, within that vast training ground, he had garnered invaluable insights that money could not buy. The Little Wasteland Classic, the recognition from the Han legalist school, the esteem of the commoners, the new fated identity of a wandering knight of Han, the goodwill from the Qingzhou soldiers of the Zhang Longxiang faction, and the camaraderie forged with the 10 seasoned veterans of Qingzhou. These relatively subtle gains were worth far more than 10 spots in the selection. Jiang Chen then took out the Little Wasteland Classic to study it meticulously, finally grasping the martial arts framework of this realm. The opening page read, "The martial arts of the world stem from military endeavors, for true martial prowess is honed through slaughter. And the path of slaughter is unrivaled in the chaos of war. Therefore, the martial saints of the world arise from the ranks of the military." The martial rituals employed by the valiant soldiers of the 9 provinces, such as Qingyang, Zonglong, Bunma, and Shidiao, represent the genesis of transcendent mastery within this realm. Those who do not partake in these rituals remain mundane. This encapsulated the entirety of the opening page's content. As Jiang Chen turned to the second page, he began to comprehend the astonishing significance of the elder's words. A quarter of an hour later, as he reached the final page and read the last character of the time-worn tome, an exhilarating surge coursed through him, igniting a flurry of thoughts in his mind as he endeavored to grasp the profound concepts within. This seemingly ordinary little wilderness scripture astonishingly unveiled the essence of the grand ritual for the ascension of the heroic forces of the 9 provinces. The revelation was nothing short of breathtaking. After diligently studying the esoteric rites of the 9 provinces, he finally gleaned an understanding. The so-called transcendence into sanctity is the process of purifying the mortal vessel through extraordinary spiritual power. The crux of the ritual has never resided in the medicinal herbs consumed during its practice. Rather, it hinges upon the ability to digest. The mortal form lacks the inherent capacity to assimilate spiritual energy. It is only through the art of role-playing that one can catch a glimpse of the extraordinary realms inhabited by the celestial beings. The names of the various rituals are not mere titles. They represent specific requirements, serving as keys to the enactment. By embodying the forms of ancient deities, one can harness the authority of the celestial beings to forcibly assimilate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And you, should you wish to cultivate this technique, the entity you must embody is one who brings prosperity to the vast land, oscillating between desolation and flourishing. Of course, in the pursuit of knowledge and prowess, one must also be able to afford the requisite herbs and spiritual materials. May I audaciously inquire, do you possess the means? Chapter 18. Are you afraid of a bird? Corvée labor comes without any remuneration. Even with farming, after a year of toil, one might scarcely save a few taels of silver. A scheme must be devised to earn some money. According to the text, to become a scavenger at one's own expense, one requires a new sprout from a lightning-struck tree, a cricket that has survived the winter snows, 3.5 pounds of wild grass sprouting after a wildfire, and a blood-replenishing herb fruit. Jiang Chen pondered this as he made his way towards the military warehouse of the Western expedition, intending to inquire about the prices of these medicinal materials. With an army numbering in the tens of thousands, it essentially forms a microcosm of society. Anything can be procured with sufficient funds. The problem lies in the lack of money. As Jiang Chen walked, he contemplated the contents of the little wasteland scriptures. The promotion ritual entails consuming certain medicines before entering an unknown perilous environment, from which one must retrieve a valuable treasure to deem the scavenging a success. The old village chief elucidated that this treasure should not be predetermined, lest the efficacy of the ritual be significantly diminished, as it is aptly named scavenging. The greatest allure of the wilderness lies in its unpredictability. Inside the warehouse, the elder grain steward, his hair as white as snow, wore a troubled expression and furrowed his brow. What you seek aligns perfectly with the principles of medicinal use for rulers and their ministers. The properties are indeed quite unique, all being substances that have survived grave ordeals. Yet, aside from the blood-replenishing herb fruit, the other three ingredients are exceedingly difficult to procure. New tree sprouts, crickets, and wild grass may seem like ordinary items, ubiquitous in nature. However, once those prefixes are appended, their rarity escalates dramatically. Rarity bestows value. The elder grain steward sighed in resignation. Lightning struck what has always been a talisman against malevolent spirits. I can perhaps make inquiries with the Taoist priests of the Western expedition. They may possess some. Recently, during the Loulan army's assault, a fire attack was employed, leaving a large portion of the barracks scorched to the ground, which could assist you in your search for 3.5 pounds. But as for the old cricket with white whiskers, it must have lived for at least 3 years. Crickets that can endure 3 winters of snow possess a certain essence of sophistication. This is the sovereign herb in your formula and is indispensable. Even in the bountiful Qingzhou, it would not be easy to find. This venture seems unprofitable. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, retrieving 2 blood-replenishing herb fruits from his pocket and placing them on the counter, inquiring with calm composure, "Can this yield a profit?" The elder grain steward, taken aback, remarked, "Have you done business for the Zhang family? These herb fruits are typically found only in the private treasury of Captain Zhang." I can procure the peach tree branches and wild grass for you." Jiang Chen placed another 2 blood-replenishing herb fruits on the counter and boldly asked, "Then with this added, can it yield a profit?" The elder grain steward, biting his lip, divulged a piece of information. "The white-whiskered cricket truly eludes me. But in recent years, the Loulan kingdom has indulged in cricket fights. Those noble lords often spare no expense in feeding their prized crickets with rare herbs. Perhaps there exists one that has survived 3 frosts. When the Western expedition breaches the city, seek out the noble families. You are sure to find something." Jiang Chen clasped his hands in gratitude. By afternoon, the old grain platform sent a messenger bearing a branch of peach wood struck by lightning and a basket of wild grass. As soon as he brought them into the shelter, he felt a surge of vibrant life wash over him. Whether it was the newly sprouted branch or the resilient wild grass reborn after the ravages of fire, both were fortunate survivors of calamity. There is an old saying, "Those who survive great adversity will surely be blessed." Hence, these seemingly ordinary plants were elevated to the status of rare medicinal herbs. Even after being dried and processed, a faint vitality lingered within them. The blood supplement grass fruit, though appearing unremarkable, was a rare medicinal treasure sought after by the military households, particularly by Gongsun who yearned for it in vain. It required ginseng and ganoderma as nourishment to flourish. Such extraordinary items could only be subdued by a white-bearded cricket that had lived for 3 years. With 1 blood supplement grass fruit, 3.5 pounds of wild grass, and a branch of lightning-struck peach tree, only one last ingredient remained. Jiang Chen grimaced at the thought. These were the entirety of his possessions, and even the final ingredient, the white-bearded cricket, would be difficult to procure, even with wealth. It was a daunting challenge. He sighed, hoping for the imminent Eastern Qi campaign and wishing for the presence of more affluent young nobles in the city who indulged in bird-walking and cricket fighting. That evening, General Hongwu indeed sent a messenger, ordering Zhang Longxiang's troops from Qingzhou to redeem themselves through merit. Tomorrow, they were to break camp and march approximately 120 miles north to the city of Dongli, while the remaining laborers handled the logistics of transporting grain, military supplies, and cooking. It was declared that if they could capture this city, not only would their transgressions be forgiven, but they would also receive certain rewards. The laborers, including Gong Sunhu and Xiaowu, were all elated, firmly believing that under their leader's wisdom, they could earn further accolades. However, Qin Buer sighed in discontent, lamenting the end of a brief period of peace as they were called to arms once more. Shortly thereafter, the cavalry officer issued a command, Jiang Chen. Through the goodwill he had accumulated and his standing among the laborers, was appointed as the unique leader of the laborers' contingent. Though there was no salary or rank, this nominal position granted him rightful leadership over thousands of laborers, along with certain privileges. For instance, he was entitled to a private shelter, sparing him the discomfort of sharing space with Qin Buer and others, as well as the right to carry a sword within the army. Yet, all he truly desired was to procure an old cricket. Jiang Chen shook his head. Power was defined by strength. What significance did it hold to be called king among the laborers? It would only invite ridicule. Most Qizhou soldiers still regarded the laborers as lowly creatures, looking down upon them with disdain. Only by wielding power comparable to that of the Qizhou soldiers could one earn their respect. A thought struck Jiang Chen, reminding him of an untested new ability he possessed, Wanderer of Han, light as a swallow, roaming far and wide. Once activated, this ability would enhance both his movement and attack speed slightly. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Testing this newfound strength was essential to unleash its true potential in the forthcoming siege. Beneath the cloak of night, he emerged from his shelter. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when a foul stench assailed his senses, the acrid scent of fresh refuse penetrating deep into his nostrils, inducing a profound sense of revulsion. Ah, how he envied those soldiers from Qingzhou. Jiang Chen's gaze drifted towards the brightly lit area 100 meters away. The Qingzhou soldiers under Zhang Longxiang were marginalized, their barracks stationed near the shanty clusters, yet it felt as though they inhabited an entirely different realm. Not only were they free from worries of sustenance, but all sanitation duties were also managed by hired laborers. To venture recklessly beyond the military camp would likely result in becoming a pincushion for archers. Thus, he resolved to experiment within the confines of the shanty. Heaven help him. May he not tread upon. Wait, an idea sparked. Jiang Chen exclaimed, Hero of Han, arise. Deep within his consciousness, a second white gem suddenly radiated brilliance, and a wondrous energy coursed through his wrist and feet. In the next instant, Jiang Chen leapt, soaring directly to the apex of a nearby shanty. As light as a swallow, the shanty merely swayed slightly before regaining its equilibrium, resembling a playful swallow alighting gracefully upon its roof. Then, he began to accelerate. With swift, rhythmic footfalls, a towering figure darted across the tops of numerous rudimentary shanties like a shadowy assassin from a cinematic tale. A laborer, roused from a light slumber by the commotion overhead, startled awake, yet his companion remained in a state of half-consciousness, drowsily murmuring, Go back to sleep. That sound is so faint. It's probably just a bird landing on the roof. Are you afraid of a bird? Chapter 19. Aubin's performance in the private school was far from satisfactory. The following day, at dawn, the sky was clear and bright, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Perfect for travel. Jiang Chen, with a light step, led a contingent of 1,500 laborers, along with provisions and various military equipment, traversing the yellow sands towards Loulan. As they broke camp and moved westward, the Qingzhou soldiers of Zhang Longxiang, eager to redeem their past transgressions, aimed to capture a city known as Dongli. According to the well-informed Qin Buer, this city, Dongli, served as a crucial stronghold to the east of Loulan's capital, situated near one of the 2 major rivers of Loulan, the Peacock River, and was garrisoned by 2,000 troops. Furthermore, the Lord of Dongli, Lord Buling, was the elder brother of the Loulan King Yanshi. It was said that he had repeatedly received divine favor and was one of the 4 great nobles of Loulan, holding a position akin to that of the left chancellor, making him a staunch loyalist. Should an assault on Loulan's capital commence, he would undoubtedly rally his forces to protect the kingdom. For the expeditionary forces intent on the annihilation of the nation, Dongli represented a formidable barrier that must be overcome. As they advanced along the banks of the Peacock River, the laborers' duties extended beyond mere transport. They bore the crucial responsibility of dispersing any idle onlookers, forbidding any Loulan citizens from approaching in enemy territory. Regardless of whether the Loulan people were foolish or malicious, those who disregarded warnings and approached would meet with dire consequences. What's your gaze upon? Prepare to perish. Such was the nature of war. Consequently, Jiang Chen and his companions acquired approximately 50 outdated weapons, among which was a brand new 30-fold steel blade and a finely crafted iron-inlaid willow-wood shield, evidently bestowed upon them with special consideration by the Qingzhou soldiers. On the second day of their march, Jiang Chen stumbled upon traces of a few crickets near some riverside villages, but they were mostly new hatchlings from the spring and summer, lacking any medicinal value. Occasionally, Loulan civilians would venture forth to witness the commotion, prompting Jiang Chen to brandish his long knife, adopting a fierce countenance, and vociferously shoo them away. Xiao marveled, though the chief appears fearsome. He has actually saved their lives. If the Qingzhou soldiers had encountered these fools, it would not have been merely a raised blade, but rather a slaughter. Jiang Chen smiled in silence. Saving lives was one aspect, but it was also due to the essence of the Han wanderers. Through numerous trials, the act of discarding the blade in favor of the shield could be seen as a ritual, maximizing the latent power of his destiny. According to the Little Wilderness scripture, this represented a form of role-playing. When he saved a Loulan citizen's life, the white gem symbolizing the Han wanderers emitted a faint glimmer, and Jiang Chen attempted to harness his destiny, discovering to his surprise, 0 cost, 0 sugar, 0 consumption. For every life saved, he could accumulate approximately 1 minute of free usage for vitality without expenditure. Every few hours, Loulan citizens would appear along the roadside. While this might be seen as a nuisance by other laborers, for Jiang Chen, it was an unexpected boon. However, there were exceptions. An elderly Loulan woman, with kind eyes, inadvertently crossed into the restricted area. Jiang Chen, raising his voice, drove her away but did not receive any corresponding free usage time. This aroused his suspicion, prompting him to immediately order the capture of the old woman. However, before he could interrogate her, she took poison and ended her life on the spot. In the aftermath, Xiao Wu voluntarily requested to search her belongings and discovered a peculiar ancient scripture titled the Great Vehicle Record. After reporting to the captain and surrendering the Great Vehicle Record, Jiang Chen unexpectedly received 5 minor merits as a reward. The official in charge of distributing the rewards sternly cautioned him, stating that according to the laws of David, anyone found harboring literature of the Luo sect would be executed without mercy. Subsequently, Chen Buer sought information about the Luo sect and learned that it was a cult wanted within David, notorious for its malevolence. It was said that during the early years of the old emperor's reign, they had sacrificed 36 villages and over 10,000 lives in a bid to awaken their sole deity, the primordial mother. A sense of vigilance arose within Jiang Chen, who exchanged his 5 minor merits for 5 medicinal herbs, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Although there was no discount, they remained the most cost-effective materials available in the captain's private collection. This was the sole interlude during their march. Upon reaching the outskirts of Dongqi City and setting up camp, the wandering heroes of Han visibly emanated 27 faint white glimmers. This indicated an accumulation of 27 minutes of complementary usage time. How marvelous! Jiang Chen thought with satisfaction as he gazed upon Dongqi City. The city walls, constructed from yellow clay, rose to a height of approximately 53 feet. There were gates on both the east and west sides, along with 2 arrow towers, all tightly secured. The battlements were bustling with activity, clearly in preparation for defense. At that moment, a messenger galloped forth on horseback, proclaiming loudly, "Civilian leader Jiang Chen, proceed swiftly to the captain's camp to attend the military council." The faces of many civilians displayed envy, for those permitted to participate in the council were, at the very least, renowned generals of Qingzhou. In other words, in the captain's eyes, Jiang Chen's status had risen to that of an officer. Young men yearned to make their mark. Chen Buer silently consumed his meal, savoring the pickled goose eggs with delight. Within the captain's tent, Zhang Ying, pretending to be Zhang Longxiang, wore an expression of anger and spoke in a low voice. They intend to resist to the end. Just moments ago, the envoy sent by the Qingzhou army had been invited into Dongqi City by its lord. But less than the time it takes to brew tea had passed before a bloodied head was hoisted atop a flagpole, creating a horrifying spectacle. To kill the envoy is to raise the flag. The resolute actions of Lord Bulingho, the lord of Dongqi City, not only bolstered morale but also extinguished the thoughts of surrender among certain traitors within the city. Yet such behavior was akin to repeatedly slapping the faces of Zhang Longxiang's Qingzhou soldiers in public. Many generals, 500 captains, and 1,000 sergeants were seething with anger, all clamoring to fight. Among them was a young captain named Feng Leben, who, in a fit of passion, shouted loudly, "Let us raise the city." Instantly, the room fell silent, with many expressing that it should not come to that. Zhang Ying also found himself quite troubled. The temperament of these military officials bore a striking resemblance to that of Zhang Longxiang himself, most of them being brash and impulsive. At every military council, they resembled ravenous wolf cubs, howling, "I will lead the charge. Tomorrow, I shall be the first to scale the walls." The entire army charges forth. destined to sever the enemy's heads. Amidst the chaotic deliberations of the military assembly, Jiang Chen sighed, resting his forehead in exasperation. How had he, a mere substitute, inadvertently become the main figure? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he cast his gaze upon the only silent individual present and spoke solemnly. Commander Jiang, why do you remain silent? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen, with an air of calm assurance, promptly responded, allow me to offer my humble opinions as a means to provoke further discussion. Gentlemen, it is evident that this city possesses only two gates. The military officials, now composed, nodded in agreement. The official in charge of grain, who had previously accepted a bribe of several taels from Jiang Chen and had some understanding of commerce, interjected, in the territory of Loulan, the city closest to Liangzhou is Dongli City, where the majority of merchants traverse, trading precious items such as porcelain and silk. Jiang Chen, speaking in a measured tone with a smile, remarked, thus, it is likely that the garrison within the city has developed a habit of primarily defending the east and west gates. The eyes of most military officials, including Jiang Chen, brightened as they suddenly perceived the opportunity for battle. Only the young 100-man, Feng Leben, who had just called for the slaughter of the city, remained caught up in his fervor, muttering under his breath, it is merely a trivial cleverness. Noticing that the majority of the military officials were stirred, Jiang Chen swiftly proposed, why not allow us commoners to don iron-blue robes, masquerading as your likeness, and launch a feigned assault from both the east and west sides? Meanwhile, your esteemed self and all the soldiers of Qingzhou could disguise yourselves as commoners and execute a surprise attack from the north and south. With the physical prowess of the Qingzhou soldiers, scaling the 5 Zhonghai city walls unimpeded would not pose a challenge. What do you think? Upon hearing his words, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement, yet recognized that a feigned attack was fraught with peril. He turned to the young 100-man who had previously called for the city's massacre and stated gravely, 100-man Feng, you shall be jointly responsible for this feigned assault alongside Jiang Chen. You will lead the charge, while Jiang Chen will devise the strategy. Yes, my lord. Prior to enlisting, Feng Leben had not excelled in his studies, being more enamored with wielding weapons, with the formidable Zhang Longxiang serving as his sole idol over the years. Therefore, he held little regard for the substitute, Jiang Chen, and harbored a flicker of resentment, murmuring, if Lord Zhang Longxiang were present, how could a mere commoner participate in military discussions? Subsequently, Feng Leben raised his chin, casting a condescending gaze at the only commoner within the tent, and scoffed, Commander Jiang, during actual combat, individuals like you are of no use. Merely wave flags and shout, and you may bask in the glory of my achievements. Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh, maintaining his composure, and retorted, my lord, I have devised a comprehensive plan for the feigned attack. I kindly request your assistance in reviewing it for any potential oversights. Jiang Chen, taken aback, raised an eyebrow and replied, speak on. Chapter 20, Inquiring not of mortals, but of spirits. Alas, my Eastly City is doomed. Within the confines of Eastly City, the lord known as the staunch loyalist of the Loulan kingdom, Lord Buling, found himself trembling in fear beneath his bed, exclaiming, in times of war, one does not slay envoys. You have clandestinely murdered the emissaries behind my back, jeopardizing the lives of hundreds of the Bu clan. Lord Buling held the title of Left Chancellor of the Loulan kingdom, yet the kingdom leaned more towards a feudal system, granting him the authority to manage civil and military affairs in his own city of Eastly, alongside the capable Wen Gong and the city's military officer. Wen Gong, with his graying hair, had overseen the civil and diplomatic matters of Eastly for many years and was a loyal and honorable minister. He sighed deeply and remarked, my lord, though Eastly faces peril, I have heard that this contingent of Qizhou soldiers has also suffered significant losses, their numbers even falling short by 500 or 600 compared to our own. Their strength is limited. If you can endure for a month, the Huns will come to our aid, and the tide of battle will surely turn. Why must you adopt such a timid demeanor? The military officer of Eastly, a towering figure clad in armor, nearly 2.5 meters tall, looked down upon Lord Buling's cowardice with a hint of disdain and bluntly suggested, my lord, you must ascend the city walls and promise the most valiant soldiers a share of the Lord's beautiful maidens, while also bestowing food and gold upon the common soldiers. If you do so, their morale will surely soar, and holding the city for a month will be no challenge. In truth, the act of slaying the envoys was indeed orchestrated by this unruly military officer, who took decisive action to eliminate any treachery within the city. Hailing from the capital, he had once been a personal guard to the Loulan king and was not a native of Eastleigh, even if it meant the last soldier of Eastleigh perished. He was determined to safeguard the eastern barrier of the Loulan capital. However, upon hearing the suggestion to distribute the beautiful maidens to the lowly Loulan soldiers, Lord Buling was vehemently opposed, peering out from beneath the bed with indignation. A little sustenance is one thing, but the maidens of the Lord's house, each one is dear to my heart. Am I to be considered one of those commoners? This matter is absolutely out of the question. In the end, not only did he fail to invigorate the soldiers, but when Gong, after much negotiation, managed to procure only half of the Lord's stored provisions and a few livestock, barely sufficient to sustain the laborers and soldiers for a month. The military officer cursed inwardly. This noble Lord's estate has ruined countless young women's lives. It would be better to let them leave the estate early. At least my soldiers care more for their wives. Just then, from the depths of the temple, which had just concluded a sacrificial rite, an elderly man with a head full of white hair suddenly emerged. He was the sole high priest of Eastleigh City, looking frantic as he shouted, "My lord, the spirits have finally bestowed their divine decree." The two gentlemen present displayed expressions of disdain, but Lord Buling was overjoyed, immediately mustering his courage, emerging from beneath the bed and grasping the old priest's hands with excitement. "Is there a way to save my Eastleigh?" "There is." The high priest stood tall with conviction, declaring, "Though the spirits dwell in the ethereal realm, they can stir up a horde of spirits at midnight. If we can endure until the witching hour tonight, the eastern barbarians shall be struck with terror, their souls forever doomed." "Excellent," the joyful Bulingho inquired with practiced ease. "Have the deities made any demands?" The old shaman smiled faintly and replied, "The spirits, understanding the plight of Dongli, require no human sacrifice this time. Merely the essence of livestock." "Excellent." Bulingho immediately acquiesced. The two officials beside him sighed, harboring an ominous premonition. As anticipated, Bulingho turned with a frosty demeanor and remarked, "When have soldiers needed meat for sustenance? Let all the livestock intended for the troops be offered to the spirits." Subsequently, he inquired about the Dongli captain, smirking, "You seek funds and provisions, and even desire gold, silver, and beautiful women to withstand a single day. That should not be too difficult, should it?" The Dongli captain, watching helplessly as the livestock that belonged to the soldiers were swiftly transported to the temple, where they were slaughtered for the spirits, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. To protect our homeland is the duty of us soldiers. Even if it requires defending for 3 to 50 days, it is certainly not an issue. At the very moment when Bulingho withheld the livestock meant for the soldiers to sacrifice to the spirits, the Dongli soldiers atop the city wall, along with the forcibly conscripted militia, repelled several fierce assaults from the east under the rallying cry of defending their homeland. Approximately 50 Qingzhou soldiers, complemented by 500 laborers, employed the most traditional method of siege warfare, reminiscent of dramatic portrayals in films, primarily utilizing heavy hammers to batter the city gates and long ladders to scale the walls. Regrettably, whenever a laborer or Qingzhou soldier managed to ascend the walls, they were promptly pushed down by the defenders within. However, the centurion responsible for the Eastern Front soon detected an anomaly. The attacking soldiers were alarmingly weak, so feeble that he experienced one of life's classic delusions. "I can turn the tide." Perplexed, the centurion immediately reported the situation to the Dongli captain. Just then, news arrived from the west. A large number of soldiers and laborers were transporting and igniting fires, utilizing horse manure, hay, and damp firewood as fuel, creating a line of flames in the western front, with thick smoke billowing towards Dongli City under the northwestern wind. The smoke obscured the sky. Nearly the entire western vista was shrouded in haze. The soldiers coughed, struggling to see the distant surroundings. However, the centurion was different. Having practiced martial arts for years, his vision had become extraordinary. He leapt to the pinnacle of the western arrow tower and gazed far and wide, only to discover that amidst the smoke, over 1,000 soldiers clad in iron-embroidered blue robes were cautiously approaching, fearful of being detected by the defenders. The Dongli captain, with eyes as fierce as a tiger's, widened in alarm and exclaimed, "This is dire. The enemy is feigning an attack in the east while striking in the west." He promptly dispatched half of the soldiers stationed in the east, alongside the reserve forces within the city, to rush to the western walls. Regardless of whether that damned shaman is merely indulging in sorcery or has genuinely summoned spirits, we must hold out until nightfall. "Yes, General," like a gust of wind, 500 soldiers from the eastern city and 300 from within the city, a total of 800 formidable troops, surged towards the western walls. Regrettably, from the swirling smoke atop the city walls emerged merely 50 soldiers from Qingzhou and over 1,000 laborers clad in iron-trimmed blue robes. Positioned on a nearby hillside, Jiang Chen let out a hearty laugh, remarking, "What era are we in, still engaging in the age-old tactic of misdirection? The entrenched mindset of the western regions. Flitting back and forth belongs to the subterranean level. The eastern assault on the city is merely the first layer, the obscuring of the sun from the west. A second layer of feigned strategy, the ploy of laborers exchanging garments with Qizhou soldiers, can barely be considered the third layer. It is commendable for an ordinary general to perceive the ruse of misdirection, yet the true lethal move lies concealed within the fourth layer. To the north of Dongli City, the laborers responsible for transporting supplies suddenly tore open their grain sacks, swiftly brandishing the concealed swords and knives hidden within the carts. Under the waning sun, these weapons gleamed with a fierce light. Swiftly, Zhang bellowed. The 1,000 Qizhou soldiers, devoid of any siege equipment, surged toward the city walls with astonishing speed, reaching the base in a heartbeat. Then, in unison, they leapt. Their jumps soared to heights of 4 to 5 meters, with most soldiers finding secure footing on the uneven surfaces of the wall, while some of the more robust among them plunged their blades into the earthen ramparts. In the blink of an eye, nearly 700 to 800 Qingzhou soldiers had successfully ascended the northern walls, and fervent smiles illuminated the faces of all the warriors, including Zhang Ying. Victory in this battle was assured. Outside the city, Jiang Chen stood on the hillside, observing the unfolding events within. Turning to Feng Leben, he teasingly inquired, "Ah Ben, how do you find my little clever schemes?" Feng Leben, naturally inclined to admire strength, felt a surge of respect as the plan bore fruit. He replied earnestly, "Quite effective." Chapter 21. With boundless wealth, one must personally claim it. A small contingent of guards was swiftly overwhelmed. When the news reached the western front, the eastern cavalry commander was momentarily taken aback, his habitual patterns of thought from years of travel between east and west causing a slight delay in his response. However, he quickly realized that dire straits had indeed arrived, and he furiously cursed, "These despicable and shameless eastern barbarians! How vile! Who conceived such a contemptible ruse? I shall annihilate your entire family." Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, who stood on the hillside outside the city, he had already become the target of a second Loulan general, who vowed to slay his entire kin. Jiang Chen, with a blade of dogtail grass between his teeth, meticulously observed the troop movements atop the city walls. Noting that all soldiers from the east were surging into the city, engaging the Qingzhou forces in a desperate struggle, initiating wave after wave of urban warfare. Compared to the cowardly and inept Lord Bueling, they were the true guardians of the land. Are they not even attempting to defend the eastern city wall? A sinister smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips. If he merely lingered there, waiting for the street battles to conclude, he would only be rewarded with a generous commendation from the commander, perhaps securing some resources, though not necessarily the elusive white-bearded cricket. However, should he invade the city at this moment, he could seize a substantial fortune in treasures and riches before turning them in. Boundless wealth, of course, must be claimed personally to be truly satisfying. Spitting out the grass blade, Jiang Chen jested, "Aben, do you wish to plunder the city? Do not call me Aben." At that moment, Feng Leben, confronted with Jiang Chen's masterfully deceptive strategy, felt a twinge of admiration, yet the insufferable peasant always addressed him in that teasing tone. Something felt amiss. Jiang Chen let out a hearty laugh, speaking with an allure reminiscent of a devil's temptation. "The cacophony of battle within the city is dwindling. The fighting is nearing its end. Would you rather wait outside or join me in the city?" Feng Leben paused, furrowing his brow, "But the military orders are absolute. The commander has instructed us to feign an attack from outside." Before he could finish, Jiang Chen interrupted, "Do not concern yourself with that. The feigned assault has concluded." With a smile illuminating his face, Jiang Chen leaned in and whispered, "Tell me, is it quicker to amass wealth through robbery or to toil honestly for it?" Feng Leben remained silent for a long moment before answering candidly, "Certainly, it is through robbery." With an air of undeniable authority, Jiang Chen exclaimed, "Then why are we not seizing the moment to steal? Can you bear to see your comrades inside reveling in riches while you languish outside?" Feng Leben, whose towering physique nearly reached 2 meters, appeared somewhat diminished before Jiang Chen. Lamenting, the commander stated that "I am the main force while you devise the strategy. Whether we enter the city or not is entirely up to you." This was a falsehood. Aben had never regarded the fake commander, Jiang Chen, with any seriousness. He was intrigued. This was the truth. Jiang Chen stowed the dried wild grass and the branches of the thunderstruck peach tree into his backpack, knowing that acquiring the white-bearded cricket would allow him to ascend to the status of a scavenger at any moment. He chuckled. Let us proceed. Thousands of laborers were left outside the city, continuing to execute a feigned attack strategy under the command of Gong Sun Hu, Chen Bu, and Xiao Wu. Among these laborers, there may have been more capable individuals, but in the absence of time, nepotism became the most pragmatic solution. Over 50 soldiers from Qizhou, who retained their combat prowess after participating in the feigned assault, followed Jiang Chen and Feng Leben as they swiftly made their way toward the eastern city. Captain Jiang, do you require my assistance to ascend? Feng Leben stated confidently. As a Qingzhou warrior, I can scale the city walls with one hand. Startled, Jiang Chen exclaimed, Qingzhou warrior? Noticing Jiang Chen's lack of understanding, Feng Leben raised his chin slightly and replied with pride, ordinary soldiers, like squad leaders and team leaders, are mostly the basic Qingzhou soldiers. However, those who reach the rank of 100 generals must undergo the second Qingyang ceremony to be promoted to a higher tier of Qingzhou warriors. Beyond that lies the rank of Qizhou Dawang, and only upon reaching this level do they possess sufficient strength to wield the legendary Legion martial arts. At that moment, Jiang Chen recalled old Captain Zhang Baishui, who, after being promoted to wilderness lieutenant, had to transform part of his cultivation, symbolizing the withering and flourishing of wild grass, into Qingyang power due to a severed path ahead. As he pondered this, Jiang Chen looked up and noticed a barely perceptible expression of disdain on Feng Leben's face, prompting him to snort coldly, No need. I can ascend on my own. As he spoke, a gem representing the destiny of the Han Wanderer within his consciousness suddenly radiated a brilliant white light. In the next instant, Feng Leben called out, Hurry up, get up here. With a body as sturdy as steel, yet as agile as a swallow, his speed surpassed even Jiang Chen's by a slight margin. Could he truly be just a laborer? Feng Leben's surprise washed over him as the last remnants of disdain faded from his heart, and he couldn't help but shout, My surname is Feng, not Aben. If you keep calling me that, I shall ignore any of your future commands. Jiang Chen stifled a laugh and replied earnestly, Very well. General Feng, remember to heed my orders later. Upon hearing the title General Feng, Feng Leben's spirits soared, akin to the refreshing sensation of enjoying a large bucket of watermelon ice on a scorching summer day, and he swiftly followed Jiang Chen's lead, leaping upward. As they crossed the battlements, the gem representing the Han Wanderer within Jiang Chen's consciousness flickered with a hint of red light. Han Wanderer, roaming far and wide, has marked a new location, Shiyu, Dongli. Jiang Chen felt a stir within. A rudimentary map of Dongli City began to float within his consciousness. Was this the true utility of the Han Wanderer, roaming far and wide? Once all the Qingzhou soldiers had ascended the city walls, Feng Leben, now a Qingzhou warrior, suddenly tightened his breath, gazing intently at a nearby arrow tower, and spoke solemnly, There are people inside. I hear the cries of a woman and the heartbeat of a man. It may be a trap. I will investigate. Follow closely behind me. Jiang Chen discreetly activated his defensive destiny and stepped cautiously into the arrow tower, only to discover a young male archer, dressed splendidly, trembling in the corner. Jiang Chen coldly inquired, Who are you, and why are you here? The young archer was momentarily stunned, his face etched with fear as he recounted, This morning, the great shaman commanded me to keep a black cursed stone concealed on my person. He warned that should a multitude of fallen warriors appear around the city walls, I must shatter it immediately to alter the tide of battle. However, the way the shaman gazed at me was akin to that of a corpse, instilling within me a sense of dread towards the stone. Thus, I carelessly placed it within a vanity box, only to be met with the haunting sound of a woman's weeping emanating from it. In another corner, a wooden box adorned with rose patterns faintly echoed the sound of sorrowful cries. A tightness gripped Jiang Chen's heart as he sensed something amiss. He retrieved a branch from the thunderstruck peach tree from his backpack, cautiously approaching. Deep within the recesses of his mind, golden light began to manifest. White level opportunity. Netherworld keystone is being activated. Chapter 22. A horse cannot flourish without nightgrass, and a man cannot prosper without windfall. An inexplicable chill permeated the air. Jiang Chen cautiously approached, his pupils narrowing as he beheld an ethereal figure faintly materializing above a wooden vanity in the corner. a beautiful maiden clad in crimson, her long black hair cascading behind her. Was she smiling? Yet, her smile bore a striking resemblance to sorrow. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Upon noticing his presence, the maiden offered a delicate smile. From the corners of her eyes flowed crimson tears as she softly inquired, "Young Master Bu, when shall you release me from this estate?" This. Jiang Chen felt a stirring in his heart and took a step forward. At that moment, a dozen robust men from Qingzhou suddenly burst into the Arrow Tower. It turned out they had long since departed the estate. My apologies for my presumption. The maiden in red revealed a radiant smile. The intense aura of the soldiers swiftly dissipated her ethereal visage into countless shimmering fragments, vanishing from sight. One of those starry glimmers fell into Jiang Chen's palm, fragmentary memories flooding his mind like a tide. Wei, a nameless commoner, at the tender age of 16, ventured into the marketplace to sell cosmetics, only to become the object of desire for the eldest son of the Duke of Buling, who forcibly claimed her for his household. Once the initial novelty waned, the Duke's son shifted his gaze to other women, utterly forgetting Wei, leaving her in the depths of despair for 5 long years, never once laying eyes on her. Anonymous and unacknowledged, she endured profound discrimination within those oppressive halls, living in abject poverty, her days spent weeping. The noble estate felt akin to a hell on earth. Years later, after expending great effort, Wei finally encountered the Duke's son for the second time, pleading for her release and a chance at life. Yet by then, the Duke's son, much like his father, had become increasingly obsessed with the arcane arts, feigning a promise. "Very well, I shall set you free." Overjoyed, Wei stepped beyond the confines of the Duke's estate only to be ensnared by a high priestess, subjected to years of torment, ultimately transforming her into a vengeful spirit, the essence of the key to the underworld. Should the key be shattered, it would summon the breath of the underworld, resurrecting the dead within 100 meters, who would then ravenously devour all living beings. Harnessing the power of the resurrected, one could easily alter the tide of battle. Yet, by a twist of fate, the young archer inadvertently placed the underworld key within the vanity's wooden box, quietly awakening the spirit, Wei's cherished memories from her youthful days. A mere hint of terror from her was enough to send the young archer scurrying in fright. Thus unfolds Wei's past. Seizing the opportunity amidst the soldier's fervent energy, she chose to end her own life. Jiang Chen grasped the branch of a lightning-struck peach tree, reaching for the underworld key, feeling a sudden chill before hastily tossing it into his satchel. White great opportunity. Underworld key acquired. Underworld key. Quality: white. Description: a special key forged from the essence of a deeply resentful soul, capable of being shattered to open a fissure connecting to the underworld, drawing forth a semblance of its breath. Note: the spirit's essence has been largely diminished, rendering all functions unusable. Note 2: shattering 7 underworld keys simultaneously may open the ghost gate, permitting the living to enter and the dead to exit. The ghost gate. Upon hearing that term, a sense of inexplicable dread stirred within Jiang Chen, as if the very opening of the ghostly gates would unleash a terrifying entity, wreaking havoc upon the world. "Captain Jiang?" Behind him, Feng Leben inquired cautiously, his tone laced with concern. "I am unscathed. Within this city, the most affluent locale was undoubtedly the residence of the Duke of Buling, yet it was also the primary focus of the Qingzhou army. His eldest son had long since come of age, seizing several farms in the eastern part of the city to construct a courtyard, amassing considerable wealth. The Qingzhou soldiers, including Feng Leben, nodded in unison. Who wouldn't desire fortune? Without delay, Jiang Chen descended the steps of the city wall, hastening along the deserted streets towards the heart of the city, closely followed by the multitude of Qingzhou soldiers. The young archer among them was a trusted confidant of the Duke's son, now serving as the vanguard to guide Jiang Chen and his companions. Before long, a courtyard spanning several thousand square meters appeared before them. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, adorned with 2 imposing images of door gods, seemingly robust, yet indicating that this place had not yet been plundered, and its wealth remained intact. A flicker of determination ignited in Jiang Chen's eyes as he declared, "Aben, break it down." Feng Leben licked his lips and immediately stepped forward, delivering a powerful strike with his Qingdao saber, cleaving a gap in the door. One of the door gods, faintly glowing, was swiftly severed, its spirit dissipating. Instantly, a commotion erupted from within. Jiang Chen felt a slight sting in his brow, pondering, could there be danger lurking behind the door? Without hesitation, Leben took a deep breath, executed a series of 3 swift slashes, and then forcefully kicked the door. With 3 strikes and a kick, the entrance burst open. Inside, maids and servants were thrown into disarray, and the few housekeepers brave enough to resist were swiftly dispatched by Leben's blade. All opposing forces were vanquished within mere minutes, crushed by the ferocious Qingzhou soldiers. In the end, every room was thoroughly searched, yielding 500 taels of gold, 6,200 taels of silver, and a wealth of rare treasures and antiques, the value of which was immeasurable at that moment, all piled up in the hall for the Qingzhou soldiers to claim at their leisure. The Duke of Buling's son and his wives were securely bound. A singular thought resonated in everyone's mind. Wealth has come. Time to divide the spoils. Without the knight's forage, a horse grows lean. Without unexpected fortune, a person remains poor. According to the regulations of the Western Expeditionary Army, the plundered gold and silver would typically be divided into 5 shares, 1/5 for the officers, 1/5 for the soldiers, 1/5 for additional compensation, and the remaining 2/5 would be surrendered to the public, with the military distributing it based on individual merit. In other words, Jiang Chen, Leben, and the remaining 7 or 8 squad leaders would collectively share 100 taels of gold, 1,240 taels of silver, along with a selection of antiques and artworks. The eyes of the soldiers were fixed upon Jiang Chen and Leben, for they were the only 2 present qualified to allocate this newfound wealth. Leben habitually cast his gaze towards Jiang Chen, intrigued by the choices this intelligent yet impoverished commoner might make. Then, with a firm voice, Jiang Chen extracted 50 taels of gold, declaring, "This belongs to me." A sigh of relief escaped Leben as he approached to claim his own 50 taels of gold. He had been genuinely concerned that Jiang Chen might succumb to greed and take all the gold for himself. The interplay of status, power, and wealth, when grievously unbalanced, inevitably leads to a dead end. In his heart, Leben silently acknowledged that on the battlefield, greed is the gravest of taboos. Although Jiang Chen was a mere peasant, he exhibited a degree of wisdom. Subsequently, numerous squad leaders, section leaders, and battalion leaders also took their rightful shares according to their strength and standing. Ultimately, over 100 taels of silver remained. Jiang Chen decisively allocated this sum as additional compensation, a gesture that immediately garnered the unanimous approval of more than 50 soldiers from Qingzhou. Chapter 23, The Eternal Mother, Hometown of Emptiness. Alas, the eldest son of Lord Buling, Bushan, can only be described as having a visage that epitomizes the phrase fat head and big ears. It is the ceaseless wealth of Dongli City that has allowed him to live in luxury and comfort, resulting in his current appearance. Yet now, he can only watch helplessly as his fortunes slip entirely into the hands of the Eastern barbarians. He yearns to voice his indignation, but his mouth is stuffed with foul-smelling socks, reducing his protests to mere whimpers of rage. Jiang Chen scoffed, his cold gaze landing squarely on the noble young master, jesting. "In terms of debauchery and depravity, you are indeed a chip off the old block. Are you merely playing the part of your father?" The tales of Lord Buling's successes and his obsession with the occult are far from novel. Yet, perhaps due to the flawed lineage, this future heir seems to surpass his father in folly. One of the insignificant victims of his excesses is the common girl Wei. The Qingzhou soldiers ripped the foul socks from Bushan's mouth, allowing him to breathe in a few lungfuls of fresh air before he retorted angrily, "What business is it of yours, you wretched Eastern barbarian?" Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy fist struck his face, instantly knocking out several teeth and causing blood to pour from his mouth. After enduring several more blows, Bushan's swollen visage rendered him considerably more compliant. Yes. Inheriting the title of lord is never truly about capability. It is solely determined by birth order and the saying like father, like son. The more capable one is, the more uneasy the father feels. Thus, being a wayward son, a fool, guarantees a stable inheritance. Jiang Chen found amusement in the absurdity of it all and casually inquired, "What do you young scions indulge in during your leisure? Cricket fighting?" At the mention of cricket fighting, Bushan's interest piqued, and with a hint of pride, he declared, "Of course, my cricket king is 1,000 times stronger than those in the capital." A glint sparked in Jiang Chen's eyes as he smiled. "Where is it? Release me, and I shall reveal it." Jiang Chen merely waved his hand with a slight smirk. Leben could not help but burst into laughter. These pampered nobles may possess a small fraction of noble character, yet the majority are inferior even to common folk. unable to withstand the most basic of punishments. Bang, bang, bang. After just 6 or 7 heavy blows, Bushan tearfully cried out, "I will tell everything." Jiang Chen patted his shoulder, chuckling. "Wouldn't it have been better to speak up sooner? You could have avoided this beating." With a face full of grievance, Bushan divulged the location. The Cricket King resides at the mulberry tree in the back garden, marked by a wooden sign inscribed with the words, "Mighty General." Below the sign, there is a hollow in the tree, which serves as the Cricket King's home. Jiang Chen immediately dashed toward the depths of the courtyard and, indeed, discovered a venerable mulberry tree nearly 3 meters tall, delighting in the sight of a cricket whose whiskers had turned completely white, perfectly meeting the standards of Junyao. And thus, the reason it can survive for over 3 years is quite remarkable. The other soldiers of Qingzhou, upon witnessing the scene atop the mulberry tree, expressed their astonishment. "Aren't crickets herbivorous? Look, it has completely devoured that young silkworm." Truly, it was a valiant general, eliciting laughter from the crowd. From their jesting remarks, it became evident that this venerable white-bearded cricket relished a carnivorous diet, particularly favoring the succulent silkworms. When a throng of unfamiliar faces invaded the garden, the valiant general seemed to sense an imminent threat, forsaking its meal and preparing to take flight from the mulberry tree. Yet in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen summoned the Han Ranger, leaped into action, and gently captured the plump and aged valiant general, placing it into a wooden box. All the necessary components for the ascension to scavenger had been secured. What followed was merely the consumption of a potion and the performance of a ritual, after which he would transcend the mundane, thus achieving the extraordinary. "Hurry and take me away." Jiang Chen slowly typed a question mark. The Qingzhou soldier on guard furrowed his brow and replied in a low voice, "Just now, this lad asked me if the guardian deity's portrait at the main gate was slashed. I affirmed it, and he began to shout desperately, demanding to leave and hoping to see you." A hint of indescribable fear flickered in Bushan's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he divulged the Grand Priest's plan. "The Grand Priest confided in me months ago that should Dongli City ever find itself in grave peril, he would immediately slay my father, using the blood of the Loulan nobility to forcibly summon the night march of 100 ghosts. Only the guardian deity's portrait could prevent the spirits from entering or leaving." What? Jiang Chen's heart trembled as he recalled the anguish felt when breaching the courtyard gate, and everything suddenly made sense. Looking at Bushan's rotund figure, he could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Fool, why did you not mention this sooner?" Bushan grimaced. "I only just remembered." Feng Leben, equally incredulous, raised a question. "How could such a secret be shared with you?" Bushan fell silent for a few seconds before articulating, "The Grand Priest is my biological father." The setting sun bled crimson across the streets of Dongli City, where the hot blood of soldiers flowed more vividly than the twilight itself. Indeed, the majority of this blood originated from the 2,000 soldiers of Dongli. The Qingzhou soldiers, under Zhang Longxiang's command, suffered minimal losses, a mere fraction, earning the recognition of many military officials for the faux lieutenant, Zhang Yang. Strength, after all, remains the ultimate passport for the powerful. So formidable was he, particularly that lieutenant. Could he truly still be human? Wu Lingho cowered within the confines of the Marquis's residence, trembling with fear. Even before nightfall, the foundational conditions for the night march of ghosts had not been met, prompting him to curse vehemently. It was promised that holding out for 30 to 50 days would be no issue, yet not even a single day could be endured. Truly useless. Rubbish. Imbecile. Upon hearing these words, when Gong's expression darkened, he inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy for the fallen. The Dongli lieutenant, though unruly, had fought valiantly until the end, only to be met with disparagement from Bulingho immediately after his death. At this moment, the Grand Shaman bowed slightly, humbly stating, "My lord, I possess a strategy that could initiate the night of 100 ghosts in advance, thus salvaging Dongli. You shall emerge as the national hero in the fight against the Eastern barbarians." The Duke of Buling was overjoyed, finding the Grand Shaman increasingly agreeable, and kindly remarked, "There is an old saying among the Eastern barbarians, only in the midst of fierce gales can one discern the resilience of grass. Only during turbulent times can true loyalty be identified. My dear Grand Shaman, should you drive back the enemy forces, I shall personally journey to the capital of Loulan to commend you." The Grand Shaman shook his head, his tone exceptionally sincere. "No, it is I who should commend you." The Duke of Buling was taken aback, momentarily puzzled by the Grand Shaman's words, yet the true meaning dawned upon him in the following instant. A sharp dagger suddenly plunged into the duke's chest, blood gushing forth. In just a breath or two, the Lord of Dongli, the Grand Shaman's biological father, the brother of the Loulan queen, and one of the four lords of Loulan, ceased to breathe, perishing in that very moment. You? Traitor! The duke roared in fury. The Grand Shaman laughed heartily, yet his voice was as cold as an icy abyss. You too shall join your lord. The next moment, a chilling spectacle unfolded. The duke cried out in agony, his entire being rapidly withering, muscles collapsed, skin turned pallid, and threads of his life essence escaped his body, flowing like a stream into the Grand Shaman's brow, prompting an unexpectedly pleasurable moan from him. Once the vital energies, spirits, essences, and fortunes of the two highest-ranking individuals in Dongli were entirely consumed, the Grand Shaman's aura grew ever more profound and sanctified. He turned to gaze westward, revealing a blissful and innocent smile, hands clasped together in prayer, reciting, Mother of the Unborn, true home of the void. Outside the duke's residence, over 1,000 soldiers from Qingzhou, fierce as wolves, were assaulting the last line of defense. At that moment, Zhang Ying inadvertently glanced down, noticing a faint blood-red sheen to his own shadow, immediately sensing something amiss. He commanded in a deep voice, Cease the attack. The entire army shall maintain position. He raised his gaze to the now dilapidated duke's residence, engulfed by an inexplicable sense of dread. Chapter 24. Wind, fire, thunder, ascending to the scavenger, misfortune upon misfortune. Jiang Chen could not help but silently curse a few times. Who could have anticipated that those two seemingly mundane guardian statues would determine the fate of him and his companions? What should be done now? Feng Leben felt a deep sense of shame, for it was he who had carelessly destroyed one of the guardian statues, leading to their current perilous situation. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen devised a plan, casting a cold, piercing gaze at the son of the great shaman, Bushan. Are there any other guardian statues in this city? Bushan shook his head. My father has never mentioned it to me. Jiang Chen inquired further. Do you know if the great shaman has any other illegitimate children? Bushan was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly overjoyed, exclaiming, Oh, my foolish brother, Bu Yi. He is my half-brother. Jiang Chen could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth, silently mourning for Bu Luho for 3 seconds. Feng Leben and the other soldiers from Qishou could not suppress their laughter. However, Bushan soon became disheartened. But now, I have no idea where my brother is hiding. Jiang Chen nodded. No matter, I have my own methods. One more question. If I were to remove the guardian statue, would it still retain its efficacy? Bushan replied promptly. Of course it would be effective, as long as the statue remains intact. Jiang Chen understood, instructing the Qingzhou soldiers to fetch a large medicinal pot. He opened the lid, revealing it filled to the brim with wild herbs, totaling 3 pounds and 6 ounces, along with a blood-replenishing herb fruit, which he poured into the pot, adding an equal amount of clean water. Feng Leben was taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment. Are you planning to follow the path of the old commander's cultivation? Wait, yes, the scavenger ritual involves collecting high-value treasures. Thus, the guardian statue should also be considered a high-value treasure, achieving 2 objectives at once. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Many of the squad leaders had been trained by the old commander and were exceedingly curious about what this rare scavenger would truly be like. Numerous Qingzhou soldiers gathered around, volunteering to protect Jiang Chen while enjoying the spectacle. As the flames soared, the wild herbs within the pot began to swirl like a vortex, revolving around the blood-replenishing herb fruit, creating ripples upon the water's surface. Jiang Chen felt a stirring in his heart, exclaiming in surprise. Why does this evoke the sensation of a pack of wolves encircling a fierce tiger? No sooner had the words left his lips than a loud bang resounded as the blood-replenishing herb fruit burst open, a small amount of liquid flowing out and being absorbed and consumed by the wild herbs. In the next moment, a rebellious vitality gradually permeated the atmosphere. Subjected to the scorching flames, the wild herbs, reborn by the gentle spring breeze, epitomized the indomitable spirit of life on this vast earth, willing to endure anything to continue their existence. They fought against the heavens for survival. Yet, they were also a part of the cyclical nature of the universe. Such a divinely bestowed rebellious essence, though seemingly weak and insignificant, harbored the most unyielding vitality, capable of consuming the blood-replenishing herb fruit nourished by ginseng and reishi. The medicinal herbs cultivated within the confines of a greenhouse, no matter how rare and precious they may be, cannot be compared to the wild grasses that fiercely struggle for survival in the vast expanse of nature. Following this thought, Jiang Chen retrieved a branch from a thunderstruck peach tree, bending it into a circle to fit as much as possible into the large medicinal cauldron. In the next moment, a remarkable occurrence transpired. The long-dried peach branch unexpectedly revived its vitality, soaking in the medicinal liquid released by the blood-replenishing herb. Gradually, the thunderstruck peach branch became lush and verdant, sprouting several green leaves, while the once withered flower bud at its apex grew increasingly plump, as if it were on the verge of silently blooming. The wild grass, having endured the trials of fire yet remaining unscathed, and the peach branch, having survived the wrath of thunder, now faced each other in this cauldron of medicine. Their natures repelled each other, and once the blood-replenishing herb was devoured, a fierce battle between the two would inevitably ensue. Thus, it was time for you to take the stage, noble medicine. After enduring 3 years of wind and snow, the valiant general with a completely white beard, Jiang Chen, took out a wooden box and promptly cast the white-bearded cricket into the medicinal cauldron, sealing it tightly thereafter. Bang, bang, bang. The white-bearded cricket collided against the walls of the cauldron repeatedly, its skin bruised and torn, before begrudgingly abandoning this futile endeavor. Soon realizing that the wild grass and the thunderstruck peach branch were secretly siphoning its bodily fluids, the mighty general was enraged. As the sole creature in the arena, it swiftly made the most prudent decision: to eat. The white-bearded cricket descended into a frenzied state, voraciously devouring the wild grass and even gnawing on the tough thunderstruck peach branch. Ultimately, all the medicinal properties converged within the cricket's diminutive body. Alas, its small size rendered it incapable of absorbing such immense potency. When it consumed the flower bud of the thunderstruck peach branch, there was a resounding explosion, accompanied by the sound of thunder. In an instant, the cauldron shattered into countless pieces. Had they failed? The soldiers of Qingzhou furrowed their brows. Yet Jiang Chen merely smiled faintly, stepping forward to retrieve an exceedingly small, pure white crystal from a corner of the explosion site. The chilling winds of frost and snow, the fiery essence of wild grass, and the thunderous power of the ancient tree, these three, having endured great tribulations yet remaining unbroken, harmonized with the principles of the three calamities in that moment of detonation, culminating in the formation of this pristine white crystal in the palm of his hand. To consume it would herald the beginning of an extraordinary transcendence. Jiang Chen's heart surged with excitement as he grasped the white crystal, raising it to his lips and swallowing it as one would a medicinal remedy. It melted instantly, upon contact with the fluids in his mouth. The white crystal transformed into a stream of searing warmth, gliding down his throat and into his stomach. Jiang Chen shuddered as visions suddenly filled his mind. Reminiscent of the fresh green delicacies he had savored during his travels in Yunnan, albeit uncooked. A sweet nursery rhyme seemed to sing in his ears: red umbrella, white stick. After eating, let us lie down together. Lying down in the coffin, then together we bury in the mountains. Burying in the mountains, crying out loud, the whole village comes to feast. Eating with umbrellas, the whole village lies down together. The hallucinations intensified. Jiang Chen swayed, nearly losing his balance. In that fleeting moment, he finally comprehended the true essence of the words in the scroll of the Little Wilderness, which spoke of entering a perilous and unknown environment after taking the medicine, only to emerge victorious upon discovering a treasure of great value. Indeed, he found himself amidst the most treacherous of circumstances. At this very instant, the vast expanse of the earth, which cradles all existence, conveyed myriad messages to Jiang Chen. In his mind, he immediately sensed the locations of numerous high-value treasures within the city. Acquiring just one would ensure the success of the scavenging ritual. Notably, within a certain residence in the southern part of the city lay another pair of guardian statues, though it appeared to be a task of little difficulty. The torment of hallucinations rendered Jiang Chen incapable of discerning his surroundings, stripping him of the ability to distinguish friend from foe. Despite his awareness that Feng Leben and the others were allies, their forms morphed grotesquely in his vision, transforming them into monstrous entities unworthy of trust. From Jiang Chen's perspective, Feng Leben's head was adorned with hundreds of bulging veins, while his increasingly swollen body sprouted various horrifying, inhuman appendages. The decaying organs of heart, liver, spleen, and lungs grotesquely hung from his abdomen, visible upon the exterior of his skin. Do not follow me. I shall return shortly. Jiang Chen suppressed the terror within him and hastened out of the courtyard, making his way towards the southern part of the city, all the while reminding himself of a saying: surviving great peril ensures future blessings. Chapter 25. Promotion. The Mighty Scavenger. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jiang Chen staggered along the street, heading southward. Everything around him was grotesquely distorted and alienated. Flowers dripping with saliva, birds with oversized eyes, and wild dogs with gaping mouths. Perhaps in the realm of reality, they were merely ordinary flora and fauna, yet in Jiang Chen's eyes, they morphed into terrifying and bizarre entities. As the elder village chief, Zhang Bai Sui, had aptly stated, the wilderness's greatest allure lies in the unknown. And for the majority of humanity, isn't the unknown itself a profound terror deeply rooted in our very bloodlines? Amidst this profound dread, Jiang Chen struggled to discern his bearings, darting haphazardly in all directions, eventually veering northward until he found himself before a grand estate marked by a plaque reading Su Gongfu. The main entrance lay in ruins, the interior a chaotic mess. It was at this moment that silence enveloped him. The world seemed desolate, and those frightful entities that had haunted Jiang Chen's vision gradually faded away, leaving no trace of chirping insects or singing birds. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred, and behind Jiang Chen emerged the spectral forms of dozens of easternly soldiers. Yet, their bodies appeared ethereal and elusive, shrouded in a bluish hue, as if they were bizarre entities formed from dark fog. These soldiers had long since perished, yet under the command of the great shaman, they had been resurrected, infused with the essence of the netherworld, their hearts consumed by hatred for the living, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, roaring in unison. All living beings must perish. In an instant, a sharp pain pierced Jiang Chen's brow. Suddenly, clarity returned, and he swiftly invoked the remarkable skills of the Han Ranger. The easternly map unfurled within his mind, gradually revealing itself. Though rudimentary, it was sufficient to assist in discerning his location. With newfound determination, Jiang Chen raced toward the southern part of the city. Pursue. The vengeful easternly soldiers, their eyes filled with the flames of hatred, vowed to extinguish every living soul in sight, yearning to feast upon their flesh and drink their blood, unwilling to allow their prey to escape. However, despite their relentless chase, they soon realized that the distance between them and the fleeing human not only remained unchanged, but was actually widening. The more they chased, the further he seemed to vanish. Cursed living being, faster than a ghost. In their impotent fury, the soldiers noticed a lizard peeking out from the roadside, and, in a fit of rage, they pounced upon it, tearing it to shreds to vent their frustration. In the southern streets of the city, Jiang Chen felt a remarkable lightness, enabling him to run with astonishing speed. Within mere moments, he had sprinted several hundred meters, arriving at a certain residence in the south, where indeed, two guardian deity statues adorned the entrance. For dozens of meters around, no malevolent spirits dared to linger, an evident success. These guardian figures were undoubtedly the key to surviving the night of the wandering spirits. Yet, through Jiang Chen's increasingly warped perspective, the two imposing and solemn deities in the paintings grotesquely transformed into monstrous beings with 3 heads and 6 wings, their visages utterly terrifying. Jiang Chen, suppressing his trepidation, stepped forward to attempt to remove the portrait. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the grand door swung open with a sudden force, revealing a tall and robust house servant who coldly declared, "This is the residence of Lord Buling, begone." As he spoke, the burly servant brandished a sharp blade, his eyes glinting with menace. One glance at his imposing physique revealed that this servant had undergone the ceremonial enhancements of the kingdom of Loulan, endowing him with physical prowess far beyond that of an ordinary human. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Before acquiring the prowess of the Han Wanderers, he could hardly match even 50% of a Chizhou soldier's strength, barely avoiding injury. Yet now, his speed could be transformed into formidable lethality. In the next instant, Jiang Chen moved like a phantom, swiftly appearing beside the robust servant, and unleashed a sweeping strike with his long knife. The glint of cold steel flashed momentarily. The servant's eyes widened in disbelief as he raised his blade to parry, but his movements lagged significantly behind those of Jiang Chen. In the realm of martial arts, swiftness is the ultimate key. Jiang Chen gripped the long knife with ease, the blade striking like lightning, instantly slicing through the skin at the servant's throat. The servant, seized by horror, instinctively clutched his neck. His palm pressed against the wound in a futile attempt to staunch the blood flow, yet it was in vain. Crimson liquid flowed like numerous tiny red serpents through his fingers, cascading downward. Within but a breath or two, the burly servant collapsed to the ground, lifeless. When one is slain, death is inevitable. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Chen, amid the chaos of this tumultuous world, had gradually acclimatized to the act of taking lives and the reality of death. Ah, this cursed world, he sighed, shaking his head. As the remnants of his unease dissipated, he reached out to remove one of the guardian portraits. Inside the door, the ordinary servants and maids trembled in fear, daring not to entertain any thoughts as they allowed him to unearth two portraits, which he rolled up and stowed into his backpack. Upon securing the guardian image, Jiang Chen let out a soft moan. The scavenging ritual was complete. Not only did all illusions vanish into thin air, but a tremendous surge of spiritual power also erupted, flooding deep into his being, fervently transforming his flesh, bones, and meridians, as if every muscle fiber were dividing, expanding, exploding, leaping, evolving. The transcendence into the extraordinary had thus commenced. The violent transformation within Jiang Chen brought him a tumult of pain, soreness, tingling, and unbearable torment, yet simultaneously. It was incomparably exhilarating, joyful, and supremely delightful. This sensation was so intricately complex that human language struggled to encapsulate it. It was an extraordinary feeling reserved solely for the essence of life in the process of evolution. Unable to contain the surging emotions within, Jiang Chen let out a mighty roar, sending the house servants and maids into a state of utter terror, fearing that this frenzied individual at the door might unleash a massacre. His physical capabilities seemed to have surpassed the limits of ordinary humanity. As the process of evolutionary transformation gradually approached its conclusion, Jiang Chen finally regained his composure, gasping for breath as he muttered to himself. Is this the power of transcending into the extraordinary? Whether it be strength, speed, reflexes, or the sensory capacities of sight, smell, and hearing, along with vitality and energy, everything related to one's essence and spirit has experienced a remarkable and exponential growth. Surviving the Great Tribulation has ushered in unforeseen blessings. Moreover, Jiang Chen sensed that he harbored within him three even more formidable special powers that required him to further embrace the role of a scavenger to unearth, master, and assimilate them. At that moment, a dozen burly servants suddenly surged forth from the residence. Leading them was a robust man who bore a striking resemblance to Bushan, who coldly declared, "Surrender the portrait in your hand, and I may spare your life." Jiang Chen smiled, raising his eyes to inquire, "Are you Bu Yi?" Upon hearing the formidable figure before him utter his name, Bu Yi's gaze turned icy, and he coldly commanded, "All of you, attack together. First subdue him, then apprehend him for interrogation." "Yes, young master," the stout servants responded in unison, brandishing their weapons and advancing like a pack of wolves. Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall the fierce scene during the second selection of the Qingzhou soldiers, when 10 seasoned veterans had charged from all directions with similar ferocity and strength. However, now, my power has undergone a substantial leap. If I were to face those 10 Qingzhou veterans once more, the outcome might very well be reversed. With a sword and shield in hand, Jiang Chen stood proudly at the threshold, a light laugh escaping his lips as he beckoned to the approaching burly servants with a casual flick of his fingers, showing not the slightest hint of fear. Chapter 26. Feng Leban encounters a life-and-death crisis. Faced with Jiang Chen's provocation, over a dozen burly bodyguards were consumed by fury, hastening their steps as blades rained down upon him. Had they been the ordinary soldiers of Qingzhou, they would likely have succumbed to the first wave of assault. Yet, standing here was Jiang Chen. He possessed two formidable destinies, the Guardian and the Wandering Hero of Han. Particularly, the Wandering Hero granted him an extraordinary enhancement in speed, often amplifying his combat prowess exponentially. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's figure darted like a specter, evading a flurry of 11 or 12 swords with an astonishingly agile maneuver. Bu Yi, sharp-minded and quick to discern, realized at once that Jiang Chen's speed was nothing short of extraordinary, as graceful as a soaring swallow. Such velocity had already transcended the realm of ordinary Qizhou warriors, far beyond the capabilities of mere bodyguards. Thus, employing the wisdom of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best course of action. Without a moment's hesitation, Bu Yi turned and fled towards the inner sanctum of the estate, seeking refuge in the safety of its walls. Alas, Jiang Chen's singular objective was none other than Bu Yi himself. having seized the image of the guardian deity. He had irrevocably crossed the line. With a sharp gasp, Bui felt a piercing pain in his chest and looked down to witness his fatal wound. Even the legendary flesh and bone pill would prove inadequate for healing. His demise was inevitable. Racked with resentment, he suspected that this assailant might have been summoned by his own brother. In a fit of desperation, he coughed blood and exclaimed, "No matter who you are, Boo. Cough. Shan, if you kill him, you will gain great benefits. Cough. Enough to defy fate itself." Jiang Chen shook his head, perceiving Bui's words as mere venomous utterances from a once brother. Yet, deep within his consciousness, an alternate response emerged. The notions of good and evil are but fleeting whims, indifferent to glory and ruin. All manifestations of light and darkness are ultimately empty. Bulingho has two sons, Bushan and Bui, both of whom are immature demonic seeds secretly cultivated by the Luo sect. Their essences are intertwined. Should both perish, fortunes and calamities shall swiftly follow. Fortune, slaying both sons will disrupt the Luo sect schemes in the western regions, granting you the white destiny of an untainted mind and yielding 15 points of variance. The peril lies in this action will render you a thorn in the flesh of the Luo sect, which will, within 3 days, dispatch otherworldly beings to relentlessly pursue you, placing you in grave danger. Calamity. If Bui dies and his brother, Bushan, remains alive, the vital essence, spirit, and demonic blood within Bui will inexplicably transfer to Bushan, accelerating his development into a dual-faced corpse demon of unparalleled malevolence, endangering both you and the other Qingzhou soldiers. Fortune to rely upon. Slaying the dual-faced corpse demon will uphold the righteousness of humanity. All who partake in the extermination of this evil shall share in the crimson opportunity of the righteous path, illuminating your being. Note, this opportunity will shield you from the Luo sect's tracking spells. Hiss. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. A few days ago, he unexpectedly captured an elderly woman from Loulan. Yet before he could interrogate her, she took poison and ended her own life. The ferocity and madness etched on her face linger in his memory, hinting at the presence of the Luo sect's machinations in the western regions. However, who could have anticipated that a portion of their schemes would be intertwined with the fates of the two sons of Buelho? Should he eliminate the two sons, he would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Luo sect. No, that cannot be right. Jiang Chen raised his gaze towards the blade's edge. Bui had already drawn his last breath after uttering those words. This grudge has been irrevocably forged. Behind him, a dozen robust servants halted, their eyes reflecting profound fear. Instead of seeking vengeance for their master, they cast aside their weapons, removed their armor, and fled the estate in a panic, as if escaping from death itself. The chaos outside, akin to a procession of malevolent spirits, far surpassed his own peril. Jiang Chen remarked to himself, refocusing on the golden characters deep within his consciousness. Pondering, the difficulty of this choice seems to far exceed that of previous encounters, whether it be the former or the latter. Be it a spectral entity or a dual-faced corpse demon, a life and death crisis is inevitable. On the beneficial side, eliminating the Bu brothers would yield a white fate and a mysterious variable. Sparing Bushan for a time would grant an opportunity to challenge the dual-faced corpse demon. And if he could vanquish it, he would acquire a chance of crimson-level fortune. The drawbacks and advantages are nearly equivalent, and the level of difficulty is sufficient to overwhelm anyone with a fear of making choices. Jiang Chen rose and departed the estate, hastening towards the western part of the city while continuing to contemplate the merits and demerits of the two potential futures. Which path should he choose? It is rather amusing. During his first encounter with the crimson-level fate of the Zhang family's adopted son, he resolved to seize the next opportunity. When faced with the conflict of Qin law and Han decree, he witnessed the mysterious variable and vowed to act next time. Now, both crimson-level fortune and the variable lay before him, available for the taking. Yet it felt as though a weasel were attempting to bite a turtle. He was at a loss for how to proceed. Lost in thought, Jiang Chen had already reached the outskirts of the eastern courtyard, abruptly halting his advance to survey the surroundings. Hundreds of long-dead soldiers from Dongli circled the courtyard, yearning to enter, yet daunted by the solitary statue of the gate deity remaining at the entrance. Whenever a soldier from Dongli approached, the statue would emit a faint white light, repelling the malevolent spirits, yet its strength waned, and its glow grew dimmer. Inside the courtyard, dozens of soldiers from Qingzhou appeared pale with fright. They dared to engage the living Dongli soldiers in combat, but were utterly at a loss on how to confront the deceased. Feng Leben observed the fear in the soldiers' expressions. Feeling a heavy sense of oppression, and unconsciously approached the gate to inspect the outer situation. At that moment, perhaps due to a significant breach in the gate, the night wind swept into the courtyard, resembling an invisible hand gently caressing his face. Strangely, Feng Leben felt an unsettling chill as the temperature around him plummeted. The desolate courtyard gate exuded a sinister aura, as if some frigid entity was lurking nearby, eerie and unsettling. Feng Leben, Feng Leben, Feng Leben. It was as if a voice echoed from both a distant and near realm, penetrating Feng Leben's ears, beckoning him, inviting him, urging him to take a step forward. To step out of the courtyard. The gentle calls gradually ensnared Feng Leben, as a chilling breath seemed to surge from all directions, overwhelming him. His complexion turned pale. His pupils dilated, and the veins in his neck began to protrude, as if some unseen force was pressing down upon him, compelling him to take another step. Come. Step forward, raise your left foot, obediently, just one step forward. At that critical juncture between life and death, a woman's piercing scream suddenly pierced the air, her voice filled with abject despair. What is happening? Feng Leben jolted awake, gasping for fresh air, his eyes wide open. And he beheld a familiar figure radiating a sense of safety. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Abin, what are you doing here? Turning around, Feng Leben noticed the terrified expressions on the faces of the dozens of Qingzhou soldiers behind him had not yet dissipated. Glancing down at his position, he realized that half of his foot had already crossed the protective boundary of the door god statue, and his face turned ashen as the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. Chapter 27. Foolish children, flee. Captain Jiang, is it you who saved me? It's a trifling matter. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, harboring no thoughts of taking credit. He reached out to remove the nearly powerless image of the door god and replaced it with a new one. In an instant, the deterrent power doubled, immediately frightening away the surrounding hundreds of Dongli soldiers, restoring tranquility. The soldiers from Qingzhou, having narrowly escaped death, collectively exhaled in relief and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Captain. In their words, he was no longer the underestimated peasant captain, but the capable leader, Jiang Chen, who could protect his soldiers. Feng Leben also regained his composure. Clasping his fists in gratitude, I will surely repay this life-saving grace. Jiang Chen smiled, contemplating the time remaining until Bu Yi's demise. Approximately 5 minutes remained before Bushan would acquire his brother's life essence, vitality, and demonic blood, transforming into a corpse demon. Killing him now would delay the crisis for 3 days. However, the time for hesitation was limited to a mere 300 seconds. Jiang Chen raised his gaze towards the hall, where Bushan was bound to a grand chair, exhausted and unconscious, tightly restrained by several thick ropes. For an ordinary person, or even slightly weaker Qingzhou soldiers, this would suffice. Yet, the corpse demon that posed a life-and-death threat to Jiang Chen and over 50 Qingzhou soldiers could effortlessly tear through these coarse bindings. The restraints were inadequate. Wait. Moreover, the value of the variables was entirely uncertain. If that otherworldly creature turned out to be excessively powerful and strange, I would be utterly powerless to resist. Yet now, at the very least, I had 50 Qingzhou soldiers and a warrior at my disposal. If I do not act now, shall I wait until 3 days later to face the otherworldly entity alone? With this thought, Jiang Chen called out, Comrades, is there anyone skilled in the art of punishment? Preferably someone who can inflict severe injuries on a prisoner without causing immediate death. The soldiers exchanged glances, seasoned in wielding weapons. Their approach to dealing with prisoners was often straightforward. Have you eaten? No. Then take this punch. Each strike was delivered with brutal force. The art of punishment was typically a skill mastered by the Feng family of Qingzhou. They all turned their gazes towards Feng Leben. However, Feng Leben appeared somewhat embarrassed and murmured, My performance at the Feng family academy was far from ideal. I know nothing of the laws of punishment. Jiang Chen's lips twitched as he pondered whether to eliminate Bushan. After all, they were ill-equipped to gauge the nuances of punishment. Such bloody matters were beyond his expertise. It might be more merciful to grant Bushan a swift end and postpone the calamity for 3 days. Just as he was about to abandon the idea, a faint, chilling wind began to blow from the backpack, accompanied by a cold, feminine voice. Young master, let me handle the matter of punishment. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Instantly on high alert, He retrieved the keystone of the underworld from the backpack and held it in his palm. Filled with confusion, wasn't it said that the spirit of the artifact had been mostly extinguished? How is it still alive? A feminine voice declared, I shall borrow the robust vitality of each esteemed warrior here, sacrificing my own essence to dismantle the old witch's curse. My intention was to gradually recuperate for a year before awakening, yet my nemesis stands before me. If you, my lord, find it beneath you to sully your hands, allow me to torment this wretch on your behalf, ensuring he hovers on the brink of death within 60 breaths. Jiang Chen hesitated for a few seconds before responding gravely. Should his life be extinguished too soon, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Rest assured, my lord. From the depths of the netherstone, a fragmented spirit emerged, revealing a woman with raven black hair obscuring her visage, clad in a flowing white gown. The dress fluttered in the wind as she approached the man slumbering heavily in the grand chair, her eyes brimming with malice and resentment. A chill coursed through Jiang Chen as the air grew frigid, the howling wind converging from all directions, yet the ultimate destination was solely Bushan. The wind cut like a knife, a torment akin to slow slicing. Ah, stop. Please cease. Bushan awoke in agony, every limb and sinew resonating with excruciating pain that pierced his very soul, pleading for mercy, yet receiving no solace from the heavens, left without a means of escape. Countless wounds erupted, spilling scalding blood that stained the woman's eyes and drenched her white gown, gradually transforming it into an abyssal crimson hue. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Drip, drip. The once pristine gown, now tainted by the blood of enemies, morphed into a garment of crimson, quietly drifting into the netherstone as it succumbed to slumber. Deep within the sea of consciousness, golden letters materialized. The spirit of the netherstone has been restored. It was only as she entered the netherstone that Jiang Chen could discern the woman's face, a pitiful commoner from the fragments of memory, known only as Wei. Meanwhile, Bushan, who had taken on the guise of her father, remained oblivious to the multitude of sins he had committed in Dongli City. Coughing blood as he watched helplessly as his limbs were severed, reduced to the fabled form of a living corpse. Jiang Chen was involuntarily reminded of a question that had once trended on Jihu. How long did Lady Qi survive after being transformed into a living corpse? At most, 20 breaths of time. Enduring the dual tortures of dismemberment and transformation, with each cough and breath, Bushan felt his life force ebbing away. Yet, it was precisely at this moment of utmost peril that the fate, essence, and dark blood of his brother, Bu Yi, transcended space and entered Bushan's body. Instantly, an ancient and distant sigh echoed, as if it originated from the ends of the earth. Neither good nor evil, let foolish thoughts be cast aside. No sooner had the words left the air than Bushan's grotesque head deformed abruptly, his hideous face splitting into two. The left visage, smaller and forming more rapidly, coalesced into the image of a kind-eyed elder who urgently called out to all present, "Foolish children, flee. The malevolent one is about to emerge." However, within mere seconds, the larger face on the right materialized into a fierce and menacing countenance, snarling, "You wretched commoners have forced me to mature prematurely. I shall consume you all." With that, the words hung ominously in the air. The corpulent figure of Bushan suddenly emanated an indescribable stench as the exposed skin began to decay, radiating an aura of sheer terror. Lacking limbs due to severance, it lay motionless on the ground. Yet the naked eye could discern the emergence of blackened granulation tissue at the severed ends, healing at an astonishing rate. It would not be long before it regained its limbs. The soldiers of Qingzhou were struck with fear, exclaiming, "What has transpired?" Feng Leben immediately turned to Jiang Chen, hesitatingly asking, "Captain Jiang, do you possess any insight?" "It is Luo Jiao," Jiang Chen replied without reservation, succinctly revealing the truth. Feng Leben's expression turned grave. As a seasoned commander of Qingzhou, he recognized the true strength of the corpse demon at a glance. He solemnly declared, "The actual power of this creature likely equals that of the Qingzhou duelists, but it is currently gravely injured, its strength diminished by at least half. We must act swiftly to slay it before it regenerates its limbs." At that moment, the remaining soldiers of Qingzhou displayed the valor of the 9 provinces, overcoming their fear as they gripped their swords and spears, gradually encircling the beast. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on the long knife, stepping forward with resolve, and commanded, "All right, let us advance together." Chapter 28, The Golden Mountain and the Jade Pillar. Kneeling, With a swift motion, numerous sharp blades were plunged into the corpse of the undead creature. Bushan. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen wielded his dagger, aiming directly at its throat, delivering a powerful thrust. Blood gushed forth, splattering Jiang Chen completely. A group of commoners shouted in panic, "Stop! You must cease this!" The face representing malevolence contorted in impotent rage, while another visage, gentle and kind, let out a deep sigh, falling silent. A great man once proclaimed that we must support whatever our enemies oppose. Jiang Chen smirked, without a trace of hesitation. He struck again with his blade. An increasing number of soldiers joined the fray, stabbing relentlessly. Bushan's body was riddled with countless wounds, blood erupting from each new puncture. At last, the creature once known as Bushan could no longer contain its fury, unleashing the scarce demonic blood within, sacrificing its own strength to drastically accelerate its healing capabilities. In an instant, under the astonished gazes of the soldiers from Qingzhou, the undead Bushan's bloated form swelled further, and suddenly, for slick, black appendages erupted from its severed limbs, resembling grotesquely thick spider legs affixed to its body. However, perhaps due to the rapid growth, its legs trembled, struggling to support its massive, heavy frame. A thought flickered through Jiang Chen's mind. The creature's speed of movement and attack must be relatively weak for the time being. Perhaps I can engage it in combat, like a wandering hero of Han. With a ferocious roar, Bushan cast a menacing gaze over everyone present, cruelly declaring, "Today, all shall perish." This bizarre and grotesque scene left all, including Feng Leben, in a state of shock, momentarily forgetting to continue their assault. Jiang Chen bit his tongue, the pain jolting him back to reality, and he commanded, "Everyone, maintain formation and retreat in an orderly manner." Upon hearing this, the soldiers awoke from their stupor and hastily fell back. Jiang Chen then issued a second command, "I shall defend, Aben shall attack, and the remaining soldiers will follow General Feng. Wait for me. I will create an opportunity for your advance." With that, Jiang Chen faced the monstrous foe, resolutely gripping his dagger and shield, charging forth with fierce determination. This formidable presence inspired all the Qingzhou soldiers, reminding them of the phrase, "Though 10,000 oppose me, I will press on." Feng Leben gazed at Jiang Chen's advancing figure, his eyes sparkling with admiration. This was the true embodiment of strength in his heart. Even when faced with a formidable enemy, there was no fear. He couldn't help but shout, "Captain Jiang, I will assist you." As he spoke, a faint azure light enveloped Feng Leben, his body swelling and hardening in an instant, strength surging within him. This was the extraordinary ability bestowed upon Qingzhou soldiers upon their ascension to Qingzhou warriors. The warrior's conviction, as the conviction within his heart grew ever stronger. It bestowed upon his physical form a remarkable enhancement, allowing him to cultivate his strength to unprecedented depths, even granting an extraordinary amplitude of 12-fold. Over time, the corpse demon Bushan expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal figure nearly 3 meters tall within mere moments, casting a menacing gaze over all present, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Such a massive physique could only be aptly described as a mountain of flesh, a fitting epithet for the corpulent frame of the corpse demon. Yet, at that moment, a mere 7-foot-tall insect, undeterred by the enormity before it, boldly positioned itself in front of the beast. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, taking a half-step forward, channeling the fusion of the lion's roar technique and the one-yang finger, and mockingly beckoned with his middle finger, taunting, "Come over here. You must first strike the one who dares to provoke you." The corpse demon Bushan, possessing the memories of its past human existence, particularly loathed Jiang Chen, who had once ensnared and tormented it. At the sound of such provocation, its fury ignited instantaneously, and its formidable, shadowy claws lunged towards Jiang Chen's body. "Die, insect!" Alas, this seemingly inevitable blow failed to even graze Jiang Chen's form. "Don't run, insect!" The demon roared in impotent rage. No matter how many times it attempted to strike, it could not land a single blow on Jiang Chen, infuriating it to the extent that it stomped its feet like a petulant child, the sheer force causing the ground, buildings, and trees to tremble slightly. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Leben and a dozen soldiers from Qingzhou, armed with spears and lances, had circled behind the corpse demon, awaiting Jiang Chen's signal to strike. With a breath, Jiang Chen suddenly ceased his evasive maneuvers, dropped the knife, and grasped the shield with both hands. Bushan, overjoyed at this development, thought, "What of the shield? What of those failed insect attacks? With my strength, a single punch could reduce this insect to mere pulp, and then I would turn to annihilate all. Die, insect! It bellowed, and as the words left its mouth, a savage, ferocious punch hurtled towards Jiang Chen. At that moment, however, the agile Jiang Chen did not attempt to evade. His expression remained stoic, fully committed to his defense. Boom! As the heavy punch made contact with the shield, the sturdy wooden barrier shattered into countless splinters. Jiang Chen crossed his arms before his chest, forming a protective posture. The power of his fate's defense peaked, transforming his skin into a structure akin to stone. Deep within the earth, he felt a surge of strength supporting him, enabling him to withstand the blow without faltering. Bushan, astonished, could scarcely comprehend how such a seemingly feeble insect could endure its full-strength punch without sustaining any damage. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, deriding, "You are worthless." Enraged, an inferno of wrath ignited within Bushan, and its fury morphed into an immense power. As its iron-like claws mercilessly slashed once more towards Jiang Chen, tearing apart, Jiang Chen's arms were drenched in blood. Despite the rocky terrain, it was insufficient to withstand the extraordinary force. The second assault from the corpse demon Bushan far exceeded the limits of what the defense could endure. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the white gem symbolizing the defense instantaneously lost all its luster, requiring several days of recuperation to regain its shine. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Chen fell backward to the ground, yet rather than displaying despair, a radiant smile illuminated his face as he gazed behind the corpse demon Bushan, exclaiming with laughter, "Look, someone is behind you." Bushan was abruptly startled. It had assumed that a single punch would be sufficient to annihilate Jiang Chen, after which it could swiftly eliminate the assailant lurking behind. However, dreams are often beautiful while reality is harsh. Unable to restrain its inner fury, it launched a second attack against Jiang Chen, but now it was too late for regrets. The opportunity for battle, as spoken by Jiang Chen, had arrived. Feng Leben and a dozen soldiers from Qingzhou, armed with spears, had been poised for action. They leapt forth in unison, piercing the flesh behind Bushan's knee. Blood gushed forth. The tissue behind the knee disintegrated like a honeycomb, and although Bushan was immensely powerful, its newly formed legs could not withstand such ferocious onslaughts. Moreover, the key to the underworld emitted a faint, gray glow, as dozens of spectral winds transformed into blades, swiftly embedding themselves into the muscle of Bushan's thigh. With a resounding crash, the colossal form of the corpse demon, akin to a mountain of flesh, collapsed to its knees before Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed heartily. "Rise, you shall not kneel." In a fit of rage, Bushan stumbled to its feet, intent on launching a new wave of attacks, but the vigilant soldiers from Qingzhou would not grant it the opportunity to regain its footing. Chapter 29. The Corpse Demon. I have not provoked any of you. Clang. Clatter. Dozens of weapons, swords, blades, spears, each wielding the immense strength of the Qingzhou soldiers, descended upon the back of the corpse demon with a multitude of strikes. The sheer force of this assault, even if the demon possessed the strength of 100 bulls, was insurmountable. With a resounding crash, its colossal form toppled forward, prostrating itself. Why such a grand gesture? As the words were spoken, the solitary surviving white gem within the depths of his consciousness suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, enabling Jiang Chen to once again enter a state of ethereal lightness. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the demon's back, gripping his blade tightly, and aimed a powerful strike at the nape of its neck. However, upon colliding with its cervical bones, a sound reminiscent of metal clashing echoed forth, prompting his astonishment. True steel and iron bones? Jiang Chen swiftly realized that relying solely on the weapons in their hands would yield no possibility of decapitating this corpse demon. They would have to wear it down gradually. Although the demon's regenerative abilities were formidable and its hide was thick as armor, even when its heart was pierced, it showed no sign of distress. Yet, under the relentless assault from dozens of Qingzhou soldiers, it could only endure, its back muscles twitching and writhing in evident agony. As time slipped by, the demon's body became riddled with wounds. It let out a furious roar, filled with resentment. "Insects, when I return to this realm, I shall ravish your wives and daughters, slaughter your entire family, and shatter your souls." Meanwhile, the visage of an elderly man, kind yet sorrowful, sighed in silence. Jiang Chen merely yawned, seemingly unfazed. After all, being threatened with the annihilation of one's family was hardly a novel experience for him. But I am an orphan. One dies, the entire family does not starve. At long last, bolstered by the unwavering resolve of the warrior Feng Leben, a powerful downward slash shattered the corpse demon's mountain-like form, causing its dark blood to erupt in a chaotic explosion, drenching the ground and splattering all present. Jiang Chen sensed an unsettling notion each individual present seemed to have, to some extent, been tainted by the demon's blood. Was this truly inconsequential? Those who dwell near vermilion are stained red. Those who dwell near ink are stained black. Would they, having been sullied by the blood of this malevolent entity, one day transform into something akin to the dual-faced corpse demon? At that moment, a golden light emerged from within the depths of his consciousness. Crimson-level opportunity. The light of righteousness is awakening. Suddenly, a faint red glow flickered in the night sky. Jiang Chen felt a stirring within, gazing upward. In the next instant, the red light descended, enveloping everyone in the shattered courtyard and thoroughly purging every trace of demonic blood. Ah! Jiang Chen gasped. After the red light eradicated all traces of malevolence, rather than diminishing, it surged forth with even greater vigor, flooding into him, Feng Leben, and the multitude of Qingzhou soldiers who participated in the demon hunt. Boom! The ferocious crimson spiritual energy surged into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones, continually cleansing the remnants of demonic aura within him. In the end, the crimson spiritual essence lingered deep within the sea of consciousness, steeped in silence, subtly exuding an aura capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits. It was during this very process that golden light materialized into words. Disaster is the foundation of fortune. You have successfully slain the dual-faced corpse demon, transforming calamity into blessing. Crimson tier opportunity. The light of righteousness has been acquired. Your act of slaying the corpse demon, premature form, has garnered a modicum of favor from the light of righteousness. You may now select any martial art, destiny, or other extraordinary power to undergo a fundamental transformation. A flicker of realization ignited within Jiang Chen's heart. Could this favor elevate his white destiny to a mightier crimson tier? His own vitality and strength were merely at the level of an ordinary soldier from Qingzhou. What truly distinguished Jiang Chen were his two white destinies, Guardian and Wanderer, both of which had repeatedly yielded remarkable results. If he were to ascend to the crimson tier, how formidable would he become? Contemplating this, Jiang Chen felt a surge of anticipation, preparing to utilize this favor at a safe and opportune moment to enhance his own powers. At that instant, many Qingzhou soldiers also exhibited expressions of delight, evidently having reaped significant benefits from the recent crimson glow. They exuberantly exclaimed, "Alas! The vitality within me has surged by a full 30%. By heavens, you little rascal, have indeed grown considerably stronger. Yet, my vitality has increased by 40%. Surpassing yours, haha. This crimson light, a mere flash, equates to 3 years of arduous training. How exhilarating." Even Feng Leben, a warrior from Qingzhou, could not contain a smile, clearly having gained a substantial advantage. This unexpected joy dispelled any lingering doubts the crowd harbored regarding Jiang Chen's earlier peculiar behavior. Jiang Chen smiled gently, elucidating, before his demise. Bui warned me that if I were to slay his brother within the span of a single incense stick, I would attain benefits sufficient to defy fate. The crowd understood, and an irresistible thought blossomed within their minds. Following Jiang Chen, we shall feast daily. If they could slay the corpse demon Bushan 2 or 3 more times, ascending rapidly to the rank of Qingzhou warrior seemed entirely plausible, a power reserved for the 100 generals. All Qingzhou soldiers, including Feng Leben, gazed at Jiang Chen with increasingly fervent eyes, perceiving him as a veritable treasure trove, glimmering with golden promise. Just then, a mournful horn echoed throughout the city, penetrating even this modest courtyard in the eastern district. Upon hearing this sound, the smiles on the faces of the Qingzhou soldiers abruptly faltered, transforming joy into dread. Jiang Chen, puzzled, hesitantly inquired, "What has transpired?" Feng Leben's expression turned somber as he explained, "The sound of this horn signifies a Pyrrhic victory. It seems that even if the captain has won, it was achieved at a great cost." Jiang Chen slowly formed a question mark, his voice gravely questioning. "I have heard of Lord Zhang Longxiang's formidable reputation. Given a fair chance to engage in battle, even 2,000 regular cavalry from Loulan would not stand a chance against him. How could such a victory be so hard won?" His voice trailed off into silence. He suddenly realized a profound truth. Brute force does not invariably resolve all issues. Within this city, there exist far more terrifying phenomena. The night parade of 100 demons. Those fallen soldiers of Dongli are likely more formidable in death than they were in life. Alas, Feng Leban sighed, Lord Zhang Longxiang, when shall you return? Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and Feng Leban, accompanied by 50 soldiers from Qingzhou, arrived at the heart of Dongli city. Over 1,000 laborers, led by Gong Sun Hu, entered the city to rest and successfully reunited with Jiang Chen. However, the 1,000 Qingzhou troops personally commanded by the officer suffered devastating losses, with nearly 500 soldiers perishing, compounded by previous encounters with the Loulan cavalry, culminating in a total loss of 1,000 men. Were it not for the officer's reckless expenditure of medicinal supplies from his personal treasury to treat the wounded, the casualties would have been even more grievous. In the aftermath, Feng Leban sought information from all quarters and relayed to Jiang Chen. Defeating the local Dongli soldiers incurred merely a modest loss. Yet, during the assault on the Marquis' residence, they seemingly encountered a multitude of vengeful spirits, with 3 formidable corpse demons assaulting their ranks, resulting in severe casualties. Had it not been for Lord Zhang Longxiang's audacious incursion into the Marquis' estate, forcibly repelling the sorcerer, the day's losses would have been even more tragic. Jiang Chen shook his head, sensing that the performance of Officer Zhang Longxiang in these 2 battles seemed somewhat overrated. At the very least, he did not seem worthy of the title of the foremost reckless general. Had he chosen to become the officer's personal guard, he might now find himself among the ranks of the 500 fallen soldiers. After about the duration of a stick of incense, a messenger rushed in. Labor Chief Jiang Chen, please proceed immediately to the central military camp to participate in a war council. Jiang Chen instructed the laborers to remain in place for their respite before hastily making his way to the newly established camp on the left side of the Buling Marquis' estate. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a seal affixed to the gate of the Buling Marquis' residence, and as he gazed at those seals, a subtle pain pierced his brow. Could it be that there are still peculiarities within the Buling Marquis' abode? Regrettably, as he attempted to step closer, he was obstructed by 2 guards from the officer's personal troops. Reluctantly, he turned and made his way toward the military camp. Chapter 30. Promotion. The militia of 100 generals. In accordance with the military law of David, those who instill fear among the masses shall face execution by decapitation. As Jiang Chen approached the military camp, a hapless soldier, desperate to convey the terror of an ominous creature, found himself bound and shackled beneath the military banner. There, a burly man named Pei, clad in a red vest and wearing a red scarf, swiftly severed his head, displaying the gruesome trophy atop the flagpole for all to witness. The soldiers of Qingzhou stood impassively, observing the grim spectacle. Yet among the crowd, Jiang Chen felt a chill grip his heart. Had our troops' morale sunk so low that death was now required to instill fear in the common soldiers? He then looked around, noting the hundreds of Qingzhou soldiers. Some reclined, some leaned, some sat, exuding an air of lethargy and exhaustion. Despite their recent victory, the atmosphere was reminiscent of a beaten army. Their gazes frequently drifted toward the central military camp, laden with doubt and confusion. What had happened to the once formidable Lord Zhang Longxiang, who had dominated the battlefield? Even an old veteran muttered a curse. What the hell happened to our captain? Jiang Chen too struggled to comprehend the situation. After confirmation from the guards, he entered the central military camp once more. The last time he had come, there had been 13 officers of high rank. Now, only 9 remained, along with 2 relatively independent military judges and an officer in charge of supplies. Zhang Ying sat in the foremost seat, his voice cold as he inquired, "Who gave you the audacity to raid Dongli City?" No sooner had he spoken than the military judge beside him tightened his grip on his sharp sword, poised to execute Jiang Chen at a moment's notice. A shiver ran down Jiang Chen's spine as he met the unwavering gaze of Feng Leban, who displayed no sign of fear. Gaining composure, Jiang Chen replied with measured confidence. "The feigned attack mission has been successfully completed. The captain ordered me to strategize, and based on the conditions on the battlefield, I entered the city to assist, successfully eliminating the 2 sons of the Earl of Ling and slaying a corpse demon." The revelation caused a stir among the military officials, their expressions shifting with incredulity. That was a corpse demon. During last night's bloody battle, merely 3 had appeared on the battlefield, wreaking havoc upon the Qingzhou soldiers and resulting in hundreds of casualties. With tremendous strength and impenetrable flesh, such creatures were the most terrifying entities on the battlefield. Even the bravest centurion had managed to slay only 2. while one slender corpse demon had escaped. And yet, here was a man who had accomplished such a feat with over 50 Qingzhou soldiers. Perceiving their skepticism, Jiang Chen calmly elucidated, it was merely fortune. I had previously identified a trend indicating that Bushan was transforming into a corpse demon, and I weakened him to the brink of death. Once he became a corpse demon, he was but a half-destroyed shell, making him far easier to handle. Zhang Ying shook his head, a smile breaking through. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. Moreover, your foresight in detecting the anomaly is a strategic advantage, not mere chance. However, before he could finish his thought, Zhang Ying suddenly closed his eyes weakly, pain radiating from the numerous wounds that marred his body. In his agony, even as a mere stand-in, he felt a pang of sorrow, mingled with resentment. If the individual seated in this chair were none other than Zhang Longshang himself, the valiant and indomitable soldiers of Qingzhou would undoubtedly survive to see the morrow, yet now, they have perished in vain. However, Zhang Ying is acutely aware that lamentation and regret will not alter the present circumstances. The most prudent course of action is to recuperate diligently and swiftly restore the military's combat capabilities for future endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ying spoke with gravity. Civilian Jiang Chen, you shall assemble a formation to temporarily hinder the Loulan cavalry, thereby increasing our kill count by hundreds. This is your first significant achievement. You devised a strategy, leading 1,000 civilians disguised as Qingzhou soldiers, successfully causing a strategic misjudgment by Donglei, which facilitated our ascent to the city walls. This is your second significant achievement. Lastly, with 50 Qingzhou soldiers, you eliminated the son of a noble and vanquished the corpse demon. This is your third significant achievement. Zhang Ying smiled broadly and proclaimed generously, I have always rewarded merit. Now, pray tell, what reward do you desire? Jiang Chen's thoughts stirred as he recalled the Qingzhou soldier who had been executed, instantly making a connection. The former was punishment, while the latter was reward. The clear distinction between reward and punishment could indeed bolster morale. After pondering for several seconds, Jiang Chen carefully chose his words and spoke, Sir, as well as esteemed military officials, during yesterday's defense of Donglei, we civilians made a modest contribution, yet I believe this is not the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, many military officers and Zhang Ying were left perplexed, failing to grasp the underlying implications of Jiang Chen's statement. Standing tall, Jiang Chen asserted, I am but a scavenger, having undergone the rites, and am fully cognizant of the vast disparity in strength between the extraordinary and the ordinary civilian. Consequently, the military's attitude towards civilians has always been disdainful, regarding us merely as laborers and reserves. However, in yesterday's battle, the collaboration between civilians and Qingzhou soldiers was evident, significantly enhancing the combat efficiency of the Qingzhou troops. Thus, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with confidence as he continued, I seek no reward, but rather hope that you, sir, might allocate a certain number of Qingzhou soldier slots to me, allowing me to form a unit comprising both civilians and Qingzhou soldiers. If I could be recognized as a formal supplement to the Qingzhou forces, it would be advantageous for our troops, given the grievous losses we have recently sustained, necessitating the infusion of fresh blood. In the great David martial dynasty, martial prowess is paramount. The army is everything. Jiang Chen harbored no desire to be a mere pawn or a flag bearer. He yearned for a unique battalion of his own, through which he could earn merit, acquire wealth, and ultimately gain power and influence, aspiring to become the one who orchestrates the game. Zhang Ying furrowed his brow, lost in thought. The depletion of military strength was indeed his most poignant concern. Jiang Chen's words struck a chord, prompting him to respond. In that case, I shall appoint you as the captain of the militia, entrusting you with command over 1,000 civilians, and granting you 10 slots for Qingzhou soldiers, which you may allocate as you see fit, selecting able-bodied men from among the civilians to fight alongside you. The extent of your future accolades will depend on your own fortune. I shall obey your command, replied the subordinate. Chapter 31. The Promotion Ceremony of the Qingzhou Soldiers. Corpses? The civilian camp. Though these were merely dilapidated houses, they were 100 times better than the makeshift shelters in the Western Expedition Army's encampment. Most of the owners of these houses had perished during last night's Night of the 100 Ghosts, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. The reckless actions of Duke Buling, who instigated the Night of the 100 Ghosts, not only led to his own demise, but also resulted in the tragic deaths of thousands of innocent civilians at the hands of malevolent spirits. In stark contrast, The Qizhou soldiers, who were the aggressors, had not harmed the common folk and had acted with remarkable restraint. Perhaps this exemplifies the principle that benevolence and righteousness are not to be enforced. The dynamics of offense and defense differ vastly. As Chen Bu, while gnawing on a braised chicken, calculated with his fingers, estimated that approximately 13,000 citizens remained in the city. If one included the surrounding markets and oasis villages, the number would rise to around 40 to 50,000. The nations of the western regions have never achieved a unified structure. Division and chaos have always been the norm in their lives. In their eyes, the Western Expedition Army's aspirations for unification were seen as an invasion, a manifestation of the brutality of the Eastern barbarians. All grievances were directed towards the relatively weaker civilians, not to mention the procurement of supplies. Within just one night, 4 or 5 civilians had their heads secretly severed by vengeful spirits, and over 10 were injured. Panic, fear, and sleeplessness had become the prevailing themes in the civilian camp. Alas, Xiao Wu, Gongsun Hu, Chun Bu, and others wore furrowed brows as they patrolled the area with robust civilians, fearing that a sudden arrow might claim their lives at any moment. However, when Jiang Chen returned, a wave of jubilation surged throughout the civilian camp, cheers echoing incessantly. The mere mention of 10 slots for Qizhou soldiers acted like an aphrodisiac, instantly igniting the fervor of over 1,000 civilians. The terror of the previous night vanished, replaced by dreams of grandeur and a yearning to rise above their station. Jiang Chen smiled and promised that after the completion of their daily tasks, a small-scale selection for the Qizhou soldiers would commence. Upon hearing this, the civilians seemed invigorated, their work efficiency doubling almost instantaneously. Within a mere hour and a quarter, the daily tasks of transporting supplies, cleaning the battlefield, and repairing the camp were swiftly accomplished. All the civilians eagerly awaited, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, for their leader to fulfill his promise. Without delay, Jiang Chen adhered to the Qizhou soldiers' customs and procured a bronze cauldron weighing over 200 pounds from the city. Within 1 hour, over 100 among the 1,000 civilians had passed the selection, with 50 of them meeting the rigorous standards of formal Qizhou soldiers, showcasing remarkable martial prowess. However, due to their winter garments being destroyed and facing scrutiny during the previous election, they had regrettably failed, ultimately benefiting Jiang Chen instead. They were all promising candidates. Jiang Chen smiled faintly as he borrowed the household registers from the grain official. According to the census, he divided these individuals into 6 counties and 8 groups, with the strongest member of each group earning a slot in the Qizhou soldiers, while the others would serve as auxiliary soldiers. The rationale was simple. Dialects varied every 10 miles, and customs every 100. County-level divisions were the only effective means of commanding the grassroots soldiers. Jiang Chen could barely comprehend the local dialect of Pingshuo County, but when it came to other counties, it was truly a case of chickens talking to ducks, each speaking in their own tongue. Ultimately, Xiao Wu and Gongsun Hu from Pingshuo County became the leaders of the civil laborers, each overseeing 40 men and appointing 4 squad leaders and 8 team leaders. Once this year's carve labor concluded, the old man would present a bounty of 10,000 caddies of rice, thereby absolving himself of 10 years of labor. Upon reaching the age of 55, he would be recognized as an elder under the law, forever liberated from the burdens of labor. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows in astonishment. 10,000 caddies of rice. A wealthy benefactor exists right beside me. Gongsun, who still harbored ambitions of accomplishment, and licked his lips, inquiring, "Boss, what about the 2 additional teams? Why not recruit more men?" Xiao Wu also expressed his confusion. Back in the village, his father constantly urged him to marry early and have many sons. The more robust laborers in the family, the greater their strength, allowing them to establish a foothold in the village. With increased power, they could exploit smaller households for profit, which was the secret to family prosperity. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, "The truly enticing positions are merely the 10 slots for Qizhou soldiers. If we were to recruit for the 2 additional teams, they would only serve as ordinary auxiliary soldiers, merely breeding resentment. Moreover, when it comes to leading soldiers, I am still a novice. The current manpower is sufficient for me to manage for a while." The others suddenly understood. Before long, Jiang Chen submitted the list of candidates for promotion to the Qizhou soldiers. Feng Leben agreed to expedite the administrative procedures, assuring that the Qingyang ceremony could be held by tomorrow at the latest. Although Jiang Chen was already a scavenger, the Qizhou soldiers and scavengers were closely related paths, their spiritual energies similar and mutually convertible. The old labor chief, Zhang Baisui, was a prime example. Observing the ceremony would be of great benefit to the scavengers. So Jiang Chen shamelessly requested to stand by and protect his 10 subordinates. The officer, Zhang Ying, consented but stipulated that an oath must be taken, forbidding the public disclosure of the ceremony's contents. Notably, the witness to the oath was an unremarkable green branch. The following morning, the camp of the laborers was once again filled with the sound of horns. According to Feng Leben, military horns are often refined with spiritual energy, producing clear tones capable of conveying various pitches, which combine to form military commands. Ancient China had similar practices. In the Peking opera Dingjun Mountain, there are lines that recount. This timely letter aids Huangzhang's success. Standing at the camp gate, the soldiers heed the call. The first beat of the drum signals battle preparation. The second beat tightens the battle gear. The third beat draws the sword. The fourth beat commands the troops. All must heed the call for advancement or retreat. Disobeying orders invites the sword's edge. The troops return to camp at the call of the commander. In modern armies, there are also advance calls, assembly calls, and exercise calls. Among others, the call that rang out just now was the wake-up call, summoning the laborers to rise immediately, prepare meals for the entire army, and begin their daily toil. Of course, Jiang Chen's rising today marked another momentous occasion. He would lead Xiao Wu, Gongsun Hu, and the 8 squad leaders from the northern 6 counties of Qishou to the location of the Qingyang ceremony. The multitude of laborers exhibited a palpable envy in their eyes, fervently hoping that one day the selection for the second recruitment of the Qingshou soldiers would commence. Some whispered softly, "There are still 2 opportunities left. I am certain I will have my chance." Jiang Chen lifted his gaze towards the 10 individuals behind him. Even the most robust among them, Gongsun Hu, could not conceal his nervousness. With a hearty laugh, he remarked, "Look at your anxious faces. One might think we are heading to the execution grounds. Just yesterday, I encountered an executioner by the surname of Pei, whose skill in beheading was remarkably proficient. One swift stroke, and it was done. Would you like me to arrange an introduction?" The group wore expressions of awkwardness, yet Jiang Chen's jest dissipated their tension like mist in the morning sun. Laughing and chatting, they arrived at the residence of Duke Buling Gongsun Hu and the other 9, following the military officer. Entered the side hall with immense excitement to undergo a brief training session. The Duke's estate was indeed the most suitable venue for conducting the Qingyang ritual, as its verdant gardens were lush and abundant, and the presence of fresh corpses made transportation exceedingly convenient. Chapter 32, Role-Playing. Assimilation. A new power acquired. Under the command of Feng Leben, 30 cadavers of the Qingzhou soldiers were transported into the rear garden. This revelation sent a chill through Jiang Chen's heart. His expression darkened as he took a few steps forward, hastily approaching Feng Leben and whispering urgently, "Aben, why are we bringing the corpses here? Could it be that the essential materials for the Qingyang ritual are these bodies? They were our comrades, were they not?" The strength of the Qizhou soldiers derived from the flora and fauna, ultimately returning to nature as part of the cycle of life and death. Jiang Chen was engulfed in confusion, slowly forming a question mark in his mind. A mysterious expression crossed Feng Leben's face as he replied in a solemn tone. Why not have General Jiang experience it firsthand? Assisting in the transportation of the bodies might yield unforeseen benefits. Reluctantly, yet filled with curiosity, Jiang Chen chose to trust Aben and joined the team transporting the corpses, hoisting a nearly 200-pound body of a Qingzhou soldier and burying it in the pit. Subsequently, under Feng Leben's guidance, Jiang Chen located a tree over a decade old in a certain area of this rear garden and transplanted it into the pit. Tree burial? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. He recalled that in his previous life, similar funeral customs existed, steeped in history. The Zhou-Yi, Shizi Zhuan states, in ancient burials, the body was thickly clothed and laid in the wilderness, neither sealed nor marked, with the mourning period being countless. The Wei Shu, Shi Wei Zhuan mentions, in the state of Shi Wei, upon the death of parents, both sons and daughters would gather to weep for 3 years, while the body was placed upon the trees of the forest. The Sui Shu, Yushang also referenced the burial customs of the Mo Shi people, where the deceased was wrapped in reeds and hung upon trees. In modern times, tree burials generally refer to the practice of interring ashes deep beneath a designated tree or scattering ashes into the soil to plant a seedling, serving as a memorial site for future generations, with plaques hung on the tree bearing the names and lifespans of the deceased. These burials leave no grave mounds or headstones, occupying minimal land, and have gradually become one of the most advanced concepts and practices in contemporary funerary traditions. As Jiang Chen grasped the iron shovel and covered the pit with the final handful of yellow earth, a surge of warmth coursed through him, as if some latent energy had been awakened. A thrill of joy filled Jiang Chen's heart as he immediately realized that this was the residual medicinal potency from the white-bearded cricket, the spring breeze wild grass, and the thunderstruck peach tree new branch, 3 rare medicinal materials. Initially, the scavenging ritual had merely accomplished the most fundamental assimilation, aiding the body in transcending its limits and achieving a state of extraordinary sanctity. He had sensed that he needed to further engage in role-playing to completely assimilate the energy hidden within him. The moment for further assimilation was today. It was now. Another body. Jiang Chen's heart surged with excitement. Without needing any prompting, he rose and swiftly exited the rear garden, returning with a new Qingzhou soldier's corpse from yesterday's battlefield, digging a pit, transplanting the tree, watering, and covering with soil. As the entire tree burial ritual was completed, the flow of warmth within Jiang Chen accelerated dramatically. A formidable force is on the verge of manifestation. The moment is imminent. As the movements of the gathering quicken, Jiang Chen begins to sense, albeit faintly, the underlying principles governing the role of scavengers. This endeavor significantly alleviates the operational costs and resource pressures of society, representing an inconspicuous, yet indispensable industry during the early stages of China's rapid development. The same holds true in this realm. Any actions aimed at accelerating the recycling of waste contribute to the digestion of the scavenger's medicinal properties. As Feng Leben aptly stated, the power of the Qingzhou soldiers derives from the flora and ultimately returns to nature, forming an integral part of the cycle of life and death. At last, after Jiang Chen completed the 6th tree burial, the residual medicinal properties within him diminished by nearly 1/3. It was at this moment that a resounding boom echoed. The successfully digested medicinal properties merged into the very depths of his left arm's bones in a different form. Jiang Chen emitted a low groan, sensing a wondrous transformation occurring within his left arm, and instinctively pointed ahead. A couple of meters away, a patch of weeds suddenly quivered, and hundreds of wild grasses surged forth, ensnaring the ankle of a Qingzhou soldier. "What?" the Qingzhou soldier exclaimed, abruptly lifting his foot but failing to break free from the grasp of the wild grasses. After several forceful attempts, he managed to tear himself away. It's worth noting that the Qingzhou soldiers, having undergone the Qingyang ritual's enhancement, are champions of weightlifting on a global scale, even with such immense strength. It took several tries to break free, marking it as an exceptionally formidable binding ability. If employed during combat, it could potentially possess a powerful effect that could determine life or death, turning the tide of battle. Angrily turning around, the Qingzhou soldier was met with the sight of 1 or 2 gleaming gold coins being tossed into the air, instantly dispelling any dissatisfaction. He chuckled. "Good morning, Captain Jiang. Money can move mountains." Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and resolved to name this newfound ability Silver Grass Bind. Ahem, binding of the grass. Anticipation blossomed within him as he pondered. What marvelous abilities might the other 2 medicinal herbs ultimately yield? Feng Leben raised an eyebrow, immediately discerning the change in Jiang Chen's strength, and congratulated him. "Indeed, Captain Jiang, your talent is exceptional. In just a few days, you have digested 1/3 of the medicinal properties." Feng Leben chuckled. For some reason, as long as Jiang Chen refrained from calling him Abin, he felt an illusion of victory. His mood exceptionally buoyant. "Joining you in feigned attacks against the corpse demons has proven beneficial for me as well. Sharing some training insights is merely a trifling effort." Amidst their banter, numerous Qingzhou soldiers had already interred over 400 fallen comrades beneath the verdant trees. The tree burials were complete, and the Qingyang ritual was about to commence. Gongsun Hu, Xiao Wu, and 10 others filed out of the side hall, following the military officer's guidance as they entered the tree burial grounds newly established by Jiang Chen and the other Qingzhou soldiers. Furthermore, 20 seasoned veterans who met the promotion criteria to become Qingzhou fighters also ventured deep into the tree burial grounds to collectively undergo the baptism of the Qingyang ritual. A flicker of curiosity welled up in Jiang Chen's heart as he followed Feng Leben to the edge of the shade. Gazing intently at Gongsun Hu and the militia he commanded, in the grove designated for tree burials, the military judge coldly inquired, "Do you remember what I just said?" The seasoned veterans shrugged nonchalantly, responding with a lazy affirmation. In contrast, the newcomers, resembling true novices, shouted at the top of their lungs, "We remember." The military judge cast a disapproving glance at the group of seasoned veterans before turning to the eager recruits, commending them. "Well done, you exhibit great spirit." The Qingyang ceremony shall now commence. Chapter 33. The Qingzhou Soldiers. Promotion. Within the solemn confines of the tree burial grove, Gongsun, whose heart surged with fervor, his fists clenched ever tighter. His slightly sharpened nails pierced deeply into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Rather, an overwhelming excitement coursed through him. This was the moment he had longed for, a culmination of his father's expectations and his own dreams nurtured over 2 decades. In the previous selection of the Qingzhou soldiers, Gongsun, whose vitality and martial prowess had already placed him on par with those of 50% strength among the Qingzhou soldiers. However, the seasoned veterans had mercilessly quashed his aspirations with their relentless might, shattering his dreams before the eyes of many. The sensation of having one's dreams trampled was excruciating, a pain that gnawed at the very core of his being. Yet perhaps it echoed the old adage, when one reaches the end of the road, a new path may emerge. Initially thrust into leadership by fate, Jiang Chen exhibited an astonishing growth rate, transforming into an exceptionally rare scavenger who not only secured victories, but also earned accolades and a precious spot among the Qingzhou soldiers. Reflecting on this, Gongsun, who couldn't help but raise his gaze, his heart swelling with emotion as he focused on Jiang Chen, who stood in the shade of the trees. He silently vowed, "Though the Gongsun clan has languished for centuries, we remember our ancestral teachings. Kindness must be repaid, and vengeance sought. The grace you have bestowed upon me. Dear leader, I, Gongsun Longxian, the 14th heir of the Gongsun lineage, shall forever cherish and strive to repay." Little Wu, hailing from humble beginnings, was a man of such honesty that he lacked even a surname. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's intervention, he would have remained an inconspicuous figure among the masses. Perpetually bullied and ridiculed, he had grown increasingly timid, his status dwindling to that of a mere insignificant being, much like the time when he had been threatened by laborers who sought to harm his family. Yet, even the meek possess a moment of eruption. On that fateful day, when Jiang Chen inquired who had keen eyes to scout for scattered weapons outside, little Wu shed his former timidity. When others hesitated to step forward, he mustered his courage, gritted his teeth, and boldly proclaimed those 5 words. "Leader, I am willing to go." Those 5 words altered the course of his destiny. He was no longer bullied, no longer ridiculed, and no longer timid. Thus, whenever faced with various incidents, little Wu consistently prioritized Jiang Chen's interests above his own. Among the 1,500 laborers, there were nearly hundreds with superior physical prowess and many with greater intellect. Numerous laborers privately mocked little Wu, claiming that he was merely fortunate to have pledged allegiance to the leader a bit earlier than they. However, in the end, it was the loyal little Wu who emerged victorious. Reflecting on this, little Wu's gaze grew increasingly fervent, fixated on Jiang Chen beneath the distant shade. As he subconsciously chanted to himself, "The leader's interests are my interests." The remaining 8 squad leaders also expressed profound gratitude toward Jiang Chen. Though they had qualified for selection as Qingzhou soldiers, they faced hostility from the veterans due to the destruction of their winter garments, leading to a gradual loss of hope. From the moment they stepped into the tree burial grove, they had willingly accepted Jiang Chen as their leader, their hearts filled with reverence. Amidst the intricate emotions of the crowd, the Qingyang ceremony commenced at last. The Xiao Huangwu Sutra once proclaimed, "The martial arts of the world are rooted in military endeavors. For the essence of martial arts is forged in warfare, and no path to conquest surpasses that of military strife." Thus, the revered martial saints of the world must arise from the ranks of soldiers. As one of the 9 provinces, Qingzhou has refined the path to promotion for its soldiers to an almost flawless degree through countless trials, such that specific medicinal herbs are rendered unnecessary. The mere presence of sufficient flora can transform into the sustenance required for advancement. In the next moment, 31 individuals, including the military law officer, knelt on one knee, their voices sincere as they proclaimed, "We humbly invite the heroes of Qingzhou." Instantly, within the tree burial grove, the newly planted verdant trees stirred slightly. Wisps of emerald spiritual energy surged through the trunks and roots, flowing into the remains of numerous Qingzhou soldiers. Feng Leben sighed and explained, "Upon their resurrection, The physical prowess of the Qingzhou soldiers is akin to 50% of their former selves. By defeating them, one may acquire a portion of their strength. This is the essence of the Qingyang ceremony. Jiang Chen suddenly comprehended. Realizing why the second round of selection had necessitated the defeat of a seasoned Qingzhou veteran exhibiting 50% of their strength. Within the tree burial grove, nearly 500 fallen Qingzhou soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave, surrounding Gongsun Hu, Xiao Wu, and the other 50 individuals. Jiang Chen, filled with concern, inquired, "Is success attainable?" Feng Leben smiled. "Of course it is. Should the Qingyang ceremony be conducted using the remains of enemy corpses or monstrous beings, failures and fatalities may occasionally occur. However, the heroes of Qingzhou generally harbor a protective instinct for the younger generation. Even in death, they subconsciously embrace the notion of passing the torch, typically exerting only 30 to 40% of their strength. Moreover, there are those 20 veteran soldiers." Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze falling upon the many Qizhou veterans, most of whom appeared lethargic and unprepared. At that moment, the military law officer bellowed, "Form ranks." The once drowsy veterans instantly transformed, their fierce eyes gleaming with intensity, as if they had morphed into ferocious tigers descending from the mountains. In a mere few seconds, they organized into a tight formation, safeguarding the 10 new recruits as if they were their own offspring. The battle was officially underway. Under the guidance of the military law officer, Gongsun Hu and the 8 squad leaders successfully downed 2 fallen Qingzhou soldiers, meeting the standards of the promotion ceremony. Xiao Wu, too, exerted great effort, consuming the life essence pill provided by the military law officer, sacrificing 6 years of his lifespan to defeat 3 fallen Qingzhou soldiers, thereby acquiring greater Qingyang power. Meanwhile, the 20 veterans finally unleashed their full potential, ruthlessly claiming victories and inheriting the strength of their fallen comrades, as well as their families. The families of these nearly 500 fallen Qingzhou soldiers would receive the collective care of those participating in the ceremony. Adhering to an unwritten rule in Qingzhou, respect the elders as if they were your own, and care for the young as if they were your own. The protracted battle, a transmission of legacy, endured for a full 3 incense sticks before the last fallen soldier of Qingzhou succumbed to the blade of an aged veteran from the same region. The expressions of all present in the burial grove reflected a profound sense of relief. Even the military officer, who was typically meticulous about discipline, could not restrain himself, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. At that moment, over 400 emerald green orbs began to rise from the corpses of the fallen Qingzhou soldiers, soaring toward the exhausted veterans and the 10 new recruits. Including Gongsun Hu and Xiao Wu, the 10 new recruits experienced a transformative evolution of their very essence. This marked the inception of their extraordinary ascent. Each individual instinctively emitted cries of anguish, ecstasy, exhilaration, and profound joy. Jiang Chen's countenance darkened, his lips twitching as he remarked, "What a foolish display. Did I truly sound like that back then?" As the Qingyang ceremony approached its conclusion, the 10 new recruits bid farewell to their elder comrades and hurried toward their leader. Jiang Chen, beaming with delight, stepped forward to embrace each of them. The foundation of their unit was finally established. Jiang Chen had at long last endured his trials and emerged as a true captain of the militia. Chapter 34, Overnight Wealth, Harvesting Gold. After becoming a true leader among the militia, Jiang Chen's life underwent significant transformation. Each morning, as he stepped outside, he could feel the eager gazes of the militia sergeants, auxiliary soldiers, and thousands of laborers, silently pleading for additional quotas for the Qingzhou troops. During the previous selection process, at least 50 individuals qualified for the Qingzhou army, yet only 8 ascended to the rank of squad leader, soaring to great heights. All eyes were filled with fervent anticipation, waiting expectantly. However, Jiang Chen merely shook his head. He was utterly powerless to assist. Only by attaining the rank of general could he gain the authority to recruit large numbers of Qingzhou soldiers. Even the centurion, Zhang Longxiang, possessed merely 100 personal soldier slots, which he could allocate at his discretion. The techniques practiced by Gongsun Hu, Xiao Wu, and others were special additions refined by several elders of the Zhang family, enhancing the efficiency of qi and blood medicine absorption by 50%. Jiang Chen securing 10 slots was already the utmost limit. Was he to suggest that the remaining living centurion soldiers take their own lives? Thus, the adoring gazes of the masses ultimately fell upon deaf eyes. Jiang Chen could only feign ignorance, leading the soldiers in training, patrolling the camp, and awaiting the next battle. According to information disclosed by Feng Leben, the current plan of the Western Expeditionary Army was to first eliminate the barriers surrounding the capital of Loulan in all directions. While the eastern barrier had been breached, the other three cities had fiercely repelled multiple assaults from the Qingzhou troops. In desperation, the various centurions altered their strategies, slowing the pace of their attacks. Consequently, General Han Wu issued a military order, commanding Zhang Longxiang's Qingzhou troops to garrison at Dongli City for a month, during which they were to construct granaries to accommodate the substantial supplies brought from Liangzhou. At the end of the military order, there was a stern warning. Should past events repeat, there would be no mercy. Undoubtedly, the past events referred to by General Han Wu were the incidents involving the destruction of winter clothing. The first frost of the Gobi came earlier and with greater severity than that of the 9 provinces. The frigid winds from the depths of the Gobi suddenly swept into the camp of the Western Expeditionary Army, leaving tens of thousands of Qingzhou soldiers without winter clothing, which incited widespread discontent. The strength of the Qingzhou soldiers stemmed from the grasses and trees, possessing a nature akin to that of vegetation. They were fearful of the bitter cold, and only the locally sourced spiritual cotton could alleviate their suffering, while the materials produced in the western regions were utterly inadequate. Should another incident occur at the Dongli granary, even General Han Wu himself would find it impossible to balance the scales of merit and demerit. The wrath of tens of thousands of Qingzhou soldiers could easily overwhelm everything. To ensure the safety of the granary, Centurion Zhang Ying dispatched 2 captains, each taking 400 Qingzhou soldiers to scour the surrounding markets and oasis villages, ruthlessly eliminating all resistance. However, the departure of 800 Qingzhou soldiers meant a void within the city, and Zhang Ying had to remain stationed at the military camp, unable to address civic matters. Thus, after much contemplation, he instructed Jiang Chen on 2 matters. First, public security. Within 1 week, the remnants of the Bulinghao must be eradicated from the city, particularly the last escaping corpse demon, which must be located and slain promptly to ensure local safety. Second, the construction of the granary. Based on the courtyard of the eldest son of Lord Buling in the eastern city, Bulshan, a granary must be constructed within 25 days to accommodate the supplies transported from the 9 provinces. Given the weighty nature of this task, Zhang Ying has promised substantial rewards. Once the granary is officially completed, Jiang Chen and his subordinates will collectively earn 20 major merits, 100 minor merits, and Zhang's medicinal herbs from the military's private treasury can be exchanged at half price. Major merits. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with eagerness. He had previously spent a few taels of silver to peruse the list of exchanges for major merits. With merely 365 major merits, he could acquire the wondrous powers that only a general of Qizhou could wield. The military's combat techniques are exceedingly swift. Moreover, with just 10 major merits, one could exchange for a menacingly fearsome, dilapidated machete. Though its name may seem unremarkable, in reality, a humble name breeds abundance. It is the embryonic form of a demonic blade nurtured by a vast amount of vitality and blood. It is extraordinarily ferocious, slicing through iron as if it were mud. Additionally, it possesses immense potential, with prospects for advancement. Jiang Chen, endowed with the dual destinies of steadfastness and the Wanderer of Han, possesses strength that rivals 10 soldiers of Qingzhou, yet his offensive capabilities remain somewhat lacking. Should he obtain this demonic weapon, his personal combat prowess would ascend to new heights. Gongsun Hu, Xiao Wu, and the remaining 8 squad leaders, training under the specially crafted Qingyang technique of the Zhang family, have experienced a 50% increase in the efficiency of their medicinal absorption, and they too eagerly desire to earn merits to exchange for restorative herbs and fruits for cultivation. Thus, whether compelled by military orders or personal desires, and in light of his subordinates' expectations, Jiang Chen must successfully complete the mission, ensuring the safety and peace of Dongli City until the granary is completed. Upon returning to the laborers' camp, Jiang Chen pondered for a long while and summoned all his subordinates, announcing 2 prohibitions. First, starting today, a curfew will be enforced in Dongli City. Anyone leaving their homes after sunset will be apprehended and imprisoned for 30 days. The crowd nodded in agreement. Next, Jiang Chen cast a fierce gaze over everyone present and declared coldly, "Second, no one shall abuse their power to oppress others or act recklessly. Taking bribes from the local gentry is strictly forbidden. Should I discover any such transgressions, The punishment shall be 20 strokes of the military rod at minimum, or execution as a public warning at worst. Xiao Wu pondered for a few moments and inquired, Chief, what if other Qingzhou soldiers commit serious offenses? Jiang Chen's expression turned icy, and in a calm tone, he replied, they shall face the same punishment. Even if they are beyond my jurisdiction, even if the matter escalates to the attention of the officer, I will still have their heads cut off. A hush fell over the crowd, their aspirations of ascending to the ranks of Qingzhou soldiers gradually dissipating, even if they were tempted to act recklessly. They understood that now was not the time to draw attention to themselves. Meanwhile, Chen Bu, primarily responsible for the granary's construction, rubbed his belly and articulated the potential risks regarding supplies. The Dongli granary has been completely destroyed by the ravages of war. Though we hastily gathered nearly 1,000 stone of wheat, it is merely sufficient to feed over 2,000 soldiers and laborers for a mere 10 days. If we do not communicate with the local gentry, we will soon face the threat of starvation. Moreover, within the confines of Dongli City, rice merchants do not engage in the sale of glutinous rice, and during the construction of the city walls, the use of glutinous rice juice is exceedingly rare. However, when David erected the official residence and the city walls, there was a stipulation mandating the utilization of glutinous rice juice to reinforce and enhance durability. Should there be any shortcuts taken in the process, one could anticipate dire consequences upon inspection. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. I will swiftly establish contact with the local magnates. Uncle Chen, you may rest assured in overseeing the granary. Uncle Chen nodded in agreement. On the first day of inspection, Gongsun Hu and Xiao Wu each led 40 soldiers, taking turns to patrol Dongli City day and night. The atmosphere among the people was one of relief. Yet, Jiang Chen remained exceedingly vigilant. After nightfall, he personally led a team to survey the entire city. With the aid of a rudimentary map from the Han wanderers, he navigated without impediment, even apprehending several individuals who violated the curfew, sending them to the dungeons. For 3 consecutive days, tranquility reigned, with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers enveloping the city, creating an illusion of peace in a place that had recently endured the ravages of war. During this period, Jiang Chen endeavored to sell some ancient artifacts and paintings he had procured from the residence of Lord Buling. Unfortunately, the local merchants, wary of these sensitive items, politely declined to purchase them. Fortunately, after a significant portion of the day had passed, Feng Leben relayed auspicious news. A certain Fan Liangshan, a 100-man commander, was willing to acquire all the artifacts and paintings in his possession for the sum of 20 taels of gold, despite knowing he was selling at a loss. Jiang Chen had little choice but to grit his teeth and agree to the transaction, exchanging his wares for 20 taels of gold. Coupled with the 49 taels of gold he already possessed, his total amounted to a staggering 690 taels of silver, equivalent to the sustenance for a destitute farmer for 575 years. It was indeed a night of sudden wealth. Chapter 35. Danger. The undead reemerges, foreboding doom. In the stillness of the night, within the confines of the tent, Jiang Chen sat quietly before his desk, finally granted a fleeting moment of respite as he entrusted the patrol duties to Xiao Wu. Let it not be forgotten. The light of righteousness shines upon you, yet Jiang Chen has yet to find the time to activate its potential. On one hand, he was consumed by pressing matters. On the other, he found himself in a quandary, pondering which fate, martial art, or unique ability to choose. The white fate, defensive. The white fate, the wanderer of Han. Common martial art, iron cloth shirt. Unique ability, binding vines. After much contemplation, Jiang Chen first dismissed the iron cloth shirt, having attempted its practice on several occasions. It proved to be rather mediocre. Indeed, it was a common martial art with limited effectiveness. Let it be stated unequivocally. It was not due to a lack of depth in cultivation, but rather that stubbornness alone was insufficient for mastery. Next, he relinquished the defensive stance. Jiang Chen could distinctly sense that the benevolence of the righteous light favored a more offensive approach, leaning towards the extermination of evil. Thus, the compatibility of the defensive option was too low, compelling him to forego it reluctantly. Alas, how splendid it would be to possess a powerful offensive ability. A tinge of regret welled within Jiang Chen. The Wanderer of Han primarily served as a support role, while Binding Vines was not inherently offensive, with the former's compatibility rated at 60 and the latter only a modest 80. For the time being, he would retain them, perhaps for a future opportunity. It was clear that preserving the favor of the righteous light temporarily, until he could master a strong offensive ability for fusion and enhancement, would yield the greatest benefit. Yet, as this thought emerged, Jiang Chen shook his head. Those who contemplate long-term gains while still weak are destined for demise. This is an immutable truth. Within the city of Dongli, the atmosphere was fraught with intrigue, as remnants of the Buling Ho faction lay hidden. Seeking to bolster their strength as swiftly as possible, a sensible course of action. After much reflection, Jiang Chen concluded that although the Wanderer of Han was primarily supportive, its compatibility was comparatively low. In contrast, binding vines could effectively restrain foes, making it more suitable for integration with the benevolence of the righteous light. Having made his decision, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. He called forth from the depths of his consciousness the long-dormant crimson glow, gradually merging it deep within the bones of his left arm. Regrettably, the process of fusion and enhancement required time. At least an hour must pass before he could truly experience the effects of the upgraded binding vines. Perfect. A brief slumber would suffice. Climbing onto his bed, Jiang Chen, exhausted, quickly succumbed to the embrace of sleep as soon as his head met the pillow. In the latter half of the night, to the east of the city, Xiaowu led a contingent of militia, diligently patrolling the vast expanse of Dongli City. Despite the heaviness of his eyelids, he executed Jiang Chen's orders with unwavering diligence. Gifted with acute hearing and vision, he could perceive sounds unheard by others and see things obscured from their view. Following the enhancements from the Qingyang ceremony, his sensory abilities had been significantly amplified, making him exceptionally suited for reconnaissance and search tasks. As Xiaowu stepped onto a certain street to patrol, his keen ears detected, from several hundred meters away, the sound of footsteps with an unusually high frequency. They did not resemble the hurried steps of common townsfolk. He immediately called out, "Everyone, gather here." Two sergeants patrolling nearby swiftly approached with their subordinates, inquiring anxiously, "Captain, what has happened?" "Follow me." Xiaowu, with a cautious demeanor, waved his hand, commanding the two sergeants to trail behind him as he moved stealthily through one street after another. Along the way, he changed directions several times. He could distinctly sense that this mysterious night wanderer was moving with a speed that surpassed that of ordinary citizens, and perhaps even exceeded the strength of the Qingzhou soldiers. As time ticked away, the eastern horizon began to faintly glow, indicating that within half an hour, most people would awaken. Just before dawn broke, a sudden realization struck Xiaowu. The enigmatic night traveler had abruptly entered a particular shop on the street. Had they stopped? Accompanied by 4 soldiers. Xiaowu hurried to the silk shop, which had already closed, and commanded sternly, "Break down the door." One of the sergeants took a deep breath, braced himself, and forcefully collided with the door. With a crack, the door splintered, and startled cries emanated from within. "Who is it? Who's there?" A fortunate merchant couple, who had narrowly escaped the horrors of the night, abruptly awoke and lifted the covers. However, in the next moment, they were seized by terror as they discovered that the small bed beside theirs was empty. Their daughter, who should have been sound asleep, had vanished without a trace. The woman, in a frenzy, shouted angrily, "Where is my daughter, you scoundrel?" The merchant, Ichio, struggled to maintain his composure and quickly sought a fire stick to illuminate the room. But suddenly, with a loud crash, a shadow burst through the paper window, leaping onto the roof and swiftly fleeing. By the time Xiaowu arrived, only a faint odor lingered in the air, along with the astonished and furious expressions of the merchant couple. The woman, infuriated, exclaimed, "It was you, you wretched Eastern barbarians. You have stolen my daughter." Ichio furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss, and spoke in a deep voice, "Sir, my wife is usually reasonable. She is merely a bit overwhelmed. Could you kindly explain why you intruded into my shop?" Xiaowu exhaled, beginning to recount his recent experiences while inquiring about the events that had just transpired. As dawn broke, hundreds of Easternly citizens gathered on the periphery of the laborers' camp, chattering animatedly. They had all heard about the events of the previous night and were skeptical of the shadow's existence, instead uniting in their belief that it must have been those cursed Eastern barbarians who had abducted Ichio's daughter. Public sentiment surged. The gaze of the Easternly citizens toward the Qingzhou soldiers grew increasingly hostile. At that moment, Xiaowu led Ichio and his wife to the entrance of the laborers' camp, stating that he had urgent matters to discuss. Jiang Chen, sensing the gravity of the situation, solemnly instructed, "Let them in." Though the couple was filled with fear and apprehension about the potential ostracism they might face from other Easternly people after today, they exchanged a resolute glance and steadfastly entered the laborers' camp, their eyes reflecting a hint of determination. Inside the tent, the husband, introducing himself as Ichio, a local silk merchant of Eastern Li, bowed deeply upon entering the tent where Jiang Chen was situated, his voice trembling as he spoke. My beloved wife has endured difficulties in childbirth, and for many years we have remained childless, a source of great sorrow for us. It was only 5 years ago that we were fortunate enough to welcome a lovely daughter into our lives. Though our means are modest, we hope for her to grow healthy and strong. We seek not riches, only that she may marry into a good family, and thus we would have no regrets in this life. However, just last night, when my wife and I awoke, we discovered that our daughter's sweet breathing had suddenly ceased. In a panic, I lit the oil lamp, only to witness a shadow dart past, breaking through the door and window to escape. Neighbors have claimed that the Eastern barbarians have stolen my daughter, but I do not believe this. During your few days in the city, you have caused no trouble whatsoever. What purpose would there be in abducting a child of 4 or 5 years? The wife, having regained her composure, then spoke, after which, the reasonable couple bowed in unison. Xiao Wu recounted all he had witnessed the previous day. Jiang Chen felt a sudden chill in his heart, pondering. A few days prior, during the assault on the Ho residence, he had heard of a diminutive corpse demon that had escaped. Could it be? Upon this realization, Jiang Chen sighed, casting a glance filled with compassion towards Ichio and his wife. If it were indeed the work of a corpse demon, then the fate of this elderly couple's child was likely dire. Chapter 36. The Second Crimson Opportunity. The Su Mansion in the North City. Inside the military tent, Jiang Chen gazed at the merchant Ichio with a hint of compassion, speaking solemnly. I shall endeavor to assist you in locating the perpetrator, but I require more information. Merely relying on a faint scent of blood may not suffice to justify dispatching personnel to scour the entire city. Furthermore, pain flickered across Ichio's face, as if the very essence of his being had evaporated in that moment. With a bitter tone, he replied, I comprehend your intent. My daughter is likely no longer among the living. Thus, after a brief silence, Ichio's weathered countenance gradually revealed a profound hatred. If you can eliminate the murderer, I am willing to act as a liaison with the local influential families. With their backing, you could swiftly solidify your control over Dongli, correct? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. If he could secure the cooperation of local forces, the challenges of maintaining public order, constructing granaries, and procuring military provisions would undoubtedly diminish. Moreover, allowing a corpse demon to lurk within the city would likely incite immense chaos before long, jeopardizing the promised rewards from the captain, 20 major merits and 200 minor ones. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen opened the Little Wasteland Sutra, flipping through to the final pages to find the simplified version of the scavenger ritual he sought. Days prior, he had risked initiating the scavenger ascension ritual, faintly sensing the locations of numerous high-value treasures within the city. Ultimately, he chose to acquire the image of the guardian deity. Yet, upon further reflection, the scavenger ritual inherently possessed the potential for treasure retrieval. Thus, the old village chief Zhang Baisui devoted months to researching and designing a low-tier version of the scavenger ritual. By simply using 5 coins of thunderstruck wood and 2 liang of winter crickets that had survived a year of frost and snow, one could vaguely sense the treasures in the surrounding area. Due to the diminished intensity of the ritual, most of the time, the old chief could only gather refuse, earning him the derision of others as a garbage collector, though occasionally, he would stumble upon some valuable items in desolate places. To locate an actual person, one would only need to consume a white crystal and then sniff a personal item imbued with the corresponding aura, akin to employing a hunting dog to track a scent. Jiang Chen smiled gently and inquired, could you provide me with some of your daughter's frequently used belongings? They may assist in the pursuit. Upon hearing this, Ichio was elated and immediately returned home to fetch a rattle drum, reminiscing. This was my daughter's favorite toy. She would insist on shaking it 200 or 300 times every night before she could sleep. Quite suitable. With each scavenger ritual conducted, a jar of medicine would lose its essence. Jiang Chen smiled knowingly, replicating the actions from days prior when he performed the scavenger ritual. Soon, the jar shattered with a resounding crash. Jiang Chen retrieved the white crystal and swallowed it. Instantly, the surrounding world transformed into a realm of terror. Though the distortion was not as severe as before, it merely rendered all present akin to specters, reminiscent of the fallen soldiers of Dongli. Jiang Chen subdued the terror within. Feeling his soul sway and plummet, seemingly drawing closer to the earth. No, perhaps to the fabled netherworld. He could not help but speculate within his heart. Perhaps it was the influence of the netherworld's aura that caused me to perceive ordinary matters as various horrific entities. Grasping a rattle in his hand, Jiang Chen sought counsel from the vast earth beneath him. After a few moments, the boundless ground, which bore the weight of all existence, transmitted several indistinct messages. Jiang Chen, invoking the spirit of the Han-era wanderer, immediately visualized a rudimentary map of Dongli City in his mind, and based on the information gathered, he pinpointed the location of Ichio's daughter. To the north of the city, the residence of the Su family. This family had fled from the Dawei Wuchao dynasty to the western region of Loulan, with each member standing no less than 8 feet tall and possessing strikingly handsome features. Even the last emperor of the previous dynasty had once favored a male consort from the Su lineage, bestowing upon him the title of Duke Su. Thus, the Su family flourished for a time. However, with the rise of a new dynasty, the Dawei Wuchao, which favored martial prowess and military strategy, the emperor harbored disdain for the former male consort's family and repeatedly suppressed them. The Su family was forced to flee to the western regions, where they have barely survived in Dongli City until now. The One Gong, who had governed the civil affairs of Dongli City for decades, hailed from the Su clan, and most of the officials in various positions were also descendants of the Su family. Residuals of the previous dynasty? Jiang Chen scoffed coldly, commanding Xiao Wu and the other 4 units to remain and guard the granary, while he led Gong Sun Hu and another 4 units directly to Dongli City's north. Upon reaching the city gates, he suddenly recalled that he had been here during his first scavenging ritual, though the gate had been damaged and the interior was in disarray. So he had paid little attention. However, Ichio's anger flared, and he stated solemnly, "My lord, this is merely a ruse. The destruction of the gate is a deliberate facade, indicating a plunder, yet within the underground secret chamber, dozens of Su family members remain hidden, relying on merchants to stealthily transport vegetables and meats at night, waiting for the gates to fully open before they depart." Jiang Chen's lips twitched. These Su family members exhibited a certain cleverness, understanding the stratagem of an empty city, the interplay of falsehoods and truths, the unpredictability of warfare. If there were also the potential presence of corpse demons, the difficulty of assaulting the Su residents would far exceed expectations, and with merely the 4 units behind him, it would be utterly unfeasible. With this thought, Jiang Chen dispatched a laborer to hasten to the military camp. Within the military camp, upon hearing the mention of corpse demons, Feng Leben was elated, promptly summoning over 60 soldiers from Qingzhou to swiftly head towards the city's north. Meanwhile, another officer remaining within the city, Fan Lianshan, could only shed tears of envy and resentment. Opportunities to hunt malevolent creatures were exceedingly rare. After all, slaying them would earn the favor of righteous spiritual illumination. And these creatures possessed only half the intellect they had in life, making them formidable on the battlefield, yet in non-combat situations. The chances of hunting them down were significantly higher. Low risk, high reward. Yet, he had only met the militia officer Jiang Chen once. Upon their meeting, Fan Lianshan could only watch helplessly as a splendid opportunity slipped away to Feng Leben, who engaged in an exceedingly low-priced transaction. Truly, fortune favors the foolish. Fan Lianshan lamented bitterly. Had I purchased the ancient calligraphy and paintings from Jiang Baijiang at market price that day, I could have profited from the ensuing bounty today. In the Central Army camp, the expressionless Captain Zhang Ying occupied the high seat, attentively listening to the report from the commoners below. With a hint of intrigue, he remarked, "I never anticipated that the last fleeing corpse demon would be concealed within the mansion of Lord Su. It seems to have benefited that young man." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ying cast forth a talisman shaped like a short sword, instructing, during its prime, a corpse demon is not easily dealt with. Deliver this to Jiang Baijiang, and upon discovering the demon's trail, it must be employed at the earliest opportunity. The commoner nodded in agreement and promptly returned. As time elapsed, the mansion of Lord Su found itself encircled. 500 laborers swiftly transported various supplies, and with the unwavering support of merchant Ichio, they quickly established a rudimentary defense around the estate. Not even a mouse or a bird could hope to escape. Jiang Chen even dispatched 12 highly perceptive laborers, strategically positioned at 12 points surrounding the mansion, lying low to listen for any underground movements, ever vigilant for secret pathways. There was no alternative, only steadfastness would suffice. When Feng Leben arrived with over 60 soldiers from Qishou, Jiang Chen touched the short sword talisman within his robe, finally breaking into a smile. Even if a fully matured corpse demon truly lurked within the mansion of Lord Su, they now possessed the capability to confront it. With all preparations in place, he declared, "Arms in hand, follow me." Jiang Chen called out, awakening the recently revived life force, its exterior hardening instantly as he advanced towards the grand entrance of Lord Su's mansion. In that very moment, deep within his consciousness, golden light flashed. The second crimson opportunity is being activated. Jiang Chen's heart surged with joy. Indeed, the last corpse demon of Dongli City was concealed within this very mansion of Lord Su. Chapter 37. New Ability. Demon-Slaying Vines. Slaying the corpse demon. As Jiang Chen stepped through the threshold of Su Gong's residence, he could not help but reflect upon his current prowess and the alliances he had forged. In terms of power, the formidable strength bestowed upon him by the Scavenger's Right, the dual fates of the Wanderer and the Han, and his newly acquired ability, demon-slaying vines, culminating from his ascension through the entanglement of grass. Due to the recent acquisition of this ability, Jiang Chen had yet to ascertain its practical effects, leaving him to apply it in the crucible of battle. Regarding influence, a legion of common folk and soldiers, with 10 core warriors from Qingzhou and 80 militia forming the wings of his force, established a team of considerable renown among the populace. In terms of support, he had made acquaintances with various military officials from Zhang Longxiang's ranks and maintained a close relationship with the esteemed General Feng Leben. Had I unknowingly matured to this extent? A sense of joy surged within Jiang Chen as he cautiously entered the Su residence. Behind him, the contingent led by Gong Sun Hu, equipped with shields, stone ropes, short spears, and long lances, followed closely, accompanied by over 60 Qingzhou soldiers, all armed to the teeth, as they stepped into the estate together. The immediate reaction of the onlookers was one of disbelief. Is there truly anyone living here? The surroundings of the front courtyard were stripped of nearly all valuables, dilapidated and barren, as if plundered 100 times over. Anyone who arrived would hardly believe that life still thrived within this manner. However, a flicker of regret crossed Ichio's eyes as he asserted, "All members of the Su clan reside in the underground chambers, for the vegetables and meats are brought in by my arrangements." Jiang Chen understood and gestured for Ichio to continue leading the way. Soon, the soldiers marched boldly into the rear garden. Ichio approached a rock formation and gently tapped it a few times, causing it to split open and reveal a hidden passage. Feng Leben, sword in hand, prepared to enter. Jiang Chen gazed into the dark opening, a faint pain pricking at his brow, and shook his head, preventing Feng Leben's reckless advance. He commanded the soldiers to gather dung and damp firewood to burn at the cave's entrance. Then, he procured several screens to fashion an enormous fan, with the soldiers vigorously fanning, sending billowing white smoke into the passage. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, 3 or 4 dozen members of the Su clan could no longer withstand the smoke, covering their mouths and noses as they fled. Upon seeing soldiers at the entrance, they readily discarded their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. Feng Leben was taken aback. They surrendered without a fight? Jiang Chen chuckled derisively, huh? The scholars, while a few harbor loyalty and honor worthy of respect, the majority might, just moments ago, have resolutely leapt into the river, prepared to drown for their country. Feng Leben wholeheartedly agreed, lamenting the scholars as inept, a perennial topic of jest among the martial generals. Gong Sun, who wore a stern expression as he meticulously interrogated the many escapees from the Su clan. With each revelation, his demeanor grew increasingly grave, prompting him to report to Jiang Chen. "Chief, the Su clan members fled primarily due to the suffocating smoke and the uncontrollable corpse demon. Realizing there was no route of escape, it began to devour the Su clan members in an attempt to recuperate its strength. Overwhelmed by internal and external pressures, they ultimately abandoned all resistance and chose surrender." Jiang Chen, understanding the situation, inquired, "How many Su clan members failed to escape?" Gong Sun, who replied without hesitation, "Approximately 16 or 17, a number sufficient for the corpse demon to fully regain its strength. Should we seize the opportunity to strike while it remains vulnerable?" The Su clan members had confessed that the demon's power was proportionate to its size. Last night, it was as frail as a human. But after consuming 2 or 3 dozen living souls, it could reach its mature state. If it feasted on a greater number of young boys and girls, it might even become stronger. Jiang Chen shook his head. He was reluctant to engage in combat within an unknown environment. The unknown signified peril and the potential for failure. Rather than risk entering a confined underground chamber, it was wiser to lure the creature out with flesh and blood. It is well acknowledged that narrow spaces favor the outnumbered, especially those of exceptional individual prowess. The poem The Difficulty of the Shu Road illustrated a similar scenario. The sword pass stands tall and rugged. One man guards the gate, and 10,000 cannot pass. Now, possessing a numerical advantage, why should they exploit their weaknesses against the enemy's strengths? Jiang Chen commanded the soldiers to cease burning the excrement. For the corpse demon was not a conventional life form. It required no breath and had no vital weaknesses. The smoke would serve only to obscure the soldiers' vision. Soon, the haze dissipated, and the soldiers cautiously slaughtered live chickens and ducks, allowing their blood to flow at the cave's entrance. However, the corpse demon failed to emerge. Seemingly unmoved by the offering, Feng Leben sneered. It appears this corpse demon possesses some wit, aware that hiding in a confined space gives it a chance to counterattack. At that moment, the current head of the Su family, having pleaded for a long while, finally gained an audience with Jiang Chen. He approached hastily, gritting his teeth and stating, "This demon was once my youngest child, Su Hui. During the night of the 100 ghosts, for reasons unknown, he suddenly transformed into a corpse demon, as if under the influence of someone else, and charged out to battle your forces. In the first few days, whenever someone in the house was injured, he could not restrain his desires and would devour them alive. In desperation, I confined him in a cage. But he grew increasingly emaciated. Who would have thought that after his body shrank, he managed to escape through the bars, leading to our current predicament?" The head of the Su family rambled on, but his central message was clear. The scent of blood from live chickens and ducks was insufficient to attract the corpse demon. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you have another child named Su Ming?" The Su family head's entire being seemed to radiate a greenish hue as he nodded sorrowfully. "Yes, but he has already fallen in battle within the Marquis's residence." Jiang Chen's lips twitched as he commanded the soldiers to promptly venture to the mass grave outside the city to procure fresh flesh and blood. He meticulously instructed them to place the offerings at various intervals, by the cave entrance and at 10, 20, 30, and 40 meters beyond. Meanwhile, the soldiers, not idle during this endeavor, swiftly prepared several traps to ensnare the unwitting foe. Before long, within the subterranean chamber, the corpse demon Su Hui abruptly flared his nostrils, his mind consumed by an insatiable hunger for the blood and flesh. He charged frantically towards the cave entrance. A nauseating stench began to waft from the depths of the cave, reminiscent of seafood that had spoiled and was then subjected to the scorching heat of a microwave. Evoking a sense of revulsion, Ichio clenched his fists in fury, exclaiming, "Yes, it is indeed this scent. This was the odor present when my daughter went missing. Lord Jiang, you must ensure the demise of this abomination." Jiang Chen fixed his gaze ahead, and a colossal and grotesque figure emerged from the dark passage, greedily reaching for the delectable offerings, voraciously chewing and swallowing them, with blood dripping from its sharp, jagged teeth, creating an utterly terrifying spectacle. The corpse demon had emerged. Chapter 38, The Immortal Body. Perishing at the hands of Jiang Chen, having devoured a sizable chunk of flesh, the corpse demon Su Hui still felt an insatiable hunger gnawing at him. His plump, broad nose twitched excitedly as he detected the tantalizing aroma of more meat wafting from a distance. With a thunderous stampede, he lumbered away from the cave entrance, heading straight towards the meticulously laid trap prepared by Jiang Chen and his legion of soldiers. As Su Hui reached for the fifth succulent piece of flesh, his right foot suddenly found no purchase, plunging him into the depths of the trap. Thud! The wooden spikes at the trap's bottom inflicted grievous wounds upon the corpse demon's feet, eliciting a cacophony of anguished cries. Ah! 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 With remarkable swiftness, Jiang Chen drew forth a short sword talisman. In the blink of an eye, clang! This talisman, a mere 3 inches in length, transformed into an endless torrent of sword energy, slicing through the air and severing Su Hui's head from his shoulders. From the stump of his neck, a dark fountain of blood gushed forth. Had they triumphed? A wave of elation surged within Feng Leben and his comrades, prompting them to leap from their concealment in the underbrush. Alas, the corpse demon, being a vessel tainted by malevolent energies, possessed no vital weaknesses. It could only be vanquished through a relentless loss of blood. This colossal abomination, now headless, staggered for a few steps before retrieving its own severed head and reattaching it to the next gaping wound. For ordinary mortals, decapitation would signify certain death, but for a mature corpse demon, it was merely a grievous injury. Jiang Chen marveled. It's truly an immortal being. Gongsun Hu and his contingent were already poised, raising their arms in unison to cry out, "Throw the spears." Since the establishment of the militia, Gongsun Hu and his fellows had diligently honed their skills in the art of throwing various mid-range weapons. In that moment, Gongsun Hu and his companions leapt atop the foam mountain, swinging their arms and aiming at the grotesque creature within the trap, launching their short spears with fervor. Swish! A total of 41 short spears descended upon the trap, with many embedding themselves forcefully into the shoulders and abdomen of the corpse demon Su Hui. Meanwhile, Feng Leben and the other soldiers of Qingzhou rushed to the edge of the trap, brandishing their long spears, relentlessly stabbing downward to prevent Su Hui from escaping. At that instant, Jiang Chen, observing the corpse demon Su Hui extracting the spears from its body, sensed impending danger and loudly cautioned, "Everyone, take a half step back." No sooner had he spoken than Su Hui let out a sinister laugh, using tremendous force to hurl all the spears back towards the edge of the trap where the Qingzhou soldiers stood. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's warning was timely. The vast majority of the soldiers heeded the command and retreated half a step, evading the onslaught of spears. Only one unfortunate soldier was grazed by a wayward spear, leaving a gash of approximately 20 centimeters along the left side of his waist, thus temporarily withdrawing from the fray. "I shall devour you all." With blood-red eyes, the corpse demon Su Hui seized the opportunity presented by the unguarded perimeter of the trap to claw his way out, intent on slaughtering every last one of these wretched humans. To crush them, Jiang Chen had long anticipated its true purpose. He swiftly raised his left arm, unleashing the alien spiritual energy hidden deep within his bones. Vine of demonic extermination, arise. At the moment when the corpse demon Su Hui leapt from the depths of the trap, an intense pain surged through his feet. Hundreds of crimson vines erupted rapidly from the trap's bottom, wildly ensnaring the lower limbs of the corpse demon Su Hui. With a roar, the barbed surface of the vines pierced deeply into various parts of Su Hui's lower body, voraciously siphoning the dark blood within. Each time a segment of the vine was severed, it could regenerate rapidly by consuming the blood of the corpse demon, far exceeding Jiang Chen's expectations in terms of restraining effectiveness. Meanwhile, Gongsun Hu and the others had exchanged their short spears for slingshots. Although the damage was reduced, utilizing a slingshot designed for human hands against a creature with hands several times larger than a human's proved to be a rather thankless task. As a stick of incense burned away, each time the corpse demon Su Hui managed to break free from the entangling vines, Jiang Chen would cheerfully raise his left arm and unleash another attack. Despite Su Hui's immense strength and terrifying vitality, nearly immortal in nature, he was ultimately like a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Confined at the bottom of the trap, he could not unleash his formidable combat prowess. By the time the fifth vine of demonic extermination was employed, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming emptiness within his body and had to consume blood-replenishing fruit to restore his vitality. After ingesting 3 such fruits, the self-healing corpse demon Su Hui finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The soldiers of Qingzhou exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with smiles of victory. However, Jiang Chen, known for his cautious nature, consumed one last blood-replenishing fruit and summoned the 9th vine of demonic extermination. In Jiang Chen's philosophy of life, even if an enemy were truly dead, it was imperative to crush their bones and scatter their ashes to ensure safety. A multitude of blood-red vines burgeoned forth, draining the corpse demon's blood, their numbers increasing to the point of nearly enveloping its massive form. Moments later, the fainting corpse demon Su Hui could no longer maintain its ruse, erupting in a furious roar as it struggled to snap the densely packed vines surrounding it. Yet what awaited it were the torches and oil cast down by Gongsun Hu and his comrades. A blazing inferno consumed the last vestiges of life within the corpse demon Su Hui. With a mournful howl, the corpse demon twitched a few times before crashing to the ground. This time, it was truly dead. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and a line of text surged forth from the depths of his consciousness. Crimson Tear opportunity. The light of the righteous path has been acquired. Your act of slaying the corpse demon, mature form, has earned you the favor of a fragment of righteous spiritual light. You may choose any martial art, fate, or other special power for a fundamental enhancement. In the next moment, the sun blazed forth. Although sunlight illuminated the world, a more brilliant red light surged from the highest reaches of the azure sky, rapidly descending to the mortal realm. The crimson light fell into the back garden, enveloping every individual present, instantly purging the malevolent blood from their surfaces. Despite Luo Jiao attempting to use tracking spells, it became exceedingly difficult to locate the beings that had been sanctified by the righteous spiritual light. The crimson radiance itself is an immense boon, harboring vast and pure righteous spiritual energy, sufficient to serve as a substantial reward for vanquishing malevolent forces and upholding the integrity of the mortal realm. Numerous soldiers from Qingzhou, along with figures such as Gongsun Hu and others, displayed evident delight, clearly having derived significant benefits from the crimson light. Jiang Chen, adept at stifling his voice, quietly suppressed a groan to avoid drawing attention, relishing the bliss of the overwhelming spiritual energy purifying his physical form. Ultimately, all the spiritual energy converged deep within his consciousness, transforming into a flicker of red light, gradually subsiding as it awaited the moment to integrate with his fate, martial prowess, or other extraordinary techniques. Chapter 39, Death. Yet a heroic spirit. Huir has also perished. Outside the city of Dongli, an elderly man clad in a black robe wandered desolately across the vast, barren expanse, his face etched with confusion and his heart seething with deep-seated hatred. This man was none other than Wu Xie, the esteemed high priest trusted by Lord Buling. Under the orders of an elder from the Luo sect, he had secretly established a foothold in this frontier stronghold of the western regions, Dongli City, cultivating influence and corrupting one of the four lords of Loulan, Buling unbeknownst to many. He had expended an immeasurable amount of effort to seduce the wives of the four most powerful figures in Dongli, ultimately sowing the seeds of 8 offspring imbued with demonic blood. Yet, who could have anticipated that within the span of a single day, the culmination of 2 decades of toil would come to naught? Today, even the last of his infernal progeny had fallen to the hands of the Qingzhou soldiers. Damnable! Wu Xie shouted in a fit of rage, instinctively employing a tracking spell to discern the identities of those who had slain his 8 children. Alas, all those who participated in the hunt for the corpse demons had been blessed with the purifying light of the righteous path, rendering them immune to tracking and curse-related spells. Wu Xie, in his desperation, invoked 3 malevolent incantations, but to no avail. Frustrated, he stamped his foot, vowing to hold the entire Qingzhou army accountable. Seething with resentment, "Just wait. When the demon horde rises, I shall ensure that you wretched Qingzhou soldiers plummet eternally to the depths of the Peacock River." The Peacock River flows through Dongli, nourishing the fields of wheat that line its banks, and is revered by the Loulan people as a sacred river. Yet, its depths are tainted with a foul stench, making the curse of eternal damnation to the riverbed the most vicious curse among the Loulan people. Wu Xie scoffed coldly, gently piercing his fingertip, from which dark blood oozed, transforming into a shadowy raven that soared swiftly towards Dongli City, ultimately alighting upon an inconspicuous residence. After performing these acts, a sincere and innocent smile gradually graced Wu Xie's face as he softly chanted, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, "Mother of no birth, true void homeland." In the underground chamber, the merchant Ichio finally discovered fragments of his daughter's garments. His complexion paled suddenly as he turned to Jiang Chen, gritting his teeth. "Lord Jiang, if you can avenge me by slaying that high priest, I, Ichio, would be willing to serve you, even if it meant being reviled by the Loulan people." Jiang Chen found himself momentarily speechless, unwilling to offer hollow assurances. Ichio's eyes glimmered with disappointment as he solemnly added, "Rest assured, my lord. Regarding the prior promise to connect with the local magnates, grant me 2 days, and I will arrange everything satisfactorily." "Very well." Jiang Chen patted Ichio on the shoulder, then turned to exit the underground chamber, hastening to the military camp to report the day's events. Within the military camp, he addressed the officer. "I report to you. The last corpse demon in the city has been slain, and the granary has been constructed to a commendable degree. When the first batch of supplies arrives, it shall be completed without a hitch." Jiang Chen clasped his fists and conveyed the entirety of the day's operations to his superior, Officer Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying displayed a look of satisfaction, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the corpse demons are among the most formidable adversaries on the battlefield, immensely powerful and nearly immortal. To vanquish them without incurring any losses is truly commendable. Jiang Chen smiled modestly, replying, "You flatter me, Captain." Although Zhang Ying served as a stand-in for Zhang Longxiang, he was quite straightforward and preferred to dispense with superfluous dialogue. He continued directly, "While merit must be rewarded, the extermination of malevolent creatures is inherently acknowledged by the righteous aura, which offers substantial rewards. In non-battlefield scenarios, such malevolence often competes for hunting opportunities. Should we distribute military merits, it may provoke discontent among other officers." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a slight pang of disappointment. However, Zhang Ying quickly added a follow-up. "In my personal capacity, I shall grant you and the other militia members a bag of blood-replenishing fruit, which you may allocate as you see fit." With that, he tossed a knitted bag filled with purplish-red fruits. "Captain, might I purchase additional blood-replenishing fruit with gold?" Zhang Ying's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing the characteristic demeanor of a merchant. "Of course, but the price will not be modest. Free offerings, it seems, are indeed the most costly." Jiang Chen thought, realizing why the Zhang family's special edition Qingyang Ju was listed as complimentary. The enhanced efficiency in absorbing medicinal substances would undoubtedly require procuring more herbs from the esteemed Zhang clan. Such cunning merchants. Yet, Jiang Chen maintained his decorum, expressing, "Thank you, sir. I currently possess 69 taels of gold and hope to exchange it all for blood-replenishing fruit." Zhang Ying waved his hand, summoning the grain officer, who then retrieved 46 blood-replenishing fruits from the captain's private store and handed them to Jiang Chen. Truly, these rare medicinal materials, cultivated using ginseng and reishi as fertilizers, commanded a staggering price of 15 taels of silver per fruit, equivalent to the sustenance of impoverished families for 7 to 8 years. Jiang Chen grimaced at the thought. The grain officer shrugged casually, commenting, "If the price is too steep, you may exchange merits instead. The captain is quite generous with those who have earned their stripes." Jiang Chen winced internally, contemplating. Acquiring merits is far more challenging than securing gold. Reluctantly, he handed over his gleaming 69 taels of gold to the grain officer, finally receiving 46 diminutive fruits resembling figs in return. Adding to the bag of fruits gifted by the captain, he counted a total of 23. Thus, Jiang Chen's overall collection of blood-replenishing fruits surged to 69. This quantity even surpassed the reserves of some young generals. Despite their diminutive size, around a centimeter in diameter, akin to a bean, these little fruits were a form of hard currency among martial artists and the valiant forces of the 9 provinces. Not only could they permanently enhance vitality, but they also served as the finest supplies in the midst of fierce combat. For instance, during the battle against the corpse demon Su Hui that morning, without the support of those 4 blood-replenishing fruits, Jiang Chen's vitality would have been insufficient to unleash the 9 vying exorcism 9 times. Thus concluded the matter. As he turned a few corners, he heard someone calling out to him, "Jiang Bai Jiang, wait." Only a misnamed individual would be addressed incorrectly. There exists no erroneous nickname. This person, with a countenance that bore the traits of a cunning thief, possessed an uncanny ability to seize opportunities. By the age of 40, he had amassed 500 acres of fertile land through military exploits, indulging in exquisite delicacies, and transforming his sharp visage into that of a corpulent rodent. Recently, when Jiang Chen had sold antique calligraphy and paintings from the Bushan mansion, he had encountered Fan Liangshan. However, the latter's relentless bargaining left a less than favorable impression on Jiang Chen. Fan Liangshan led Jiang Chen to a secluded alley, his face betraying a hint of mystery as he flashed a toothy grin and remarked, "I've heard that you, like the old village chief, tread the path of the scavenger martial arts." Jiang Chen found this rather peculiar but masked his thoughts with a smile and a nod. "Indeed, what brings you here?" "Fan Bai Jiang." Fan Liangshan rubbed his hands together, a sly expression adorning his features. "I've inquired around, and scavengers are renowned for their treasure-hunting skills. Fortuitously, I am aware that the Buling Marquis estate conceals a wealth of gold and silver treasures. Yet, for reasons unknown, the captain has sealed off the estate, prohibiting any entry or exit. The only occasion it was opened was merely to allow access to the back garden, permitting entry through the rear gate. To my knowledge, the Buling Marquis estate is vast, with other areas, particularly the storerooms, hoarding the wealth accrued from the past century. This does not align with our regulations regarding the distribution of spoils in the Western Expeditionary Army. Regardless of the captain's prowess, he can claim no more than a fifth, He cannot monopolize it all, would you not agree? Jiang Chen discerned some of Fan Liangshan's intentions, his tone growing colder. Oh, Fan Bai Jiang. Do you harbor some discontent towards the captain? One must tread carefully. Fan Liangshan wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily lowering his voice. I merely wish to join you after nightfall to seize a fortune. Would it not be a splendid endeavor to acquire the wealth that the Buling Marquis has pillaged over centuries? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen merely gazed at the seal for a few breaths, feeling an overwhelming sense of peril as a sharp pain throbbed at his brow, a forewarning. Just as he pondered this, the long-absent character of fortune and misfortune re-emerged deep within his consciousness. One must become a ghost after a century. Do not tread upon the gates of the netherworld without cause. Days prior, the Grand Shaman forcefully opened the gates to the underworld, unleashing a horde of spirits. Although they were forcibly sealed and the primary assailants repelled, successfully preventing the ghostly leaders from temporarily traversing to the mortal realm. It rendered the area surrounding the Buling Marquis' estate into a veritable den of phantoms. Chapter 40. To live as a hero among men. To die as a gallant spirit. A gallant spirit? A phantom in the mortal realm? Jiang Chen felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable wave of dread, he immediately turned his attention inward, delving into the intricate content of the golden script within his consciousness. Fortune, that night. Alongside General Fan Liangshan, a daring incursion into the residence of the Lord of Divination will present an opportunity to attain a consecutive second white-tier fortune, dust to dust, earth to earth, perfectly assimilating the properties of the scavenger elixir within, while acquiring the bountiful wealth amassed by the Lord of Divination over a century, leading to an unprecedented red-tier fortune. Calamity lies in excessive plundering of riches may incite a riot of phantoms, resulting in a fate of 10 deaths without survival. Disaster. Should one refuse Fan Liangshan's invitation, he will, in 6 days' time, stealthily infiltrate the laborers' encampment under the cover of night, seeking to seize the properties of the scavenger's elixir within you, along with your spiritual energy and the Little Wilderness Sutra, thus placing you in a life-and-death crisis. The advantage lies in, if one can successfully counterattack and incinerate his body, a fifth of a red-tier fortune may be obtained. Fire from wood. Note: only martial artists at the peak of vitality may serve as materials for the ritual. Alternative paths. Choosing other options may yield unpredictable outcomes, leading to unforeseen changes in one's personal destiny, granting variability. Jiang Chen was taken aback, realizing that the golden script contained an immense and intricate amount of information, with the underlying context evoking curiosity, particularly regarding the gallant spirit and the convergence of the 5 elements, which undoubtedly concealed significant secrets and benefits. Yet, in truth, the path he ought to take was exceedingly straightforward. Simply put, 10 deaths without survival. Jiang Chen could not help but lift his gaze toward Fan Liangshan, who wore a broad smile, presenting the image of a genial, portly middle-aged man, seemingly harmless. No one would suspect that should they reject this individual, they might become targets of a covert assassination driven by the desire for the scavenger's elixir within. Conversely, if he acquiesced to this insatiably greedy fool and ventured into the residence of the Lord of Divination, it would amount to willingly plunging into a perilous situation of certain death. Even if he perfectly assimilated the properties of the scavenger's elixir, what good would it do? One could earn riches, but at the cost of one's life. Fan Liangshan stood patiently for some time, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. Yet he maintained a cheerful facade, tentatively inquiring, "Brother Jiang, have you made a decision?" Jiang Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, unable to suppress a thought that danced in his mind, a smiling tiger. With a feigned smile, he replied, "I apologize, General Fan, but my foremost duty is to maintain the peace of Dongli City and oversee the construction of the granary. This is a military order entrusted to me by the captain, which must be fulfilled, and the granary will not be ready for inspection for at least another 20 days. Fan Liangshan chuckled innocently, scratching the back of his head. "Ah, how could I forget that? Very well, let us reconvene in 20 days. Once you, this busy individual, have completed your military duties, I shall seek you out again. The pursuit of wealth and treasures cannot do without a scavenger like you." Fan Liangshan engaged in a lively conversation with Jiang Chen, expressing an eagerness that suggested he would readily partake in a brotherly bond with Jiang. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, and a mischievous thought stirred within him. After sharing a few brotherly exchanges, he finally spoke up, saying, "Since we are on such friendly terms, I find myself in a bit of trouble and hope that Brother Fan can assist me." Upon hearing this, the smile on Fan Liangshan's face faltered, and a flicker of irritation ignited within him. "I merely jest about our brotherhood. How could you take it to heart?" Nevertheless, he thought, one cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a shoe. With this in mind, Fan Liangshan forced a smile and feigned generosity, saying, "Brother Jiang, do not hesitate to speak. Whatever I can do, I will certainly lend a hand." Jiang Chen then recounted the matter entrusted to him by Chen Boer, requesting that Fan Liangshan procure some additional glutinous rice to expedite the construction of the granary. In this realm, construction predominantly utilized fermented earth, which was mixed with subsoil and clay, pounded repeatedly to ensure the loss of humic substances through fermentation. This process, referred to as maturation by the laborers, resulted in walls of exceptional strength and minimal cracking. By adding glutinous rice juice as a binding agent, the strength, toughness, and impermeability of the walls could be further enhanced. Regrettably, glutinous rice was scarce within Dongli City. Although Jiang Chen had established a connection with Ichio, he indicated that it would take at least a week to gather sufficient rice. Given Fan Liangshan's willingness to boldly acquire antiques and paintings, it stood to reason that he might possess unique channels for procurement. Indeed, without hesitation, Fan Liangshan agreed, promising to secure a batch of glutinous rice within 2 to 3 days, clearly indicating he had access to special resources. Fearing that Jiang Chen might impose further demands, he hastily took his leave, departing in a flurry. As Jiang Chen watched Fan Liangshan hurriedly exit the alley, a smile crept onto his face, and he quietly remarked, "Is it really such a big deal to ask for a little glutinous rice?" The two parted ways. However, at the moment Fan Liangshan turned, his previously amiable visage transformed into one of cold malice, and he silently scoffed, "In no more than 17 or 18 days, the specter will dissipate, and the Western Expedition Army will dispatch another battalion to Dongli. By then, I, a mere 100-man captain, may not even qualify to sip the broth. Fortune favors the bold. If this lowly laborer refuses to recognize my worth, then I shall simply exploit the spiritual energy he possesses. After all, Jiang Chen is merely a common laborer appointed in private by Zhang Ying, lacking any official standing. Should I eliminate him, even if discovered, it would bear little consequence." The ritual for scavenging has a simplified version, as does the Qingyang ritual. On every Thursday, one can harness the energy from a centennial tree to temporarily transfer the spiritual properties of a recently deceased body into another individual, lasting up to 12 hours. The next Thursday is merely 6 days away. In the alley, with a cold and cynical smile, Jiang Chen gazed at the retreating figure of Fan Liangshan. Pondering his plans for the forthcoming 6 days, he contemplated, "If I were to report to the colonel in advance or enlist the aid of Feng Leben to witness Fan Baiyang infiltrating the laborers' camp and assassinating me, capturing him would be effortless. However, in doing so, I would inevitably forfeit a crimson opportunity." The thought made Jiang Chen furrow his brow, reluctant yet contemplative. Facing a warrior from Qingzhou alone would not be an easy feat. Although I have triumphed over more formidable corpses twice, it was only with external assistance. Relying solely on myself against a seasoned Qingzhou fighter, my chances of victory would be at most 70%. No, perhaps even that 70% chance belongs to him. Fan Liangshan is wealthy enough to crush me with gold. Death. Wait, the gates of the underworld? The ghostly hero? Now, with the guidance from the hints within his sea of consciousness, he finally comprehended the nature of that utterly terrifying entity. To live is to be a human hero. To die is to become a ghostly champion. Perhaps, throughout these centuries of dark and dreary years, Xiang Yi learned from the painful lessons of his past failure at Wujiang, gathering the vengeful spirits of his former subordinates, rooting them in the underworld, accumulating strength, waiting, enduring, until the gates of the underworld are flung wide open, allowing the living to enter and the dead to exit. At that moment, it would be as if the once mighty king of Western Chu emerged from the depths of the netherworld, returning to the mortal realm, sweeping through the world, and turning everything upside down. Chapter 41. I would rather perish from hunger outside than leap from here. Could it be that this is the fate of Luo? Jiang Chen abruptly covered his mouth, choosing silence. Some matters are best left unspoken. In comparison to those true titans, his own strength felt woefully inadequate. He had merely assimilated a third of the scavenger's medicinal properties and grasped a meager 2 insignificant fates. The grand events involving the lifeless mother and the overlord of Western Chu were beyond his comprehension. The less he knew of their intersections, the safer and longer he would endure. as Chen Bui casually cracked seeds, strewing shells across the ground. He echoed a certain philosophy of life. One should eat when hungry and drink when thirsty. Ignorance is indeed a form of bliss. With a sigh, Jiang Chen expelled a breath of pent-up frustration, resolving to forget his recent conjectures and focus on the task at hand. He must enhance his strength swiftly. Becoming stronger was the ultimate path. As he raised his gaze, he noticed the merchant Yi Qiu standing at the entrance of the camp, alongside Chen Bui and Xiao Wu, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Jiang Chen return, Yi Qiu immediately approached, exclaiming, "Master Jiang, we have finally awaited your return. What brings you here?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his curiosity. Could it be that Yi Qiu had concluded discussions with the local magnates and was now willing to collaborate with the Western Expeditionary Army? Sure enough, Yi Qiu gestured towards the dozens of grain carts within the laborers' encampment, respectfully stating, "Master Jiang, your protection of our homeland has made you a benefactor to the people of Dongli. However, I have heard that your army's expedition was hastily assembled, carrying a limited supply of provisions. Thus, with the support of the Yi family's storerooms and several local magnates, I have procured 2,000 stones of wheat, 500 liters of wine, 200 bolts of cotton, 50 baskets of fruits and vegetables, and 20 jars of oil to present to you." A wave of joy surged within Jiang Chen, who silently marveled at Yi Qiu's astuteness and the shrewdness of the local gentry backing him. Their first act was to alleviate his immediate crisis. The Western Expeditionary Army, under imperial command, was tasked with dividing the forces of the 9 provinces into 6 routes to conquer 36 nations in the western regions. A campaign aimed at expanding territory and unifying rather than annihilating. While pillaging provisions during sieges might be permissible, the majority of grain had already been consumed by the ravages of war, leading to a critical shortage within the city. Forcing the requisition of large quantities of food would undoubtedly incite public outrage, resulting in endless repercussions detrimental to long-term governance. Moreover, slaughtering the wealthy and seizing their supplies. Only a scant few in the city could comprehend the official dialect, and before the unification of written language and standardized transport, the merchant class represented by Yi Qiu was an essential component in maintaining order, possessing considerable value for united governance. They could not be harmed. Jiang Chen nodded inwardly. Acquiring provisions without resorting to violence was indeed a fortunate turn of events. With 1,000 troops from Qingzhou, even in non-combat situations, each soldier required no less than 6 pounds of rice daily, supplemented by 2 pounds of meat and 1 pound of fruits and vegetables. The 1,500 laborers, primarily engaged in the arduous task of constructing granaries, also demanded at least 4 pounds of sustenance each day. With over 2,000 individuals, daily consumption would exceed 100 stones of stored grain. The greatest concern for Chen Bui each day was the availability of rice, meat, vegetables, and glutinous rice juice. The rice has long been depleted, and the corn is scarcely available, sufficient only for a handful of military officers. The common laborers and ordinary soldiers can barely afford to eat their meager portions of wheat, which is truly disheartening. However, with the grain sent by Yi Qiu and the local gentry, Zhang Long's troops from Qingzhou, along with numerous laborers, will have enough sustenance to last until the next shipment arrives. A flicker of joy appeared on Jiang Chen's face, while Chen Bui, beside him, curled his lip in disdain, remarking, "Alas, it is merely wheat porridge. We laborers have no fondness for it, let alone those arrogant soldiers from Qingzhou." Yi Qiu offered a slight bow, his expression apologetic. "I sincerely apologize. The city has just endured the ravages of war, and over half of the stored grain has been destroyed. The amount we can provide is already the utmost limit of the local gentry. In summary, even the landlords have no surplus grain." Little Wu, from a humble background, replied with composure, "What of wheat porridge? I have grown up eating wheat husks and chaff. To have a full meal is enough to satisfy me." In this world, due to the formidable combat strength of the military and the early development of the southern regions, high-yield rice has become prevalent, while wheat has not been widely promoted. It is only in the colder western territories, along certain riverbanks, that large-scale cultivation occurs. Thus, flour has yet to be conceived. Urban dwellers predominantly consume southern rice, while wealthier farmers often partake in corn. Only the poorer households subsist on wheat porridge, which is difficult to chew and swallow, with a taste far inferior to rice and millet. The most destitute families even live on husks and chaff. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Having been raised on noodles, steamed buns, and meat dumplings. He had long mastered various flour-based recipes. He laughed heartily, saying, "Then let us eat wheat. If we finally grind the wheat with a stone mill and cook it slightly, we can create a delectable dish. I assure you that in a few days, even when corn is served before you, you will not wish to take a single bite." Upon hearing this, both Little Wu and Chen Bui exchanged peculiar glances. Wheat ground into flour. Wheat flour soup. What an odd preparation. Even Ichio could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, kindly cautioning, "Master Jiang, wheat is far more resilient to cold than corn, making it suitable for the Western environment." Hence, in Loulan, centered around the Peacock River, 3 cities, Eastleigh, the capital, and Westley, were established along the riverbanks, where wheat seedlings are extensively cultivated. However, in all these years of consuming wheat porridge, we have never heard of such a method of grinding it into flour. Jiang Chen chuckled. Uncle Chun, Little Wu, and Manager E, once the dish is prepared, I hope you will be the first to taste it. Chen Bui scoffed. In my lifetime, I have had few pleasures, and I only seek food and drink. Having accustomed my stomach to corn and rice, I would rather starve than eat a single grain of wheat porridge. Jiang Chun refrained from retorting, rubbing his hands together as he procured a bag of hulled wheat grains, weighing about 2 pounds. He then ground it finely using a large stone, added a pinch of salt, and over half a liter of warm water, skillfully kneading it into a large dough ball. After letting it rest for a few minutes, he shaped it into 15 small flatbreads. With a slight smile, Jiang Chen spread a little fat on the 15 small dough balls and placed them in a large pot over a gentle flame. Soon enough, the flatbreads were baked to a golden hue on both sides. Although slightly charred on the surface, the enticing aroma instantly made everyone present swallow hard. Is this wheat rice? Can it be eaten? This wheat rice resembles something crafted from gold. Jiang Chen smiled, distributing the 15 flatbreads among the 3 individuals. Chen, not feeling hungry, merely pouted and turned away, indicating he would not partake. Xiao Wu, however, was the first to seize a flatbread, taking a hearty bite. He had prepared himself for an exceedingly unpleasant taste, intending to say it was tolerable to save face for his superior. Yet the delightful crispness and fragrant flavor left him too absorbed to utter a word, as he eagerly devoured the delectable flatbread. In no time, he consumed 3 large, round flatbreads entirely. Ichio observed Xiao Wu, who was so engrossed that he scarcely had time to speak, frantically stuffing the flatbreads into his mouth. Curiosity piqued. Ichio pinched the item in his hand and couldn't resist taking a bite, exclaiming in surprise, "This is tenfold, even 100-fold better than wheat rice. It nearly rivals the rice from the southern regions." The novel and fragrant crisp texture prompted Ichio to enthusiastically suggest, "Brother Chen, you should also give it a try." Seeing the 2 finish the 5 pieces of wheat rice in their hands, Chun, feeling a blush rise to his cheeks, discreetly took a small bite of the flatbread. The delightful crunch immediately widened his eyes in astonishment as he couldn't help but exclaim, "So delicious." Chapter 42, The Night of the Wood Radiance. A crisis lurks. As noon approached, the time for the Qingzhou soldiers' midday meal was drawing near. Jiang Chen summoned dozens of cooks. Leading them was the rather simple-minded cook with a large head and thick neck, who, having gained fortune through Jiang Chen's influence, had risen to become a little leader among the cooks. Jiang Chen procured paper and ink, crafted a menu, and personally demonstrated the preparation of several dozen flatbreads, distributing 1 to each cook. After indulging in the flatbreads, the cooks were astonished, exclaiming in unison, "Master Jiang, I wish to learn the art of baking." Soon, the cooks, beaming with joy, acquired the skill of baking from Jiang Chen, while the laborers took charge of using mortars and pestles to hull the rice. At that moment, the merchant Ichio suddenly proposed a suggestion. "My lord, there is no need for heavy stone grinding. Within the city, we have stone mills brought from the interior, primarily used for making bean flour, tools for the military to fatten the horses of Loulan over the years. I ponder, perhaps, they could also be used to crush wheat grains." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen could not help but reflect. The artisans of David have long possessed stone mills. Yet wheat has been scarcely cultivated. They favor rice and millet. Although wheat is abundant in the western regions, the technology remains primitive, and only now have they acquired these relatively advanced tools for grain processing. In other words, the invention of pasta and flour by the Westerners is merely a step away. Even without my intervention, in a decade or so, the title of flour inventor would undoubtedly fall to some imaginative individual from the West. I merely seized the opportunity a half step ahead. While lost in thought, The Qingzhou soldiers had obtained the stone mills and swiftly ground a vast quantity of hulled wheat into flour, cooperating effectively, resulting in the production of 60 baskets of flatbreads, weighing approximately 360 pounds. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen decided to establish a good reputation by first reaching out to the familiar General Aben. Dispatching dozens of laborers to deliver all 60 baskets of flatbreads to Feng Leben and the over 60 Qizhou soldiers under his command. Initially, the soldiers, weary of the monotonous wheat meals, lamented their plight, urging the cooks for rice, or at least corn if rice was unavailable. They were truly reluctant to take another bite of wheat, their cheeks aching. However, the appetite of a soldier is thrice that of an ordinary person, and their hunger escalates rapidly. In just the span of a tea brew, Feng Leben took the lead, devouring the first piece of flatbread, followed by the second, third, and fourth. The other Qingzhou soldiers stared in disbelief as their commander polished off an entire basket of flatbreads, their eyes darting toward the flatbreads in the hands of others. Instantly, even the dullest could perceive that this golden-hued wheat meal was anything but ordinary. The soldiers eagerly grabbed the flatbreads and devoured them, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washing over them as they proclaimed, "This is infinitely superior to the hard wheat meals we have endured these past days. It is incredibly fresh and delicious. My dear brothers, I have stumbled upon a novel way of enjoying our food. I recently tore a small opening in a baked pastry and stuffed it with the remnants of yesterday's minced meat. Taking a bite was nothing short of a divine culinary experience." Once we had devoured all 60 baskets of pastries, Feng Leben patted his belly, eager to extol the virtues of this delicacy. Alas, lacking eloquence, he could only exclaim, "Delicious." Some soldiers, still craving more, inquired, "When shall we have our evening meal?" "You shall partake in your supper by nightfall," came the reply. Another soldier chuckled and suggested, "Commander, let us inspect the laborers' camp." Such words stirred those in reverie. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Leben gathered over 60 soldiers from Qingzhou and marched directly towards the laborers' encampment. Upon arrival, Feng Leben and his men rushed to the entrance of the camp, calling out loudly, "Commander Jiang, where are the pastries? I demand to eat." Jiang Chen laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Bring forth the pastries for Aben." There is a saying that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. However, Jiang Chen was taken aback to discover that the culinary sensation among the Qingzhou soldiers was not merely the pastry, but rather the exquisite combination of the baked pastry enveloping the meat. Jiang Chen attempted to name it Rojia Mo, but regrettably, he failed. The majority of Qingzhou soldiers dismissed this title, retorting, "It is clearly a pastry with meat. Why must it be called meat sandwich?" Jiang Chen could only respond with silence. Before long, over 100 Qingzhou soldiers within the city had become ardent admirers of the meat-filled pastries. That night, all soldiers held their meat sandwiches, engaging in light-hearted banter with their comrades. Such a peculiar occurrence soon caught the attention of Captain Zhang Yang, who, after personally sampling the pastry, promptly concluded, "This can serve as military provisions." The following morning, Fan Lianshan arrived with oxen and horses, bringing with him a total of 13 or 14 bags of glutinous rice, significantly hastening the construction of the granary. Chen Buer made a rough estimate that the project could be completed and accepted in about 16 or 17 days. After all, the granary was built upon the foundation of the original courtyard, allowing for a much faster pace than typical renovations. Jiang Chen stood at the entrance of the granary and inquired, "Uncle, is there any way to expedite the construction? Tiles are currently in short supply in the camp. We must either dismantle them from other rooftops or slowly fire them ourselves." A subtle smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips, and the thought of acquiring them for free crossed his mind. He raised his eyes towards Fan Lianshan's retreating figure and called out, "Brother Fan, please wait." Fan Lianshan hesitated, sensing an ominous premonition, instinctively taking a step back. In the ensuing days, Fan Lianshan felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare. Each time he heard Jiang Chen affectionately call out, "Brother Fan," his legs would tremble uncontrollably, and he would curse inwardly, "Damn it, do you truly consider us brothers, you wretched laborer?" In the span of merely 3 days, Jiang Chen borrowed various supplies under the pretext of constructing a granary, including tung oil, tiles, beams, and an assortment of tools, amounting to nearly 400 taels in total value. He even enlisted a handful of soldiers from his command in Qingzhou as laborers. Initially, when Fan Lianshan purchased antiques and paintings at a low price, he merely profited approximately 250 taels from Jiang Chen. This time, however, not only did he incur losses, but he also found himself out an additional 130 taels. Jiang Chen could not help but raise his thumb in public admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Fan, you are truly the epitome of a good person." Each word struck Fan Liangshan's heart like a sharp blade, inflicting unbearable pain. "Curse that foolishness. How can one treat a brother in such a manner? A good person? I dare say you are rather the greatest fool of all." He thought bitterly. "I have become akin to a courtesan, offering my services for free." The reason behind this predicament was rather simple. Before the specter dissipated, he could not find a 3-year-old white-bearded cricket, an item not particularly expensive yet exceedingly rare. This scarcity accounted for the minuscule number of scavengers. Thus, the scavenger's essence within Jiang Chen was truly unique. "Just wait," he vowed, "when the night of wood arrives. Everything you have consumed will be returned to you in kind." Fan Liangshan's expression turned fierce as he coldly remarked, "At that time, you shall witness the prowess of your so-called good person, Brother Fan." Chapter 43. I am truly not the 100 generals of the pancake throughout the past several centuries, during rapid marches. Soldiers often found themselves bereft of time to prepare meals. Consequently, they would carry fried rice as their sustenance. However, this fried rice, prepared with minimal oil, would become exceedingly dry and unpalatable after merely 1 or 2 days in a bag. Even soaking it in water would only serve to barely satiate hunger. Upon realizing the potential of pancakes as a viable food source, the Lieutenant Jiang promptly commanded all cooks to prepare 5,000 pancakes along with fried rice to be delivered to the 800 soldiers of Qingzhou who were engaged in the campaign against the remnants of the Linghao. A few days later, the familiar adage rang true: misfortune often conceals fortune, and fortune is frequently reliant on misfortune. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen quietly acquired his first nickname in this world, the Pancake General. Every time Feng Leben encountered Jiang Chen, he would teasingly exclaim, "Ah, here comes the Pancake General." Jiang Chen would wince at the mention. In his previous life, due to the rampant behavior of the river crab divine beast, the internet had colloquially referred to foolish individuals as pancakes, a term of endearment for friends on the other end of the line. Thus, every time he heard the title Pancake General, it felt akin to being insulted as a fool, leaving him quite uncomfortable. However, just as Jiang Chen grappled with the implications of this moniker, Zhang Ying, after much contemplation, commanded a contingent of Qingzhou soldiers to escort the somewhat naive cook to the Western Expeditionary Army's main camp to present this culinary creation to General Hongwu. Zhang Ying harbored a vague premonition. The noodle dish Jiang Chen had invented, the pancake, alongside the meat-filled bun, held far greater potential than met the eye, perhaps even capable of captivating the entire army. 2 more days passed, and, as foretold by the golden words in his Sea of Consciousness, today marked the 6th day. After careful consideration, Jiang Chen decided to proceed with caution. At noon, he sent a civilian laborer with a message to Feng Leben. "There is a new method of preparing noodles. Care to join me?" "Absolutely." Feng Leben responded with unbridled enthusiasm, secretly reflecting on how fortunate he was to have met Jiang Chen, as not only could he earn accolades, but also indulge in sumptuous feasts. Soon, the camp was filled with the sounds of slurping noodles, and Feng Leben was sweating profusely, reveling in the experience. The innovative noodle dish Jiang Chen had devised was none other than his favorite from his past life: oil splash noodles. The reason for Feng Leben's sweating was simple. Pepper. I added pepper. In the frigid winters of the western regions, pepper, a plant preferring warmth, could scarcely survive. However, after adapting to the unique environment of the West, a novel variety emerged, possessing a distinct flavor that was both icy and numbing. Renowned as a luxury in David's realm, even in Loulan, it required a hefty 4 taels of silver to procure. In the heart of David's Wu dynasty, one would need 12 taels to exchange for a mere ounce of pepper, making it more precious than gold. Indeed, the common folk of David would jest. This is a war of the palate. Seated at his desk, Jiang Chen observed Feng Leben devouring the noodles with gusto, contemplating in silence. If given the opportunity, he would very much like to emulate Liu Bei and invite Feng Leben to share a bed, rather, to sleep side by side. Regardless of Fan Liang's profound heritage, he could never hope to compete with the combined forces of Jiang Chen and Feng Leben. Having successfully retaliated against the treacherous ambush by Fan Liangshan, not only did he acquire a witness, but he also found a pretext to incinerate Fan Liangshan's corpse. After all, Bin was of a pure disposition, making him susceptible to deception. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had stationed Xiao Wu and the militia of the 4th Division in the surrounding tents, ready to provide immediate support in the face of danger. Finally, he established an additional layer of insurance for himself, should he encounter grave peril. A concealed laborer would ignite a signal fire, prompting the swift arrival of the garrison commander, Lieutenant Zhang Longxiang, Zhang Ying, for assistance. With all preparations in place, his approach was simply one of prudence. On the other side, Fan Liangshan was equally prepared, clad in scale armor and wielding a battered machete. Far from the ordinary tools of common folk, this was a weapon imbued with a fierce reputation. A name that carried weight was essential. For a weapon of such potential, a fearsome title would serve as the finishing touch. Only a battle-hardened warrior would dare to name such a weapon, enhancing its ferocity threefold. Armed with these two treasures, Fan Liangshan was confident that seizing Jiang Chen's scavenger elixir would be a matter of certainty, effortlessly accomplished. Moreover, although the western regions were predominantly arid, Loulan was a land rich in water and pastures, teeming with trees. In Dongli City alone, there were dozens of ancient trees with over 100 rings. As night fell, it was time to act. Fan Liangshan chose a century-old tree known as the acacia, located near the eastern city gate, to conduct a simplified Qingyang ritual. Just then, a faint rumble of hooves echoed from the distant desert, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably, filling him with a sense of foreboding. Moments later, a cavalry squad of approximately 7 or 8 riders, bearing the orders of General Hong Wu, raced towards the city barracks. The soldiers along the way, filled with curiosity, whispered among themselves, "What new orders has General Hong Wu issued? Wasn't it agreed that they would rest for a month? Where were they off to fight again? Surely, they should at least be allocated some new recruits from Qingzhou. With such a small force, defending the city would be feasible, but if they were to launch an offensive..." The messenger cavalry burst into the barracks, seeking out Lieutenant Zhang Ying to deliver General Hong Wu's latest decree. It had come to their attention that your laborer, Jiang Chen, was like a needle in a sack, displaying remarkable military acumen and prowess. Thus he was officially appointed as an independent captain of the laborers, on par with the captains of Qingzhou. His rank was elevated to the 8th grade, with official robes, a waistplate, and salary duly provided, along with a personal guard of 5 men, 2 squads of public soldiers, and unlimited militia, all accompanied by 100 acres of military land. Furthermore, the method of making noodles had been reported to the court, and as this pertained to civil matters, it would warrant a second round of commendation from the court. This military order fell like a boulder into a pond, instantly stirring 1,000 ripples. In the Dongli barracks, Zhang Ying sat before his desk, laughing heartily. Who would have thought that the military position I casually conferred would become an official rank? After suppressing his mirth, he commanded, "Bring forth this military order and post it outside to announce it to the entire army." "Yes, my lord." The messenger promptly affixed the military order to the entrance of the tent. Soon, this news reached the ears of the soldiers and numerous laborers in Qingzhou. Whether soldiers or laborers, all were filled with joy, exclaiming with laughter, "Ha ha! The moniker of General Xiaobing will soon echo through the ranks of the 9 armies." Spoken by the lips of countless men. This assertion is erroneous. Even a humorous title holds significance, far superior to our own obscurity. The unpalatable wheat porridge has transformed into a delicacy. Alas, the countless laborers of the Western expedition must surely express their gratitude to General Jiang. Our young leader has ascended to the rank of a formal general at such a tender age. His future achievements may well rival those of a commanding officer. Such narrow aspirations. In my view, attaining the status of a general is certainly within reach. However, for Fan Liangshan, who had long awaited the night of the Wooden Thursday, this military order felt akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. Staring at the notice board, he was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape as he murmured, "A laborer elevated to the rank of general? Equal in status to the generals of Qingzhou, holding a rank comparable to the 8th grade? How can we take action now? To slay him would be akin to slaying an official." Chapter 44. The Harvest of Uncertainty. The Upgrade of Fate. No way. Absolutely no way. Fan Liangshan's head shook like a rattle drum several times, though he gritted his teeth. Having endured the loss of hundreds of taels worth of resources borrowed incessantly by his younger brother Jiang Chen, he had to relinquish the thought of killing Jiang Chen at this moment. Now, Jiang Chen had risen to the rank of a civil servant of the 8th grade. gaining an official status. Killing an official. In any dynasty, it is a grave offense punishable by death. How could this be? It was merely a matter of making a pancake, yet General Hongwu awarded him an official title. What does that make of my 20 years of toil? Fan Liangshan's heart burned with indignation, having painstakingly labored for 15 or 16 years to barely achieve the rank of 100 generals. Meanwhile, that despicable Jiang Chen had merely crushed wheat grains and kneaded them into dough, yet he had also become a civil servant of the 8th grade, an independent 100 general. What an injustice! Enough. For the sake of a mere scavenger's remedy, it was not worth it. Frowning, Fan Liangshan gazed longingly at the civil servant camp, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately chose to turn away, his back exuding dejection. Within the civil servant camp, Jiang Chen beamed as he watched Feng Leben devour the oil-splashed noodles. Tentatively, he inquired, "General Feng, why not?" His voice abruptly halted. Deep within his brow, a golden light emanated from his consciousness, transforming into words. Mission completed. You have successfully carved an alternative path, leaving a unique mark in the river of destiny, and have gained 30 points of uncertainty. Jiang Chen was baffled, slowly forming a question mark in his mind. What transpired? How did I carve an alternative path? I was merely preparing to counterattack Fan Liangshan. He was utterly perplexed. Feng Leben lifted his head, bewildered, and asked, "General Jiang, what were you about to say? You always leave your words unspoken." Jiang Chen deftly shifted the conversation, asking, "Bin, why does Lord Zhang Longshan's power seem to be at odds with his reputation? It feels somewhat peculiar." Upon hearing this, Feng Leben fell silent. Typically forthright, he now remained mute. After a long pause, he sighed, "Indeed, there is a discrepancy between his reputation and his abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous cheer erupted outside the tent, intermingled with phrases like Jiang Chen, general, and official status. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu pulled back the curtain, his face brimming with joy as he entered, clasping his fists and smiling. "Congratulations, Chief. You have become a formal civil servant 100 general with official status." Jiang Chen was taken aback, looking up at Feng Leben, realizing that this individual's academic performance was not particularly outstanding. He cast a puzzled glance back, and they exchanged silence. At that moment, the curtain was drawn again, revealing the military officer presiding over the Qingyang ceremony. Known for his stoic demeanor, he could not help but smile, holding a scroll of documents, and declared loudly, "Civil servant Jiang Chen, heed my command." Jiang Chen instinctively grasped the situation, immediately rising to display a respectful demeanor. The military judge, holding the document solemnly, declared, "Civil servant Jiang Chen, you have repeatedly rendered outstanding service, demonstrating both military prowess and strategic acumen. Your recent proposal regarding the provisions of military rations will greatly benefit the Western Expedition Army. Therefore, I officially appoint you as a civil servant of independent rank, equivalent to that of the 100 generals of Qingzhou. Your position is set at the 8th grade official rank, with all due provisions, official robe, insignia, salary, and a military allocation of 25 Qingzhou soldiers, 1 squad of personal guards, 2 companies of public soldiers, and an unlimited number of militia. Additionally, you will receive 100 acres of military land. I hope you will continue to exert yourself and achieve remarkable accomplishments for our Qingzhou army." Upon finishing, he handed the military order to Jiang Chen. A surge of joy welled up in Jiang Chen's heart as he accepted the document. After meticulously studying its contents, he finally comprehended the true reason behind the matter. Fan Liangshan must have heard such news and voluntarily relinquished any thoughts of assassination. To kill a civilian is akin to slaughtering a chicken, whereas to kill an official is akin to taking a life. Although this sentiment is rather inappropriate, it reflects the harsh reality. The weight of an official status far surpasses that of an ordinary citizen. Should an unexpected demise occur, an investigation would undoubtedly be launched to uncover the truth. Moreover, there were the official robe, insignia, salary, the 100 acres of military land, and most importantly, the allocation of 25 Qingzhou soldiers. This meant that Jiang Chen's contingent of Qingzhou soldiers had increased by a substantial 25. After the military judge recited the order, he did not hastily depart, but instead smiled and added, "Soon, the esteemed officials at the court shall become acquainted with your title of the 100 generals of pancakes." At this, Feng Leben could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, holding his stomach and gazing skyward. Jiang Chen suppressed his desire to scoff internally. silently vowing to achieve great renown in the future to replace this ridiculous moniker of the 100 Generals of Pancakes. Nevertheless, he dutifully accepted the military order, feigning a deeply grateful demeanor, and proclaimed, "Thank you, General Hongwu. Thank you, Captain Jiang." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's expressions of gratitude, the military judge continued, "Tomorrow morning, you shall accompany me and 20 newly appointed Qingzhou warriors to the Western Expedition Army's main camp to study the Great David Law. Upon passing the evaluation, you will be granted an official military position." Examination? A slight tremor coursed through Jiang Chen's heart as he thought to himself, "My cursed fate is the bane of all selection processes. However, the bane is none other than myself. How unfortunate, how unfortunate, how unfortunate," Jiang Chen lamented inwardly. The military judge narrowed his eyes and gazed intently at Jiang Chen's face. Noticing a hint of surprise, this young man did not exhibit any overwhelming joy. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed, to the point of seeming somewhat despondent. The military judge could not help but nod in quiet approval, acknowledging that he possessed a certain general's demeanor. One must maintain composure in the face of significant matters. With this thought, the military judge's smile softened further as he produced a simple map of Pingshou County from his pocket and inquired gravely, "There is one more matter. What piece of land in Pingshou County would you wish to claim?" Jiang Chen, unaware that his momentary melancholy had been misinterpreted as the poise of a general, replied with a calm tone, "The land in Pingshou County is already overcrowded, concentrated in the hands of a few. Where could I possibly select my military land?" The military judge lifted his chin, speaking with an air of arrogance. "Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. On the shores of the land, all subjects belong to the king. I, David, have established my reign through martial prowess. When the heavenly soldiers arrive, regardless of whether they are landlords or wealthy merchants, as long as the landowner does not possess the military status of the Qingzhou army, the land may be forcibly annexed." His tone was imbued with the pride of one belonging to the Qingzhou army. Upon hearing this, the original owner, hailing from Pingshou County, recalled that his parents had bequeathed him 3 acres of irrigated land, situated conveniently amidst 2 plots owned by a tax collector. Should these 3 acres be annexed, the tax collector's lands would merge into a single expanse, significantly enhancing their value. Yet, the tax collector took advantage of the fact that the original owner was orphaned, coinciding with the current emperor's grand ambitions of warfare, amassing a formidable army from the 9 provinces to launch an attack on the Western territories. Consequently, the original owner was assigned as a laborer for the Western Expedition Army, Qingzhou Division. Once the news of his demise reached, the tax collector could seize the 3 acres of fertile land, accumulated over generations, without spending a single coin. Truth be told, I, too, have a fondness for contiguous fields. Jiang Chen revealed an aggressively captivating smile, raising his gaze to the military judge, and solemnly declared, "My lord, I have decided. I wish to claim the irrigated land between the left bank of the Ping'an River and the Jianxi Mountain, for it is a place where my parents toiled throughout their lives." The military judge nodded, documenting Jiang Chen's intention before turning to depart. Jiang Chen remained silent, a smile lingering on his lips. After everyone, including Feng Leben, Xiao Wu, Gongsun Hu, Chun Bu, and the 8 squad leaders, had entered the camp to offer their congratulations, Jiang Chen found himself parched and utterly exhausted, collapsing onto his bedding. Finally, he had some moments of leisure. Gradually, he closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink into the sea of awareness. Deep within the sea of awareness, apart from 2 gemstones faintly glowing with white light and a dull gray stone, there was a crimson glimmer that had fallen into silence, obtained from slaying the corpse demon Su Hui. The previous crimson glimmer had already been utilized to vanquish the demonic vines, but this newly acquired resource could be held in reserve, awaiting the arrival of a powerful fate, martial skill, or special ability. At this moment, he also discovered an additional 30 particles of fine white light. Jiang Chen subtly sensed this and acquired relevant information regarding the variables. Upon meticulous examination, a profound realization blossomed within him, embodying the notion that misfortune may harbor fortune, and fortune may conceal misfortune. He exclaimed in delight, "This item can actually upgrade my fate more easily." Chapter 45, Forging Destiny. A delightful surprise. Variable. Only those who tread unconventional paths possess variables. The more variables one harbors, the more profound the transformation of their life's journey. When the variable is below 100 points, one can upgrade their gray destiny, enhancing the white one. The greater the expenditure of variables, the more formidable the resultant destiny becomes. After acquiring a wealth of information regarding variables, Jiang Chen was immediately reminded of his solitary gray destiny. Falling behind Sun Shan. In the Song dynasty, there was a talented individual named Sun Shan, renowned not only for his humor, but also for his extraordinary gift of jesting, earning him the moniker of the comical scholar among his peers. On one occasion, he participated in the imperial examination alongside a fellow townsman's son. When the results were announced, although Sun Shan's name appeared at the very bottom of the list, he was nonetheless acknowledged, while his companion failed to make the cut. Feeling both embarrassed to boast and unable to conceal the truth, he casually recited a couplet that did not quite form a poem. The last name on the list is Sun Shan, while your esteemed name lies beyond Sun Shan. The term refers to the top scholar in the ancient imperial examination system. The essence of his couplet conveyed that Sun Shan held the last position on the list, while the name of the other gentleman trailed behind him. Henceforth, the phrase falling behind Sun Shan became synonymous with those who applied to schools or took various examinations but failed to gain admission. For Jiang Chen, possessing this destiny meant that whenever he engaged in examinations or selection activities, his energy would deplete at an alarming rate, swiftly plunging him into a state of exhaustion. With such a destiny, even if one possessed the capability to gain admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University, the grueling trials might leave one on the brink of collapse with uncertain outcomes. Thus, Jiang Chen smirked wryly and declared with conviction, "This destiny is one I shall forego." With a mere thought, he summoned 30 white orbs of light from his consciousness, casting them into the depths of his mind, transforming into an enigmatic and extraordinary white flame that blazed brightly. By simply casting any destiny into this flame, one could refine and upgrade it, or enhance its efficacy. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen propelled the stone representing his gray destiny into the incandescent fire. With a flash, the burning and forging commenced. In ancient China, there exists a saying, "Jade, uncarved, cannot become a vessel." Common jade, when compared to the dazzling gemstones of the West, pales in beauty, yet its texture and resilience render it the most suitable for sculpting, harboring boundless potential. Through the artistry of master craftsmen, it transforms into exquisite national treasures. Akin to the legendary He Sure Bai, the same principle applies to destinies. After enduring the intense flames, the stone representing falling behind Sun Shan, once drab and gray, was melted away by the white fire, gradually revealing its pure, white essence. Ultimately, new inscriptions appeared in his mind. The destiny falling behind Sun Shan is more easily transcended, gradually unveiling its exquisite nature. Please proceed with further refinement to ascertain its efficacy. The scholar's affinity with spirits and supernatural beings is remarkable. All shape-shifting female demons will undoubtedly favor you, bestowing upon you an abundance of romantic fortune and nightly revelry. To refine this destiny, one must expend a modicum of vitality, enhancing the kidneys and certain pivotal areas. Your insatiable love for learning is innate. The mere mention of books brings you joy, and you shall never tire in the pursuit of knowledge. However, to cultivate this destiny requires a considerable expenditure of vitality, fortifying the brain, eyes, heart, and other vital regions. When performing in theater, reciting poetry, or delivering speeches, your pronunciation is exceedingly precise, your enunciation clear, and your intonation melodious. Yet, sculpting this destiny also necessitates a slight sacrifice of vitality, strengthening the throat, mouth, and brain. All these destinies resonate closely with the essence of a literati. Jiang Chen raised his brow slightly, contemplating which destiny would suit him best. First, he dismissed the articulate scholar option in modern society. This would be akin to possessing a premier broadcasting voice, perhaps becoming an exceptional announcer, but within this realm, its applicability is too limited. Next, his thoughts lingered between scholar's affinity with spirits and insatiable learner for quite some time, unable to reach a decision. The notion of shape-shifting female demons and the enhancement of certain crucial areas was indeed enticing. In truth, Jiang Chen's primary focus rested on the scholar's affinity with spirits. Yet after careful consideration, he ultimately chose to follow reason and selected insatiable learner. The rationale was straightforward. The next day, he would accompany the military judge to the Western Expedition Army camp to study the laws and receive military rank. Thus, The insatiable learner destiny was undoubtedly the most suitable choice for his current needs. Thus, it is settled, insatiable learner. Jiang Chen resolved within himself, and instantly, the incandescent flames erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The great fire burned. Ultimately, the destiny crystallized, gradually transforming into the shape that Jiang Chen favored, becoming the third white gem within his sea of consciousness. In an instant, a significant flow of vitality surged within him, rapidly directing towards the brain, eyes, heart, and other organs, swiftly enhancing those areas. Jiang Chen felt a rapid depletion of vitality, causing him to tighten with concern, muttering inwardly, "How can a little and a lot be so vague? Like a recipe without precise measurements?" Despite his complaints, his body was exceedingly honest. Jiang Chen promptly retrieved a blood-replenishing fruit from his bosom and consumed it, but it was soon exhausted. Previously, he had exchanged dozens of taels of gold, supplemented by the rewards from the captain, to acquire a substantial 69 blood-replenishing fruits, which could be deemed exceedingly ample. Jiang Chen steeled himself. "I refuse to believe that 69 cannot satiate you." With that, he swallowed another blood-replenishing fruit. In the span of a single tea time, he consumed a total of 44 blood-replenishing fruits, transforming them into vitality, continually remodeling and strengthening the structure of his brain. Jiang Chen felt an extraordinary clarity in his mind, accompanied by an intense heat, an astonishing juxtaposition of two opposing states. Gradually, his memory was significantly enhanced. Fragments of his past life, long-forgotten images, and a cacophony of miscellaneous knowledge surged forth. Some were fleeting memories akin to watching a video and forgetting it instantly, while others were the result of rote memorization from his school days, which he had ultimately regurgitated to his teachers. It was a chaotic whirlwind of recollections. Among these was a brief understanding of the Yuanyang formation he had encountered while perusing the rise and fall of the Qijiao army, alongside a plethora of scattered memories. Jiang Chen was elated, utterly astonished that the evolution of his destiny would yield such unexpected delights. Following this, his cognitive responsiveness began to accelerate. If previously he could solve a complex calculus problem in 2 minutes, now he required only a minute and a half. Of course, many advanced mathematics problems remained insurmountable. Ultimately, there was the matter of vitality. Jiang Chen merely needed to expend his energy, and his mind would perpetually operate at a high-speed state, free from any semblance of fatigue. His eyes would not ache, and his heart would maintain a stable rhythm, impervious to sudden failure. As long as there was an ample supply of vitality to fuel his destiny, even the relentless task of completing 300 examination papers would pose no challenge. Tireless. This encapsulates the essence of the White Destiny's insatiable thirst for knowledge. Chapter 46. The Ancient Beasts. The Saber-Toothed Tiger. The following morning, under the auspices of an ominous night, Jiang Chen awoke with an unexpected sense of tranquility. As he accompanied the military officer, preparing to embark on the journey to the Western Expedition Army's camp, he fortuitously encountered Fan Liaoshan emerging from his tent, his eyes shadowed and weary, evidently having spent the night in wakefulness. With a genuine smile adorning his face, Jiang Chen kindly inquired, "Brother Fan, did you not rest well last night?" "Ah, it was tolerable." Fan Liaoshan, upon hearing the term brother, could not suppress a surge of resentment, silently cursing, "Curse that man. Were it not for his fortunate elevation to an official position, he would have perished last night." However, he dared not reveal his previous assassination intentions, instead forcing a smile as he remarked, "Congratulations, my dear Jiang. In the blink of an eye, you have ascended to the rank of an esteemed civil servant." A hint of irony graced Jiang Chen's lips as he replied, "Brother Fan, I have always known you to be generous. Surely you have prepared a congratulatory gift for me. Given our acquaintance, there is no need for extravagance." Fan Lianshan's thoughts erupted in fury. "By the heavens, my gift shall be your severed skull, to be used as a bowl. You scoundrel! Having devoured my supplies worth 380 taels of silver, you still find it insufficient? I should have stormed the civil servant camp last night and dispatched you." Alas, the preceding thoughts were mere fantasies. In reality, a bittersweet smile nearly brought tears to Fan Liangshan's eyes as he stammered, "Why yes, I have something. I have prepared a blood-replenishing herb fruit as a token of celebration." With a look of genuine concern, he retrieved a purplish-red herb from his pocket. Presenting it as if it were a protection fee, Jiang Chen graciously accepted it, tucking it into his pocket, for even the leg of a mosquito is flesh. Satisfied, he remarked, Brother Fan, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Thank you, Brother Fan. I shall invite you to taste the noodles I prepare another day. Farewell. Fan Liashan forced a smile, yet the simple farewell was laced with barely concealed animosity, hinting at personal grievances. Shortly thereafter, the patrolman Xiao Wu, abandoning his post, rushed to bid Jiang Chen farewell. Observing this, Jiang Chen scolded him sternly. I understand, Chief. This is the formation I have designed, known as the Mandarin Duck Formation. If you cannot read, let Uncle Chen teach you. Well, you ought to familiarize yourself with more characters. If you wish to keep pace with me in the future, you must exert greater effort. Yes, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Xiao Wu, clutching the diagram, was instantly rejuvenated, his face alight with joy. Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, amidst the vast desert, 8 large carts traversed westward, delving deeper into the Gobi. The current climate of the Gobi was considerably colder compared to Jiang Chen's initial arrival. The military officer speculated that within 7 or 8 days, the Gobi might welcome its first snowfall of the year, arriving earlier than in previous years. In the front 4 carriages were the Qingzhou warriors, including Jiang Chen and the military officers, while the latter 4 contained the surrendered members of the Su family from the northern city. The fate of the remnants of the previous dynasty was to be determined personally by General Han Wu. The number of Qingzhou warriors totaled 20, all of whom had fully absorbed the power of Qingyang during the previous 2 great battles. Together with Gong Sun Hu and Xiao Wu, they participated in the Qingyang ceremony, slaying numerous resurrected soldiers and successfully ascending to the higher ranks of Qingzhou warriors. The Qingzhou warriors held a favorable impression of Jiang Chen, who had recently risen to prominence, and thus a camaraderie developed among them. Notably, one towering warrior, nearly 9 feet tall with large eyes, mouth, nose, hands, feet, and a substantial belly, was named Ruan Taixian, nicknamed the Iron-Bellied Chancellor. He was particularly friendly and took the initiative to sit beside Jiang Chen, repeatedly imploring the master of noodles to concoct more exquisite dishes. Next time, for sure, he exclaimed. Just as his words fell, a commotion arose outside the carriage, and the coachman shouted, "A saber-toothed beast." Jiang Chen's heart stirred. He lifted the curtain to gaze outside, his eyes widening in astonishment. A saber-toothed tiger? A male specimen, only seen in ancient biological documentaries of the previous life, was now vividly present by the Peacock River, a few hundred meters away, lowering its head to drink. It raised its head, fixing a gaze filled with hatred and ferocity upon the passing convoy. Jiang Chen observed intently. Granted extraordinary vision, he could clearly discern the fierce countenance of the saber-toothed tiger. Its appearance was not drastically different from that of ordinary tigers, save for the pair of elongated fangs, approximately 30 centimeters in length, resembling 2 razor-sharp daggers poised to pierce the necks of most wild creatures, exuding a terrifying aura. This saber-toothed tiger was in its prime and had already entered the realm of the extraordinary, its length far exceeding that of typical specimens, measuring around 5 meters. With its long, balanced tail, its total length might reach 7 meters. Such a formidable creature. Jiang Chen speculated that its weight was no less than 1,000 kilograms. Undoubtedly a king of beasts in the wild. Unlike the previous life, in this world, many ancient species and wild beasts have persisted due to the abundance of extraordinary beings and large herbivores. Among them was the apex predator of the wilderness, the saber-toothed tiger. Regrettably, under the blades of human warriors, the extinction rate of the mightiest species only accelerated. Creatures like the saber-toothed tiger, inherently powerful ancient beings, had long been extinct in the David mainland, yet they managed to survive and thrive in the relatively desolate western regions. Ruan Taixian squinted, scrutinizing the beast for a while before rumbling. It has tasted human flesh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen licked his lips, staring at the distant beast with an overwhelming impulse. Hunt. He yearned to hunt this man-eating beast, to sever its imposing head and claim it as a trophy for his collection. Perhaps sensing the hidden menace within the convoy, the saber-toothed tiger revealed a fierce glint in its eyes and emitted a low growl before hastily retreating. Jiang Chen, unable to comprehend the language of beasts, found the situation amusing and thought to himself, "Surely, you do not wish to feast upon my entire family, do you?" As the saber-toothed tiger gradually vanished from the sight of the onlookers, an impulse surged within Jiang Chen, prompting him to peruse the little wilderness scripture. On the 43rd page, he found 2 glaring lines of text pertaining to the promotion ceremony for wilderness hunters. Ceremony. Hunt the tiger. One must refrain from utilizing excessively powerful treasures and avoid over-relying on others. Independently hunting a man-eating tiger is requisite to initially assimilate the medicinal properties and ascend to the rank of a wilderness hunter. Chapter 47. The second white opportunity is awakening. After the brief encounter with the saber-toothed tiger, tranquility once again enveloped the journey. Merely 12 or 13 hours had passed when the jovial voice of the driver echoed ahead. "Gentlemen, we have arrived at the Western Expedition Army's camp." A surge of joy filled Jiang Chen's heart as he lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing the familiar yet foreign expanse of the Western Expedition Army's encampment. The camp sprawled vast and magnificent, capable of accommodating nearly 100,000 souls, akin to a small to medium-sized city. Every 300 meters, a watchtower stood tall, where soldiers from Qingzhou loomed high above, bow in hand, surveying the approaching horsemen. Upon his first entry into the Western Expedition camp, the numerous Qingzhou soldiers atop the watchtowers had gazed down upon the multitude of laborers with palpable disdain, even hurling insults such as insects. Yet this time Jiang Chen, still clad in the garb of a laborer, stepped into the camp with a slight smirk, mused softly, the saber-toothed tiger could indeed be considered a grand insect. Within the camp, most Qingzhou soldiers had caught wind of the recent rumors circulating among them, engaging in hushed discussions. I have a friend who told me, under strict confidence, that there exists a laborer from Donglei City who transformed tasteless wheat porridge into delectable noodles and was awarded by General Hongwu, rising to the rank of 100 generals. Talk about a meteoric rise. Such fortune is astounding. Yet, it may not be mere luck. I hear this individual did not partake in the Qingyang ceremony, but rather traversed the path of a scavenger, achieving his current status solely through his own efforts. Expressions of envy filled the faces of many soldiers as they gazed upon the slowly advancing horsemen entering the Western Expedition camp. Who could this fortunate laborer be? The one who had contributed such fine military provisions? Jiang Chen gracefully descended from the carriage, followed by 20 newly minted Qingzhou warriors, who were engaged in animated conversation. Amidst their light-hearted chatter, the military law officer descended from another carriage, his tone icy as he inquired, "Have all 20 of you memorized the 60 articles of Han law?" Having served in the ranks for several years, most of the new Qingzhou warriors were well-versed in the legal codes, nodding in affirmation that they required no review and were prepared for the legal assessment. The military law officer snorted derisively, fixing his gaze upon one soldier's rotund belly, sneering, "In my view, some of you indulge in revelry daily. Mark my words. Tomorrow, some will be dismissed and must study the law alongside Jiang Chen for a retest." "Rest assured, sir, that will be impossible." The newly appointed Qingzhou warriors, including Yuan Taihan, chorused fervently, their voices brimming with urgency as they yearned to swiftly become the esteemed 100 generals of Qizhou. The military law officer scoffed, "I too hope you all pass. To spare me the embarrassment." With that, he turned his attention back to Jiang Chen, tossing a wooden token embedded with iron towards him, and smiled, saying, "Jiang by Jiang. Proceed 400 paces westward until you encounter a tent fragrant with the scent of books. That is where the old camp leader conducts lessons. Once you have memorized the law, return to seek me." "Understood, sir," Jiang Chen replied. The military judge, accompanied by 20 valiant fighters from Qingzhou, hastened eastward. In contrast, Jiang Chen journeyed westwards, but, after traversing merely a few hundred meters, came to an abrupt halt, gazing downwards with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Beneath his feet lay faint traces of charred earth. Jiang Chen pondered. I recall the old grain platform once mentioning that not long ago. The Loulan army had launched a surprise attack on the Western Expedition's encampment, employing fire tactics that left a significant portion of the barracks reduced to ashes. Here, fresh scorch marks suggest. Could it be that the Loulan main forces excel in fire assaults? Although Jiang Chen had yet to witness the Loulan main forces firsthand, the Qingzhou army, boasting 30,000 troops, had so far only managed to breach a single city, Donglei. It was evident that even if the Loulan forces were somewhat weaker, they still possessed the strength to contend with 30,000 Qingzhou soldiers. The annihilation of a nation, indeed, is no simple feat. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Chen continued on for several dozen steps until he soon discovered a particularly large tent, emanating a subtle aroma of ink and paper. Clearing his throat, Jiang Chen adjusted his attire. The garments he wore were no longer the coarse linen of a laborer, but rather a set of relatively clean and warm cotton clothes. fashioned from the 200 bolts of fabric gifted by Ichio. Straightening his posture, Jiang Chen announced, "Old Commander, Jiang Chen seeks an audience." Upon hearing this, an elderly man clad in military attire parted the curtain. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, a flicker of surprise crossed his face as he exclaimed, "Ah, you have become a scavenger? Are you here to inquire about the subsequent path of the scavenger's martial arts?" Jiang Chen shook his head and presented the token bestowed upon him by the military judge, stating earnestly, "Old Commander, I come to study the law." "Oh, you are here to learn the law." Zhang Baishui initially seemed taken aback, but when his gaze fell upon the wooden token in Jiang Chen's hand, he stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "What did you say? You are here to learn the law?" In a sincere tone, Jiang Chen replied, "Yes, under the auspices of General Han Wu, I fortuitously attained the rank of a dignified 8th grade officer. I hope, Old Commander, that you will generously impart your wisdom and guidance." Upon hearing this, Zhang Baishui narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young man before him, and inquired, "Have you turned 20 this year?" "After the new year, I will be 18 in the traditional sense," Jiang Chen responded. Zhang Baishui felt a surge of astonishment. At the age of 18, he had indulged in the pleasures of the brothel, achieving nothing noteworthy beyond a series of fleeting conquests. Yet here stood this young man, born of humble origins, devoid of power or influence, who had managed to rise from obscurity, advancing to the position of a scavenger and attaining an official status. This individual possesses boundless potential. Stroking his beard, Zhang Baishui's demeanor grew warm as he ushered Jiang Chen into the tent. Upon entering, Jiang Chen's attention was immediately captured by a pearwood bookshelf brimming with tomes. In addition to legal texts, it contained works on civil affairs, culture, martial arts manuals, and a plethora of intriguing anecdotes. At the dawn of the David Wu dynasty, nearly everything had been meticulously copied, and on the foundation of the martial law, the 9 provinces' military regulations had been newly revised. However, there were also some antiquarian scholars who, seizing the opportunity presented by the 4th generation of the Wei Emperor's emergence of factionalism and their desire for absolute power, contrived a so-called Qin law faction amidst the prevailing martial spirit of the David Wu dynasty, specifically opposing the scholars of Han law. Zhang Baishui sighed deeply, reflecting, "In his youth, your majesty was remarkably astute and valiant, fervently pursuing reforms and eradicating long-standing corruption. The David dynasty showed signs of flourishing. Yet upon reaching the age of discernment, he appears to be clouded by ignorance, willingly instigating factional strife. He even resorts to militarism, deploying 200,000 soldiers and 600,000 laborers to wage war in the western regions." Yet, such sentiments could not be divulged to Jiang Chen. Zhang Baishui silently lamented for a moment before turning to Jiang Chen with a smile. "These few volumes comprise the laws necessary for my assessment of your military command. You may glance through them at your leisure. A young mind as agile as yours should, within a fortnight, master the essentials. Even after retiring, you could rely on this legal knowledge to secure a position in local military affairs." At that moment, Jiang Chen lifted his gaze towards the bookshelf, where a martial tome titled Supreme Blade Technique caught his eye. Deep within his consciousness, golden characters emerged. White level opportunity. Supreme Blade Technique is being activated. Chapter 48. A blow from this old man. Upon noticing Jiang Chen's gaze fixed upon the great fierce blade technique, Zhang Baishui stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "This is a prime example among the commonplace martial arts, surpassing the iron cloth shirt by a considerable margin. It is an aggressive form of swordplay, where the greater the fury within one's heart, the more ferocious the technique becomes. Should you successfully pass the legal examination, I shall gift you this martial skill without charge." A surge of joy filled Jiang Chen's heart. After an arduous search for a powerful offensive technique, he finally glimpsed hope. All that was required was to pass the legal examination to acquire this formidable skill. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, old captain." As he opened the first page of the book, he sat before the desk, his focus honing in on the familiar yet foreign characters, his demeanor growing increasingly engrossed. 1 cup of tea, 2 cups, 3 cups. As time flowed on, Jiang Chen felt a slight pain in his eyes. Yet deep within his consciousness, the white jade stone representing his destiny, symbolizing an insatiable thirst for knowledge, began to emit a faint glow. A trickle of vitality was instantly guided by this white light to the acupoints around his eyes, akin to a soothing massage, alleviating all discomfort and fully restoring his vision. Moreover, the fatigue clouding his mind dissipated in that moment. Is this what it means to be insatiably curious? Remarkable. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and clarity, allowing him to immerse himself in his studies with renewed ease and heightened efficiency. He silently mused, had I possessed such a fate during my late-night high school studies? Despite my deficiencies in mathematics and physics, I could have surely excelled in English, literature, and history, gaining admission to a prestigious national university without difficulty. As time slipped by, it soon transitioned from 1:30 in the afternoon to the early hours of the evening. Zhang Baishui, unwilling to disturb this diligent scholar, quietly lit 4 oil lamps to illuminate Jiang Chen's study. He couldn't help but marvel at the young man's prowess. As he remained undeterred and unwearied after reading for over 3 hours, truly a natural-born scholar. Should he forsake martial pursuits for scholarly ones, he could certainly achieve greatness. Though the current dynasty has never placed much value on the literary arts, those who have not transcended the ordinary are often capped at a mere 7th rank in officialdom. At that moment, the curtain was abruptly drawn back, and a hefty figure barged in, booming, "Old Captain, I have come to study." Startled by the sudden intrusion, Jiang Chen was jolted from his intense concentration on the text. As he focused his gaze, he found, as expected, the robust figure of the towering warrior, Yuan Taihan. With his large eyes, wide mouth, and broad nose, a smirk tugged at Jiang Chen's lips as he teased, "My dear Chancellor, were you not proclaiming with the other 19? Fear not, my lord, it is impossible. That rascal Feng Quan posed questions that are far too obscure. I have thoroughly read the legal texts. With just a few more days of review, I shall pass the examination. Meanwhile, you, having barely memorized a few characters, dare to jest with me." As the two engaged in playful banter, Zhang Baishui suddenly let out a cold snort. Yuan Taihan raised his chin with a peculiar confidence reminiscent of a reciting student, opening his mouth with assurance. "Old Tuanchang, feel free to ask." Jiang Chen's lips also curled into a subtle smile of confidence. "Recite the entire text." It was a remarkable display of eloquence. Zhang Baishui nodded discreetly, contemplating a well-rounded talent. Diligent and industrious, this young man's future is indeed boundless. In just one afternoon, how did you become so proficient? Yuan Taihan silently grumbled to himself, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his face turning crimson. "I'm hungry. When hungry, one cannot recite. Let us postpone the contest until tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the other two in the tent exchanged amused glances. Zhang Baishui stroked his white beard, teasingly remarked. Jiang Chen also jested. "Tomorrow, tomorrow. How many tomorrows there are?" Yuan Taihan's eyes widened in indignation. "How can you unjustly tarnish my reputation?" Zhang Baishui scoffed. "What reputation? I know you too well. Your mind is solely occupied with feasting and revelry, never taking the initiative to study." Yuan Taihan's face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. As he retorted, "Nourishment cannot be equated with mere feasting. Supplementing one's nutrition. Studying taxes the brain. Can nourishment truly be called feasting?" The air within and around the tent brimmed with joviality. 3 days later, Zhang Baishui set down his scroll and quizzed him with dozens of questions. Jiang Chen recited flawlessly, making not a single mistake. Zhang Baishui, stroking his white beard, expressed his satisfaction. "Excellent. Regardless of how Feng Quan challenges you, with your current foundation, it is impossible for you to answer incorrectly. You shall surely become an independent general." Yuan Taihan promptly patted his robust chest, leaning forward like a big, eager dog seeking praise, chuckling. "Then, old Tuanchang, what about me? Am I ready? I am still waiting for the salary of 100 generals to do great charitable deeds." Jiang Chen, taken aback, inquired, "You have spare money for charity?" Yuan Taihan puffed out his large chest proudly. "There are many beautiful young women in the city, destitute and forlorn. I have saved my wages over the years to assist them." Jiang Chen. Zhang Baishui's face darkened, and he sternly stated, "From tomorrow onwards, if you make any further mistakes in recitation, I shall ensure you reap the consequences." Yuan Taihan chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "Eating and taking. How can I accept that? What will old Tuanchang treat me to? I haven't had my fill of lunch yet." The noodles Zhang Laudi made at noon were truly delightful. Zhang Baishui, both amused and exasperated, immediately swung his fist, exclaiming, "Take this from me." Chapter 49. Reaping a bountiful harvest and avenge grievances. Within the military tent, a gaunt-faced military judge inquired, "What punishment is warranted for soldiers engaging in private duels?" According to the 9 provinces military code, Page 27. Should a soldier partake in such actions, a fine of 5 gold pieces is imposed, while those found culpable of more severe offenses shall be stripped of their military rank, have their spiritual powers revoked, and be exiled to the frontier for 5 years. Furthermore, if such dueling affects military or governmental affairs, leads to financial gain through malice, injures comrades, or disrupts the livelihoods of the populace, it is regarded as a serious offense. Subsequently, 3 or 4 other military judges posed their questions, to which Jiang Chen responded with impeccable accuracy. Among them was Feng Quan, who had previously crossed paths with Jiang Chen during their time at the barracks and was now one of the examiners. He gazed at Jiang Chen, who answered effortlessly, and could not help but feel a pang of regret. Despite the vast codex of laws, he has made not a single mistake. Such a remarkable talent has emerged as a rising star of the Han Law faction, when it was I who came first, in the Western Expeditionary Army's encampment. It was Feng Quan who had first recognized Jiang Chen's potential, not the old camp leader, Zhang Baisui. Yet, by a twist of fate, he and Jiang Chen had become subtly adversarial. Sighing deeply, Feng Quan pondered his plight. At that moment, the other military judges had completed their inquiries, and all eyes turned to Feng Quan. Master Feng, please impart your wisdom. However, to everyone's astonishment, Feng Quan sighed and responded, there is no need. Why should I impede a talent as exceptional as a Qilan among generals? From this day forth, you are officially appointed as an independent commander, and upon your promotion to a wilderness hunter, you shall ascend to the rank of a general of Qingzhou. With that, Feng Quan shook his head and turned to depart. Muttering softly, it was I who recognized him first. The remaining military judges exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with smiles as they summoned attendants to bring forth the prepared official cap, military robe, waist badge, and boots. Jiang Chen, filled with joy, reached for the garments and discovered 2 documents bearing golden seals. One was his appointment letter as a general, marking his departure from civilian status and the attainment of official rank. The other was a land grant for 100 acres of fertile fields bestowed by the Qingzhou military. Riches indeed come from the sword, and in just over a month, I have risen from an obscure peasant to a minor landowner. Jiang Chen held the documents aloft, his gaze settling upon the text. It read, without fail, 100 acres of irrigated land at the confluence of the left bank of the Pingan River and the Swordtooth Mountain. A wave of exhilaration surged within him. Although the tax collector did not slay the original owner, he is nonetheless one of the culprits, and this could be considered a form of vengeance for the original victim. Moreover, there were 10 gleaming ingots of silver, totaling 100 taels, as an additional reward from the Western Expeditionary Army for all newly appointed generals. Phew. In the training room, the old camp leader remarked, do you think Jiang is all right? He seems to have some unresolved issues with Feng Quan. Yuan Taihan scratched his head, feeling somewhat anxious. Zhang Baisui stroked his white beard and smiled calmly, saying, although Feng Quan has committed himself to the Qin Law faction, adhering to the principle of profit being derived from a single source, he possesses a profound appreciation for talented individuals. He would neither grant leniency to a rising star like Jiang Chen nor intentionally eliminate an outstanding general. Upon hearing this, Yuan Taihan frowned, clearly dissatisfied, and exclaimed, yet, despite my exceptional capabilities, I was still eliminated by that fellow Feng Quan. Zhang Baisui remained silent, and the atmosphere in the tent grew momentarily hushed. In the next instant, Jiang Chen, clad in military attire, entered the training room with an air of joy, shattering the stillness. He clasped his fists and respectfully declared, Old Tuanchang, I have not disgraced you. I have successfully become an independent general. Zhang Baisui nodded in approval, remarking, indeed, you are far superior to a certain individual who has repeated his studies. Yuan Taihan, looking despondent, lamented loudly, with Jiang, my dear brother, passing the assessment. It leaves me here all alone to bury myself in books. How exceedingly dull. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and chuckled. Fantastic. I adore the oil-splash noodles made by General Jiang. Zhang Baisui laughed heartily, took a book titled The Fierce Blade Technique from the shelf, and tossed it to Jiang Chen, exclaiming joyfully, in that case, I shall fulfill my promise. This technique is yours. As the words fell, a line of golden text appeared in the depths of Jiang Chen's consciousness. White level opportunity. Fierce blade technique. Acquired. Secret art. Fierce blade technique. Quality. White. Description. Created centuries ago by the god of fire in Liangzhou, Di Qiu. This technique draws from the anger of the human heart. The stronger the anger, the faster the cultivation speed. In its initial stages, merely the blade's fierce aura is enough to intimidate the average person. When cultivated to a profound level, its menacing presence can render blades extraordinarily sharp. Note 1. The accompanying technique Fiery Resolve must be obtained from the Western Expeditionary Army, Liangzhou Division. Note 2. This technique possesses partial potential for advancing military martial arts. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Chen. In comparison to the Little Desolation Sutra, the Fierce Blade technique was distinctly inferior, and it was evident that old Tuanchang Zhang Baisui did not regard this technique highly. At least in Zhang Baisui's eyes, its value was minimal, yet it shared the same white quality as the Little Desolation Sutra. Jiang Chen pondered privately, recognizing that the true reason for the Fierce Blade technique attaining white quality lay in those words regarding its potential for advancing military martial arts. In the following days, Jiang Chen diligently studied the Fierce Blade technique, while Ruan Taihan focused on his books, striving to pass the military leadership assessment as soon as possible. However, to everyone's astonishment, Ruan Taihan narrowly succeeded in passing the assessment, while Jiang Chen gained nothing. Zhang Baisui frowned and stated solemnly, "This technique requires a heart filled with anger. And having just become a general, you are in a spirited state of mind. It may take time for you to grasp the intricacies of this blade technique. If it proves difficult, perhaps you should consider a gentler technique instead." Jiang Chen shook his head. The shelves are laden with an extensive array of techniques, numbering in the hundreds. Yet, only the minor wilderness scripture and the great malevolent blade technique attain the coveted white quality. Moreover, the great malevolent blade technique harmonizes remarkably with the tattered machete and the crimson glimmer acquired from vanquishing the corpse demon Su Hui. The inability to master these is truly disheartening. Chapter 50. The advantage lies with me in the city of Dongli, under the cover of night. The streets lay silent. Xiao Wu, his expression impassive, led a squad of 4, diligently patrolling every street and corner without neglecting a single spot. Despite the fact that Jiang Chen had departed for 7 days and nights, he steadfastly upheld his post, rigorously enforcing the curfew and detaining all nocturnal wanderers in the prison. At this moment, however, a group of 15 or 16 soldiers from Qingzhou, disheveled in appearance, swaggered out from a dimly lit alley adorned with red lanterns. Utterly disregarding the curfew, upon discovering their presence, several militia members reported to Xiao Wu. Yet their tone betrayed a hint of trepidation in the face of the formidable Qingzhou soldiers. "Captain Wu, shall we let them pass? These men are subordinates of General Fan Bai and have previously assisted us in constructing the granary." In the next instant, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes as he interrupted, his voice cold and unwavering. "The chief has stated that without rules, order cannot be maintained. As soldiers, how can we relinquish our duties? Armed and ready, follow me." He then stepped forward, blocking the alley's entrance, and addressed the Qingzhou soldiers with an indifferent tone. "General Jiang has established a rule. The curfew in Dongli City remains in effect until the granary is completed. Anyone found outside after sunset shall be apprehended and detained. I kindly ask you not to make this difficult for me. Lay down your weapons and surrender." Upon hearing this, the Qingzhou soldiers erupted in laughter. The leader among them, an older soldier named Chenao, drew a short blade from his waist and sneered, "Brother Xiao Wu, is this your way of repaying kindness with enmity? When we assisted your chief in transporting heavy loads, you wore a smile and expressed your gratitude. Now, when we merely seek to unwind and enjoy ourselves, you insist on strict enforcement." Xiao Wu maintained his composure, responding calmly, "The completion of the granary is but 2 or 3 days away. I ask you to grant me this favor and stay in the prison for a brief while. Once it is finished, the curfew will be lifted, and you will be released without charge. I will also endeavor to provide you with good food and drink, perhaps even arrange some entertainment, as a token of my appreciation." Chenao, the only squad leader among the soldiers, regarded Xiao Wu with a haughty demeanor and replied with a smirk, "If we refuse, do you think your 4 Qingzhou soldiers can handle us?" Xiao Wu remained silent. Yet the 4 soldiers behind him had already formed a peculiar array that intrigued the Qingzhou troops. Organized around the 4 squad leaders, they established a formation reminiscent of the local adaptation of the Yuanyang formation, with 11 men per team. The Qingzhou squad leader took the front as the assault and primary attack unit. The second pair wielded long wooden shields and wicker shields, while the remaining 2 brandished poplar spears, serving as substitutes for the traditional wolf spear, often made from southern bamboo, which was unsuitable for the frigid Gobi region. Adapting to local conditions, As Jiang Chen meticulously crafted his battle formation, inspiration struck him. He recalled the unique species of the Gobi Desert, the populous Euphratica. Selecting the oldest and most robust specimens, he skillfully fashioned their tips into sharp points while leaving the surrounding branches intact, each spear measuring approximately 3 meters in length, adorned with 4 razor-sharp blades bound to its branches. Accompanying him were 4 spearmen, 2 flanking each side, providing support to the shield-bearers and spear-wielders positioned in front. Within the formation, 2 soldiers armed with swords remained agile, tasked with vigilance and support. How peculiar! Squad leader Chen Ao furrowed his brow, intent on observing further. Yet the 10 or so soldiers from Qingzhou behind him remained oblivious, loudly shouting as they brandished their short blades, launching a fierce charge towards the unique formation known as the Mandarin Duck Array. After all, with 15 against 5, the advantage was undoubtedly theirs. With this thought, the Qingzhou soldiers vigorously waved their fists and surged forward. However, the bizarre array delivered a resounding counterattack. The spear wielders utilized the sharp blades at the tips of their spears to sweep forward, inflicting wounds upon several Qingzhou soldiers. Even with their enhanced physical attributes, they were not invulnerable. Several cried out in pain and instinctively recoiled. Chen Ao led the Qingzhou soldiers in successive charges, yet they were unable to breach the peculiar formation set by the militia. Whether it was the sweeping strikes from the spear-bearers or the combined thrusts of the shield-bearers and spearmen, despite their limited strength, they consistently repelled the Qingzhou advances with uncanny precision. Little Wu gradually recognized the brilliance of the Mandarin Duck Array. It not only seamlessly integrated spear and shield, long and short weapons, maximizing their efficacy, but also allowed for agile rearrangements based on situational demands, transforming from column to line as necessary, with all units closely coordinated to respond to enemy movements. Even when the Qingzhou soldiers attempted to concentrate their efforts to break through at a single point, there were fellow Qingzhou soldiers among the militia who swiftly intervened, uniting with 2 shield bearers and 2 short weapon wielders to provide timely assistance. In summary, bolstered by the Mandarin Duck Array, the trained militia astonishingly exhibited the capability to engage in a fierce contest with the Qingzhou troops. It was truly remarkable. Of course, it was also due to the fact that the militia under Little Wu was not weak. More than half had met the minimum standards set for selection into the Qingzhou army, each of them worthy of the title warrior in ancient Huaxia. Little Wu's confidence soared as he thought. With 45 armored soldiers against merely 15 Qingzhou soldiers armed with short blades, the advantage is undeniably mine. At that moment, Chen Ao suddenly let out a cold laugh and commanded, "Brothers, if this path is blocked." He had only spoken half of his thought. Yet the Qingzhou soldiers had already inferred the unspoken continuation, sharing knowing smiles as they turned to flee. In blunt terms, if they could not win, could they not escape? The untrained militia might manage to engage the Qingzhou soldiers through their formation and the combination of armor, short and long weapons, and shields. However, when it came to speed, they could not possibly compare to the seasoned warriors. The 15 or 16 Qingzhou soldiers scattered in a rush, sprinting towards the other end of the alley. One spear-bearers, clutching his populous Euphratica spear, stood bewildered for a moment, exclaiming in astonishment, "They're fleeing? Fleeing? They are indeed the soldiers of Qingzhou." Xiao Wu wore a look of confusion on his face, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, from the end of the alley, a burst of laughter erupted. "Ha! 15 regular soldiers of Qingzhou, and yet you cannot even best a few dozen common laborers? Your attempt to flee is truly pitiful." The Qingzhou soldiers turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. The speaker, clad in the attire of an 8th-rank military officer, with a badge at his waist, was holding a long knife in one hand, and a book titled The Supreme Blade Technique was subtly visible in his embrace. He stood defiantly at the other end of the alley, his eyes filled with mockery. Xiao Wu and the other soldiers also directed their astonished gazes towards him, their faces lighting up with surprise as they exclaimed loudly, "Boss!" Chen Ao felt a jolt run through him as he finally recognized the visitor, panic overtaking him as he stammered, Jiang Chen?" Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the crowd, his expression cold as he commanded, "I kindly ask you all to lay down your weapons. If you resist, I shall show no mercy." The Qingzhou soldiers were struck with both shock and fear, for they had heard tales of Jiang Chen's exploits, knowing he had risen from obscurity and had slain the corpse demons not once, but twice. Though a scavenger, His true combat prowess was not inferior to that of renowned generals like Feng Leben and Ruan Taian. Most importantly, he held an official title. Chen Ao's heart tightened, and with trepidation, he inquired, You have passed the military assessment? Chapter 51, The Sword of Heaven, Slaying the Dragons and Serpents of the World. Jiang Chen's countenance remained serene as he uttered 2 words. Indeed, I am 100 generals. Just days prior, no matter how intricate the questions posed by the military judges, they were mere trifles to Jiang Chen, who had attained the mastery of reciting the text in its entirety. He effortlessly passed the assessment and became an independent 100 general, thus severing ties with the common populace and acquiring the most coveted official status. Upon hearing this, the soldiers of Qingzhou appeared despondent, bowing their heads in submission. What an absurdity! Within the camp, Fan Liangshan, upon learning that all his subordinates had been imprisoned by Jiang Chen, was instantly engulfed in fury. He smashed a purple clay teapot in his hand, seething, You called me brother, borrowed hundreds of taels worth of supplies without repayment. On the night of the wood, I spared your life, considering it a grace of mercy. And now, you dare to imprison my soldiers? Do you think you are worthy to call me brother, Fan? Damn it, I should have crept into the camp that night and ended your wretched life. After venting his anger, Fan Liangshan, with a grim expression, strode out of the tent, determined to confront Jiang Chen. However, just as he exited, he was obstructed by a robust man with a large belly, face, and nose. Ruan Taihan rumbled in a deep voice, General Fan, I have recently learned some principles from Brother Jiang. Allow me to reason with you. Before Fan Liangshan could react, Ruan Taihan forcibly dragged him back into the tent. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the city, the prison held 15 soldiers from Qingzhou, their faces ashen as they slowly entered a cell filled with straw, their hearts heavy with dread. Although both sides had refrained from inflicting fatal harm, maintaining a degree of restraint, and only sustaining minor injuries, it was undeniably a private duel. Even under Han law, there were restrictions against such brawls. Lu Ji, the founder of the Han dynasty, once stated, Those who kill shall die. Those who injure and steal shall be punished. While not as brutal as the laws of Qin, which punished even the breaking of a neighbor's branch, the injurer must still pay a price. Jiang Chen gazed down at the Qingzhou soldiers within the prison and spoke solemnly. According to the 9 provinces' military law, soldiers engaged in private duels must forfeit 5 pieces of gold, be stripped of their military status, have all their spiritual powers revoked, and be exiled to the frontier for 5 years. Upon hearing this, a wave of fear silently surged within the hearts of the Qingzhou soldiers. Absolutely impossible. Was it not agreed that we would be confined only until the granary was completed? General Jiang, spare us. We were merely fooling around with the common laborers. After fighting for a lifetime, can we not indulge a little? Jiang Chen casually tossed a scroll of law, stating indifferently, Turn to page 27. If you can read, do so. The literacy rate among common laborers was less than 4%. However, among the Qingzhou soldiers, it soared to 50%. The soldiers of Qingzhou formed a tight circle, and the senior veteran among them began to recite aloud the contents of the 27th page of the regulations of the 9 provinces. If any soldier of the 9 provinces engages in private dueling, a penalty of 5 gold pieces shall be imposed. For those who commit serious offenses, military status shall be revoked, spiritual power shall be nullified, and they shall be exiled to the frontier for 5 years. Should such a private duel disrupt military or governmental affairs, lead to financial gain through harm, injure comrades, or disturb the livelihood of the people, it shall be deemed a serious crime. As this decree was proclaimed before the assembly, expressions of despair immediately surfaced on the faces of the Qingzhou soldiers. 5 gold pieces, equivalent to 50 taels of silver, was a considerable amount for these soldiers, who, through deployment fees and the plunder of spoils, could sustain themselves comfortably, even abundantly. A younger soldier, clutching his groin, was filled with deep regret. If I truly lose my military status and my spiritual power, it would be more painful than death. Just yesterday, I experienced it for the first time. The others shared in his sentiment, all consumed with profound remorse. Jiang Chen, observing the expressions of these Qingzhou soldiers, felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered such looks before. It dawned on him. A friend of his had exhibited a similar countenance when caught in a brothel. The moment was strikingly reminiscent of the past. Seeing the opportune moment, Jiang Chen suddenly shifted his tone. So, do you believe yourselves guilty of serious offenses? Upon hearing this, Over a dozen Qingzhou soldiers sensed a glimmer of hope. Eagerly grasping the iron bars of their prison, they implored, "General Jiang, what do you think? If you consider it a crime, we shall accept it. If you deem it not, then we shall not." All eyes turned to Jiang, awaiting his judgment. Jiang Chen shook his head gently and replied, "Whether it disrupts military operations or harms comrades, it is closely related to Captain Wu's domain. It would be prudent to seek his opinion on the matter." Beside him, the young Wu spoke with a notably cold tone. "If you were to truly become comrades under our leadership, I might grant you clemency. Alas, you are not." Within the confines of the prison, a quick-witted Qingzhou soldier immediately grasped the situation, shouting, "General Jiang, you have recently been appointed as an independent commander of the civilian militia. Yet both the Western Expeditionary Army and the main force of the Qingzhou soldiers are severely understaffed. It seems improbable that your 20 civilian slots will become available in the near future. Why not allow us to join the militia and serve by your side?" Advancement within the ranks of the Qingzhou soldiers required numerous stringent criteria. First, possession of over 500 10-year-old trees, along with a substantial number of fresh corpses of extraordinary beings, whether from martial backgrounds or creatures of the supernatural realm, was the fundamental requirement to initiate the ritual. Second, a new soldier must possess the combat prowess to independently slay 2 returning martial soldiers, achieving at least 50% of the strength of a Qingzhou soldier. Third, authorization from a general was essential. Should mid to low-ranking military officials be permitted to freely recruit soldiers from the 9 provinces, the realm would swiftly descend into turmoil within a few decades. A nation is consistently weakened by its own demise, while the Han dynasty uniquely fell due to its own strength. Historically, most nations have succumbed to ruin under conditions of poverty and weakness, while the Han dynasty concluded its reign during a period of remarkable national strength, particularly in military might. This is precisely due to the rampant proliferation of local martial soldiers. With the rapid increase of regional warriors, the 9 provinces have gradually become autonomous, leading to widespread unrest. It was only when the illustrious Emperor Wei wielded the legendary sword, Tianjian, traversing the 9 provinces and vanquishing numerous dragons and serpents, that a semblance of stability was painstakingly restored. Shortly after the establishment of the Great Wei's dominance, the military regulations of the 9 provinces were promptly enacted, stipulating that only those of general rank or higher could, to a limited extent and solely during times of war, relax the restrictions on the recruitment of martial soldiers. Consequently, although the Qingzhou troops under Zhang Longxiang suffered significant losses, they could not swiftly replenish their ranks, possessing only 100 personal guards at their disposal. Even in the face of severe shortages, they could only await the completion of the new selection process for Qingzhou soldiers, who would undergo a 30 to 40-day indoctrination in loyal patriotism before their respective battalions could fill the vacancies. Had Jiang Chen, Gongsun Hu, and Xiaohui successfully passed the Qingzhou soldier selection during their time at the Western Expeditionary Army's camp, they would currently be undergoing the indoctrination process. Thus, while the 5 personal guard positions are a privilege, the 20 public soldier slots remain vacant for the time being, devoid of any salaries, an utter waste. Jiang Chen pondered deeply and decided to turn his attention to this batch of Qingzhou soldiers who had committed offenses. If he could facilitate their immediate transfer to the militia, it would undoubtedly herald another surge in his personal influence. The Qingzhou soldiers, stirred with enthusiasm, clutched the iron bars and proclaimed loudly, "We are willing to follow General Jiang." A faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. "Very well, let us proceed together to meet with the captain and finalize this matter." The squad leader of the Qingzhou soldiers, Chen Ao, furrowed his brow and hesitated. "But what about Captain Fan?" Jiang Chen revealed a subtle smile. "There is no need for you to worry about Captain Fan. I have always been one to persuade with reason and have already dispatched someone to discuss it with him." Chapter 52. A Worthy Substitute. In the military camp, Jiang Chen fixed his gaze ahead. A few dozen meters away, a spacious tent's flap lifted, revealing the relaxed figure of Yuan Taihan emerging. Following closely behind him was a middle-aged, slightly portly man, his face bruised and battered. It was Fan Liangshan. Feigning surprise, Jiang Chen inquired with genuine concern, "Brother Fan, what has happened? I asked General Yuan to convey a message to you. How did you sustain these injuries?" In an instant, Fan Liangshan felt the intensity of Yuan Taihan's fierce gaze sweep over him, causing his heart to tighten. He forced a sheepish smile and replied, "I merely took a tumble." fell a few times. As for the matter you entrusted to General Loulan, as an elder brother, how could I possibly refuse? Jiang Chen found this amusing. Yet he expressed his gratitude with utmost sincerity. I truly appreciate it, brother Fan. Having just become a general, I find myself in dire need of combat strength. Your decision to transfer those 15 errant soldiers to my command has truly alleviated my urgent predicament. Upon hearing this, Fan Liangshan felt a flicker of doubt. While he was being beaten, a premonition had crept over him. Perhaps his plot to assassinate Jiang Chen had been exposed. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Chen regarded him as a respected elder brother, his face radiating reverence. Just a month prior, he had been a mere commoner. How could he possess such acting prowess? Furthermore, the assassination plan had only existed on paper, never having been put into action. Fan Liangshan couldn't help but internally scoff. The matter of assassination is known only to the heavens, the earth, and myself. There is no way a second person could be aware. Surely, the heavens would not inform Jiang Chen of my intention to eliminate him and seize the scavenger's medicinal properties. Absolutely impossible. With this thought, Fan Liangshan began to console himself. Perhaps Ruan Taihan, in his simple-mindedness, misinterpreted persuasion by reason as persuasion by force, which is why I suffered an unwarranted beating. Upon reflection, he realized that Jiang Chen, at the tender age of 17 or 18, had already attained the rank of an 8th-grade general. If he were to achieve further military exploits on the battlefield, what remarkable future might he hold in 5 or 10 years? This youth possesses extraordinary potential. Just then, Jiang Chen noticed the rapid fluctuations of expression on Fan Liangshan's face and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fan, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Fan Liangshan gritted his teeth. Given that enmity with Jiang Chen was no longer an option, friendship was the only path forward. Regardless of whether the assassination plot had been leaked, he, with the keen instincts of a shrewd businessman, swore to invest in Jiang Chen early on, a decision that promised to yield substantial returns. He spoke earnestly. 15 soldiers are not enough. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Fan Liangshan stepped closer, his sincerity palpable. After enduring 2 major battles, I still have 14 sergeants, 7 squad leaders, and 47 soldiers under my command. Besides those 15 culprits, I will additionally allocate 1 squad leader and 4 sergeants to you. They are seasoned veterans whose medicinal properties have nearly been exhausted. I believe in your potential, General Jiang. You will undoubtedly provide them with a brighter future. And when you achieve great success in the future, do not forget this inconspicuous brother Fan. In essence, all his words condensed into one sentiment. Should fortune favor you, do not forget me. A turning point. By a stroke of fortune, I inadvertently invented flour, which subsequently triggered a series of changes, leading to the independence of common laborers and earning the admiration of countless individuals, ultimately capturing the attention of General Hongwu and irrevocably altering Fan Liangshan's fate. Originally, this individual had a high probability of meeting his demise either at the hands of a ghostly specter or his own, yet with the arrival of an 8th-rank official, everything transformed. It can be said that, unbeknownst to me, I inadvertently saved his life. To this day, Fan Liangshan has entirely abandoned his previous thoughts of assassination and has instead cultivated the notion of investing in himself. The vicissitudes of life and the ever-changing nature of worldly affairs are indeed as capricious as the winds and clouds, unpredictable and elusive. As the saying goes, you have successfully carved a unique path, leaving a distinct mark in the river of fate, gaining 30 points of variability. It seems I am like a fish, truly leaping out of the ordinary trajectory in this vast river. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. He had never genuinely trusted Fan Liangshan, even for a moment, yet Fan's malice had remained confined to his heart and laid upon paper. In reality, he had assisted Jiang in numerous ways. As the saying goes in Gathering by the Hearth, one should judge actions, not hearts. In terms of heart, there are no perfect individuals in this world. After much contemplation, Jiang Chen was unwilling to take action against the official at this moment, fearing unknown repercussions. If Fan Liangshan was reluctant to harm the official, why should he be any different? He then spoke coldly, "Brother Fan, should you refrain from any actions detrimental to me in the future, when I attain wealth and status, I shall certainly not forget you." Of course, this statement bore an unspoken implication. Should Brother Fan remain obstinate, even if merely a hint of danger arises, I shall swiftly eradicate the threat. Fan Liangshan sensed the goodwill in Jiang Chen's tone, and the heavy burden on his heart suddenly lifted. He sighed in relief and said, "Let us go together to meet the captain and transfer my soldiers to your command." "Very well." Jiang Chen walked side by side with Fan Liangshan towards the captain's tent. As the two approached the central tent, Captain Zhang proved to be a man unworthy of his title. Both in ability and character, he fell far short of the reputation he had accumulated over the years. Merely putting on a faade. Should he require assistance, he may subtly suggest that you volunteer for particularly arduous tasks. My advice is to decline as gracefully as possible. Times have changed. He has already led our battalion to suffer over half its losses, and should he continue to feign strength, our battalion of Chizhou soldiers will plunge into irretrievable despair. As for the rest, I regret that my duty prevents me from disclosing further. Moreover, I have only shared this counsel with you. This matter is of utmost significance, and you must not divulge it to others." Jiang Chen inhaled sharply, a vague suspicion blossoming within him, yet he could scarcely bring himself to believe such a bold conjecture. In the next moment, a radiant light illuminated his mind. Transforming into words, "He can be replaced." Colonel Zhang Longxiang, discontented with the monotony of his logistical duties, clandestinely ventured to the capital of Loulan, intending to assassinate its sovereign. His proxy, Zhang Ying, though possessing the prowess of a warrior from Qingzhou, fell short of Zhang Longxiang's formidable capabilities. Consequently, he encountered battles beyond his capacity on 2 occasions, resulting in significant losses for his troops. The once proud and valiant soldiers under his command had begun to harbor dissatisfaction, growing increasingly weary and yearning for a true powerhouse to replace him and ascend as the new colonel. This, indeed, encapsulates the entire truth. The colonel I had observed over the past several days was not Zhang Longxiang himself, but merely a mere substitute. A sudden realization washed over Jiang Chen, who hurriedly sought further information. Fortune, the truth behind the colonel's disappearance has been unveiled. General Hongwu was incensed, stripping Zhang Longxiang of his military rank and publicly declaring, "Those who neglect their duties shall never be employed again." Due to the shifting fate of Zhang Longxiang, he was granted 300 variables. With the rewards bestowed by General Hongwu, Jiang Chen procured the necessary elixir to elevate his status as a wilderness hunter, gaining a second opportunity of the white tier, dust to dust, earth to earth, perfectly assimilating the properties of scavenger's medicine. Should he successfully ascend to the rank of wilderness hunter in a short span, there lies a considerable probability of further promotion within the military hierarchy to the esteemed position of 500. The source of calamity. The kingdom of Loulan received intelligence regarding Zhang Longxiang's disappearance and intensified its scrutiny of suspicious individuals within the capital. The assassination plot against the king was abruptly thwarted, leading to Zhang Longxiang being relentlessly pursued by the 5 wolf generals of Loulan, resulting in an unforeseen plummet from a cliff and his mysterious disappearance. All those closely associated with Zhang Longxiang now regarded him as an enemy. Facing relentless oppression from the Zhang family of Qingzhou, encountering life-and-death crises on more than 3 occasions, with a grim likelihood of demise. The information was overwhelming. Upon concluding his review of the contents regarding fortune and calamity, Jiang Chen felt a chill in his heart, silently lamenting, "This fortune and misfortune are too immense. I cannot grasp it." Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward the latter portion of the inscriptions within his consciousness, his eyes widening in astonishment as he finally comprehended the true significance behind the phrase, "He could be replaced." Chapter 53, Jiang Chen, He can be replaced. As Jiang Chen gazed upon the latter part of the content, a spark of astonishment illuminated his eyes. As he finally comprehended the true essence of the phrase, "He can be replaced." Disaster. The discord between Zhang Ying and his proud and fierce generals has been intensifying. In a bid to bolster his own authority, Zhang Ying publicly proclaimed days later, "Whoever can defeat me shall become the acting colonel," hoping to regain control over his subordinates through a display of martial prowess. You resolve to swiftly enhance your personal strength to take his place. Daringly infiltrating the mansion of Lord Buling, seeking the opportunity to assimilate the properties of the scavenger's potion while confronting life and death peril, surviving against all odds. Fortune favors. Successfully infiltrating Lord Buling's estate, you acquire white tier opportunities twice in succession, dust to dust, earth to earth, perfectly assimilating the scavenger's potion within you. Should you ascend to Wild Hunter within 60 days and obtain any Crimson Tier fate, you would have a high probability of defeating Zhang Ying in a state of injury. thereby rising to the rank of acting colonel, acquiring the precious disguise mask, and obtaining a crimson tier opportunity, the legacy of the Jiang dragon elephant. Note: should you proceed in this manner, there is a considerable likelihood that the Jiang dragon elephant will successfully assassinate the king of Loulan, significantly easing the difficulty for the Western Expedition Army, Qingzhou Division, in their assault on the capital. However, the Jiang dragon elephant himself shall fall victim to the relentless pursuit of the 5 wolf generals of Loulan, unexpectedly plummeting off a cliff, mysteriously vanishing. A twitch at the corner of Jiang Chen's eye suggested his inner musings. Thus, it is inevitable that the true form of Jiang dragon elephant would plummet off the cliff and mysteriously disappear. Truly deserving of his reputation as the foremost reckless general of the David dynasty, a nemesis to the Huns, and a martial genius encountered once in a century in Qingzhou, who has been demoted to labor thrice yet managed to return to the rank of colonel within a year, a true child of destiny. As he pondered, Jiang Chen momentarily halted his thoughts, preparing to enter the tent when the curtain was suddenly drawn back. Several seasoned generals, 500 commanders, and 2,000 leaders bore expressions of displeasure, clearly indicating that an unpleasant incident had transpired. What has happened? Jiang Chen's heart tightened, and upon raising his gaze, he encountered the acting colonel, Zhang Ying. Sitting in the high-backed seat, Zhang Ying consumed his drink alone, his face displaying signs of weariness, as if he had just engaged in a dispute with the aforementioned veteran generals. Upon seeing Jiang Chen return, he appeared slightly pleased, offering a weary smile. Congratulations. From this day forth, you are officially appointed as an 8th-rank commander. Jiang Chen clasped his fists in gratitude, sincerely expressing, I owe my thanks to the colonel's nurturing. Please commend me, for it is by chance that I have been fortunate enough to assume the role of commander. Zhang Ying smiled faintly. I merely facilitated the process. Should you swiftly rise to the rank of wild hunter, your contributions in military provisions will suffice for your elevation to an official commander, granting you command over 100 Qingzhou soldiers. In the future, should you achieve further accomplishments, the ranks of 500 commanders and 1,000 leaders shall be well within your grasp. However, at present, the training of new soldiers in the Western Expedition Army requires an additional 10 days or so, even if you desire a few Qingzhou soldiers, even just 25. I am unable to conjure them. Beside him, Fan Liangshan clasped his fists and spoke. My lord, I have been unwell recently and am unable to manage many soldiers. Consequently, a squad leader violated the curfew last night, sneaking into the pleasure district with over 10 subordinates, only to be apprehended by General Jiang and imprisoned. Given that General Jiang is short of troops, I propose transferring some of my soldiers, particularly those who indulged in revelry, to the militia for disciplinary action. Zhang Ying gazed thoughtfully at Fan Liangshan's wounded face, pondering for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. The situation unfolded with an unexpected smoothness. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and was about to take his leave when Zhang Ying suddenly shifted the conversation. General Jiang, having risen from humble origins, you possess scant knowledge of crucial intelligence. However, now that you hold the rank of an 8th-grade official, it is time to impart some higher-level insights. Do you know why our Western Expedition Army targets Loulan first? At this question, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. The original owner's knowledge had not reached such significant information. However, the opportunity to access high-level intelligence regarding Loulan implied something else. In this grand war of annihilation, amidst the impending tide of conflict sweeping across the western regions, he, a mere commoner named Jiang Chen from Pingshou County, unnoticed and insignificant like dust, had finally become a valuable pawn, not to be easily discarded. Once a discarded piece, now a player on the board. One could only wonder if a chance would arise in the future to become the one who wields the pieces. Jiang Chen's heart surged with emotion as he solemnly replied, I hope you will enlighten me, my lord. Zhang Ying raised one finger. Firstly, Loulan serves as the gateway to the western regions. Although there are alternative routes for invasion, conquering this nation and seizing the fertile lands of the Peacock River Valley will provide a springboard for the conquest of the entire western regions. Then, Zhang Ying raised a second finger. Secondly, David's current pressing concern lies still with the steppes. 5 Hu tribes, rallying under the banner of the Xiongnu, are gradually rising in the grasslands. The Grand Minister of Diplomacy has dispatched numerous spies to sow discord among the 5 tribes, attempting to delay the unification process. However, In 5 to 10 years, the steppes will inevitably unify, amassing an army of 100,000 cavalry to invade the Central Plains. And the 36 nations of the western regions hold the key to the prosperity of the steppes, regardless of which tribe ultimately unifies the steppes and inherits the name of the Xiongnu. They must absorb the demographic wealth accumulated over the years in the western regions to possess the strength to disrupt the Central Plains. In other words, the enemies of the Western Expedition Army are not the 36 nations of the western regions, but the new Xiongnu that is about to emerge. Loulan, swaying between allegiances, caters to the 5 major Hu tribes of the steppes by supplying vast amounts of ironware, while also sending envoys to David each year with rare treasures. They are truly fickle, swaying with the wind, and the people of David despise such duplicitous and indecisive characters. Thus, Loulan is destined to perish. In the near future, you will follow me into battles against the even more formidable Xiongnu. Jiang Chen understood the gravity of the situation. In this world, despite the profound transformations brought about by the extraordinary martial arts that elevate individuals to a transcendent state, the technological advancements, societal structures, and cultural customs have experienced significant alterations. Nevertheless, the ongoing conflict between agrarian civilizations and nomadic tribes remains the dominant theme of existence. Having expressed these thoughts, Zhang Ying lost interest, dismissively waving his hand, signaling for Jiang Chen and Fan Liangshan to depart. Outside the tent, Fan Liangshan displayed a look of anxiety, grasping Jiang Chen's wrist tightly and expressing his helplessness. Jiang Chen, bewildered, slowly formed a question mark with his expression, utterly confounded. Fan Liangshan coldly remarked that it was only when the captain mentioned the Xiongnu that he began to grasp the captain's true intentions. With a heavy sigh, he continued, stating that whether in combat against Loulan or the Xiongnu, one must possess formidable strength. However, the captain, in reality, was somewhat lacking in reputation. If he were to forcefully engage in battle, it would inevitably lead to considerable casualties. Many soldiers from Qingzhou were already unwilling to sacrifice their lives for him. He hinted at the impending concerns regarding the Xiongnu, predicting that the next military orders from General Hongwu would undoubtedly relate to them. He feared that when that time came, the individuals he wished to sacrifice would be none other than Jiang Chen, his militia, and the lives of thousands of laborers. Jiang Chen, awakening from his stupor, realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he comprehended that all tasks assigned by General Hongwu were predicated on the past achievements of Zhang Longxiang's Qingzhou troops. Yet, Zhang Ying was merely a substitute, possessing only the combat prowess of a Qingzhou warrior, and now, severely injured, he could scarcely be entrusted with arduous missions. Thus, it became clear to Jiang Chen, either the truth must be disclosed promptly, or his eyes turned cold as he silently resolved that he could be replaced. Chapter 54. Practicing the blade in the snow. The fearsome blade technique. Amidst the deepening clouds, countless snowflakes descended from the heavens, drifting gently into the encampment of the Easternly army under the faint light of dawn. A snowy day seemed particularly suited for honing one's skills with the blade. Jiang Chen tucked the fearsome blade technique into the pocket of his cotton clothing and stepped out of the tent, his mind still pondering the warning delivered by Fan Liangshan the previous day. He had hinted at the impending conflict with the Xiongnu, and I surmise that the next military orders from General Hongwu will undoubtedly pertain to them. I fear that when the time comes, the lives he seeks to sacrifice may be yours, those of your militia, and the lives of countless laborers. With the insights gleaned from the revelations within the sea of knowledge, he comprehended the series of peculiar and bewildering events that had unfolded over the past month. Initially, Jiang Chen had earned merit, yet Zhang Longxiang's rewards were notably meager. In his inexperience, he had failed to perceive the underlying issues at that time. However, it is apparent now that a mere substitute could never possess the grace and generosity of the true Zhang Longxiang. Indeed, it is the nature of ordinary individuals to be miserly. It was precisely due to Zhang Ying's inadequate strength, having endured military orders beyond his limits on 2 occasions, that numerous tragic consequences ensued. An incompetent general leads to the exhaustion of the entire army. 500 soldiers from Qingzhou perished, vital supplies such as winter garments were incinerated, and the remaining surviving soldiers and laborers became objects of disdain for the main forces of the Western expedition. When the offensive against Dongli city commenced, casualties mounted, and despite achieving victory, morale plummeted to an all-time low. Yet, curiously, Zhang Ying could not be held accountable. He had fought valiantly and had already reached the pinnacle of what a substitute could achieve. All grievances, mysteries, peculiarities, and confusions can be distilled into a singular question. Where has Zhang Longxiang gone? Now, the answer has emerged. He has gone to Loulan to carry out an assassination of the king. At this moment, Xiao Wu and 4 soldiers emerged from the tent in single file, inadvertently encountering Jiang Chen. Curiosity sparked in their eyes as they inquired, "Chief, where are you headed?" Feeling somewhat discontented, he sought a secluded spot to practice his blade and vent his frustrations. Raising his sharp long knife, he declared his intent. Xiao Wu clasped his fists together and promptly replied, "We shall not disturb you, Chief. We must proceed to patrol the streets." The 4 soldiers behind him tightened their cotton clothes around themselves, their expressions revealing reluctance, with some exhibiting clear signs of drowsiness. After contemplating for a few moments, Jiang Chen spoke gravely. "The inspection of the granary will be completed the day after tomorrow. We cannot afford to be lax simply because it is snowing. Should any issues arise, not only will our efforts be in vain, but we shall also face punishment. This would render the labor of the past 20 days entirely futile. For the final 2 days, I implore each of you to remain dutiful. When the granary is completed, those who perform exceptionally well shall be rewarded with bloodgrass fruit. The next Qingyang ceremony will commence in no more than 3 to 4 days." Instantly, upon hearing the mention of the bloodgrass fruit reward, the 4 soldiers were instantly revitalized, straightening their postures and brimming with newfound energy. Xiao Wu cast a cold glance at them before turning to Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. "Rest assured, Chief. Anyone who dares to cause trouble must first step over my dead body." Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "There is no need for such extremes. If faced with insurmountable danger, preserving one's life is of utmost importance." After speaking, he waved his hand, instructing Xiao Wu and the others to swiftly patrol the streets and the vicinity of the granaries. "Understood, Chief." Xiao Wu promptly led the soldiers forward with brisk steps. It was likely that Zhang Ying intended to sacrifice not only himself, but also Xiao Wu, Gong Sun Hu, Chun Bui, and the lives of thousands of laborers. With this thought weighing heavily on his heart, Jiang Chen felt increasingly discontented. Gripping his long blade, he walked slowly out of the laborers' encampment, exited Dongli City, and ventured deep into the Gobi Desert. Amidst the swirling snow, a solitary figure trudged through the sandy terrain, wielding a sword with deliberate steps. The biting cold wind whipped against his garments, and the chill enveloping him had already begun to inflict minor frostbite. This man was none other than Jiang Chen. He resumed his earlier train of thought, pondering Zhang Longxiang's whereabouts, a question that had now found its answer. Zhang Longxiang had ventured to the capital of Loulan, intending to carry out an assassination of the king single-handedly. Should he succeed, it would undoubtedly be a matter of monumental significance, perhaps even prompting the emperor himself to offer commendation. A hint of sardonic amusement crept across Jiang Chen's lips as he recalled an old adage, his tone laced with resignation. "The achievements of a general are built upon the bones of countless." The over 1,000 laborers in Dongli City, 1,000 soldiers from Qingzhou, the squad leaders, the unit captains, even Zhang Ying and myself, we are hardly deserving of the title general. We are, at best, mere participants among the countless fallen. With a deep sigh, Jiang Chen tightened his grip on his weapon and lifted his gaze to the heavens. Rain and snow poured from the heavy clouds, consuming most of the world's light and drowning the scarce greenery of the Gobi. The vast desert appeared increasingly cruel and desolate, as if all hope had been submerged in profound darkness. As a captain among the soldiers, what of Zhang Longxiang? What of being the first reckless general of the David dynasty? What of being the nemesis of the Xiongnu? 2,000 soldiers from Qingzhou place their trust in you, and thousands of laborers follow you. Yet you neglect your duties, placing the responsibilities that rightfully belong to you upon the frail shoulders of the substitute Zhang Ying. Is this fair? The cold wind grew ever sharper. As Jiang Chen walked deeper into the Gobi, he recalled a poignant saying, "You did not kill Boren. Yet Boren perished because of you." Thousands of Qingzhou soldiers had followed Zhang Longxiang for years, and this legendary captain, deemed the favorite of destiny, abandoned his comrades to pursue grandiose endeavors. In the end, those who trusted Zhang Longxiang sacrificed their lives in vain for the sake of his name. Jiang Chen's eyes reflected a profound sense of helplessness, while the sorrow within them simmered like the icy surface of a volcanic lake, concealing beneath its frigid exterior a blazing fury capable of obliterating everything in its path. He advanced with measured steps, only to be confronted by a massive yellow boulder, approximately 13 or 14 cubic meters in size, that abruptly obstructed his path. In that very moment, Jiang Chen realized it was time to wield his blade. With one stroke, then another, the surface of the yellow rock gradually bored deep gashes, each one slightly deeper than the last. Within the brief span of a stick of incense, the newly carved notches had reached a depth of no less than 3 inches. At that instant, a pack of ravenous wolves roamed the desolate wilderness several hundred meters away. Leading the pack was a particularly massive black wolf, nearly 2 meters in length, hinting at an almost supernatural prowess. Its ears, far superior to those of ordinary wolves, picked up the dull thuds emanating from behind the yellow boulder, prompting it to summon the pack, which then sprinted eagerly towards the rock. Even the most perilous of humans would pale in comparison to these famished wolves, who were driven by an insatiable hunger to tear into fresh flesh. As they raced forward, their jaws gaped wide, revealing a multitude of sharp fangs, with viscous drool trickling down, a clear sign of their extreme hunger. With the distance closing, Jiang Chen could already smell the pungent stench of blood and the menacing aura that these carnivorous beasts exuded. Yet he remained unfazed, his expression calm as he continued to swing his long blade at the yellow boulder. His demeanor suggested that he regarded the approaching wolves as insignificant, akin to mere stray dogs, utterly unworthy of concern. Chapter 55. The Fierce Blade Technique, a Lethal Edge. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the desolate Gobi, where a gathering of beasts and humans encircled a colossal yellow rock. A primal howl erupted as the alpha wolf fixed its gaze upon Jiang Chen, emitting a low growl filled with palpable rage and an indescribable hint of terror. The source of its fury lay in the fact that this prey audaciously disregarded its presence, continuing to cleave at the massive yellow stone, much to the displeasure of the highly intelligent alpha. Yet, this prey exuded an aura of fierce ferocity that warned all to keep their distance. The pack of hungry wolves, restless and agitated, stirred behind. Wolves are astute and agile creatures, adept at assessing the strength of their quarry before deciding whether to test, attack, or retreat. However, as food dwindled and hunger set in, they transformed into the most savage and bloodthirsty of beasts. Hunger is the most terrifying of motivators. The growls of empty stomachs urged the ravenous wolves to launch their assault, yearning to rend the human before them. The alpha wolf bared its fearsome fangs, saliva dripping from its sharp teeth onto the ground. With a final, thunderous roar, the alpha could no longer contain its insatiable hunger. Its eyes turned a fiery red, and its once pitch-black fur transformed into a bizarre blend of crimson and ebony. This was the singular path for ordinary beasts to ascend to greatness, through bloodshed. After countless hunts, slaughters, and feasts, the beast's eyes became tinged with a unique shade of crimson. When this sanguine hue enveloped their forms, they might gain the favor of the 6th star of the Southern Dipper, thereby receiving a fragment of the celestial power of the 7 killing star, aiding them in transcending to the extraordinary realm. The larger the beast, the more formidable it became upon reaching this state of transcendence. As the leader of the ravenous pack, the alpha had survived in this Gobi for a full 18 years, now merely a step away from enlightenment. At the moment it transformed into a blood wolf, an intense premonition coursed through it. Should it successfully hunt the human before it, it would surpass its limits, grow ever more powerful and ferocious, and ascend to the apex of the wolf pack, ruling the Gobi. With a fearsome howl, the alpha wolf, a streak of crimson, darted forward, tail arched, and lunged toward Jiang Chen's lower back. The human's innards were the most vulnerable and coveted by beasts, with the kidneys being the alpha's favored delicacy. The alpha leapt suddenly, jaws agape, ready to sink its teeth into the prey's kidneys. The multitude of hungry wolves followed suit. For while the alpha feasted solely on the organs, they relished the other flesh of the quarry, eager for their share. Yet, Jiang Chen remained composed, continuing to swing his dulled blade, striking heavily against the surface of the yellow rock. But this time, 5 inches. The blade nearly sunk completely into the stone, and at that very moment, a long-suppressed ferocity surged forth from the blade. The fierce blade technique at last unveiled its lethal edge in Jiang Chen's hands. The technique in question cannot be deemed as an exquisite martial art in itself. Its superiority over the iron cloth shirt lies solely in one singular aspect: momentum. An aura of ferocity, most intense. The ferocious knife technique has indeed borne fruit. In an instant, the lead wolf's advance abruptly faltered, its mind assailed by the overwhelming ferocity. plunging it into a profound terror. All notions of transcending limits, of being the alpha of the pack, of dominating the gobi, dissipated into thin air. The wolf collapsed forward, its limbs forcibly halting its momentum. The remaining hungry wolves likewise came to a standstill, clearly gripped by sheer fear. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he swiftly swung his long knife. Though the blade had dulled, it still harbored a faint essence of ferocity. With a swift thrust, the lead wolf's throat was punctured, creating a gaping wound several inches deep. A torrent of foul, sanguine wolf blood erupted forth. The lead wolf emitted but a half-hearted whimper before succumbing to death on the spot. The other starving wolves, witnessing this, resembled rural dogs frightened by a stick, emitting low whimpers as they tucked their tails and fled into the depths of the gobi in a panic. Are you truly wolves, or mere dogs? A slight smile graced Jiang Chen's lips, his spirits lifted. The offensive technique he had long yearned for had finally been mastered, even hinting at signs of great accomplishment. The fury within him intensified, and the accompanying fierce aura of the blade grew ever more formidable. Once unleashed, it would suffice to intimidate most ordinary creatures. At the pinnacle of cultivation, this ferocious aura could subtly enhance the blade's sharpness, significantly augmenting its cutting power. Indeed, this technique resonated profoundly with the essence of the demonic blade's embryo. Jiang Chen smiled gently, resolving to expend his great power once the granary was completed, in exchange for the dilapidated wooden knife stored within the commandant's private collection. If one were to liken combat prowess to a wooden barrel, his previous self had glaring deficiencies in the realm of offensive capabilities. The crimson glimmer obtained from slaying the corpse demon Su Hui should also find its purpose now. However, there was no need to rush. He could ponder this further once he acquired the battered wooden knife. In high spirits, Jiang Chen gazed upward at the vast sky. The scene was strikingly similar to before, with snow and rain pouring down from the heavy clouds, the sky dark and foreboding. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable joy, smiling as he said, "A timely snow heralds a bountiful year." As night fell in the storeroom, a grain official with an unremarkable visage stroked his chin and casually remarked, "A decayed, unwanted wolf carcass." Jiang Chen's lips twitched in irritation as he retorted, "This is a freshly slain wolf, the only injury being its throat. Its fur and flesh are of superior quality." The grain official offered a sheepish smile, attributing it to an ingrained habit from his previous occupation in a pawnshop. Eventually, the establishment was forcefully acquired by a retired soldier from Qingzhou, and unable to resist, he joined the ranks of Master Zhang Longxiang, spending several years as a grain official. This wild wolf, on the brink of becoming a formidable beast, could be valued at approximately 120 taels of silver. Jiang Chen curled his lip, hoisting the wolf's carcass onto his shoulder, and with an air of determination, declared coldly, 10 blood-replenishing fruits. Should the quantity fall short, I might as well seek out Ichio or Fan Baijian to handle the sale for me. The grain official furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. 10 fruits held a market value of 160 taels. However, after factoring in the extensive cultivation and production costs, the expense was only about 70 to 80 taels. While agreeing would yield a considerable profit, having 2 transactions and only earning from one left a lingering sense of loss. Yet, before the grain official could ponder further, Jiang Chen let out a cold chuckle. Shouldering the wolf's body and striding toward the door, the official hastily called out, "Wait, just 10 blood-replenishing fruits, is that acceptable?" "Agreed," Jiang Chen replied, a sly grin spreading across his face. Chapter 56. The Great Rats. "O great rats, why do you consume my grain?" Though merchants like Ichio or Fan Lianshan might fetch a higher price elsewhere, silver, when hoarded, ultimately amounts to nothing more than a pile of precious metal devoid of significance. Only at the grain depot can one exchange it for the most abundant supply of blood-replenishing fruits. Once Jiang Chen departed, the grain depot officials commanded several servants to dismember the body of the head wolf. The hide was swiftly processed, and the flesh meticulously minced to create a savory filling, suitable for crafting leather armor and medicinal materials, which could be sold for a handsome sum of 200 to 300 taels. They were further instructed, after the task is completed, remember to sprinkle rat-repellent powder. These great rats have a particular fondness for the flesh of such monstrous beings. "Yes, my lord," the servants responded promptly as they scattered the powder around the constable's private treasury, a faint, unpleasant odor promptly wafting through the air. As Jiang Chen traversed the cold winter night, he gazed upward, and the laborers' encampment loomed near, prompting him to pause momentarily and take stock of his remaining resources. Initially, there were 69 blood-replenishing fruits, yet his relentless pursuit of knowledge had consumed more than half, leaving him with 25. From Fan Liangshan, he had procured an additional fruit. And through trading the head wolf's corpse at the grain depot, he acquired 10 more fruits. In total, he had 36 blood-replenishing fruits. This quantity would suffice to support 6 or 7 conventional battles. However, Jiang Chen pondered with his chin resting on his hand. Of these, 20 fruits were an extra reward for defeating the corpse demon Su Hui, and it would be only just to distribute them among the Qingzhou soldiers and militia who participated. After all, given my own capabilities, even if the corpse demon lay defenseless before me, it is uncertain whether I could surpass its self-healing abilities with my then-current strength. Moreover, while the construction of the granary and the maintenance of order may not pose great danger, they are indeed laborious tasks that warrant a measure of reward and provisions. Jiang Chen sauntered into the laborers' encampment, adjacent to the former residence of Bushan, which now served as the granary. Gong Sun, who exerted every effort to train the soldiers and defend the granary. Xiao Wu diligently led a squad of 4 soldiers, meticulously patrolling the streets. The laborers were also working hard, hastening their efforts for a final inspection of the granary, checking for deficiencies. With completion and acceptance expected within a day and a half, Jiang Chen nodded discreetly, contemplating. For scavengers, blood-replenishing fruits are merely supplies. Yet for the martial soldiers of the 9 provinces, they are essential for cultivation, and for ordinary laborers, they represent a critical resource for altering their fates. There is no need for me to bear the reputation of shedding soldiers' blood over a handful of fruits. After a more rational reflection, Jiang Chen resolved to allocate 16 fruits as rewards. In the battle against the corpse demon Su Hui, Gong Sun Hu and his squad had earned their merits, and rewarding them with 10 blood-replenishing fruits was a reasonable decision. Furthermore, he would set aside 6 fruits as rewards for Xiao Wu and his squad, acknowledging their toil and weariness. Additionally, once the granary was officially completed, a portion of the smaller rewards would need to be distributed to all who participated in maintaining order and constructing the granary. In this manner, a semblance of clarity in rewards and penalties could be achieved. Such clarity fosters trust among the soldiers, ultimately leading to greater returns. Jiang Chen smiled, suddenly recalling a phrase he had once uttered. From now on, even if I must feign the roles of a strong man, a sage, or a leader, I must embody these personas more convincingly. Now, he had indeed become a figure of strength, wisdom, and leadership in the eyes of the common folk, and even more so. He was gradually taking root and flourishing within the Qingzhou military system. The speed of his development hinged upon whether he could secure the promised 200 minor merits and 20 major merits from Zhang Ying. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Chen gazed up at the granary that was nearing completion. This was a structure that had once belonged to a noble family, now refurbished into a colossal granary, resembling a row of grand buildings. Some areas were exquisitely adorned, akin to intricately carved beams and painted pillars, while others bore the humble appearance of rustic brick walls. Overall, it presented a somewhat incongruous aesthetic. However, as a granary, it sufficed to shield against wind, rain, and fire hazards. The building's area was approximately equivalent to 12 football fields or 204 basketball courts, with a total volume nearing 1 million cubic meters. Ample enough to accommodate the vast provisions required by 30,000 Qizhou soldiers and 50,000 laborers. This place would also serve as the logistical base for the Western Expedition Army, Qingzhou Division, and any lapse was unacceptable. General Hongwu had issued a stern command. Should history repeat itself, there would be no mercy. Thus, in the final days leading up to the completion, even the Qingzhou soldiers, who had been diligently training within the city, occasionally roamed around the granary, ensuring its protection. The militia, having received 16 commendations, were equally spirited, their eyes wide with anticipation, alert even to the slightest flutter of a bird overhead. Over 1,000 laborers witnessed Jiang Chen's generous demeanor, solidifying their conviction. Following Jiang Chen meant a guaranteed feast at every meal. At last, as the moon waned and the sun rose, a messenger cavalryman swiftly approached from the east, heralding to the entire army. This afternoon, the first batch of provisions will arrive at Dongli City. Please prepare accordingly. Upon hearing this, the faces of the officers Xiaowei Zhang-Ying, Qianfu Zhang, Wu Baizhu, Feng Leben, Wan Taihan, Fan Liaoshan, and a host of other commanders, along with numerous Qingzhou soldiers, Gongsun Hu, Xiao Wu, and over 1,000 laborers, broke into expressions of joy. Under the proactive promotion by the Yi couple, the citizens of Dongli gradually set aside their grievances and began to seek amicable relations with the eastern barbarians. A faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. Everything was in readiness, awaiting the arrival of the provisions. The midday sun blazed fiercely. Just yesterday, the weather had been characterized by snow and wind. Yet, merely overnight, the clouds had dispersed, giving way to warm rays that bathed the rocky terrain. As the weather grew milder, the internal vigor of the Qingyang within the soldiers surged. Over 1,500 soldiers tasked with transporting the provisions strode confidently across the gravel plains, their spirits high, in stark contrast to the weary laborers behind them, who strained to push the laden carts. Some soldiers from Qingzhou raised their chins with pride, remarking, "The last convoy tasked with transporting supplies was led by the renowned warrior Zhang Longxiang, whose reputation is indeed quite notable. However, I have heard that over half of the provisions were incinerated during transit, and they suffered the loss of 500 soldiers. Yet, on our journey, not a single enemy dared to challenge us. It seems that Zhang Longxiang is not all that impressive after all." The others laughed in agreement, saying, "I suspect that Dongli City might not even have walls, allowing such inept individuals to breach them with ease." Haha, I heard that within Dongli City, a commoner presented a dish of noodles and fortuitously attained the rank of 100-man officer. This person is rather amusing. It would be splendid if we could have Captain Feng personally capture him in a burlap sack to serve as our camp's cook. What a delightful prospect. The soldiers of Qingzhou chatted and laughed as they traversed the desolate path, recently cleared by Zhang Longxiang's troops, striding confidently and obliviously. Meanwhile, hidden within the crevices of several supply wagons were 70 or 80 enormous gray rats, nearly the size of wolfhounds. They were the very monstrous creatures loathed and denounced in the Book of Songs as the Shua Shu. Chapter 57, The Ritual of the Demonic Rodents. Ordinary folk seldom encounter the demonic beings, yet the formidable Shua rat is an exception. Any granary inevitably becomes their target for pilfering, often leading to the obliteration of a farmer's decade of savings in a single night. Consequently, the Shua rat has earned its disdainful condemnation in the Book of Songs. Book of Songs, Wei Feng, Shua Shu Shua rat, do not consume my millet. For 3 years I have cherished a maiden, yet she pays me no heed. She is departing, seeking that joyful land. Joyful land, where shall I find my place? Shua rat, do not consume my wheat. For 3 years I have cherished a maiden, yet she bestows me no grace. She is departing, seeking that joyful realm. Joyful realm, where shall I find my worth? Shua rat, do not consume my seedlings. For 3 years I have cherished a maiden, yet she grants me no toil. She is departing, seeking that joyful outskirts. Joyful outskirts, who shall lament eternally. Yet, what is peculiar is that, although these Shua rats, resembling wolfhounds in stature, are concealed within the grain carts, they restrain their salivation, refraining from consuming even a single grain. This behavior starkly contradicts the nature of greedy rodents, rendering it exceedingly strange. However, when the carts smoothly roll into Dongli City, the Shua rats unveil their crimson gazes, biding their time for the moment they may enter the grand granary. The lead rat, much like the alpha wolf in the Gobi, possesses considerable intelligence and rich experience. It had fortuitously ventured once to the outskirts of Yujing City, where it encountered a celestial dragon rat adorned with the pattern of the heavens upon its forehead. The celestial dragon rat imparted wisdom. To ascend to the next realm, one must infiltrate a human granary and consume grain equivalent to 100-fold of one's weight within a short span, thus acquiring the resources for elevation. Yet, to truly digest the immense essence contained within that 100-fold grain and become a genuine malevolent granary rat, it is imperative that at least 100 households of ordinary folk perish, or the officials overseeing the grain meet their demise. Humanity has ascribed a rather peculiar term to this act of consumption. What was it called? Ah, yes, they refer to it as a ritual. Mountains of grain, cart after cart, swiftly transport into the newly constructed granary. Soon, the granary is filled to nearly half its capacity, boasting over 300,000 stones of grain, creating an expanse akin to a vast yellow ocean. The laborers, despite their lack of wages, beam with joy. Witnessing the golden grain accumulate in the warehouse stirs within them a profound sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Chen Buer, gnawing on a flatbread, scoffed. Do you think you will taste even a single grain? This is all for the esteemed masters of Qizhou. Xiao Wu, feeling indignant, retorted, I believe the head's noodles are far more delectable than rice. At this, Gongsun, who suddenly grew curious, scanning the surroundings and realizing that Jiang Chen was absent, he exclaimed in surprise, where has the head gone? Chen Buer calmly resumed his meal, placing a piece of braised meat into the flatbread. The granary is completed. He must surely be reporting to the captain. Instantly, Xiao Wu and Gongsun, whose faces lit up with delight. After a month of toil, the moment of sweet reward had finally arrived. At this very moment, several carts laden with enormous vermin slowly rolled into the granary. Numerous colossal rodents nestled between the seams of the grain sacks, their bloodthirsty mouths, capable of severing an infant's head, silently gaping wide to reveal their sharp and lethal fangs. Droplets of saliva dripped from their fangs onto the grain sacks, a clear indication of their extreme hunger. The leader of the rodents felt an overwhelming exhilaration, his eyes gradually transforming into a crimson hue, while his fur turned a vivid scarlet. Today was the moment to ascend to the position of a malevolent rodent in the granary. The very night, in the next instant, an all-too-familiar stench wafted into the leader's nostrils, provoking and stimulating. In a heartbeat, his bristling red fur stood on end, and an indescribable sense of dread surged within him. The other rodents within the carts were similarly affected, teetering on the brink of succumbing to terror and fleeing the carts. However, such an escape would undoubtedly lead to swift extermination at the hands of the watchful soldiers of Qingzhou. The war between humans and rodents is steeped in a long and intricate history, one that even the most learned scholars would find challenging to articulate. The Zhang family of Qingzhou, renowned for their medical expertise, had long developed a rodent-repellent powder that has thrived across the realms for decades. Once a rodent detects this substance, it plunges into profound fear. A mere sprinkling within the granary is sufficient to drive them away. Yet, amidst their prolonged hunger, the colossal rodents have, at the cost of their lives, mastered an exceptionally unique blood-marking technique, which, when etched upon their foreheads, diminishes their fear, allowing them to reach the euphoric granary within their hearts. This particular blood marking is referred to as the heavenly passage mark. Upon their foreheads, numerous rodents displayed a faint sanguine glow, dissipating the ominous dread instilled by the repellent powder. The leader of the rodents felt a surge of joy. Just as the laborers brought the carts into the granary, he swiftly darted from the crevice of the grain sack, retreating deep into the granary. The other massive rodents followed closely behind, swiftly emerging from the carts and scattering throughout the granary, ravenously devouring the delectable rice. After all, they, too, were of peasant origin, acutely aware of the preciousness of grain. Each kernel encapsulated the toil and sweat of the farmers. This very understanding was why, during the battle for the carts, some laborers could not resist stepping forward to extinguish the flames consuming the carts. Yet now, these invaluable grains had become the feast of the colossal rodents. In the military camp, Jiang Chen entered the tent with measured steps. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the profound exhaustion etched upon Zhang Ying's face, accompanied by a heavy scent of blood. As foretold by the inscriptions of the Sea of Knowledge, should one ascend to the status of a wild hunter within 60 days and acquire any scarlet-grade fate, there exists a high probability of defeating Zhang Ying in a state of injury. Having endured 2 battles that exceeded his limits, Zhang Ying was now grievously wounded. On the brink of collapse, it was likely that Zhang Ying himself longed for a true warrior to take his place and bear this immense burden. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly and respectfully clasped his fists, saying, Sir, all grain has been secured in the granary. Well done, grain officer. Grant him 20 major merits and 200 minor merits. Yes, sir, the grain officer replied with a slight bow. Zhang Ying, increasingly weary, slumped upon the throne and gestured towards the grain official and Jiang Chen, indicating that it was time for them to depart. Shortly thereafter, the two made their way to the private treasury of the lieutenant. The grain official donned a professional smile and inquired, General Jiang, you currently possess 20 major merits and 200 minor merits. What would you like to exchange for? As he spoke, he proactively retrieved the exchange list from his bosom. Jiang Chen found amusement in the situation and jestingly asked, will there be an additional fee this time? The grain official's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hastily waved his hand, saying, No, if you're dissatisfied, I can certainly refund you those few taels of silver. Jiang Chen, however, was unwilling to offend a grain official over a mere handful of taels, so he reached out to take the silk scroll and began to scrutinize it closely, contemplating which resources he truly required. Chapter 58. The Shield of Benevolence. Divine Armor. The Bracers of Divine Speed. Jiang Chen held a silk scroll in his hands, meticulously examining the items available for exchange in the modest list, where he discovered an abundance of remarkable treasures. Green Scarf Might Symbol. Once, the rebel Zhang Jiao wielded the power of talismanic water to empower his soldiers, rendering them extraordinarily robust in a fleeting moment, surpassing the majority of warrior-class fighters. They were dubbed the Yellow Scarf Warriors and swept across the land. After extensive research, the Qingzhou Taoist sect modified this into the Green Scarf Might Symbol, which lasts for the duration of an incense stick. Exchange requirement. 100 minor. Note: reciting the yellow sky is dead. The blue sky shall rise, and tearing the symbol will transform the user into a Green Scarf Warrior. After the incense burns out, a minuscule portion of the Qingyang power will remain, permanently doubling one's self-healing capability. Land contract allows for the forcible annexation of any land within the original registered county, unrestricted up to 1,000 acres. Exchange requirement. 1 minor can be exchanged for 8 acres of hillside, 4 acres of lowland, 2 acres of midland, and 1 acre of highland, irrigated land. Note: forcible annexation of lands owned by other Qingzhou soldiers is prohibited. Only individuals with Qingzhou household registration may redeem the land contract. Replicated Shield of Benevolence. A clumsy imitation of the divine weapon, the Shield of Benevolence by the Zhang clan of Qingzhou. Affixed to the chest and back, it adheres to the skin and will instantly shift to the appropriate area upon imminent impact from an enemy weapon, blocking a single fatal strike. Exchange requirement. 50 minor. Note: the second piece is half price. Second note: after blocking a fatal attack, it requires repairs before it can be reused. Southern Barbarian Vine Armor. During the New Dynasty, the usurper Wang Mang led Qingzhou soldiers to conquer the southern lands, despite unfavorable outcomes in battle. However, the Qingzhou soldiers seized an incredibly hard celestial vine from the southern barbarians. After nurturing and propagating it, they wove a substantial amount of spiritual vines into armor, offering formidable protection. Even a force of 1,000 pounds would struggle to harm the vine armor, the overall material approaching that of a mid-grade weapon. Its sole drawback is a vulnerability to fire. Upon exposure to flames, the damage is significantly amplified. Exchange requirement. 200 minor. Note: exercise caution when redeeming. If required for use, it is essential to carry a fireproof talisman to be exchanged for major. Bracers of Divine Speed. While researching military techniques, the Qingzhou army inadvertently developed this unique treasure, comparable in quality to a low-grade weapon. Upon unleashing the latent divine speed energy within, the wearer's speed will increase by 50%, 100%, and 150% over their next 3 strikes, respectively. Exchange requirement. 120 minor. Note: once the divine speed energy is depleted, one must wait for 12 hours for it to replenish naturally or infuse it with 3 healing herbs to restore it swiftly. The Green Scarf Might Symbol, the Shield of Benevolence, and the Southern Barbarian Vine Armor are all exceptional items that can significantly enhance combat prowess. However, upon reading the description of the Bracers of Divine Speed, Jiang Chen was resolute in his decision. This is the one I desire. In the realm of martial arts, swiftness is invincible. Upon activation of the White Fate of the Han Wanderer, his body's weight is automatically halved, resulting in a formidable increase in combat capability. If paired with the swift bracers, the speed of his strikes would undoubtedly escalate to an exceedingly terrifying degree, prompting anyone who witnesses it to exclaim, "This individual is truly formidable." However, as Jiang Chen gazed upon the words low-grade weapon, he inquired with curiosity, "My lord, may I ask what exactly a weapon denotes? What is the distinction between low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and divine weapons?" The grain officer chuckled, patting his forehead. "I almost forgot. In just over a month, you have ascended from a common laborer to 100 generals. Some common knowledge that circulates only among the noble families is as foreign to you as another world." A slight smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he remarked, "But now that I hold an official position, I am entitled to know, am I not?" "Indeed. Given your current status, it is appropriate for you to grasp certain fundamentals." The grain officer donned a professional smile and elucidated. There exists a term known as divine weapons, which refers to those legendary arms that harbor the might of the celestial beings. As one transcends to the extraordinary realm, ordinary blades and swords will gradually become inadequate. This phenomenon, having faced the undead demon twice, you should have a profound understanding of, correct? To inflict significant damage upon the undead, one requires weapons that also reach the extraordinary level. A chill ran through Jiang Chen's heart. Indeed, during the battle against the undead demon Su Hui, even when he wielded his full strength, his sword could not sever the demon's neck. The feeling of helplessness lingered vividly in his memory. The only items capable of inflicting bone-breaking damage were the short sword talisman provided by Captain Zhang Ying and the weapon used by Feng Leben, which must surely be a divine weapon. It appears that to truly establish oneself within the Western Expedition Army and achieve merit, one must possess their own divine weapon. Resolutely, Jiang Chen made his decision. My lord, I wish to exchange for a swift bracer, 64 blood-replenishing herbs, and 32 land contracts. The grain officer nodded. And what about the great merits? Have you decided what to exchange for? Jiang Chen had long contemplated the items he sought for his great merits and replied earnestly. A battered machete and a naming talisman. Both are worth 10 great merits. The former is essentially the embryo of a demonic blade, merely subdued by a humble name. An improper name leads to discord. A name is, in essence, a form of power. If a fiercely menacing name is bestowed upon the demonic blade embryo, it will have a miraculous effect, significantly amplifying its ferocity. However, with the increase in ferocity, the probability of the weapon rebounding against its wielder also escalates. Only a more ruthless, iron-blooded warrior can suppress it. The latter, the naming talisman, serves to bestow a name upon the demonic blade embryo, the brush that brings it to life. Jiang Chen pondered quietly. I wonder if the integration of the supreme fierce blade technique with the demon-slaying crimson glimmer will possess the power to subdue the demonic blade embryo. If so, my offensive shortcomings will undoubtedly transform into my greatest strength. Coupled with the enhancement of the swift bracers, confronting two benevolent foes should pose no challenge. Upon tallying Jiang Chen's requested items for exchange, the grain officer turned and opened the private vault of the captain, stepping inside. In an instant, a distinct, fishy odor emanated from the rodent repellent, abruptly assaulting Jiang Chen's senses and flooding his nostrils. A sudden sneeze escaped him instinctively. At that very moment, a sharp pain pierced his brow, an ominous sign that something unknown and perilous was approaching. What danger could it be? Jiang Chen's heart tightened as he pondered. Though Zhang Ying was gravely injured, he was still one of the most formidable warriors in Dongli City. This place was, without doubt, the safest within the city walls. Why then, did he feel a warning emanating from his brow? Could it be that Zhang Ying sought to harm him? Or perhaps Fan Liangshan? Or the grain station officer? Unlikely. All seemed improbable. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Chen continued to search for other potential threats. Remnants of the rebellious Bulingho? The Grand Witch? Also implausible. The city housed a formidable force of 2,500 Qingzhou soldiers, bolstered by 2 seasoned lieutenants. If the Grand Witch could contend with 2 Qingzhou warriors, why flee in panic that fateful day? Jiang Chen's thoughts raced, yet he remained utterly baffled, devoid of any clarity. Moments later, the grain station officer approached, cradling a pair of wrist guards that shimmered with a faint azure light, alongside a tattered machete. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this truly the appearance of a dilapidated machete? The officer smiled and explained, "This is the embryo of a demonic blade. It must first taste blood to reveal its true form." Understanding dawned upon Jiang Chen as he reached out to accept the wrist guards and the machete. One was a low-grade weapon, the other, likewise. In the outside world, these 2 artifacts could incite fierce battles among martial artists, where it was a matter of either life or death. Yet within the Western Expedition Camp, rewards awaited those who performed valiantly, rich and substantial rewards. Chapter 59. The Coward's Game. He who fears is a dog. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen exhaled a heavy sigh and donned 2 luminous blue-green wrist guards. Instantly, feeling armed with formidable weapons, he experienced a newfound sense of security. He pondered the impending danger that lay ahead, contemplating its nature. As long as he possessed the swift guard and the embryonic magical blade, he would retain the strength to fight back. The grain officer smiled, tossing him a bulging cloth bag filled with purplish-red healing herbs. Jiang Chen accepted it, and upon careful counting, confirmed there were indeed 64 of them. The total number of herbs in his possession soared to an astonishing 100. Even a high-ranking officer would be hard-pressed to amass such a quantity of healing herbs. Furthermore, the bag contained 32 blank land deed contracts, compared to the land contracts awarded to the 100 generals. This version simply included an additional clause permitting the consolidation of middle lands. Those who possess land possess stability. For the soldiers of Qingzhou, many of whom hailed from peasant or landowner backgrounds, nothing was more coveted than land itself. The grain officer turned to lock the door to the private treasury and remarked, "There is no need to rush in naming the embryonic magical blade. The moment it acquires a name, it will reach its peak strength for a brief period." Many soldiers from Qingzhou conceal the naming talisman within their wrist guards, treating it as a hidden card to be used only in times of life and death. I recall a soldier from Qingzhou who, wielding a freshly named magical blade, single-handedly felled 3 Xiongnu cavalrymen. Jiang Chen clasped his fists, expressing his sincere gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed officer." As the treasury door closed, the pungent odor of rat repellent in the air gradually diminished. At that very moment, the pain in Jiang Chen's forehead dissipated. Wait, it no longer hurts? Has the crisis been averted? Initially taken aback, he then contemplated deeply. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him like lightning, and he exclaimed, "Wait." With this thought, Jiang Chen took several steps forward and called out to the retreating figure, "Esteemed officer, please hold." The grain officer sneezed, turning around with an irritated expression. "What is it?" Jiang Chen took a deep breath and earnestly inquired, "May I ask what the foul odor emanating from the storeroom was?" It was merely some rat repellent. Certain rodent-like monsters, such as the giant rat, love to burrow into human warehouses and feast heartily. While consuming some grain is one matter, there's a saying, "A single rat's droppings can spoil a pot of porridge." These creatures, though not particularly powerful, are exceedingly repugnant, and their waste can taint grains in multiples of 10 or 100. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in realization. For the first time, he had deduced the truth behind the unknown danger from the information at hand. General Han Wu had once stated, "If history repeats itself, there shall be no mercy." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen pronounced slowly, "The granary. If rats have infiltrated the granary, it is highly likely that they are the very giant rats you just mentioned." "What?" The once drowsy visage of the grain officer abruptly awakened, his irritation palpable as he exclaimed, "General Jiang, do not speak recklessly. I have thoroughly scattered ample rat repellent around the granary. There is no way for any ordinary rodent to infiltrate the storehouse." Anxious and unwilling to squander words, Jiang Chen swiftly interjected, "Then remain here and wait. Should you see smoke rising from the granary, promptly inform the captain and summon a contingent of Qingzhou soldiers for assistance. I implore you." With that, Jiang Chen did not linger for even a moment, turning on his heel and activating the prowess of the Wanderer of the Han, his body becoming astonishingly light as he dashed towards the eastern granary. "Hey, General Jiang," the grain officer called out. But he soon realized that Jiang Chen was moving with remarkable speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Observing this, the grain officer, who had always trusted the efficacy of the rat repellent, could not help but feel a twinge of doubt, his tone peculiar as he mused. Could it be that the repellent provided by the Zhang family has expired? I must inquire with the captain. Meanwhile, at the eastern granary, Gong Sun Hu, Chen Bu, and 4 soldiers glared with simmering anger at the granary's entrance. Just half an hour earlier, dozens of soldiers under the command of Captain Feng Wu, armed with blades and spears, had seized control of the entrance and strategic points as they escorted grain carts into the granary, forcibly expelling Chen Bu and Gong Sun Hu. The leading general, Hu Wan, sneered and declared, "From this day forth, the control of the granary should rightfully belong to those with strength. You laborers are better suited for toil." In truth, this was a covert directive from Captain Feng Wu. The task of transporting grain was arduous and fraught with the risk of ambush by the Loulan cavalry. The rewards were scant, while the toil was immense, and failure could even lead to dire consequences. Upon his arrival in Dongli City, Captain Feng Wu resolved to create a stir within the bounds of the rules, aiming to oust the ineffectual Zhang Longxiang and seize control of the area for himself. At that point, the abundant resources from the interior would ensure a lavish existence for him and his soldiers amidst the perilous campaign in the Western territories. Securing control of the granary was the first and most crucial step in Feng Wu's plan. Furthermore, he had secretly inquired and discovered that the Buling Marquise remained sealed. The enigmatic, ghostly abyss would require approximately 2 days and nights to dissipate completely, vanishing with the first rays of dawn the day after tomorrow. Naturally, Jiang Chen's necessary opportunities would also cease to exist. In summary, the vast wealth accumulated over a century by the Buling Marquis, a fortune sufficient to incite greed, remained locked within the ghostly abyss. As long as Fengwu hesitated to depart, he would be entitled to a share of this considerable bounty. Hence, he was determined to remain until at least the break of dawn after tomorrow, dispatching General Huan to lead a contingent of Qizhou soldiers to seize control of the granary. At this very moment, Xiaowu, accompanied by his contingent of 40 soldiers, arrived and joined forces with Gongsun Hu and others. A formidable assembly of 80 individuals gathered, emboldened to confront Hu Wanfang. In the next instant, a murderous glint flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes as he drew his saber with fierce determination. His voice cold as ice. General Jiang has conveyed the orders to us. Defend the granary at all costs and protect the people. Should you choose to linger here, prepare to taste the edge of our blades in a fight to the death. General Hu Wanfang scoffed derisively. A mere 10 soldiers from Qingzhou dare to engage in a death struggle against over 100 of our men? What audacity! Truly, this is the height of absurdity. As his words faded, a resounding voice echoed throughout the street. It is I who grants him that courage. The crowd turned to see a man clad in military attire, wielding a blade as he strode forward. Behind him followed 3 armored generals, Feng Leben, General Ruan, and the treacherous Fan Liangshan, accompanied by over 100 heavily armed Qingzhou soldiers, all exuding an air of lethal intent. Even the merchant Ichio arrived with several guards, ready to lend assistance. This was what one might call a saturated rescue. Jiang Chen, holding a demonic blade embryo, smiled calmly and said, Xiaowu, you just mentioned the phrase fight to the death, did you not? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu nodded affirmatively. Jiang Chen took a few steps forward, his aura instantly chilling the air around him, and declared coldly, then allow me to add 2 more words, to the end. If you persist in obstructing military affairs, then we shall fight to the death without reservation. His tone bore no hint of emotion, exuding an unsettling calm as if he were merely stating an impending reality. Hu Wanfang felt a surge of fear within, yet he retorted defiantly. Are you inciting a personal conflict? A hint of mockery danced on Jiang Chen's lips as he replied, General Hu, when was the last time you perused the military laws of the 9 provinces? Allow me to remind you, on page 27. It states that your interference in military matters grants me the right to behead you without consequence. In truth, this was a falsehood. Military law is one thing. Reality is another. Should a large-scale private conflict erupt, it is customary for both sides to suffer equally. In other words, the struggle for control over the granary is fundamentally a game of cowardice. Those who falter are deemed the dogs. Chapter 60. The Magic Blade Embryo, Radiant with Edge. Beside him, Fan Liangshan, with nearly 2 decades of experience, was thoroughly familiar with the clandestine rules of the Qingzhou army. He let out a low, cold laugh. Upon hearing these words, he realized something significant. The school officer was merely hinting at him, without issuing any explicit orders. Should anything go awry, he could easily distance himself from the incident. Why risk a private duel? With this thought, Huan, his face stern, declared, I shall inquire with the school officer. With that, he led the dozens of Qizhou soldiers behind him away. In this contest of cowardice, it was ultimately Jiang Chen who emerged victorious. Instantly, the 300 captains and their 100 or so soldiers, especially Chen Ao, who had just been released from the prison, along with over 10 Qingzhou soldiers who could hardly control themselves, erupted in a chorus of jeers. Hearing the mockery, Huan's countenance darkened, and without uttering a word, he took his soldiers and retreated over 100 meters away from the granary. Soon after, a swift-footed soldier dashed off, evidently to seek out Officer Fengwu. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand, prompting the numerous Qingzhou soldiers to occupy the granary's entrance. The 3 captains, accompanied by 300 Qingzhou soldiers and the keen-eyed Xiao Wu, followed Jiang Chen briskly into the granary. Seeing this, Huan couldn't help but harbor doubts, and he asked, what are they up to? The 2 commandants beside him wore puzzled expressions. A soldier observing remarked, they seem to be searching for something. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Huan and the others, Jiang Chen strained his ears, attempting to discern any signs of rodent activity. Unfortunately, as commotion arose from outside, the leading rat guided its fellow large rats to hide within the grain sacks. their heartbeats slowing to a mere fraction. This was the unique ability of extraordinary rat-like creatures to conceal themselves, allowing them to mask their presence to the utmost degree. It explained how they could successfully hide within the grain carts for days and evade inspections of the granary. Should the official granary's vermin abandon their path of evolution, as the old commandant did to shift to shadow rats, they could blend into the shadows, making it nearly impossible for even the best fighters of Qingzhou to detect them, true-born assassins of the supernatural realm. After the incense had burned down, Jiang Chen and the three captains had found nothing. They searched high and low but failed to uncover any trace of the large rats. Fan Liangshan, filled with doubt, could not restrain himself from asking, "Brother Jiang, who informed you of these large rats?" When the grain cart entered during the day, I occasionally heard a squeak, but it was only when the granary officer mentioned the large rats that I sensed something was amiss and decided to investigate. Ruan Taihan stroked his chin, grinning foolishly. Whether or not there are large rats is of little consequence. As long as Captain Jiang continues to prepare the oil-splashed noodles for me, I shall be thoroughly satisfied. Feng Leben scoffed, his voice cold. Continue the search. My granary has also been plundered by large rats once or twice, with losses amounting to tens of thousands of stones. If these vermin become a threat, our hundreds of thousands of stones of grain may well be doomed. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Listen, the granary at my home has suffered losses amounting to tens of thousands of bushels. Is this even a rational statement? The soldiers gazed at Feng Leben with an expression that conveyed an ineffable meaning. In contemporary terms, it could be paraphrased as, "Rich man, vote for me 50 times. Aware of his slip of the tongue, Feng Leben straightened his face and quickened his pace, inadvertently tripping over his own feet and tumbling into a heap of grain sacks. "Ugh, how foul!" Feng Leben exclaimed, wrinkling his nose in distaste as he surveyed the sacks. "Is this truly food for humans? It reeks." Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Xiao Wu perked up, exclaiming urgently, "Be careful, there's a heartbeat inside." Instantly, a sense of vigilance surged among the soldiers, who raised their weapons, adopting a heightened state of alertness. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen brandished his sword in one hand and held his shield in the other, coldly commanding, "Stand behind me." Upon hearing this, the soldiers felt a wave of reassurance, and Jiang Chen's figure seemed to grow taller in their eyes. He then wielded his worn-out machete, lifting several grain sacks, yet finding nothing amiss. It was not until he had moved over 20 sacks that a bulging one suddenly erupted, revealing a gigantic gray rat the size of a wolf dog. Indeed, there is a giant rat. In the next moment, the seemingly unremarkable machete radiated an extraordinarily fierce aura, sweeping towards the monstrous rodent. With a fierce shout, Jiang Chen declared, "Giant rat, I require your assistance to forge the demonic blade." In an instant, the rat, which had been poised to pounce, froze momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen swung his machete and severed its head. With a splatter of blood, the head of the rat, as large as a wolf dog, rolled several times before coming to rest at Feng Leben's feet. The next moment, the once seemingly inferior machete transformed, exuding an unprecedented and terrifying ferocity that enveloped the surroundings. The soldiers from Qingzhou stood frozen in place, only gradually regaining their senses after several breaths. At this juncture, the battered appearance of the machete had vanished, replaced by a blade approximately 3 feet 4 inches long. It was entirely black, razor-sharp, and seemed to yearn for the slaughter of living beings. The embryonic demonic blade had finally revealed its fierce and lethal edge in Jiang Chen's grasp. A faint red glow flickered along the blade, as if urging its master, eager to taste the blood and flesh of the mighty warriors of the 9 provinces. Those wretched rodents were unworthy of being its victims. With a cold snort, Jiang Chen immediately invoked the Taixiong blade technique, channeling his own wrath to counterbalance the blade's ferocity. Eventually, the two forces began to harmonize. Jiang Chen gripped the hilt tightly, struggling to maintain control over this powerful weapon that craved human slaughter, and quietly sighed in relief. Indeed, the Taixiong blade technique is exceptionally suited for mastering this demonic weapon. Now, it is time to employ the Zhumong Crimson Light to elevate the Taixiong blade technique to new heights. Observing the unfolding situation, Fan Liangshan kindly interjected, suggesting, "Allow us to undertake the subsequent task of vanquishing the monstrous rats. Should the demonic blade embryo absorb a substantial quantity of their blood, it may potentially rebound upon you." Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, gradually closing his eyes as his consciousness descended into the depths of his mind's sea, commencing the awakening of his final reserve resource, the crimson radiance for vanquishing demons. In the next moment, within the depths of his consciousness, the long-dormant crimson glow partially integrated into the skeletal structure of Jiang Chen's right arm, continually transforming the intricate network of his meridians and blood vessels. Meanwhile, another portion dissipated spontaneously. With each fragment that faded away, Jiang Chen's intellect refined the Taixiong blade technique, leading to iterative enhancements. He anticipated that within a mere hour or two, he would unveil an even more formidable blade technique. A sense of wonder filled Jiang Chen as he reflected, no wonder. In environments devoid of battle, everyone eagerly vies to hunt the corpse demons. Such advantages truly warrant the bloodshed and strife. Chapter 61. 108 Pregnancies? The marvel of spatial spiritual energy. On the other side, Loulan gazed at the severed head of the giant rat at his feet, chuckling softly. I have heard that the eyes of the giant rat are among the materials required for the promotion of the embroidered-clad officials in Yujing City. Although I am uncertain of the martial path they tread, one thing is clear: they possess considerable wealth. A pair of these eyes can fetch 30 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, disregarding the bloody stench, promptly excised the eyes from the deceased giant rat and stowed them in his pocket. For the next hour, Jiang Chen and the others continued to discover more than 10 giant rats, each swiftly beheaded, amassing a total of 14 pairs of rat eyes. However, no further gains were to be had. The naturally sharp-eyed Xiao Wu conducted several thorough searches, ultimately confirming that no traces of any more giant rats remained. All eyes turned to Jiang Chen, inquiring whether they should continue their search. Jiang Chen, harboring lingering doubts, pondered the ease with which events had unfolded. Could the mere presence of a dozen giant rats truly trigger the warning in his mind? He spoke in a deep tone. Let us search once more. The silver earned from selling the rat eyes will not be taken by me. Loulan felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this, stating that he too did not care for the money. Fan Liangshan, being of ample means, also expressed his willingness to forego any distribution. However, the benevolent Wan stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Why look at me? Doing good deeds incurs substantial costs. What is rightfully mine shall not be relinquished for a single coin." Jiang Chen suppressed a smile before continuing. The proceeds from selling the rat eyes shall be shared among the 30 soldiers of Qingzhou, with 50% divided equally. Xiao Wu, a bin, Wan Baijiang, brother Fan. You shall each receive 1/10. The remaining 10th shall be set aside to purchase 2 plump sheep for a hearty feast once this matter is concluded. What say you? The group found this arrangement agreeable, nodding in approval, and then set off to conduct one final search. Jiang Chen also instructed one of the Qingzhou soldiers to seek out the merchant Ichio, as only a local could procure cattle and sheep in such a short time during the night. After a brief period, the group meticulously combed through the granary once more. The ever-observant Xiao Wu managed to uncover the tracks of 2 more giant rats, which he swiftly dispatched with precision. Satisfied, he remarked, "These rat eyes alone are worth 480 taels. Tonight's endeavor not only yields no loss but actually results in a modest profit." The Qingzhou soldiers displayed signs of fatigue and inquired, "Jiang Baijiang, shall we continue the search?" Jiang Chen remained contemplative. Just then, Loulan, observing Xiao Wu's bloodstained pocket, suddenly shifted the conversation. "If only we had a storage bag, how convenient that would be." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned. Such matters involving spatial entities may well exceed the combined annual salary of 100 generals. At that moment, Loulan smiled faintly and winked at Jiang Chen, saying, "Indeed, storage vessels are immensely precious. The most ordinary storage bag would not fetch less than 8,000 taels of silver. However, if one could acquire the stomach of the official granary's vermin and hire military craftsmen to intricately carve blood patterns within and without, the labor cost would amount to no more than 5,000 taels, yielding a small storage bag capable of containing approximately 5 sheng of grain." Jiang Chen meticulously calculated. 5 sheng of grain equated to around 300 kilograms, and considering rice's density is 550 kilograms per cubic meter, it ultimately translates to half a cubic meter, does it not? At first glance, half a cubic meter seems a trivial figure. Yet, in reality, it could accommodate 7 or 8 adult male corpses. After pondering for a few moments, Jiang Chen suddenly realized Loulan's true intention. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he proclaimed, "Comrades, amongst the horde of rats. There must exist a creature akin to the leader rat. However, the dozen or so large rats we have just slain appear rather feeble, like mere pawns. Perhaps the leader rat is indeed the official granary's vermin, concealed in some exceedingly secretive corner, yet to be discovered. According to what Feng Baiyang stated, if we manage to kill an official granary vermin, its stomach could be worth no less than 3,000 taels. This sum is sufficient to purchase 100 acres of fertile land, ensuring a lifetime free from want. Why don't we search a few more rounds until we locate that rat king? Upon hearing this, both Ruan Taihan and Fan Liangshan, along with dozens of soldiers from Qingzhou, felt a flicker of greed. 3,000 taels. Such a sum was enough to capture the attention of the Qingzhou fighters, let alone these soldiers. Observing this reaction, Baobing Baijiang and Abin exchanged knowing smiles. Feng Leben lowered his voice and chuckled softly. This is a method my father employs to manage the granary. Whenever he inspects the granary, he would speak of the exorbitant profits from the official granary vermin. Those servants, upon hearing the mention of 10,000 taels, would, despite us not offering additional labor fees, strive diligently in their patrols. What a typical capitalist. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as he remarked. Are you not concerned that the servants might foster rats, eventually breeding official granary vermin? Feng Leben scoffed lightly. For an official granary vermin to be born, let alone the thousands of sheng of grain consumed or contaminated by rat droppings, the very act itself is already a grievous sin. It would require either the death of a high-ranking granary manager, one with official status or noble rank, or the surrounding area would have to witness the starvation of hundreds of households within a short span. Who would dare to intentionally breed rats? I would personally send them on their way and report to the authorities to eradicate their entire lineage. Moreover, official granary vermin are already capable of understanding parts of human speech, possessing intellect far surpassing ordinary creatures. How could they be so easily tamed? A slight misstep could lead to a futile endeavor. Jiang Chen nodded gently, unable to suppress thoughts of certain criminals. They had plunged hundreds of families into abject poverty, yet could enjoy freedom after merely a decade or so in prison, while their families abroad squandered wealth and relished life. What an injustice this is. Certain individuals, notorious for their heinous crimes, can only be met with severe punishment and stringent laws, even extending to the punishment of their families. Which resonates more with the sentiments of the common people. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, such highly detrimental crimes ought to be addressed with the utmost severity. As the two engaged in idle conversation, a rodent, nearly the size of a calf, lay atop the granary, prying apart the tiles. Its beady eyes, limited in perception, peered through the crevice, quietly observing the humans below. This creature was the leader of the pack. Under its command, all the other rodents endured their hunger, scarcely consuming a morsel during their journey. It was only upon entering the granary, sensing the opportunity to ascend to the rank of a granary rodent, that they began to feast voraciously. In truth, had it not been for the unfortunate encounter with the naturally sharp-eyed and keen-eared Xiaowu, the dozen or so relatively frail rodents would have had no chance of being discovered. The remaining 60 or so rats lay concealed beneath the soil, atop the beams, amidst the tiles, and deep within the surrounding foliage, hidden away in all manner of imperceptible corners, silently awaiting the departure of Jiang Chen and his companions. The leader emitted a low growl, tinged with urgency. Its belly bulged as if it were carrying 108 offspring, yet within was merely an enormously distended stomach, holding a staggering 50 stones of grain, with its other internal organs nearly crushed under the pressure. However, a remarkably peculiar spiritual energy gradually enveloped the surface of the rodent's stomach, subtly expanding its capacity, this being the elusive spatial energy that even the majority of formidable beings struggle to wield. At this moment, the leader was merely a few stones of grain and a crucial ritual away from ascending to the rank of a granary menace. Yet, fortuitously or unfortunately, Jiang Chen, accompanied by 300 warriors and numerous soldiers from Qingzhou, intruded at this pivotal moment, forcing the leader to hastily lead part of its kin into hidden corners. Feeling an excruciating pain in its belly, the immense vitality within began to dissipate. Witnessing this dire situation, the leader cast a resentful gaze toward Jiang Chen and his companions, its animosity intensifying. Chapter 62. Armed with knife and gun, a menacing intent. The instinct of the head rat, having evaded numerous natural enemies for years, compelled it to forego this opportunity for advancement in favor of continued concealment. Indeed, The heart is an essential element for survival and reproduction. However, the head rat, which had always been exceedingly cautious, found itself matched against a more formidable foe, hunter Jiang Chen, who possessed a steadier demeanor. Inside the granary, Jiang Chen strolled to another section, meticulously searching and pondering. A mere dozen or so large rats could hardly stir significant turmoil. There must be a more elusive nest hidden within this granary. Besides, just as a wolf has its alpha, so too must the rat have its leader. The 8,000 taels worth of silver I just sketched was not entirely a fabrication. The leader among the rat horde, though not necessarily a government warehouse rat, could very well be an imminent large rat on the verge of ascension. Upon hearing this, the soldiers of Qingzhou gasped in awe, recognizing that such agility and finesse likely surpassed that of most Qingzhou warriors. Fan Liangshan, observing this scene, felt a surge of trepidation and quietly rejoiced. A creature born of steel and iron is not difficult to handle. It could be easily dispatched with the magical knife embryo. Yet Jiang's footwork was equally nimble. Had I truly ventured into the laborers' encampment on the night of the wooden eclipse, it would have been I who perished. Jiang, having been granted an official position, inadvertently saved my life. Above, at the beams of the roof, Jiang Chen wielded the magical knife embryo and, after leaping several dozen steps, indeed discovered 4 or 5 large rats concealed in the corners between the beams and walls. With a swift stroke, these thieves of military provisions could barely muster a defense before succumbing swiftly to the lethal blade. A flicker of joy arose within Jiang Chen. The combination of aggressive martial arts and the magical knife embryo proved to be extraordinarily effective. At that moment, Xiao Wu appeared as a loyal assistant. Whenever a large rat fell, he disregarded the bloodshed and eagerly extracted the rat's eyes. After all, a pair of rat eyes could fetch as much as 30 taels. Before aligning with Jiang Chen, he had to toil for a decade through farming and hard labor to amass such a sum. Another profit. Xiao Wu's face lit up with delight, wishing fervently that 1,000 large rats yet remained undiscovered in the granary. He raised his head to survey the surroundings and, as if having spotted something, suddenly inquired, "Boss, are there any more large rats on the beams?" "No, it seems there are none left." Jiang Chen sensed an unspoken meaning in Xiao Wu's words. Just then, the magical knife embryo emitted a slight hum, evidently invigorated by the blood of the large rats. Moments later, the door swung open, and Ruan Taihan strode in, carrying a large rat, as hefty as a calf, with a booming voice. This rat was rather clever. Hiding amidst the grass, its size is clearly greater than the ordinary large rat. It must be the head rat. The crowd turned towards the sound, feelings of disappointment washing over them. The value of an ordinary large rat pales in comparison to that of the government warehouse rat. Seeing that the head rat had perished, Jiang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief and smiled. "Thank you all for your hard work tonight. I have already sent someone to procure cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks. Let us gather for a feast this evening to reward everyone." The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, eager to indulge in roasted lamb. At that moment, the merchant Ichio entered with a broad smile, flanked by 4 robust men carrying a yellow cow, a plump sheep, and 10 large chickens. Ruan Taihan volunteered to take charge of the task, skillfully eviscerating the animals with a proficiency that surpassed even that of a butcher. Before long, he had constructed 2 stone stoves outside the granary, igniting a bonfire to commence the roasting, while Xiao Wu busied himself with the chickens. As half an hour passed, a selection of unique spices from the western regions was generously applied to the surfaces of the beef and lamb. With the final warmth of the flames, a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, causing everyone to involuntarily swallow. Ruan Taihan was the first to cut a generous piece of succulent lamb, offering it to Jiang Chen with a short knife. "Let us dine," he declared. Jiang Chen smiled, accepting the knife and taking a bite. Observing this, Ruan Taihan, Feng Leben, Xiao Wu, and Fan Liangshan each took their portions, devouring the meat heartily. Soon after, a chorus of soldiers erupted in cheers, rushing forward to joyfully compete for the exquisite beef and lamb. Such is the hierarchy within an army, where rules of respect and rank prevail. Even though Jiang Chen was willing to share the same food and even sleep side by side with the soldiers, he had to take the first bite before they dared to feast. Inside the granary, there were only a few chairs, so Jiang Chen opted for the steps, sitting directly on the ground. Meanwhile, the numerous large rats hidden atop the grain cart could only watch helplessly as the humans below indulged, their saliva dripping slowly from their sharp fangs. The lead rat seethed with anger, pondering why these humans persisted after having patrolled 10 times and slaughtered nearly 20 of its kin. Gradually, the vast essence contained within the grains in its belly dissipated with the passage of time. Yet it had to endure. The lead rat remembered its ancestors' teachings. Evading powerful humans was essential for the survival and reproduction of most demon creatures. Once, the saber-toothed tiger clan was immensely formidable, with fangs resembling great swords capable of easily slaying warriors from Qingzhou. But so what? The diminutive rat demons had survived to this day, while the mighty saber-toothed tigers had long been extinguished by humans. What remarkable restraint! Jiang Chen chuckled softly, summoning a soldier from Qizhou to call upon the grain officer with a common face. The two shared food and drink, engaged in jovial conversation. And it was only then that Jiang Chen learned the officer's name, Wang Fengzai. Alas, he possessed little musical talent, but had a penchant for discussing combat prowess, meticulously analyzing the fighting abilities of the generals within the Western Expedition Army for Jiang Chen. As night deepened, Jiang Chen and Officer Wang both yawned, resting their heads against the steps as they fell into a deep slumber, while the other soldiers, sated from their meal, succumbed to fatigue and dozed off on the ground. At that moment, the lead rat confirmed that all the human soldiers were asleep before leading its kin quietly deeper into the granary, where they voraciously consumed the last remaining 10 stones of grain. Ultimately, the 100-fold grain mentioned by the celestial rat has finally been entirely consumed within the belly of the foremost rodent, where a unique essence of spatial energy gradually coalesces within its stomach. The pain brought about by its swollen abdomen has abruptly vanished. Yet, to ascend to the rank of a warehouse vermin, the leader must either extinguish the life of a grain supervisor of official status or cause the starvation of countless innocents. The lives of humans serve as the stepping stones for the ascension of the official warehouse rat. Fortuitously, within the granary courtyard, there lies a grain overseer alongside a seasoned grain official, both of whom are soundly asleep upon the steps. The foremost rat gazes intently at their necks, its eyes glimmering with an insatiable desire for the dual bait. By merely snapping the delicate necks of these two, it could elevate itself to the profound realm of a warehouse vermin equivalent to a soldier of official rank. Moreover, the current situation is dire. As the Qingzhou troops are on high alert around the granary, the challenge of quietly starving 100 households seems far greater than that of eliminating the grain officials. Therefore, even if it is a trap, the foremost rat yearns to savor the delectable bait and then make a swift escape. With determination, the foremost rat gritted its teeth and commanded all the vermin to return, whether from within the granary, beneath the earth, or atop the rooftops. A full 60 formidable rodents gathered behind it, surging forward like a dark tide, launching a fierce assault upon the steps where Jiang Chen stood. At that very moment, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, leaping up with the agility of a carp, and declared with a fierce voice, "Prepare for battle." Instantly, Feng Leben, Wan Taihan, and Fan Liangshan, along with Xiao Wu and numerous soldiers of Qingzhou, awoke with resolve, weapons in hand, their murderous intent palpable. Chapter 63, The Nation on the Brink. The Rise of the Monstrous. Fan Liangshan marveled. Indeed, Brother Zhang's method is most astute. By drawing them out directly, we spare ourselves the laborious search. The others nodded in agreement. The lurking prowess of the formidable rats was exceedingly potent, despite the repeated inspections by dozens of Qingzhou soldiers. They had only managed to uncover and eliminate approximately 20 of these creatures. The efficiency was alarmingly low. Thus, rather than a slow and tedious search, it was far more effective to set traps and lure the serpents from their lairs. The fragrant bait was none other than Jiang Chen himself. Moreover, Jiang Chen, feeling it insufficient, commanded a Qingzhou soldier to bring forth the eyes of the rats to the military camp. Upon witnessing the evidence, the grain officer was struck with fear. Trembling in terror, he swiftly shifted his address from General Jiang to Brother Jiang, voluntarily offering himself as the second bait. Double the bait. This was the clandestine plan devised by Jiang Chen. Should he still fail to draw out these deeply entrenched rats, he would have no recourse but to enlist his final card, requesting Captain Zhang Ying to take the field personally. However, by that point, the merit would transform into toil, and effort into weariness, an affair of diminishing returns. Fortunately, under the alluring aroma of delectable food that stirred desires and lulled the unsuspecting grain officer into complacency, the lead rat ultimately lowered its guard, summoning all the rats. Nay, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the gray horde. a chill of disdain creeping into his heart as he scoffed. That lead rat has likely surmised this place could be a trap, yet it perhaps harbors the thought of sending its kin to perish, then seizing the chaos to eliminate me or the grain officer, right? Alas, you still underestimate humanity and the might of the Qingzhou soldiers. In the next moment, at the lead rat's shrill command, dozens of monstrous rats, heedless of death, charged ferociously towards Jiang Chen and the grain officer. A closer look revealed a scene reminiscent of over 60 ferocious wolfhounds, converging as a pack, recklessly lunging forward. Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh and bellowed, "Form ranks." Instantly, the seasoned generals Feng Leben and Fan Liangshan rallied their troops, forming a tight formation. The poised arrangement rendered the ferocity of the rat's charge utterly dimmed. The lead rat, fueled by a fierce resolve, mused, 60 against 30, the advantage lies with me. Surely I can slay any one of the bait, right? Alas, how could mere rats ever be compared to the Qingzhou soldiers? A dozen Qingzhou warriors, expressionless, loosed their crossbow bolts, akin to grim reapers harvesting the lives of the rats. As the multitude of rats finally breached the front of the formation, they were met by over 20 Qingzhou soldiers wielding blades and spears, all raising their weapons, the edges gleaming ominously with a chilling light. The 60-odd rats awakened their crimson fur, significantly enhancing their courage and strength. The celestial pattern awakened. In an instant, all fears within were suppressed as the monstrous rodents roared and squeaked in fury, charging towards the formation of the Qingzhou soldiers. The soldiers, with expressions as stoic as stone, reaped the heads of the invaders with a ruthless efficiency akin to a scythe cutting through wheat. The martial arts of the world stem from the military, forged through the crucible of battle, where the path of violence finds its zenith in warfare. After enduring countless conflicts, the formidable armies of the 9 provinces were hardly to be challenged by mere numbers, even those doubled, represented by these oversized vermin. No, these rodents lacked even the qualification to be deemed adversaries. The leader of the rodents waved its hands frantically, eyes wide with terror, shock, and disbelief. In the span of a mere 10 breaths, the horde it had amassed over the years was decimated by more than half. Its ancestors had once warned, avoiding the might of humanity is key to the survival and propagation of most creatures. Thus, it had endured until the dead of night, waiting for the opportune moment. Even if it was a trap, a surprise attack could still yield some advantage, couldn't it? 60 against 30, the odds were in its favor. Or so it believed. Yet, the caliber of the Qingzhou soldiers exceeded its wildest expectations. Not a single rodent had managed to slay one of them. The horrifying chasm in capability plunged the leader into utter despair, prompting it to unleash a roar that echoed throughout the granary, commanding the remaining rodents to flee immediately. Promotion? What a farce. Even with 20 rodents left, and despite the awakening of their innate powers, they could not quell the paralyzing fear brought on by the mass mortality of their kin. In the face of life and death, terror loomed large. Instinctively, all the rodents turned and fled, racing away from the Qingzhou soldiers. The leader was no exception. It had completely abandoned any hope of advancement. The benefits of raiding the granary paled in comparison to the value of its own life. Though it had gorged on hundreds of stones of grain, its belly swollen, the leader ran faster than its kindred. It is well known that when fleeing for one's life, it suffices to be swifter than one's companions to survive. Yet, at that very moment, Jiang Chen finally made his move. The malevolent energy of the enchanted blade, long held in reserve, erupted with overwhelming force, engulfing the entire scene. Bolstered by the blade's essence, the unique ferocity of the Supreme Blade technique surged exponentially. The Supreme Blade technique earned a new and fearsome title, the demon-slaying Supreme Blade technique. In that instant, both the rodents and the Qingzhou soldiers fell into a brief stupor, momentarily halting all actions. Silence enveloped the arena. Even the 300 commanders, Feng Leben, Fan Liangshan, and Ruan Taihan, were momentarily entranced, their hearts gripped by terror, each secretly contemplating, such might. If I were to face it in single combat, surely 3 strikes. No. At most 1 strike would suffice to sever my head. Under the gaze of the 3 commanders, Jiang Chen seized the moment to unleash his 2 other formidable abilities. Godspeed. The Ranger of Han, Jiang Chen, as light as a swallow, moved with the grace of one treading upon clouds. In a mere breath, he traversed several zhang, swiftly arriving before the head mouse, and then, with a fierce flourish, brandished his formidable weapon. The celestial dragon Mouse had previously recounted to him the lengthy history of conflict between humanity and the beasts, a chronicle that extends far beyond the written records of history. As early as the ancient times of knotted cords and primitive inscriptions, the annals were filled with struggles, bloodshed, and relentless battles. From the moment the first humans stepped into the transcendent realm of sanctity, an unprecedented biological cataclysm ensued. For the survival of their progeny, both the resourceful humans and the inherently powerful beasts fought valiantly, risking their lives in a desperate struggle for existence. This was a brutal contest of survival, where it was either you perish or I thrive. Consequently, the beasts were nearly extinguished. Humanity flourished. The rise of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties was inscribed in the elegy of the beast's blood, who perished in myriad betrayals and massacres. The serpent of Xiang was vanquished by Yu. The golden crow fell to the arrows of Ho Yi, and the ancient dragons were obliterated under the reigns of Tang, Yin, and Wu Ding. With the great beasts vanquished, the Zhou dynasty distributed fiefs to its lords. The myriad beasts inhabiting the vast lands of the 9 provinces faced their final extinction. The formidable armies of Liang, Jing, Yang, and other regions gradually took shape amidst the terror of slaughtering the beasts, growing ever more powerful. Today it was my turn. The head mouse, with a sorrowful smile, was decapitated by Jiang Chen, its head rolling across the ground for several circles before coming to a halt. Ultimately, this culminated in a seemingly mundane scene. The celestial dragon Mouse standing outside the library of Yujing City, recounting to him the new history of humanity following the Xia, Shang, and Zhou. The beasts fled to the desolate and arid western regions, the cold and despairing grasslands, the hot and restless southern lands, and the boundless depths of the sea. From that moment forth, humanity faced no challengers. Thus, they turned upon themselves. Since the onset of the spring and autumn period, a millennium of chaotic warfare ensued, resulting in a staggering number of fallen warriors, a veritable mountain of corpses, with countless lives lost, their lethality far surpassing that of our beastly minions. It was at this juncture that we, the remnants of the ancient beasts, realized that when humanity is weakened by internal strife, it is then that we might exploit the chaos, confuse the celestial order, and wreak havoc across the 9 provinces. As the state nears its demise, the beast shall rise once more. Chapter 64. A little wife for everyone. Feng Leben gazed at the headless corpse of the giant rat, his tone uncertain as he mused. This colossal rodent has consumed an amount of grain equivalent to 100 times its weight. Perhaps its stomach possesses some degree of spatial spirituality, or perhaps it could even be fashioned into a subpar storage pouch. Upon hearing this, Xiao promptly sliced open the rat's belly. Its stomach glimmered faintly with a white light, suggesting an extraordinary quality. Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight. Its stomach is actually glowing. This must be a valuable find. Though Feng Leben hailed from a wealthy background, the complete stomach of a notorious official rat could be worth several thousand taels, a sum that would undoubtedly entice most scions of noble families. Undeterred by the gruesome scene, he reached for the rat's stomach to examine it closely. Eventually, a hint of regret crossed his face. Alas, without undergoing the proper rituals, even if it contains a modicum of spatial spiritual energy, it remains merely a low-grade material. This item, even with at least 1,000 taels in labor costs, would only yield a storage pouch capable of holding a stone of rice. Jiang Chen felt a stirring in his heart and couldn't help but inquire. How much would a storage pouch of that size be worth? Feng Leben pondered for a few seconds before replying. In theory, it could sell for 1,600 taels, but its limited capacity means that if one were in a hurry to sell, it might only fetch 1,300 or 1,400. Xiao Wu beamed. Just from this stomach alone, we could earn 600 taels in material costs, equivalent to 20 pairs of giant rat eyes. Whether fashioned into a storage pouch or sold directly, it's a substantial sum. While they spoke, the soldiers had eliminated the remaining giant rats, piling up 70 or 80 bloody rat heads. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and smiled slightly, saying, "Let that captain named Huan come in to clean up this mess." What? The others were taken aback. Jiang Chen chuckled coldly, pointing at several grain bags and carts that bore faint traces of old excrement. It was evident that these giant rats had used the grain carts as a conduit, relying on their extraordinary abilities to lurk and conceal themselves within the carts, ultimately infiltrating the granary. Immediately, Fan Liangshan was the first to react, exclaiming with joy, "We take the credit, and they bear the blame?" Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he instructed, "Gather all the grain carts and bags with traces. Then let us settle today's accounts with them." "Yes, my lord." The soldiers from Qingzhou rejoiced and swiftly set to work. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they uncovered dozens of pieces of evidence. The evidence was as solid as a mountain. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, leading his companions toward the granary's entrance. At that moment, a young laborer rushed up to Jiang Chen, breathless, and exclaimed, "Boss, trouble is brewing. That captain named who is claiming there is a rat infestation in the granary and wants to come in to assist in exterminating them." Time rewinds to half an hour earlier, amidst the grass on the outskirts of the granary. His inner thoughts mirrored Huwan's speculations. Should everything proceed smoothly, Feng Wu would reward Huwan with a modest sum of gold and silver. However, if complications arose, Feng Wu would swiftly distance himself, placing the entire burden of blame squarely upon Huwan's shoulders. Just as Jiang Chen dispatched a messenger to seek out the granary overseer Wang Feng, Feng Wu began to sense that this could indeed be a pivotal opportunity to alter the current circumstances, prompting him to discreetly follow along. As anticipated, he eavesdropped on the conversation between the two men, gleaning information about the rodent infestation within the granary. Feng Wu immediately concluded, it must be the laborers' negligence that permitted those wretched rodents to infiltrate the storeroom. However, upon further reflection, his seemingly honest visage transformed, revealing a decidedly predatory expression. But this predicament could prove advantageous for me. If I leverage the rodent issue to seize control of the granary, it would afford me room for maneuvering. At that juncture, I could send a carrier pigeon to General Liu, requesting reinforcements at Dongli. With narrowed eyes, he pondered repeatedly, hastily penned a note, and concealed it within a silk pouch, instructing the messenger to deliver it to the General Huwan. At the periphery of the granary, the streets buzzed with activity. Soon, a messenger arrived, clutching the silk pouch and sprinting towards Huwan. Elated, Huwan approached eagerly, snatching the pouch from the messenger's hands and hastily opening it to reveal a note inscribed with 6 bold characters. Use the rodent issue to assign blame. Upon reading the note, Huwan exhaled a sigh of relief and commanded, "Everyone, gather around." Dozens of soldiers quickly assembled, though their faces betrayed a hint of despondency, evidently affected by their earlier expulsion from the granary, which had dampened their morale considerably. Huwan took a deep breath, exuding an air of unwavering confidence as he shared Feng Wu's strategy with the soldiers, inquiring, "Are there any questions?" Indeed, the seasoned veterans chorused in unison. Infuriated, Huwan glared at them, suppressing the urge to lash out at these fools. Yet, understanding that morale could not be easily bolstered through reprimand, he reluctantly promised, "If we can seize control of the granary and capture Dongli, each man shall receive a young bride." "Where shall we find brides?" The seasoned veterans paused in surprise, then turned their gaze toward the merchant Ichio's retreating figure. More precisely, their attention was drawn to the graceful figure of his wife, alongside the thousands of citizens of Dongli behind Ichio. Suddenly, the soldiers grasped the implication, their faces breaking into cruel smiles. As the saying goes, robbers are like combs, soldiers like sieves, officials like razors. Such phrases were not mere rhetoric. Spurred on by the prospect of brides, the veterans' spirits soared. After months of service, even the sight of a common sow at their bedside would surpass the allure of the most renowned beauties. Huwan surveyed the scene, noting the ravenous glint of hunger in the soldiers' eyes. Like wolves and tigers. "Follow me." Bolstered by newfound confidence, Huwan brandished his weapon and led the soldiers, their fierce demeanor palpable as they marched resolutely toward the granary. At the entrance of the granary, Gongsun, whose heart tightened as he gazed at Huwan and the numerous soldiers from Qizhou striding towards him, he quickly roused the half-asleep wealthy farmer, Chen Bu, and inquired about what to do. "Do not stop me. I can still eat." Chen replied, "Uncle Chen, enemies are approaching." Chen Bu was instantly awakened, his murky old eyes fixating intently on the advancing Huwan. In a stern voice, he remarked, "They seem to have some new backing. Their intentions are malevolent." No sooner had he spoken than Huwan, adorned with an unusually radiant smile, abruptly unsheathed his weapon, the blade aimed directly at the crowd. His tone chillingly cold. "I heard commotion from the granary. It must be infested with rats. As one of the 100 generals of Qingzhou, it is my duty to lend a hand." Chen Bu, devoid of expression, replied firmly, "Thank you, but that will not be necessary." At this, nearly 100 soldiers from Qingzhou drew their swords, their eyes gleaming with a predatory greed akin to wolves eyeing a deer. Huan advanced a step, the blade drawing ever closer, his voice icy. I do not wish to disrupt military affairs, which is why I voluntarily departed from the granary. However, should the rat infestation threaten the grain we have toiled to transport, and if we allow the great vermin to wreak havoc, then, as General Jiang has stated, we will fight to the death. Each word was like a sword, filled with lethal intent. Chen Bu, taken aback, instinctively retreated a half-step. After all, he was merely a wealthy farmer. Despite possessing some accounting skills, he was far from a match for a general of Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, Feng Leben, and 2 other generals were presently inside the granary dealing with the rat problem. In other words, in this second round of the coward's game, no one could overpower Huan's imposing presence. At that moment, Gong Sun Hu interjected, speaking coldly. General Hu, may we send someone to notify them, if you please? Given that there were still over 100 Qingzhou soldiers guarding outside the granary, Huan did not wish to apply excessive pressure and nodded in agreement. Chen Bu summoned a young laborer from Pingshou County, speaking gravely. The granary is dangerous. Proceed slowly and remain vigilant. Huan snorted disdainfully. There is no need for delay. No sooner had he spoken than a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he swung his blade, delivering a heavy slap to the young laborer's rear. The sound echoed sharply. The young laborer, startled nearly out of his wits, bolted forward, racing into the granary with all his might. Seeing this, Chen Bu fumed. What do you take us for, cattle or horses? Huan retorted with a cold laugh. If you can serve as cattle or horses, then enjoy your fate. Inside the granary, the terrified young laborer rushed to the side of the Qingzhou soldiers, hastily relaying the developments outside to Jiang Chen. Oh, so Huan seeks to challenge me under the pretext of the rat infestation? How fortuitous. Great minds think alike, for I too share the same sentiment. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cruel smile, unable to contain his sinister delight. Chapter 65. My brother cannot rest in peace. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Jiang Chen inquired, so, Huan, one of Feng Wu's 100 generals, seeks to challenge me regarding the rodent infestation, does he? The old villager nodded in affirmation, recounting his observations in detail. Upon hearing this, the soldiers displayed peculiar smiles. The old villager, taken aback, asked, Is everything all right? Feng Leben laughed heartily. Not only is everything fine, but it is Feng Wu's soldiers who may find themselves in trouble. Jiang Chen's eyes twinkled with mirth as he unsheathed the demonic blade. His voice cold yet commanding. With blades in hand, my brothers, let us step forth and have some fun. Yes, General. The soldiers responded in unison. Feng Leben, Wan Taihan, and Fan Lianshan, the 300 generals, promptly followed suit, striding out of the granary. They have emerged. An old soldier from Huan's ranks, hailing from Qingzhou, fixed his gaze upon the granary door, his pupils dilating in shock as he shouted, It is the renowned General Jiang Chen. He has come out. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Though Huan had mentally prepared for this moment, he could not shake the memory of being disheartened and retreating from the granary before Jiang Chen. His fists clenched tightly as he lifted his gaze toward the granary door. The onlookers followed suit, peering into the dimly lit interior, obscured from view. However, illuminated by the flickering lights, a strikingly handsome young man stepped forth. Hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of frustration and inwardly roared, I truly do not wish to be known as the Biscuit General. I swear, one day I shall earn a more formidable title to replace this ridiculous moniker. Yet, on the surface, Jiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, gracefully exiting the granary, exuding an air of a distinguished general. Chen Bu, Gong Sun Hu, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as if Jiang Chen's mere presence signified reliability and reassurance. Jiang Chen advanced a few steps, coming to stand before Huan, and spoke with measured composure. General Hu, is it truly so amusing to disrupt military affairs? You have repeatedly sought to breach the granary? What gives you the audacity? Huan instinctively took a half-step back, a flicker of fear igniting within him. After all, he had been bested by Jiang Chen in the previous round of the coward's game. Most vanquished opponents tend to harbor an instinctive fear of their conquerors. Gritting his teeth, Huan replied, To my knowledge, there is a severe rodent problem within the granary. I must enter to inspect and assist in eliminating the vermin. Should any mishap occur, the morale of the entire Western Expedition Army would be affected. This is a responsibility neither you nor I, mere generals, can bear lightly. Upon hearing this, before Jiang Chen could respond, Chen Buer silently cursed. What a despicable fellow. He speaks so boldly in front of me, instilling fear in my very soul. Yet he cowers before Jiang Xianxing. Why can't you exhibit some backbone as a general? Gong Sun, who felt a sense of relief, secretly rejoicing with the prowess of our leader. Dealing with a mere who one should pose no challenge. Meanwhile, hidden in the grass, Feng Wu could not help but mutter a curse. Useless. How can he falter before a mere pancake seller, Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, remaining silent, and waved his hand behind him. In the next moment, Feng Leben, Wan Taihan, and Fan Liashan, the three great captains, stepped out of the granary. Following them were a trio of soldiers who were pushing 20 or more grain carts. Slowly emerging from the gate. Instantly, a faint yet distinctly fishy odor began to waft from the surfaces of the carts, now free from the suppression of their concealed presence. Most individuals, even Huan, who was at the level of a Qingzhou warrior, did not detect this subtle stench. However, as this unique scent, reminiscent of rat droppings, gradually permeated the grass and reached the nostrils of the only Qingzhou warrior present, Feng Wu, he was taken aback, secretly pondering, the smell emanating from these carts. It resembles rat droppings, albeit exceedingly faint, imperceptible to the average person. Could it be? Feng Wu's heart raced, contemplating. Could it be that these rat demons are not native to Dongli City, but rather that the most perilous places are often the safest, lurking in plain sight? Hidden within the grain carts. The mere thought tightened Feng Wu's chest, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on his forehead. And he hastily shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When the grain carts enter the granary, they would inevitably detect the rat-repelling powder, driven by fear. They would scurry about chaotically, ultimately meeting their demise at the hands of the soldiers. Generally speaking, those rat demons typically enter the granary by burrowing, the work of local rat populations. In truth, Feng Wu's speculation was half correct. The head rats and the swarm were indeed native to Dongli. However, they were also failures from Yujing City, having taken an early ride back to their homeland alongside Feng Wu. This large, round black pot rightfully belonged to Feng Wu and his soldiers. Jiang Chen smiled nonchalantly. Captain Hu, perhaps you might wish to inspect the grain carts, to see if there are any surprises among the grain sacks and cart frames. Upon hearing this, Huan furrowed his brow, coldly remarking, I wish to see what scheme Jiang Baijian has up his sleeve. With that, Huan strode forward, and as he approached, a faint fishy odor wafted into his nostrils, instantly bringing him joy as he exclaimed, Indeed, there are demon rats within the granary. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Ah, Captain Hu, you might want to take a closer look. The granary has only been built for a day or two, and these traces of rat droppings, might they seem a bit outdated? At this, a tempest of astonishment surged within Huan. Outdated? Could it be that those demon rats are actually? A terrifying hypothesis flashed through his mind, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, approvingly declaring, Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Huan's forehead was beaded with cold sweat, and for a moment he found himself at a loss for a solution, trembling with fear and almost contemplating retreat. Just then, a figure dashed towards the grain cart. This individual was none other than Feng Wu, one of the two renowned fighters from Qingzhou. Observing the situation, he could no longer remain hidden and felt compelled to step in to resolve the conflict. Feng Wu spoke coldly, General Jiang, let us put an end to this rodent infestation matter here. As he spoke, a formidable military aura erupted from his body, sweeping towards Jiang Chen with overwhelming force. The pressure of his presence was palpable. However, Jiang Chen raised the enchanted weapon still stained with the blood of the rodents and, invoking the fearsome techniques of the demon extermination blade, unleashed a fiercely defiant blade force that barely withstood the military might released by the esteemed fighter of Qingzhou. Breathing heavily, Jiang Chen maintained a tone of dignified composure even in the face of the Qingzhou warrior, saying, We have paid a grievous price to eradicate the rodents from the granary. Those brothers who remain restless in death are my cherished friends and brothers. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Qingzhou soldiers behind him displayed expressions of confusion as they exchanged glances, wondering, who among them had perished without peace? Feng Wu, filled with ire, coldly inquired, How much do you desire? Chapter 66. The White Level Opportunity. Double Reward. Digesting the medicinal properties. Feng Wu squinted, a flicker of astonishment stirring within him. As a warrior of Qingzhou, he could effortlessly dispatch 10 Qingzhou fighters with a single strike, let alone ordinary soldiers. Yet, this scavenger before him managed to withstand the overwhelming military pressure he exerted. Even with the assistance of the demonic blade embryo, it was evident that this individual was extraordinary. Contemplating this, Fengwu relinquished his thoughts of coercion and coldly inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Jiang Chen secretly exhaled in relief. To resist the military might of a Qingzhou warrior, he had pushed the demonic blade's techniques to their utmost limits, swiftly depleting his internal energy. Should Fengwu persist in his pressure for merely 20 breaths more, his vitality would be nearly exhausted, leading to his eventual retreat. At that point, not only would he be fortunate to maintain control over the granaries, but his very survival would be at stake. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen regained his composure and spoke solemnly. "First, there is the loss to the public treasury. Although these pests consumed only around 200 to 300 stones of grain, their waste has contaminated over 1,000 stones. I request that you, Captain Feng, promptly compensate for this loss." Upon hearing this, Fengwu felt a pang in his heart. 1,000 stones of grain, if it were from the fertile lands of Jiangnan, would be manageable. The dragon captains of Jingzhou wielded the power to summon storms, and the regions of Jing and Yang enjoyed bountiful harvests, where merely a couple of 100 taels of silver would suffice to procure 1,000 stones of rice. In truth, the rise and expansion of the Jingzhou warriors were pivotal in the southward shift of the economic center during the Han Dynasty. However, in this remote western region, transporting grain from the interior was fraught with challenges, consuming considerable resources along the way. Fengwu estimated that at least 600 or 700 taels of silver would be required to barely cover this deficit. Fengwu replied coldly, "I have no time to gather supplies. 650 taels to cover the public loss. How does that sound?" Jiang Chen paused momentarily. The western regions produced abundant wheat, and with the advent of flour, wheat grain had been incorporated into military provisions. 1,000 stones of local wheat could be procured for at most 200 or 300 taels of silver. Clearly, Fengwu had yet to grasp the concept of flour as a novel commodity and still viewed matters through an outdated lens. Hence his high offer of 650 taels. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "Very well, we shall agree on 650 taels. As for the extra 300 to 400 taels, they should be allocated for the use of the handsome." Fengwu's expression shifted to one of mild impatience, and he asked flatly, "If you have any other demands, please state them all at once." Jiang Chen displayed a professional smile. "The second request, of course, pertains to myself and the valiant soldiers of Qingzhou. We seek to secure our benefits." Just as Jiang Chen was about to vocalize his demands, a resounding yet subtly weakened voice echoed from the distant street. It was the substitute captain, Zhang Ying. At that moment, Zhang Ying continued to embody the persona of Zhang Longxiang, exuding an imposing presence that commanded the attention of all, akin to the grandiosity of a legendary warrior. Fengwu felt a jolt of alarm. Instinctively retreating a step and feigning calmness, he inquired, "What is it?" "My soldiers have toiled to transport hundreds of thousands of stones of provisions into Dongli. Is it too much to ask for a day or two of rest?" Zhang Ying let out a derisive laugh. "I have heard that throughout your march, you encountered neither a single bandit nor a fragment of the Loulan army. Do you know why?" Fengwu remained silent. Zhang Ying stepped forward, his imposing presence intensifying, and coldly remarked, "General Hongwu tasked my soldiers with being the primary supply convoy, partly to instruct me to clear the Gobi and lighten the load for subsequent supply teams. I have eliminated bandits, rebels, and Loulan cavalry for you. Yet you couldn't even capture a few rat-like pests hiding among the grain carts, inflicting damage upon thousands of stones of military provisions. A worthless individual like you would do well to vacate Dongli city swiftly." As he spoke, a trace of mockery appeared at the corner of Zhang Ying's mouth. "Or shall I report this to General Hongwu, to hold you accountable for your negligence?" Fengwu's expression stiffened, and he swept his sleeves as he departed. The following day, in the early morning, the events of the previous night had earned Zhang Ying commendation. All the laborers and soldiers from Qingzhou involved received minor merits, redeemable for medicinal products from the Zhang family of Qingzhou. Feng Leben, Wan Taihan, and Fan Liangshan each garnered 20 minor merits. Everyone was in high spirits, increasingly convinced of one truth: following Jiang Chen meant a feast at every meal. As for Jiang Chen, the pivotal figure in this rodent infestation incident, he received an exceptionally unique boon, one highly suitable for scavengers. In the morning, Brilliant sunlight cascaded over the military camp, enveloping the central tent in a golden glow. As if draping it in a shimmering cloak, Jiang Chen sat regally in the high seat, gently sipping medicinal wine to quell the pain within, and casually remarked, "Do you know the source of my injuries?" Jiang Chen, already aware, nevertheless feigned ignorance, shaking his head. Jiang Chen slightly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the tent's entrance, fixing upon the Buling marker residence 100 meters away, and spoke. Jiang Chen immediately clasped his fists, asking, "What orders do you have, sir?" Jiang Chen shook his head, smiling as he said, "When the first ray of sunlight touches the Buling marker residence tomorrow morning, it shall signify the total dissipating of the malevolent spirits. Tonight will be the moment of their utmost weakness. I permit you to enter the marker residence after nightfall, which is the most fitting reward for someone of your scavenger ilk." Jiang Chen's heart tightened. Deep within his consciousness, a line of text suddenly emerged. The second and third white-level opportunities, dust to dust, earth to earth, are now activating. In the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely. However, within the central Buling marker residence of Dongli City, an air of chill still lingered. Jiang Chen could even faintly hear the sound of dripping, reminiscent of blood falling. Dust to dust, earth to earth? As the name implies, does it pertain to retrieving something from within the Buling marker residence? Jiang Chen speculated inwardly, feeling a desire to inquire with Jiang Chen. However, the greatest allure of the wilderness lies in its mysteries. This is one of the principles articulated by the old village chief. Thus, the more enigmatic the challenge, the more it aids in the assimilation of the medicinal properties within. Chapter 67. The Underworld. The crevice of the mortal realm. The reversal of yin and yang. Surely, I shall not encounter a figure as formidable as Xiang Yi, shall I? Jiang Chen squinted, his certainty wavering. After all, once the gates to the underworld are fully opened, the living may enter and the dead may emerge. The legendary overlord of Western Chu would then break free from the netherworld, return to the mortal realm, and plunge the world into chaos. However, since Jiang Chen has permitted my entry into the ghostly abyss, it seems the most perilous moments within have already passed. When the gates first opened, Jiang Chen faced the formidable ghost generals, and now, after nearly a month of relentless sunlight, the strength of the spirits within must have been significantly diminished. With this thought, Jiang Chen could not help but take several steps forward, drawing closer to the residence of the Buling Marquis. Suddenly, a chilling aura stirred within his pocket, awakening a long-dormant crimson stone, the keystone of the underworld. In the next moment, the air around him grew noticeably colder. A stunning woman clad in red materialized before Jiang Chen. Her ethereal presence both enchanting and eerie, for despite being a spirit, her surface shimmered with a faint, demonic red glow. She was none other than Wei, the spirit who had made significant contributions during the battle against the corpse demon Bushan. The ghostly figure of Wei smiled gently and addressed him. "I am Wei, honored benefactor." A shiver ran down Jiang Chen's spine, a sense of foreboding enveloping him as he replied solemnly, "What is your intent? Do you wish to enter the gates of the underworld?" Wei shook her head, her tone sincere. "You are concerned about encountering unforeseen dangers within the ghostly abyss, are you not?" Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Wei continued, "Then I implore you, please do not bring the keystone of the underworld into the Buling Marquis' residence." On the day the gates were not fully ajar, one contributing factor was that the archer fortuitously placed me within a cosmetic box. The scent of rouge awakened my memories from life, allowing me to resist the coercive summons of the great shaman. In the end, only 6 keystones were drawn into the underworld, resulting in a mere 70% of its power being unleashed, summoning only one ghost general, which was already its limit. Should the keystone enter the ghostly abyss, it would undoubtedly incite a riot among the spirits. At that point, even if you possessed 10 lives, you would not escape the relentless pursuit of 100 vengeful ghosts. Jiang Chen's heart understood the implications. It became clear that the source of danger, as indicated by the golden characters in his sea of consciousness, lay in the potential uprising of the ghostly abyss, a scenario where survival was almost impossible. It was indeed his long-overlooked keystone that posed such a peril. Yet, it was not truly forgotten. Had he followed Fan Liangshan into the ghostly abyss that night, he would certainly not have carried this item with him. Wait, speaking of neglect, Jiang Chen's thoughts shifted, and he reached into his pocket to retrieve a peculiar talisman. This was an enigmatic object he had discovered upon slaying a Loulan cavalryman, an item he had yet to inquire about its purpose. He asked, "Do you recognize this object?" The young woman Wei revealed a hint of surprise on her face and spoke solemnly. This is the compassionate ghost talisman of the lifeless matron. Once the original owner perishes, their soul will be ensnared within. If it absorbs a considerable amount of vengeful death energy and is subsequently refined by a master of the Taoist sect, it may be transformed into a second netherworld keystone. Within this talisman, it appears that a soul has already been captured, resembling that of a cavalryman from Loulan. Jiang Chen understood and responded gravely. Then this object cannot be brought into the Buling Marquis's residence, correct? Wei shook her head. No, quite the contrary. What this object lacks is merely the energy of death. If brought into the estate, it could not only draw upon the remnants of the ghostly realm, but also aid in concealing the presence of the living. Had you previously brought both the netherworld keystone and the compassionate ghost talisman into the Buling Marquis's residence, this item would serve as your thread of survival. However, the remnants of the Luo sect's energy must be eradicated. Wei pointed a finger, and a beam of crimson light shot forth, striking the talisman. The compassionate ghost talisman immediately ignited with a wisp of green smoke, and soon the entire talisman appeared significantly weakened. Jiang Chen chuckled in astonishment, recalling the classic theory of Jin Yang's martial arts novels. In this world, every poison has an antidote within 5 steps. The netherworld keystone poses immense danger. Yet the lifeline hidden within this peril is none other than the raw material of the netherworld keystone, the compassionate ghost talisman. Subsequently, the man and the ghost exchanged discourse before the Buling Marquis's residence for an extended period, until dusk, when Wei, exhausted, took her leave and returned to the netherworld keystone. With a sigh, Jiang Chen released a pent-up breath, his concerns for the Western Chu overlord, Xiang Yi, dissipating alongside his growing knowledge of the netherworld. To resurrect a formidable ghostly figure of this caliber, 7 netherworld keystones are merely the foundational requirement. The crux lies in slaughter and death. Only through a large-scale massacre of over 100,000 beings can the ghostly realm be opened to its fullest extent, allowing the living to enter and the dead to exit. As night fell, Zhang Ying sent a messenger to find Jiang Chen, inquiring, "When shall we enter the ghostly abyss? If we wait until dawn tomorrow, the opportunity to quickly deplete the scavenger's potion will vanish entirely." Jiang Chen entrusted the netherworld keystone to Xiao Wu for safekeeping and then followed closely behind Zhang Ying, hastily arriving at the gates of the Buling Marquis's residence. Zhang Ying produced a map of the estate, speaking coldly. At present, the seal must not be carelessly broken. Once you enter, you can only wait until dawn when the ghostly abyss shatters before you can depart. Should you encounter danger, immediately call out the name Zhang Longxiang. I will swiftly intervene and extract you from the ghostly abyss. Jiang Chen accepted the map, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Captain. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Ying pointed, and a gap in the seal of the Buling Marquis's residence was instantly revealed, revealing a multitude of ghostly apparitions within. Suddenly, a wave of ghostly energy surged forth. Seeking death, Zhang Ying snorted coldly, unleashing a formidable military might that instantly obliterated all ghostly energies, causing the spirits near the estate to flee in terror. Hurry inside. Without further ado, Jiang Chen leapt into the depths of the ghostly realm. Behind him, Zhang Ying promptly resealed the gate with a wax seal, loudly cautioning, "Should you encounter peril and wish to remain within the ghostly realm, you may seek refuge near the back garden, where lingering specters of the fallen soldiers of Qingzhou may offer their assistance. However, you must thereafter provide for their families, as dictated by the customs of Qingzhou." Jiang Chen replied with a firm voice, "Understood." Yet before he could finish his sentence, the seal completely severed the 2 realms. In the next moment, a faint crimson light flickered from the gem of destiny, representing the Wanderers of Han, nestled deep within Jiang Chen's consciousness. Wanderers of Han, traversing the lands, have marked a new location, the interstice between the realm of the dead and the living, the ghostly realm of the Earl of Divination. The ghost gate has been damaged. Jiang Chen remained acutely vigilant, surveying his surroundings, and was taken aback by the sight of a blood-red sun languidly sinking in the ghostly sky. Was this the reason why entry into the ghostly realm was permitted only at night? Jiang Chen gently caressed the pure version of the compassionate ghost talisman, finding solace in its presence, before retrieving the map of the Earl of Divination's estate. 4 locations were marked by Zhang Ying, each potentially holding the fateful convergence of dust returning to dust and earth returning to earth. Chapter 68. The Key? Peril. Jiang Chen maintained an acute vigilance as he stepped through the entrance, immediately sensing the profound opulence of the Buling Marquis' residence. Upon entering, he found himself in an intricately winding corridor, with a path of gravel stretching for dozens of meters, encircled by whitewashed walls, adorned with rockeries and pools of water, and draped in verdant willows. Alas, these once lavish scenes had long since transformed into a nightmarish tableau steeped in an eerie atmosphere. The stone walls were marred by mold. The willow trees stood withered and desiccated, and the pond was filled with distorted, ghostly reflections. A chilling aura seeped from the water, the lifeless trees. In the depths of the walls. Is this what one calls a haunted abode? One can only wonder what horrors the netherworld must conceal. Jiang Chen marveled, cautiously advancing forward. According to the map provided by Zhang Ying, four locations had been distinctly marked. The central courtyard, Zhang Ying noted, remnants of the ghost gate, proceed with caution. The training ground, the kitchen, and the guest quarters. The front courtyard, though under the oppressive aura of Zhang Ying, was relatively safe as the surrounding specters had fled. However, venturing further could lead to encounters with formidable spirits. Following the map, Jiang Chen walked for about 5 or 6 minutes when he felt the spell of the lifeless matron's ghost charm in his arms flicker with a faint luminescence, seemingly absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. This indicated that the aura of the underworld was particularly potent in this vicinity. Suddenly, from the shadows of a building ahead, a mournful cry echoed, "Ki, Ki." Jiang Chen's heart tightened, and he instinctively took a step back, yet the eerie voice seemed to draw nearer. Within moments, a pale figure emerged from the shadows, casting an atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman, her only flaw being her emaciated form, clad in a blood-stained white garment. Moreover, as Jiang Chen scrutinized her, he noticed her hands and feet were bound in shackles. Was this a bondage play? The woman offered a sorrowful smile, appearing exceedingly pitiful, extending her pallid hand towards Jiang Chen, her voice a lament. "Please, save me. Find the key to the shackles, and I shall be free. Regrettably, I have never trusted women." Jiang Chen felt not a shred of hesitation as he activated the traveler's fate, his body suddenly becoming half as heavy, and he dashed swiftly towards another building in the front courtyard. The woman, startled for a moment, then hastily rose and pursued him. However, after merely 100 meters, Jiang Chen vanished from her sight in the blink of an eye. Cursed be it, he ran faster than a ghost. A flicker of resentment crossed the woman's face. "I hold no interest in female specters." Jiang Chen's lips twitched, tainted by years of domestic horror films. He had lost all interest in female apparitions. Yet, if it were a snow woman or a dragon maiden, cough cough. To return to the point, amidst this haunted abode, Jiang Chen unexpectedly found himself endowed with a substantial advantage. The allure of all female specters proved utterly ineffective. Even the most ruthless among them posed no threat. Jiang Chen gradually calmed his mind and unfolded the map. Among the various marked locations, the guest room and the courtyard were nearest to his current position, while the training ground lay somewhat farther away, and the kitchen was the most distant. Situated close to the back garden, a distance of approximately 200 to 300 meters would lead him into the courtyard's domain. This was where Lord Buling and Minister Wan, along with other officials such as the Easternly commander, convened for discussions, and it also marked the threshold of the ghostly realm. Here, the need to collect the deceased arose. Cough, cough. The probability of dust returning to dust exceeded 90%. The guest room, however, seemed to be closer to the location of the female specter he had encountered earlier. It might conceal a white-tiered opportunity, but it also bore a significant risk of encountering a female ghost, perhaps even more than one. After all, based on Jiang Chen's observations during his month-long stay in Easternly, the debauchery of Lord Buling was nothing short of appalling, bordering on madness. The guest room likely housed at least 200 to 300 concubines. Even if only 1/10 of those women transformed into vengeful spirits, that would still constitute a terrifying number. When faced with uncertainty, one must resort to the ritual of scavenging. Jiang Chen sought refuge in an abandoned dwelling, searching repeatedly until he finally discovered a bronze cauldron. He promptly began to brew the prepared thunderwood, wild grasses, and annual crickets. With a resounding bang, the bronze cauldron shattered, releasing white crystals. Subsequently, Jiang Chen consumed the crystals, and a breath imbued with the essence of the underworld enveloped his soul. In the next moment, information about all high-value items within the Buling estate surged into his consciousness. A certain amount of gold, silver, and copper coins, numerous antiques and calligraphies. The crown of Minister Su, remnants of the ghostly gate, the remains of the blood-bearded cricket, parts of the Easternly commander's remains, the seal of Lord Buling. This was the low-tier scavenging ritual's discovery of valuable treasures from which Jiang Chen could choose only one to ascertain its specific hiding place. Undoubtedly, the gold and silver held the highest value, representing the immense wealth plundered from the Buling estate over a century, along with the potential to acquire a crimson-tiered fate for sudden fortune. Wealth allows one to indulge in desires. Even the spiritual herbs required by the champions of Qingzhou could be easily procured with enough money. Yet, Jiang Chen's expression twitched. This wealth belonged to the Western Expeditionary Army. Those who dared to seize it would meet their demise. Once the ghostly turmoil subsided, a portion would be surrendered to the Western Expeditionary Army, while another portion would be distributed among the commander Zhang Ying, the 1,000-man leaders, 500 captains, 100 generals, and the thousands of soldiers from Qingzhou as compensation for their injuries and disabilities. Commander Feng Wu clung stubbornly, unwilling to depart. Driven by his covetousness for this vast fortune, Jiang Chen contemplated. After absorbing the medicinal effects, he would search thoroughly. If he could locate this wealth, acquiring a sum commensurate with his status would not pose a problem. However, the most pressing concern remained enhancing his strength. With this thought, he resolved to regard money as mere refuse. The crown of Minister Su and the seal of Lord Buling were similarly of no consequence, lacking the additional fortune-bestowing fate. He chose to forego them. Thus, Jiang Chen squinted thoughtfully, contemplating the final three items: the remnants of the Ghost Gate, the remains of the Bloodbeard Cricket, and the partial remains of the Easternly Prefect. According to the principles of scavenger role-playing, all actions that expedite the recycling of discarded resources will contribute to the great cycle of heaven and earth, thereby hastening the digestion of medicinal properties. However, as indicated by the golden characters in the Sea of Consciousness, there are only two white-level opportunities: dust to dust, earth to earth. Therefore, excluding the differing options, the remnants of the Ghost Gate are likely to bring misfortune rather than fortune. This place might very well be the final resting ground of the Easternly Prefect. Yet, why have the bodies of Su Wangong and Bu Lingho vanished without a trace? A flicker of doubt arose within Jiang Chen. In truth, the bodies, souls, essences, and even the fates bestowed by heaven of these two individuals had long been devoured by the Great Witch. Only the Easternly Prefect, who had perished early in battle, had narrowly escaped half of his calamity. In the Gobi, the Great Witch sat cross-legged amidst the wind and snow, revealing a serene and joyful smile, softly reciting, "Mother of No Life, Realm of Phantoms." Chapter 69. When the enchanting ghost loses her beauty function. In the vast desert, the Grand Shaman, who had endured the loss of 8 children, was momentarily liberated from her grief, displaying an innocent smile of tranquility and joy as she softly chanted, "Mother of Non-Existence, Realm of Phantoms." Despite enduring relentless exposure to the sun for several days, the sealed entity had been revealed twice, its powers significantly diminished. The hidden machinations previously set in motion within Dongli City were now ready to be activated. As she spoke, dark blood began to seep from her brow, coalescing in midair into a deep black light that surged toward Dongli City. Moments later, this ominous blood light penetrated the night, crashing into an unassuming residence within the city. Inside, an elderly man from Dongli knelt on the ground, pleading tearfully with a blood-eyed crow perched upon a locust tree. "Great Shaman, my wife perished at the hands of the Eastern barbarians while gathering intelligence for you. My daughter, whom you sent to the manor, has become a mere plaything for the Lord, shackled day and night. When the gates of the underworld open, she shall surely succumb to the relentless gnawing of spirits. I beseech you, grant me a chance at survival." The blood-eyed crow, a manifestation of the Grand Shaman known as Wushan, pondered silently. This old man has indeed made considerable sacrifices for the mother. With this thought, Wushan softened her stance, conceding, "Very well. You may leave the city tonight and flee." But her words were abruptly cut off as a stream of deep black light surged through the window, crashing into the body of the blood-eyed crow. "My lord." The elderly man from Dongli gazed up with hope. Yet, what he met was the frigid gaze of blood-red eyes. Spreading its wings, the crow spoke ominously. "I have changed my mind. I declare that your wife and daughter are blissfully content in their ancestral homeland, reveling in happiness. I hope you will join them soon. For a family, it is most important to be united, is it not?" "What?" The elderly man collapsed to the ground, Despair etched across his face as he mustered his last ounce of strength to retreat, lamenting, "Great shaman, I have served the sect faithfully. I have shed blood for the mother. You cannot treat me this way." Alas, before he could finish, the blood-eyed crow descended, piercing through the man's brow, and began devouring his brain as if it were a delicacy. In his final moments, the elderly man could only muster a pained cry of "cursed sect," before losing all semblance of life. Gradually, the once withered visage of the elderly man became increasingly radiant, transforming into that of a vibrant youth in his 20s. His spirit invigorated and his skin glowing. Heavenward, the entity now known as Wu Shan, the avatar of the Grand Shaman, erupted into a peculiar, sinister laughter. Hee hee. Wu Shan raised his head, gazing towards the heart of the city. His distant gaze finally settled upon the residence of the Earl of Bueling, his face betraying an insatiable greed as he murmured, "The Earl of Bueling has plundered the people's wealth for over a century. If all of it were to be collected and used to aid the citizens of Loulan, countless lives could be saved, bringing prosperity to many." As he spoke, Wu Shan's visage grew increasingly sanctified, as though he had transformed into a benevolent figure from the annals of time. Yet, his subsequent words revealed his cruel and venomous nature. "When the time comes, it is only natural for those I have aided to die for me, is it not? After all, they possess nothing and can only repay my kindness with their flesh and blood." Within an unremarkable dwelling, Jiang Chen closed his eyes in concentration, selecting the soul of the blood-bearded cricket as the catalyst for his scavenging ritual. Before long, the earth, which bears all things, conveyed the message regarding this treasured item. To the southwest, 300 meters away. Upon examining the map, Jiang Chen could not help but sigh in resignation, for the location was precisely that of a side room, with a high probability of encountering the shackled female ghost. Nevertheless, in terms of danger, it was certainly less formidable than the remnants of the martial training ground or the gates of the underworld. After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Chen lifted his gaze to the rooftops of the surrounding houses. Spirits tend to favor close proximity to the earth. In traditional Chinese beliefs regarding life and death, there is an old saying, "Yellow earth, yellow soul. The deceased are buried beneath the earth, returning their souls to the land," which encapsulates the most orthodox view of life and death in Chinese culture. Moving atop the eaves and tiles might prove to be safer. With this thought, like a wandering hero of Han, Jiang Chen felt his weight diminish by half. He aimed for the corner between two walls and leaped upward, nimbly bounding 3 times between the walls before successfully reaching the summit. In the next moment, a shadowy figure darted swiftly across the rooftops of the houses. During his flight, Jiang Chen quickly assessed the strength and number of spirits within the Earl of Bueling's residence. Most of these spirits were in a daze, on the verge of being scattered, rendering them inconsequential. However, 3 or 4 spirits raised their heads, taking note of the commotion atop the roof. This was also the crucial reason why Fan Lianshan had chosen to assassinate Jiang Chen rather than simply seize the scavenger's medicinal properties. Before long, Jiang Chen sprinted 300 meters, reaching the side room. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a scene strikingly similar to before: a small garden, a great mulberry tree, and a wooden sign hanging aloft inscribed with 5 prominent characters, "General of the Cavalry." Indeed, this child of mine embodies the quintessential techniques of the dragon's secret. While Bueling merely plays the role of his father by collecting and nurturing crickets, Jiang Chen's heart leapt with joy as he leaped down to the ground, taking one cautious step after another towards the mulberry tree. Fixing his gaze, he spotted an exceptionally large, blood-bearded cricket, lifelessly sprawled within the hollow of the tree. "Marvelous!" he exclaimed in admiration. Just as he was about to reach in and retrieve the blood-bearded cricket from the hollow, an unforeseen change occurred. In the profound silence, an inconspicuous door suddenly banged with a series of resounding knocks. A chilling aura of death surged throughout the area. "Keys, keys." The shackled female specter permeated through the door, incessantly echoing the word "keys," sounding almost as if she were addressing Jiang Chen with a haunting refrain, "To die, to die." Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh, having anticipated this moment. With both hands firmly gripping the embryonic magical blade, he secretly invoked the formidable technique of the demon-slaying blade, striking directly toward the visage of the shackled specter. Without fear of any human weapon, the specter boldly advanced toward the edge of the blade, extending her pallid, elongated arms. However, at the very moment her face was about to breach the blade's edge, Jiang Chen steeled his resolve and surged the demon-slaying blade technique to its zenith, unleashing an immense and ferocious aura that erupted violently. A faint crimson glow flickered upon the blade. Ah! The shackled specter let out a wretched scream, her once enchanting visage shattering as if stripped of its beauty, transforming abruptly into a countenance reminiscent of a withered and grotesque figure. Chapter 70. Following Heaven's Will. A pleasant surprise. The key. The shackled female specter let out a piercing scream, instantly revealing her grotesque and aged visage. Her body was marred with patches of decay, an ominous scent of rot wafting through the air. Curse it! I knew the specter would resemble a true ghost. Jiang Chen's face contorted with disdain, silently mourning for the spectral knights who had been ensnared by her allure for 3 seconds. Subsequently, he let out a cold chuckle, gripping his enchanted weapon, and declared, "You seek death, so let it be here." Upon uttering these words, he unleashed 3 ferocious strikes of the Demon Slayer blade technique, each imbued with an unparalleled ferocity. No, damnable human. The shackled specter could not evade in time. After enduring 3 successive onslaughts of malevolent energy, she whimpered, her soul scattering into the ether. In the next moment, to Jiang Chen's mild astonishment, the specter transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, dissipating with the breeze. As the smoke cleared and his vision regained clarity, he noticed something unusual. What is this? Jiang Chen fixed his gaze upon the ground, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. Where the specter had vanished, a gray orb suddenly materialized, exuding an air of mystery. Could it be a soul pearl? A stirring of excitement coursed through him as he stepped forward, reaching down to retrieve the enigmatic orb. Instantly, a jarring chill pierced through his palm. Upon closer inspection of the orb's interior, he could discern strands of gray matter swirling and pulsating within. Ah, this is indeed the soul pearl. A smile crept onto Jiang Chen's face. During the past 100 days, he had engaged the Spectre Way in extensive discussions about the netherworld, gleaning a wealth of knowledge. Among these lessons was the fundamental currency of the underworld, the soul pearl. This item held considerable value. It was said that various martial paths related to the netherworld had sought such objects, as they were vital auxiliary materials for ascending to the scholar level. To those who had no use for it, it was worthless, barely fetching 10 taels of silver, yet for one in dire need. A single soul pearl could be worth 10-fold, or even 100-fold more than gold. In simpler terms, if a desperate buyer were to emerge, this item would be a treasure, but if no buyer ever appeared, it would become a burden, akin to a neglected cow. I shall store it away for now. Jiang Chen felt a flicker of joy as he tucked the soul pearl into his pouch. He then withdrew a fire starter from his pocket, chuckling softly. Time to attend to business. Dust to dust, earth to earth. With that, Jiang Chen ignited the flame and casually tossed the fire starter onto the dry leaves at the base of the mulberry tree. Boom! Flames erupted. The entire mulberry tree blazed fiercely, the scorching heat incinerating the corpse of the blood-whiskered cricket, its surface quickly turning to char. However, astonishingly, once the entire tree had reduced to ash, the main body of the insect remained utterly unscathed, a curious phenomenon indeed. An old saying goes, true gold fears not the test of fire. The blood-bearded cricket, having consumed countless exquisite treasures, shimmered like gold, remarkably maintaining its form amidst the roaring flames. Jiang Chen's lips quivered as he began to piece together the circumstances, muttering, "Isn't this a tad extravagant? Just how many precious herbs has Lord Buling fed this creature? Not only has it transformed, but its remains remain impervious to fire." At that moment, a realization struck Jiang Chen, leading him to ponder. No wonder such a seemingly insignificant cricket, now transformed, could serve as a fortuitous opportunity for a scavenger to digest medicinal properties. After all, in this realm, the natural degradation of such stubborn substances would undoubtedly require an extensive passage of time. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen consumed a blood-replenishing herb to restore his vitality and energy. He then unleashed the formidable demon-slaying blade technique, infusing it into the edge of his demonic weapon. Ultimately, the resilient and plump blood-bearded cricket was reduced to ashes. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, scattering the remnants into the earth. The golden words in his consciousness materialized. Second white-level opportunity, dust to dust, earth to earth, acquired. The obstinate medicinal residue of the cricket, having consumed an abundance of rare treasures, was destined for immortality, yet was reduced to ashes by the sharp demonic blade and flames, its spiritual essence returning to the heavens. This act, in accordance with the will of heaven and earth, has been rewarded. Within an hour, one shall receive a white-level opportunity. Boom. A full third of the medicinal properties had been digested, and the spiritual essence floating in the air surged into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. With a swift motion, he wielded his blade dozens of times, feeling his physical prowess enhanced by approximately 50%. Yet, his current physical baseline was already more than double that of an ordinary strongman. In other words, a 50% increase equated to the strength of an additional man. Jiang Chen reflected. Previously, after digesting the properties of spring wild herbs, he obtained the entanglement of grass. Now, having assimilated the essence of the white-bearded cricket, he reaped the benefits of comprehensive bodily enhancement. He wondered what advantages the final lightning-struck peach would bestow upon him. Could it be the palm thunder? An inkling of anticipation stirred within him. However, at this moment, he refrained from hastening to the training grounds in search of the final opportunity, choosing instead to engage in simple exercises to adapt to his increasingly powerful physique. Consider this. A person who could originally jump 6 meters suddenly finds himself easily leaping 9 meters. Such drastic changes would undeniably alter his combat instincts. For instance, how much force is behind a single strike? Could 3 punches and 2 kicks inflict internal injuries on an opponent? Can he evade an enemy's attack through nimble movements? These metrics are critically important in life-and-death combat, where a slight miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. After training and adapting for the duration of an incense stick, Jiang Chen finally departed from the desolate garden, sprinting towards the direction of the training grounds. The final white-level opportunity, dust to dust, earth to earth, here I come. After several breaths, Jiang Chen sprinted from the small garden towards the training ground. Along the way, he encountered a few ghostly entities that sensed his presence. However, they all fled, vanishing into the shadows as if they had seen a living person. Yet, it was indeed he who was human. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, subtly surmising the underlying reason. The specters craved the flesh and blood of the living, yet they also feared the overwhelming vitality emanating from him. In the traditional Chinese philosophy, the duality of yin and yang is a force of transformation, restraint, and balance, reminiscent of the iconic yin-yang symbol that has captivated the world. At this moment, Jiang Chen was brimming with vitality, his yang energy radiating like a blazing torch, enough to instill fear in many ordinary specters. Throughout his journey, Jiang Chen encountered no obstacles and swiftly reached the final site of opportunity, the training ground. The blood-red sunlight within the ghostly realm was dim and oppressive, casting an atmosphere reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic sunset over the training ground. It was eerily silent, cruel, and lifeless. Within the training ground, a dozen or so easternly specters wandered about. A closer inspection revealed that these specters subtly circled a specific location, akin to a devoted guard patrol. Jiang Chen squinted and gazed into the distance, soon discerning the true nature of that location, a seemingly unremarkable grave. However, as he lifted his gaze, he perceived a surge of military might and sanguine energy rising ominously from the sky above the tomb, a foreboding presence. Before the grave stood a jade gravestone, inscribed with the words, Tomb of Easternly Commander Yang Yunhu. Chapter 71. The Path of Monetary Investment, Strength Through Wealth. Gazing upon the tomb of the Eastleigh cavalry officer Yang Yunhu, Jiang Chen stroked his chin in contemplation, a flicker of perplexity igniting within him. Why must I retrieve the corpse when it has already been interred? There must be an underlying mystery to this. At that moment, within the training arena, dozens of Eastleigh specters sensed the intrusion of a living presence. Having transcended to an extraordinary state in life, they were unperturbed by the blood-curdling aura emanating from the 3 men. Upon locating Jiang Chen's position, they surged forward with frenzied intensity, their eyes brimming with loathing for the living. Instantly, the malevolent energy, resentment, and vengeful spirit of the Eastleigh specters erupted forth, fueled by a desire to slay humanity in order to alleviate their pent-up hatred. 2, 4, 8, 16. A total of 35 Eastleigh specters, some of whom were quite formidable. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he did not retreat, but advanced instead, stepping forward several paces to confront the array of specters, launching a counteroffensive with an aura even more ferocious than that of the multitude of ghastly beings. The Han Ranger, swift as the wind, Jiang Chen, light as a swallow, in an instant, dashed to the forefront of one of the Eastleigh specters. In his hand, the magical weapon gleamed with a fierce radiance. Upon the blade, an exceedingly malevolent aura to vanquish demons suddenly enveloped the arena, causing all Eastly specters to be struck by the force of its impact, their minds thrown into disarray, rendering them motionless for several heartbeats. Then, under the augmentation of his swift spiritual power, Jiang Chen's initial strike accelerated by nearly 50%. Speed translates to power. With a blade raised, he brought it down. The first Eastly specter, without even brushing against Jiang Chen's sleeve, was instantly annihilated. In the next moment, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the specter's head was severed from its neck, rolling across the ground for several revolutions before finally coming to a halt. Before Jiang Chen stood but a headless corpse, aimlessly swaying, which soon transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, dissipating into the wind. Simultaneously, another gray orb gently fell to the ground. Jiang Chen had no time to retrieve the fallen object. His singular focus was to unleash a second strike. The speed enhancement soared to a staggering 100%, a remarkable doubling. Jiang Chen, like the wind, swiftly dashed to the second Eastly specter, raising his blade and delivering another lethal blow. A second swift kill. The arena fell into silence. Although the numerous Eastly specters had awakened from their stupor, a primal fear took root within them, causing their forward momentum to wane. After all, to perish as a specter meant facing the fate of being utterly obliterated, a fate most dreadful. Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh and pressed on. This time, he was empowered by a full 150% increase. In this moment, Jiang Chen's speed had reached a terrifying threshold, where faint afterimages began to materialize. Such a display was nothing short of terrifying. With a clang, his blade descended. The third Eastly specter howled as it met its demise. A frenzied triple kill. Such savage prowess even sent the bloodthirsty Eastly specters scattering in fear. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly upwards as he tucked 3 soul orbs into his embrace, finding amusement in the thought. Should you persist in your battle, it may very well be I who escapes with that. He wiped the sweat from his brow and retrieved 2 blood-replenishing fruit from his bosom, slowly swallowing them to restore the severely depleted vitality within him. At that moment, the tombstone trembled slightly. A pale arm suddenly emerged from the earth, a chilling aura of death sweeping across the vicinity. In the blink of an eye, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted several degrees. What is happening? Jiang Chen cautiously approached, halting 10 meters away, and stuffed the 3 blood-replenishing fruits into his swift wrist guard. The fruits, valued at 48 taels of silver, shattered instantaneously, their medicinal properties quickly transforming into swift spiritual energy, ready for immediate use. This was the path of expenditure, where one could grow stronger through investment. Just then, a startling change occurred. The earth erupted violently. A foul-smelling creature with a green face and protruding fangs crawled forth from the grave. This scene left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned, and even the fleeing Easternly specters halted in their tracks. Could it truly be the captain? Among the remnants of the Easternly specters, the memory of Captain Yang Yunhu lingered, a robust, handsome middle-aged warrior. Even in death, his body had been preserved through the desperate guardianship of the remaining Easternly soldiers, who had applied various embalming substances before hastily interring him within the training grounds. Yet, from the grave, emerged this grotesque entity, with a face of dark green, exposed fangs, and decaying flesh. A mere glance was enough to evoke a shiver of revulsion in Jiang Chen, who was accustomed to various online horror images, prompting him to mutter, "How grotesque!" Perhaps roused by this candid assessment, the green-faced, fanged corpse erupted in fury, its entire body rising with a howling wind as its ghastly claws lunged toward Jiang Chen. The hero of Han, activate! Jiang Chen's body seemed to plummet in weight, leaping backward with ease to evade the lethal grasp of the corpse's claws. However, despite having escaped the initial assault, a sudden, intense pain erupted in his brow, signaling an imminent life-threatening danger. In the next instant, the green-faced, fanged corpse revealed a chilling smile, its clawed arms inexplicably elongated, stretching nearly 7 to 8 meters, reaching down once more towards Jiang Chen's throat. Damn! In this perilous moment, Jiang Chen felt a surge of inspiration and swiftly raised his left hand, extending his middle finger toward the dark claws. This was not an expression of disdain, but rather a subconscious invocation of the demon-slaying vine's instinct through muscle memory. From the depths of the soil, Jiang Chen's savior emerged. Hundreds of crimson vines surged forth with maximum power, wildly entwining the corpse's arms. The barbed vines swiftly pierced deep into the arms of the green-faced, fanged corpse. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Chen retreated several steps to create distance, panting heavily as he swallowed another blood-replenishing fruit, gradually calming the tremendous exhaustion brought on by the vine's full power. Not only that within the sea of consciousness lies a gemstone symbolizing the white fate of the Han Ranger, adorned with white luminescent dots. With frequent use, only 3 remain. Should the battle not be resolved within 3 minutes, subsequent confrontations will no longer benefit from the grace of complementary usage time, compelling the Han Ranger to rely on his own vitality. The Demon Slayer's fierce blade technique, Fate, Han Ranger, and the demon binding vines demand an exorbitant amount of vitality, regardless of the form of power utilized. In other words, monetary investment is essential. Only through financial sacrifice can one achieve victory. Jiang Chen felt a pang of regret. A blood-replenishing herb fetched a staggering market price of 16 taels of silver, equivalent to the cost of an acre of irrigated land. The saying, when the cannon fires, gold will flow indeed, holds profound truth. Roar. The green-faced, fanged corpse let out a thunderous roar, finally breaking free from the entanglement of the demon-binding vines, unleashing a tempest as it charged towards Jiang Chen's position with unparalleled speed. Alas, in my eyes, you remain insufficiently swift. With a cold snort, Jiang Chen suddenly awakened the divine speed energy within his wrist guard, his hands instantly imbued with a formidable surge of power, as if the mere raising of his hand could summon lightning itself. Chapter 72. Restarting the Ghost Gate. The return of the night parade of 100 ghosts? Though it was the blue-faced, fanged corpse that initiated the assault, Jiang Chen, propelled by his swift spiritual energy, made his move first, unleashing a devastating strike with the demonic blade technique. The blade descended with ferocity, cleaving down onto the corpse's arm, which instilled great apprehension in those who beheld it. The clash of metal rang out. The blade penetrated the flesh of the corpse's arm, but only half an inch before it met an unyielding barrier. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Chen's eyes. The combination of the demonic blade technique was renowned for slicing through steel with ease. Yet it faltered against this seemingly mundane arm? A peculiar thought arose in Jiang Chen's mind as he focused his gaze on the junction where the arm met the shoulder, and he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, a grass rope? The left shoulder of the blue-faced corpse bore the unmistakable marks of a crude stitching, forcibly bound together with a grass rope. So it was, this is not your true arm. Rather than being dismayed, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. He swung his blade once more, doubling his speed, and struck fiercely downwards along the seam of the left shoulder. The demonic blade tore through flesh, bone, and sinew, ultimately severing the arm in two. With a resounding scream, the blue-faced corpse's left shoulder erupted in a torrent of dark blood. Taking advantage of its vulnerability, Jiang Chen summoned his final surge of rapid spiritual energy, his speed skyrocketing to 2.5 times its original pace. Like a bolt of lightning, he aimed his blade at the corpse's other arm, which, having lost its left limb, moved with a noticeable sluggishness, unable to mount any form of defense. Clang! Another strike fell, and the right arm was severed. The blue-faced corpse, its face contorted in agony, let out a single, anguished roar before collapsing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to a pile of desiccated bones, akin to a machine that had run out of energy. Nevertheless, those 2 pale arms remained intact. Jiang Chen pondered. Could it be that only these 2 arms belonged to that Easternly officer? In the midst of his contemplation, Jiang Chen gathered some withered branches and wood, subjecting them to intense heat for nearly half an hour, until the enigmatic arms were gradually reduced to ashes. Slowly, strands of spiritual energy began to disperse into the atmosphere. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a surge of electrifying energy coursing through his body, rendering him tingling all over. With his hair standing on end, as if a fragment of medicinal potency had been absorbed, he could not help but speculate. Could it be that the final third of the medicinal effect bestows some form of lightning attributability? No sooner had he spoken than an unexpected change occurred. A gentle breeze swept through, and countless ashes floated into the air, coalescing into the semblance of a majestic human face. The surrounding dozens of Easternly specters, upon glimpsing this visage, knelt in reverence, their faces filled with loyalty. In the next moment, a golden light burst forth from the depths of Jiang Chen's consciousness. White-level opportunity, piercing the yang and shooting the willow, 100 shots. 100 hits, now activating. As the imposing face took form, its gaze settled upon Jiang Chen, and it sighed, saying, "I never imagined that the one to aid me in the end would be a barbarian from the east." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly frosty as he inquired, "Are you the Eastly captain?" The fragmented soul of Yang Yunhu nodded, and as he began to speak, he recounted his experiences during the siege and the profound secrets surrounding the Ghost Gate and the emergence of the ghostly abyss. Yet, none could have anticipated that the Grand Shaman would act in defiance, secretly shattering my soul, limbs, body, and head into pieces, and through sacrificial refinement, infusing them into the Netherstone, subsequently suppressing them in the 4 cardinal directions. Ultimately, this resulted in the creation of 3 corpse spirits and the formation of the Ghost Gate's focal point, thereby unlocking the ghostly abyss and unleashing a horde of spirits, leading countless innocents to fall prey to the jaws of the supernatural. As for the eastern side, there must be other bizarre entities keeping watch. This is the fundamental reason why the ghostly abyss has withstood exposure to the elements for dozens of days without deterioration. A thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind regarding the suggestion from the realm of the spirit consultant, pondering that perhaps the shell of the Bloodbeard cricket in the eastern chamber was a substitute. Yang Yunhu's fragmented soul continued, "Based on my understanding of the Grand Shaman, having breached the seal of the ghostly abyss twice, its power significantly diminished. He will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to venture into the spirit consultant's estate and cause turmoil. Either he will abscond with the foundational elements of the ghostly abyss to make a resurgence elsewhere, or he will reactivate the Ghost Gate, reigniting the march of 100 spirits." At this juncture, Yang Yunhu proclaimed with righteous fervor, "I am a son of Eastly, raised in the wheat fields. Even if my soul should scatter, I shall not permit the Grand Shaman to incite the march of 100 spirits once more, bringing calamity upon the people of Eastly. My head has already been destroyed alongside the Ghost Gate, but buried in the kitchen cellar lies my fragmented body. And in the northern garden, among the withered vines and ancient trees, one tree, resembling a peacock, conceals my legs beneath its roots. If these 2 remnants could be incinerated, the ghostly abyss would collapse immediately, and as a scavenger, you would surely reap some benefits, would you not?" A flicker of doubt arose within Jiang Chen. He sensed that Yang Yunhu's words were a mixture of truth and falsehood, yet he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the deception, so he merely echoed, "Ah, indeed." As the intensity of his obsession waned, the imposing visage of Yang Yunhu's fragmented soul appeared increasingly ethereal. With a deep sigh, he declared, "My clan, the Yangs, hails from the nobility of the state of Chu, skilled in archery. Accept this mastery of the 100 paces piercing arrow as a token of gratitude." As he spoke, a faint luminescence emanated from the eyes of the majestic visage, drifting into the depths of Jiang Chen's consciousness. Instantly, his mind was enriched with a wealth of archery techniques and experiences, enabling him to swiftly ascend to the ranks of a seasoned archer with proper comprehension of their essence. However, the crucial technique of the 100 paces piercing arrow remained shrouded in a veil of mist, obscured from view. This indicated that he would have to wait until he incinerated Yang Yunhu's body and legs to obtain the complete archery manual. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and the once imposing visage of ash could no longer withstand the cycles of nature, dissolving into dust and earth, returning to the cosmos. The delay in Yang Yunhu's spirit's dissolution allowed him the time to bestow upon me the art of the 100 paces piercing arrow. Was this not a sign of compliance with divine will, rewarded by the heavens? A spark of enlightenment ignited within Jiang Chen, prompting him to stride purposefully toward the location of the kitchen. The soldiers of the Eastern Li, upon seeing him, instinctively stepped aside, rendering military honors with respectful gazes, filled with an earnest hope for their officers' swift liberation. After a mere 100 breaths, Jiang Chen exerted little effort and effortlessly made his way to the periphery of the kitchen. His nostrils twitched slightly as he caught a whiff of a rich aroma wafting from within. What was happening? Was someone cooking in the realm of the dead? Jiang Chen's curiosity piqued. He rose on tiptoe to gaze from a distance, his expression transforming into one of bemusement. To his astonishment, a dozen or so seasoned chefs, now transformed into specters, had already taken the initiative to unearth the cellar and eliminate the corpse spirits hidden within. At that moment, they were gathered around a large iron cauldron, bubbling away as they prepared a stew from the remains of the Yanyan tiger. The unique fragrance of the simmering meat gradually filling the air. Chapter 73, A Tale of Deceit. It is lying to you. Alas, the remnant form of the young Yunhu proved too resilient. No matter how the ghostly chefs sawed Ed, fried, or boiled, their efforts bore no fruit. After all, only the combination of the demonic blade's embryonic form and the ruthless techniques of the demon-slaying sword could inflict even a modicum of damage upon the corpse's arm. The mere kitchen knives wielded by the ghostly chefs, along with the bubbling broth, were woefully inadequate to cause any significant harm to the young Yunhu's remnants, let alone consume it. The ghostly chefs, their faces awash with urgency and drooling with anticipation, fixed their gaze upon the delectable remnants within the pot, yearning to partake, yet unable to reach it. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Jiang Chen ambled towards the kitchen's entrance, inquiring with a gentle tone, "Esteemed chefs, do you require my assistance?" Upon hearing this, the multitude of ghostly chefs erupted in expressions of delight, brandishing their knives and rushing towards Jiang Chen. Leading the charge was a corpulent ghostly chef, whose grotesque visage contorted with madness as he bellowed, "Assistance? Splendid. I only require your hand, a delicate crimson hand." The other ghostly chefs, equally salivating, perceived Jiang Chen as a willing offering, eagerly exclaiming, "Savory sauced hand. 5-spice roasted pig's hand. Pig's hand grasping chicken's hand." The rotund, ghostly chef wielded his cleaver with fervor, advancing to the forefront. His eyes fixated hungrily upon Jiang Chen's left arm, exclaiming with glee, "Your left arm is so fragrant." Jiang Chen chuckled heartily, raising his left hand and forming a gesture of international camaraderie. Before the corpulent chef could react, a multitude of crimson vines erupted from the cracks in the ground, ensnaring his ankles with a fervent frenzy. With a resounding thud, the corpulent, ghostly chef tumbled to the ground. Before he could regain his footing, a dozen ghostly chefs, still drooling, trampled over him, fiercely advancing towards Jiang Chen's position in the kitchen, knives drawn. Perfectly 10. Jiang Chen leisurely counted the total number of adversaries. Wholly unfazed, instead of retreating, he advanced. With a resounding clang, he swiftly drew forth his demonic weapon. Though he had yet to bestow a name upon the embryonic demonic blade, still relegating it to a lowly moniker akin to a shabby chopping knife to suppress its innate ferocity, the moment the blade was unsheathed, a formidable aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. Instantly, an overwhelming dread surged within the hearts of the 10 ghostly chefs, as if Jiang Chen, standing at the entrance, had transformed into a fearsome entity akin to the ox-headed and horse-faced guardians of the underworld. Despite their salivating mouths, they hesitated to advance an inch. With a cold chuckle, Jiang Chen leaped forward, swiftly closing the distance to confront one of the ghostly chefs. Demon-slaying ruthless blade technique. A flash of crimson light, and the unfortunate ghostly chef was cleaved in two by Jiang Chen's strike. A swift kill. The ghostly chef let out a soft whimper before dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke, reduced to ashes. He can kill ghosts? Panic surged through the ranks of the ghostly chefs, prompting an instinctive retreat. A pack of inept fools, finally breaking free from the clutches of the demonic vines. The corpulent ghostly chef regarded his fellow kin with disdain. Striding forward with confidence, he approached Jiang Chen, a mocking smile adorning his face, and taunted, "Ingredient, why do you not flee?" The multitude of ghostly chefs gazed at the imposing figure of the corpulent head chef, their eyes resembling pie charts, reflecting a mixture of fear, concern, reassurance, and a ravenous thirst for human flesh. "How dare you?" The corpulent head chef, incensed, brandished his cleaver and violently swung it downward towards Jiang Chen's crown. A strike potent enough to cleave a human body symmetrically in twain. A valiant hero of Han. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, merely sidestepping to the left, effortlessly evading the head chef's determined blow. Then he counterattacked. A flurry of blade light, akin to a tempest, surged forth. 8 strikes. An 8-fold slaughter. Despite his superior strength compared to ordinary ghostly chefs, he too succumbed beneath the edge of Jiang Chen's blade. With a swift motion, a grayish orb gradually coalesced in midair. Jiang Chen stepped forward, raised his hand, and seized the 5th soul orb after entering the ghostly realm. The head chef lay dead? The remaining ghostly chefs were seized by terror, daring not to linger, as they hastily turned to flee. Flee? Could they escape? Jiang Chen's movements were swifter than the ghosts themselves, unleashing 18 devastating strikes of the demon-slaying blade technique within a mere minute. One strike severely injured. The second delivered death. In just 18 strikes, he claimed the lives of the remaining 9 ghostly chefs. With the foes vanquished, Jiang Chen consumed 2 healing herbs, drawing upon their potency to replenish his vitality. Soon, as the remnants turned to ash, he felt a surge of stimulating energy coursing through him, tingling as if he were a live wire, on the brink of complete assimilation of the medicinal effects. Another surge of energy? Jiang Chen instinctively raked his fingers through his hair, each strand standing on end as if struck by lightning. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept past. The imposing visage reappeared, its gaze fixed upon Jiang Chen, who sighed. I never expected the one to assist me in the end would be a barbarian from the east. A twitch at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed the essence of humanity as a mere echo. He interrupted the lingering words of the spirit of Yang Yunhu, saying, "There is no need for repetition. The residual spirit attached to your arms has conveyed everything to me. You may rest easy." The spirit of Yang Yunhu's countenance stiffened, his prepared monologue abruptly stifled, and he muttered, "Then, only the corpse ghost buried beneath the peacock ancient tree remains unvanquished?" Jiang Chen nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy sparked within the spirit of Yang Yunhu, who unleashed a tempest of ashes. Countless remnants swirled in the wind, gradually compressing into a dark red stone. After completing this, the spirit of Yang Yunhu appeared significantly dimmed, flickering like a feeble light bulb, and spoke in a weakened tone. "This object is formed from the ashes of my remains, harboring a fiery spirit within. It may assist you." "Very well." The instant Jiang Chen reached out to grasp the ember stone, a sudden sharp pain pierced his brow, a harbinger of impending peril based on his past experiences. In the next moment, the lingering spirit of Yang Yunhu fixed its gaze upon Jiang Chen's countenance, solemnly declaring, "Hasten, East Man. I can sense the presence of the Grand Shaman drawing ever closer. It is imperative that you safeguard the citizens of Dongli. I implore you." The fervor in its tone conveyed a profound affection for the people of Dongli. Upon concluding its words, a gentle breeze swept through, and the spirit of Yang Yunhu could no longer sustain its form, dissolving into countless specks of light, carried away by the wind. "This ember stone," Jiang Chen murmured to himself, contemplating as he ambled towards the final resting place of the remnants, the peacock ancient tree in the rear garden. However, just as he stepped out from the kitchen, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. "It is deceiving you." Chapter 74. Haunting laughter of the villain. Is it deceiving me? Wait, that voice is. A sudden tension gripped Jiang Chen's heart, prompting him to halt his steps. The mysterious voice continued. Yang Yunhu, hailing from the capital, was once one of the royal guards of the Loulan king and the elder brother of Yang Yuanlie. This man is ruthless. Even if he were to perish alongside the last citizen of Dongli, he would show no mercy. In my opinion, the ember stone must be suspect. It should never be used. Recognizing the voice's owner, Jiang Chen secretly sighed in relief and whispered, "In the list of merits for exchange, there seems to be a secret technique called 1,000 feet sound transmission, priced at 10 merits. Is that correct, Sir Captain?" Outside the residence of the Duke of Buling, over 100 soldiers from Qingzhou stood guard beside a man, swords drawn, exuding a palpable murderous intent as they remained vigilant against any potential threats. This man was none other than Captain Zhang Ying. Seated cross-legged on the ground, despite enduring constant pain, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Using the technique of 1,000 feet sound transmission, he conveyed his thoughts from a distance. "You have a good memory." Jiang Chen flashed a professional smile, responding with high emotional intelligence. "Thank you, Sir Captain, for your covert protection." Zhang Ying chuckled lightly, urging him, "Hurry to the back garden. The great shaman will complete the task in no more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. By then, even if you wish to reap some benefits, there will be no time left." A chill ran down Jiang Chen's spine as he pondered. Indeed, the captain had long been prepared for the great shaman's matters. I am merely a pawn in this game. A cup of tea later. At the back entrance of the Duke of Buling's residence. Initially, Gongsun Hu, Xiaowu, and others had accessed the back garden through this door to ascend as soldiers of Qingzhou. Now, however, the 2 guards at the door lay lifeless, blood pouring from their 7 orifices. "I do enjoy you loyal fools." The great shaman's avatar, Wu Shan, licked his lips and unleashed a beam of blood light. Instantly, upon contact with the blood light, the corpses of the 2 Qingzhou soldiers transformed into 2 desiccated skins. Meanwhile, the hundreds of pounds of flesh and blood within them coalesced into a crimson river, surging into Wu Shan's brow. Gradually, Wu Shan's complexion became increasingly fair, a rosy hue emerging, revealing a childlike innocence in his smile. The taste of Qingzhou soldier's flesh and blood is truly delightful. With that, Wushan sneered, extending his wicked hand to grasp the corner of the back door's seal. In a flash, dozens of bolts of lightning struck down, nearly reducing Wushan to cinders. Yet, merely seconds later, an influx of blood essence surged from deep within his body, and he astonishingly restored himself to pristine condition. With a determined tug, accompanied by a hissing sound, the seal shattered, losing all its formidable power. Wushan closed his eyes, his mental energy rushing into the depths of the abyss as he chuckled softly. The blood-sucking cricket and the severed arm of Yang Yunhu, and yet they were all destroyed? You possess quite a bit of skill. Alas, a hint of coldness flickered at the corners of Wushan's lips. These objects are mere facades, nothing more than a few netherstone keys intertwined, akin to the 81 dubious graves laid out by the deceased Emperor Wei Wu, designed to deceive grave robbers. The true essence of the Ghost Gate is, in fact, a highly confidential treasure intimately linked to the term Eastern Plow. Ha 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 ha. Wushan laughed maniacally several times and strode deep into the ghostly labyrinth. In the rear garden, Lord Buling had expended countless resources to transform this place into a picturesque landscape of bridges and flowing waters. However, after prolonged exposure to the miasma of the netherworld, the stone bridges had decayed, the once clear waters had turned foul and putrid, and all living beings had perished, rendering it a veritable ghostly realm of human despair. Jiang Chen gazed intently, and, indeed, at the deepest part of a grove, he perceived several dozen verdant trees entwined with vines. Upon the entry of a living being into this area, the trees began to tremble violently, shedding branches and leaves. In the span of a single breath, the vines morphed into slender black spikes. At first glance, they resembled a horde of monstrous creatures adorned with dark fur. Soon, the roots of the numerous trees twisted together, forming two wooden legs that rose from the ground, transforming into a horde of genuine monstrous vine treants. Hissing, hundreds of vines quivered, producing a sound reminiscent of venomous serpents. Meanwhile, the upper portions of the tree trunks rapidly sprouted two blood-dripping wooden lumps, resembling human eyes, all fixated intently on Jiang Chen, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Damn it! Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse silently, retreating several dozen steps. The vine treants ceased their movement, their monstrous eyes glaring fiercely at Jiang Chen. Yet they did not advance a single step. Observing this, Jiang Chen pondered deeply, swiftly darting between the trees, leaping left and right, and after several large circles, he discerned some clues from the movement patterns of these vine treants. Their range of activity centered around a magnificent ancient tree, resembling a peacock fanning its tail, with a radius of about 50 meters. Beyond this perimeter, they could not venture. Could it be that the legs of the deceased officer are buried beneath this ancient tree, endowing the surrounding trees with the power of animation? Jiang Chen vaguely deduced the underlying reason, contemplating strategies in his mind. Suddenly, a cold smile graced his lips as he realized, so that's it. If an ordinary person were to enter the ghostly labyrinth, they might easily be deceived by the righteous demeanor of the Yangyan tiger. Then, recalling the common knowledge of wood generating fire, it naturally led him to surmise that the ember's tone is the nemesis of these animated treants. Yet in reality, scorching these vine treants with the ember's tone may very well be the true intention behind the Yangyan tiger's tall tales. Jiang Chen retreated several dozen steps and rushed to a spot beside a foul, putrid pool, casually tossing the ember's tone into the water. In an instant, a sharp shriek erupted. The putrid water began to heat up, and a thick mist of steam rose rapidly. Amidst the swirling mists, the imposing visage of the remnants of Yang Yunhu's spirit flickered into view, seething with rage as he proclaimed, "Cursed Eastern barbarians, should you be granted another life, I shall ensure you are forever suppressed beneath the depths of the Peacock River, never to attain rebirth." Jiang Chen chuckled softly, retorting with a playful inquiry, "Then, tell me, who is it that is on the brink of disintegration at this very moment?" The remnants of Yang Yunhu's spirit fell silent. Gradually, as the vapor thickened, the fiery essence contained within the embers began to wane, and the spirit could no longer endure. Weakly, he implored, "Stop. Quickly, pull me up." With a smile, Jiang Chen replied, "Certainly, but you must divulge all the information you possess." After a moment's hesitation, the spirit, sensing the diminishing flames, relinquished his resolve and sighed, "Must I insist further? Just get me out of here." Jiang Chen smiled gently, reaching out to extract the ember from the water's grasp. As the moisture drained away, the remnants of Yang Yunhu's spirit suddenly shifted the conversation, posing an utterly unrelated and peculiar question. Do you know why the city of Dongli is named as such? Chapter 75. The Secret of the Ghost Gate. 100,000 lives and deaths. Due to the east of the capital, Dongli, an ox resides in the east? Jiang Chen shook his head. The original owner hailed from a farming family in Qingzhou, and the Western Expeditionary Army's understanding of the western regions was limited to military matters. Their knowledge of Loulan's local customs and culture was scant. The remnant soul of Yang Yunhu shook its head and spoke in a deep voice. I have inquired meticulously for quite some time, and have only obtained a fragment of a wild history. It states that when the cities of the east and west were established, the Loulan king Yuanlie buried an ox horn deep within the earth at the city's center. If it could be unearthed and infused with the power of fire spirit, one could make 3 wishes to the deity within the horn. At this juncture, the remnant soul of Yang Yunhu revealed a trace of bitterness and coldly remarked, after my soul was shattered and divided into 4 parts, 1/4 of my essence was merged into a peacock-shaped ancient tree of verdant hue. Only then did I discover with astonishment that the true foundation of the Ghost Gate is not I, but rather a fiery red ox horn buried beneath the soil of the peacock tree. Its appearance is nearly identical to that described in the fragment of wild history. It is upon this mysterious ox horn that the foundation lies, along with 5 peculiar death entities scattered in the 4 cardinal directions, enabling the Grand Shaman to successfully summon the legendary Ghost Gate. Jiang Chen pondered and summarized. In essence, the complete materials for the Ghost Gate summoning ritual consist of 7 keys of the underworld, 5 peculiar death entities, and 1 foundational object of the ghostly realm. Yang Yunhu's remnant soul nodded and added, 7, 5, 3, 1, along with the fates of at least 3 noble figures, namely, the Duke of Divination, Su Wengong, and myself. The absurd Dongli captain. When you breached Dongli City, the Grand Shaman was ill-prepared, possessing only 6 keys of the underworld and lacking peculiar death entities. Thus, in haste, my remnant form was used as a substitute, ultimately, resulting in the summoning of a half-open and incomplete Ghost Gate, attracting a Ghost General, which was already the limit. Jiang Chen comprehended and finally gained further insight into the battle at the Ghost Gate. What additional conditions are required to summon even more formidable spirits? The remnant soul of Yang Yunhu fell silent for a moment before solemnly stating, it requires 99,999 households to serve as sacrifices. In other words, nearly 100,000 lives. Jiang Chen sighed. This is more than just a general success at the cost of countless lives. 100,000 households is never merely a simple number. It is 1 person, plus 1 person, plus 1 person, and so forth. It encompasses men toiling to provide for their families, grandmothers pondering whether the fish in their baskets should be braised or made into soup, children frolicking with their companions, a young girl experiencing the stirrings of first love, and a youth hesitating to deliver a love letter tucked away in his pocket. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Chen immediately realized something. Within Loulan's domain, the only city with 100,000 households is the capital of Loulan. Could it be that the Western Expeditionary Army's reluctance to assault the capital stems from a fear that the Loulan royal family, cornered, would resort to the bloodthirsty rituals of the Ghost Gate? In these recent days, why have you not eradicated those withered vines and ancient trees yourself? The spirit of the cloud tiger sighed, expressing a hint of resignation. In all directions, we cannot rely on our own strength or that of other spirits to escape the confines set by the Grand Shaman. We waited for a full 10 days before the arrival of the first human, which happens to be you. Jiang Chen understood. If one were as avaricious as Fan Liangshan, they could easily fall prey to the deceit of the cloud tiger's spirit, resulting in chaos among spirits and a deadly fate. Zhang Ying also conveyed, I have heard whispers of the wishful horn, but these are mere folktales from Loulan. The common folk revel in tales of wishes and miracles, such as finding a magical lamp and wishing for boundless wealth. While simple villagers may indulge in such fancies, they are but illusions. However, pausing for a moment, Zhang Ying continued, the matter of the Ghost Gate is no mere fabrication. Jiang Chen nodded and inquired, should we kill or spare? You decide. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the cloud tiger felt a surge of joy, secretly contemplating, once I incinerate the national luck horn and gain the favor of the pearl peacock, it will be the demise of you Eastern barbarians. Conceiving various nefarious schemes in his mind, the Cloud Tiger's spirit maintained a facade of servility, saying with a sycophantic grin, "I have revealed all I know about the horn to the two generals. If you desire the continuation of the 100 steps to hit the target arrow technique, or the military secrets of Loulan, I can provide." Before he could finish, his voice abruptly ceased. Thud! Jiang Chen tossed the ember stone into the putrid water. Amidst the spirit's furious curses, the last flicker of flame within the ember stone dissipated, ultimately transforming into an ordinary pebble. With the extinguishing of the ember stone, the pain in Jiang Chen's brow suddenly vanished. In other words, as long as the Cloud Tiger's spirit remains, it will inevitably pose a life-and-death threat to Jiang Chen. To spare him for the sake of a mere rumor, an artifact that exists only in tales, would be no different than preserving the life of a trivial creature. Phew. Done. Jiang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. He also heard Zhang Ying's approval. Well done. This individual speaks in riddles. It's permissible to listen occasionally, but if he were to linger, he would surely lead you astray and cause you to commit fatal mistakes. Jiang Chen rubbed his now pain-free brow and smiled. Safety comes first. In response, Zhang Ying shifted the topic. What do you intend to do about those awakened tree men? Ordinary flames sparked by a firebrand will likely be insufficient to deal with them. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, whether it be the Cloud Tiger or the Grand Shaman, their actions are likely already accounted for in your esteemed plan, are they not? Indeed. Let us lead him into the trap. He is ultimately but a mere substitute, lacking the formidable strength of the true Zhang Longxiang, and thus must rely on cunning to achieve victory. Yet, in the execution of most strategies, sacrifice is an unavoidable necessity, much like the ancient king of Yu, who endured hardship and humiliation, even as his beloved wife suffered indignities, swallowing his pride in silence. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and cautiously inquired, "Then, my lord, your granting me passage into the ghostly realm today cannot be deemed a reward. It resembles more of a military duty, and I am merely a scout in this endeavor. Correct?" Zhang Ying pondered for a few moments before conceding. "Indeed, within my plans, you are the vanguard of exploration." Jiang Chen chuckled slyly, at last revealing his true intentions. In the context of military operations, losses should be compensated with dedicated funds, should they not? Ding. Reimbursement skill card activated. Zhang Ying scoffed. "Regardless, you must swiftly incinerate the remnants of the Yongyun tiger, obliterating its soul. This specter is a liability. It must perish before my decisive battle with the great shaman, whether in flesh or spirit. You carry 100 healing herb fruits, do you not? No matter how many you expend tonight, I shall replenish you to 100. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen, the master of reimbursement, felt an immediate surge of joy. The prospect of utilizing public funds for medicinal purposes was indeed a marvelous affair. He promptly extracted 3 healing herb fruits, swiftly stowing them within his swift protection wristband. Spending money enhances one's strength. The next moment, the swift spiritual power surged within. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he retrieved a herb fruit from his bosom, casually tossing it into his mouth like a sunflower seed, crushing it, as a rich vitality instantly coursed through his limbs. With a single herb fruit swallowed, he realized that his fate is dictated by himself, not by wealth. Observing Jiang Chen consume 2 healing herb fruits as if they were mere candies, Zhang Ying's frugal nature surfaced, prompting him to remind, "Hey, conserve your resources." However, Jiang Chen dismissed Zhang Ying's words as mere background noise, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed to the edge of the withered vine and ancient tree thicket, raising his long blade for combat, ready to engage. The withered vines and ancient trees rustled ominously, their numerous sharp tendrils poised for action. Whoosh! As Jiang Chen approached the grove, 7 or 8 withered vines suddenly launched from the foremost ancient tree with incredible speed. Alas, speed has never been Jiang Chen's fear. A roving hero of the Han. In the next instant, his figure darted like a specter, closing in on one of the withered vine trees. Now was the opportune moment to unleash the power of swiftness. Swiftly, Jiang Chen immediately felt a light, rapid spiritual energy enveloping his wrist, as if, upon striking, he would be as swift as lightning. He wielded his enchanted weapon and struck fiercely at the body of the vine tree creature. The battered axe, true to its name, consistently exhibited its efficacy in chopping. Clang. Wood meets metal. With his first swing, Jiang Chen inflicted a massive wound nearly as deep as a finger's breadth upon the tree's trunk. Truly, a profound penetration. Chapter 76. The treasure emerges. The oxhorn of Loulan town? With a chilling smirk, Jiang Chen swung his blade once more, unleashing a flurry of strikes with a remarkable increase in speed, cleaving the tree trunk in half with 3 swift blows. At that moment, the remaining withered vine trance rapidly encircled him, their countless tendrils raining down like a storm of arrows. Engaged in a fierce skirmish with the trance, Jiang Chen hastily retreated, quickly consuming 2 healing herbs to restore his vitality. He pondered, if I were to employ guerrilla tactics, the expenditure on healing herbs would be acceptable, as they could be reimbursed. However, such an approach would be excessively time-consuming. Delays could spell disaster. At this juncture, Zhang Ying communicated telepathically. The High Shaman has entered the ghostly realm. Jiang Chen's heart tightened, and he replied gravely, "This won't do. I must find another way." With that, he plunged into the throng of trance. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of tendrils surged toward him. Following his previous combat strategy, Jiang Chen ought to swiftly evade, leveraging the agility of the Han Ranger to continue battling the trance. However, he resolutely discarded the demonic blade's embryo, crossing his hands before his chest in a defiant gesture. Seeing their quarry no longer evade or maneuver, the withered trance rejoiced, converging around him, gradually distancing themselves from the ancient peacock tree. In the next moment, from deep within the treetops, hundreds of sharp tendrils suddenly shot forth, aiming directly for Jiang Chen's thighs. Though they were plants, these treant monstrosities possessed a modicum of cunning. Their first intention was to incapacitate Jiang Chen's ability to flee. Bang! The hundreds of sharp tendrils collided with him as though striking against marble, failing to inflict any harm upon his form. The fate skill, fortitude, formidable indeed. The withered trance were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend, their thoughts echoing with disbelief. How could this human skin be thicker than city walls? With a disdainful chuckle, Jiang Chen brazenly raised a middle finger toward the trance, wickedly beckoning as if teasing a courtesan in a tavern. The trance did not grasp the significance of this gesture, yet they could still feel the scorn and derision emanating from their prey. Their bulbous eyes blazed with fury, burning into Jiang Chen like red-hot blades. In an instant, tendrils from all 4 cardinal directions extended forth, forming a nearly 5 zhang-wide encirclement, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. In this life-and-death moment, hundreds of demon-slaying tendrils erupted from the ground, intertwining and tearing through the confines of the encirclement, creating a substantial gap. A golden opportunity. Jiang Chen's figure soared like a cannonball, leaping toward the ancient peacock tree, propelling himself several zhang forward. In the blink of an eye, he reached the base of the tree. As he halted and gazed upward, he discerned that amidst the lush green foliage, golden-purple fruits dangled, resembling a magnificent peacock spreading its feathers. Outside the Buling Marquis's residence, observing the battle from the shadows, Zhang Ying's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed as he smiled and exclaimed, "This lad possesses quite a talent for combat." In an instant, 3 healing herbs were swiftly thrust into the protective wrist guard. Jiang Chen promptly channeled the spiritual energy within, his hands moving with grace and swiftness, as he unleashed the supreme technique of the demon-slaying blade towards the ancient peacock tree, striking it fiercely. With a resounding crack, the ancient tree splintered in 2. In that fleeting moment, the revitalizing effect bestowed by the leg of the nurturing cloud tiger dissipated, causing all the withered vines and aged trees to lose their luster as if stripped of life itself. The wooden legs, once formed from the roots of the tree, immediately lost their unique power and reverted to mere roots, sinking deep into the earth, while the 2 malevolent wooden eyes erupted in a violent explosion. Deep within his consciousness, a golden light suddenly surged forth, transforming into words: white-level opportunity, dust to dust, earth to earth, acquired. Boom! As the verdant ancient tree crashed to the ground, Jiang Chen felt the medicinal properties within him fully assimilate, a multitude of tingling currents coursing into his right arm. Ultimately, within the very marrow of his arm, a trace of exceedingly faint thunderous power condensed, exuding a righteous aura. A flicker of enlightenment sparked in Jiang Chen's heart, an influx of information filling his mind, and he instinctively uttered the name of his newfound ability, Thunder Punishment Empowerment. Though not the palm lightning he had anticipated, it was nonetheless a formidable combat ability. Any vitality released through his right arm would now be accompanied by a trace of thunder punishment power. Evil demons and malevolent beings, as well as the most heinous of individuals, would suffer additional damage. Even ordinary creatures or humans would experience the unique effects of the thunderous spiritual energy upon confrontation. Paralysis. With his strength further augmented, a fleeting sense of pride and satisfaction welled up within Jiang Chen, leading him to believe that the rank of common soldier seemed somewhat beneath him. He ought to devise a way to earn military merit, advancing to the esteemed rank of 100-man commander, 500-man leader, or even the pinnacle of military positions, the 1,000-man captain. Each rank is a comprehensive assessment of one's experience, lineage, prestige, achievements, military merit, and the recognition of the troops, making promotions exceedingly challenging yet immensely rewarding. With each elevation, one's personal influence and wealth would experience substantial growth and expansion. A 100-man commander would be awarded 100 acres of fertile land. A 500-man leader would receive tenfold rewards, amounting to 1,000 acres. And upon reaching the 1,000-man captain rank, one would command a staggering 3,000 acres of land, with a maximum of 500 hired farmers, solidifying their status as a true landowner. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Ying's voice suddenly pierced the air in a hushed tone. Commander Jiang, beneath the roots of the peacock tree, there seems to be a faint spiritual energy fluctuation. Could it be that the nurturing cloud tiger did not deceive us? There appears to be something down below. Understanding the implication, Jiang Chen grasped the embryo of the demon blade and employed it like a spade, vigorously digging at the soil beneath the peacock tree. Soil and grass flew in all directions. However, this action also provoked the inherent ferocity within the demon blade embryo, causing an unprecedented, fierce radiance to erupt from its edge. Hatred surged uncontrollably. There were ominous signs of a backlash against its wielder. Alas, perhaps the initial supreme technique was inadequate to suppress the rage-fueled ferocity of the demon blade. In the present day, the fearsome Taixing blade has been augmented with the words eradicate demons, endowing it with a latent ability to counter various malevolent entities. While its ferocity intensifies threefold, confronted by the mightier eradicate demons Taixing blade, the tattered woodcutter's knife resembles a noble maiden, exposed and vulnerable, resigned to a tragic fate. With a sly grin, Jiang Chen mused that in this world, there exists only the distinction between a singular occurrence and countless repetitions. Since the demonic blade's ferocity had already capitulated once, it was inevitable that there would be a second, a third. Within a mere couple of minutes of laboring in the earth, he swiftly excavated a pit approximately half a meter deep beneath a gnarled ancient tree. Suddenly, the iron spade. No, the demonic blade's embryo seemed to collide with something solid. Jiang Chen bent down, reaching into the soil, and after a few moments of rummaging, he extracted the object he had encountered. To his astonishment, it was not the expected severed limb of a corpse, but rather a beautifully intricately carved crimson bull's horn. Its bony surface gleamed as smoothly as a ruby, exquisite and translucent. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the base of the horn was adorned with a stunning pattern reminiscent of a peacock, a wishing bull's horn. Jiang Chen's face reflected shock as he instinctively uttered the name of this remarkable artifact. Chapter 77, The Enigmatic Corpse. The Secret of the Founding of Loulan. Jiang Chen cradled the fiery red cow horn, when suddenly, the urgent voice of Zhang Ying echoed in his ear. What is this? Hey, red. Wishing cow horn? Is such a thing truly found in Dongli City? The moment he spoke, golden characters abruptly emerged from the depths of Jiang Chen's consciousness. The peacock's unknown cow horn, thirsting for the cold spring, encounters resistance. A pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Chen's heart, and his breath quickened. Matters concerning the granary of the giant rat were insufficient to stir the ominous and fortunate turns of fate. Merely a warning flickered in the center of his brow. Yet, now, having merely acquired a cow horn of unknown origin, a new cycle of life and death, of fortune and calamity, had been ignited. What exactly was the origin of this cow horn? Could it truly possess the power to grant wishes? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen continued to read, only to be astonished to discover that the subsequent content recounted events from the era before the construction of the city of Loulan, during the times of Dongli City. The history of this cow horn could even be traced back to the early Han dynasty, a kingdom in the western regions flourishing upon the corpses of gods and demons. The cow horn, sharp as a dagger, pierces the heart of the peacock. The divine bird weeps, eternally sealing the depths of the cold spring. In the nascent days of Loulan, as 100 enterprises awaited prosperity, the Loulan Marquis, Yuanlie, deeply felt the desolation of the western regions and secretly devised a dreadfully formidable plan. to slay the gods, leading 100,000 people from the western regions. He offered cattle, sheep, and pigs, erecting 9 altars to conduct a grand ritual lasting 99 days, beseeching the deities to bestow grace and alter the impoverished state of the West. The last divine bird of the western regions, the pearl peacock, filled with benevolence, flew into the altar in response to the cries of the masses. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. From within the bovine skin, a pair of piercingly sharp crimson horns suddenly emerged, instantly impaling the heart of the pearl peacock. In its final moments, the pearl peacock let out a heart-wrenching wail, its tears transforming into a vast river, irrigating the wheat fields on both banks. Afterwards, the bull-headed deity demanded a century's worth of national fortune as recompense. Yuanlie laughed heartily and severed the deity's head with a single stroke. The 2 cow horns were buried at the upstream and downstream of the Peacock River, establishing the eastern and western barrier cities named Dongli and Shili respectively. The bull's head was concealed in the capital, using the 3 treasures of the bull demon to balance the peacock's resentment. From then on, Yuanlie built the nation of Loulan upon the corpses of gods and demons, reigning supreme in the western regions for a century. Is this the secret of the founding of Loulan? Jiang Chen felt his breath quicken slightly as he continued to read. Fortune, by using the ancient wood of the peacock as fuel to burn the cow horn, the national fortune of Loulan diminishes by 1/10, gaining the acknowledgement of the remnants of the peacock's soul. A small chance to acquire a blazing golden opportunity, the tears of the peacock, receiving a slight augmentation of national fortune from the David Wu dynasty, enhancing the crimson destiny of the David Wu warrior. Calamity, your relationship with Loulan will be locked in a state of either your demise or my survival. The avatar of the great shaman will gain the national fortune of Loulan, temporarily elevating its power to the extreme limit of a fighting general in Qingzhou, with the highest aim of killing you, a perilous endeavor. Cursed by the fate of the Loulan kingdom, the dark destiny of its sworn enemies is automatically bestowed upon you. The elder of the Luo sect has sensed a shift in the kingdom's fortunes and has dispatched numerous spectral entities to relentlessly pursue you, leaving no chance for survival. Should you manage to escape successfully and report the situation to General Hongwu, you may receive a portion of Wilderness Hunter's medicinal herbs and be promoted to the rank of 500 masters. Catastrophe, retaining the ox horn. You are subjected to the wrath of the peacock's lingering spirit, enhancing the dark fate, the grievance of the peacock. The avatar of the great shaman, empowered by the peacock's resentment, temporarily elevates its strength to the pinnacle of the Qingzhou combat generals, with the sole objective of exterminating you, fraught with peril and near certain death. Fortune's favor. If you can seek refuge within the Western Expeditionary Army's encampment and present the ox horn to General Hongwu, you will receive formidable protection and the opportunity to rid yourself of the dark fate, the grievance of the peacock. You will also acquire a portion of Wilderness Hunter's medicinal herbs, military merit, and a promotion to the rank of 500 masters, alongside the military fortune of the Western Expeditionary Army, enhancing your white destiny as a Western soldier. Alternative paths. Choosing a different course may lead to unpredictable fortunes, resulting in unforeseen changes to your personal destiny and introducing additional variables. 10 deaths without survival, 9 lives lost. Jiang Chen's countenance darkened considerably. His typically decisive nature faltered in the face of uncertainty regarding the true path to survival. Or perhaps, an alternative route. Zhang Ying sensed an unusual tension and inquired, General Jiang, do you possess any insights? After a brief silence, Jiang Chen took several deep breaths and replied earnestly, Sir, I lack the time to elaborate, but I assure you, as a general, this matter is of utmost importance, potentially influencing the Western Expeditionary Army's success in eradicating Loulan. If you have any hidden cards or intelligence, I implore you to share everything. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying contemplated briefly before responding. There are 2 points. First, I am gravely injured. Even if I unite with the other Qingzhou warriors, we can only hope to slay the severely weakened great shaman. Should another night of 100 ghosts occur, it would spell doom for our entire army. Jiang Chen felt a chill in his heart, immediately relinquishing his desire to destroy the ox horn, and then asked, and what is the second point? The great shaman believes he is secure in the Gobi Desert, having merely dispatched one of his avatars into Dongli City, confident of his safety. Even if it were to fail, the loss of just a single avatar would be trivial. However, I possess a uniquely potent secret technique that allows for the exchange of positions between the great shaman's avatar and his true form. When the shaman's avatar steps into the ghostly abyss, it will be the end of the last remnants of Dongli. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, prompting him to inquire meticulously about the effects of this ritual and relevant intelligence regarding the great shaman. After an extensive exchange, upon hearing the final few words, he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "This is a guaranteed success." Outside the residence of the Buling Marquis, Wan Taihan, Feng Leben, Fan Liashan, and around 30 Qingzhou warriors, along with 500 masters and 1,000-man leaders, stood beside Zhang Ying, awaiting his command to encircle and eliminate the great shaman. However, Zhang Ying shook his head, a helpless smile gracing his lips. "Has anyone ever played the game of chess?" Feng Leben scratched his head and replied. Zhang Ying chuckled softly, then turned to gaze upon the Buling Marquis, his eyes seemingly penetrating through the front courtyard, the central garden, and the rear garden, delving deep into the forest until they rested upon Jiang Chen. He sighed, contemplating what might an inconspicuous pawn become if it successfully crosses the river. Feng Leben responded, "It remains a pawn." A twitch at the corner of Zhang Ying's mouth signaled his decision to abandon further conversation with this group of trivial beings. Chapter 78, The Bone Monster, The Siege of the Great Sorcerer. In the back garden, an eerie and dim blood-red sunlight slowly illuminated Jiang Chen. In an instant, a strange phenomenon occurred. Jiang Chen's entire being radiated an extraordinarily bizarre and sinister aura. His limbs and bones abruptly transformed into a chilling array of white bones, rendering him a monstrous skeleton. The horror was profound. If the fleshbone pill could bring the dead back to life, then the bloody resentment from the pearl peacock was sufficient to instantaneously turn living beings into skeletal monsters. Jiang Chen marveled, despite feeling the presence of his muscles. When he raised his head, it was merely a ghastly white arm bone. With such an appearance, he would likely never be able to communicate with others again. This was somewhat reminiscent of the eternal curse placed upon the Spanish colonizers by the Aztec Empire and pirates of the Caribbean. Those who possessed Aztec gold would transform into a skeletal form when illuminated by moonlight. Similarly, the resentment of the peacock would morph one's appearance into that of bones upon contact with dark energy. At this moment, Wu Shan advanced, step by step, with a devilish gait, sauntering deeper into the forest, a faint illusion of a peacock swirling around him as he mockingly said, "Hand over the bullhorn, and I can grant you a swift death." Over the past few centuries, all who had touched the eastern bullhorn, if unwilling to destroy it, would face the curse of the pearl peacock's lingering soul, transforming into a mindless skeletal monster, likely hunted down by former companions as a demon. Even in daylight, without any contact with dark energy, they would utterly lose their sense of smell and taste as punishment. The loss of smell meant that all the sweet and beautiful scents of the world would be forever out of reach. The loss of taste would render even a large bowl of fragrant braised meat tasteless, resulting in a lifelong aversion to food. This was the terrifying nature of the black fate of the peacock's resentment. Thus, granting Jiang Chen a chance at death was, in Wu Shan's eyes, an extraordinary act of mercy. "There's no need," Jiang Chen replied with a smile, suddenly turning the question back to Wu Shan. "Your current strength must far surpass that of your original self, right? Have you considered replacing it?" A faint peacock illusion shimmered behind Wu Shan. The enhancement of his power instilled him with confidence to handle any traps and ambushes. He snorted coldly. "What? On the brink of death, you still wish to sow discord between me and my original self?" Jiang Chen smiled subtly and replied nonchalantly, "No, merely offering you an opportunity, a chance to seize the essence of your original self." A peculiar sensation stirred within Wu Shan as he was about to speak, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen abruptly turned his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through 1,000 feet, and with a light laugh, he said, "Captain, make your move." As soon as the words left his mouth, outside the Buling Marquis' residence, Zhang Ying's eyes flashed with countless illusions. Having secretly followed Zhang Longxiang for over 20 years, his long-standing life as a substitute had allowed him to master an extraordinarily profound and powerful secret technique, enunciating each word deliberately. Light and shadow interchange. The stars realign. Go. Beneath the moonlight, the shadow behind Zhang Ying quietly vanished, darting into the depths of the ghostly realm like an assassin, swiftly concealing itself within the silhouette of Wu Shan. In that fleeting moment, Wu Shan felt an unprecedented sense of unease. as if the skin on his back was being pulled back fiercely like a child's rubber band. The once blood-red sun that shrouded the ghostly domain transformed into an expansive desert, desolate and empty, with the night deepening around him. Wu Shan exclaimed in horror, "Is this the place where I have been hiding these days?" On the other side, the stars shifted, and the sun and moon cycled through their phases. The great sorcerer unexpectedly traversed hundreds of miles, suddenly pulled through the fabric of space into the ghostly depths of the spirit master's estate. Faced with such a situation, his mind went blank, his body frozen in place for a moment, filled with terror as he cried out, "What have you done? Why am I here?" Sending out a doppelganger was supposed to be an infallible strategy. Regardless of success or failure, his life would remain unscathed, secure in his position. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had exchanged places with his doppelganger. The great sorcerer was consumed by both fear and rage. Jiang Chen revealed a slight smirk, adding fuel to the fire as he remarked, "Good, evil, decay, prosperity, obscurity, clarity, manifestation, concealment. These 8 young masters are all your children, are they not? How are they faring now? Are they in good health?" The great sorcerer's fury ignited like a volcano, his voice simmering with the molten rage of a caldera. "You seek death." In a fit of uncontrollable wrath, his vital energies surged to the surface, coalescing into a blood-red blade, which violently twisted and lunged at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's lips curled upward slightly as he feigned an effort to evade, occasionally letting out loud, pained cries whenever struck by the blade. In response to this outcome, the great sorcerer felt a sense of satisfaction. The cries of his enemy were the most delightful sounds. However, after Jiang Chen was struck 3 or 4 times by the bloody blade, his screams remained robust, and he showed no signs of injury or bloodshed. At this realization, a wave of intense fear surged within the great sorcerer. Something was amiss. Startled, he suddenly turned around, only to find a tall man with a remarkably fierce appearance striding toward him, like a shadowy assassin, ghostly and chilling. Dozens of dark figures swept in, tightly gripping the great sorcerer's ankles. From the surrounding grass, 20 to 30 warriors from Qingzhou charged forth, wielding swords and knives, their murderous intent palpable. Today was the perfect opportunity to surround and annihilate the great sorcerer. Jiang Chen abruptly extended his hand, tearing away his tattered garments to reveal a top-tier protective gear, the southern barbarian vine armor, worth 200 minor cultivation points. This item possessed formidable defensive capabilities, strong enough to withstand medium-grade weaponry, remarkably resilient, and capable of resisting tremendous force. It was a treasured gift temporarily bestowed upon Jiang Chen by Zhang Ying. Even the great sorcerer himself would find it nearly impossible to destroy it in a short time. This was the true reason for Jiang Chen's confidence. As long as he safeguarded his head from being struck, he would be at ease. What? In a fit of rage, the grand sorcerer clutched 5 fiery talismans gifted by a defector, a divine fire captain who had fled to the western regions. Unfortunately, he found himself encircled by numerous warriors from Qingzhou, leaving him unable to wield the talismans. The determination of the fighters surged. Feng Leben and several dozen military leaders felt their muscles swell with newfound strength as they brandished their swords, charging relentlessly toward the grand sorcerer. The glint of blades flashed wildly, accompanied by the jarring sounds of bone cracking and flesh being severed. The foul, purplish-black blood splattered across the onlookers. Ultimately, the grand sorcerer bore over 100 wounds, seemingly at the brink of exhaustion, with no hope left. In that moment, he resembled a dying beast, gaunt, pale, feeble, and on the verge of demise. Yet it was precisely in this perilous hour that he became most dangerous, his eyes gleaming with the cunning, ferocity, and brutality akin to a wild animal. Jiang Chen felt a tightening in his chest, retreating behind the others, and spoke solemnly, "Gentlemen, shall we employ crossbows to slowly wear him down?" Zhang Ying nodded, gesturing with his hand, as dozens of Qingzhou archers swiftly emerged from the underbrush, expressionless, unleashing a volley of arrows. "Shield!" The grand sorcerer roared, and a multitude of dark energy erupted from his body, forming shields that deflected the majority of the arrows. Yet, a few still found their mark, embedding themselves within his flesh, further weakening him. Jiang Chen, too, borrowed a formidable bow, and the archery techniques he had acquired from Yang Yunhu surged to the forefront of his mind. Drawing the bowstring taut, he narrowed his eyes, aimed for a moment, then released. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth at a particularly cunning angle, evading the dark tendrils of defense, and struck the Grand Sorcerer in the region of his kidneys. A grimace of pain crossed the Grand Sorcerer's face, which soon morphed into fury as his blood-red eyes swept across the assembled warriors. In a moment of desperation, he abandoned his defenses, surging toward the ranks of soldiers. Jiang Chen remained expressionless, his hands steady as rock, and continued to pull the bowstring back. He unleashed a flurry of arrows. In mere seconds, the number of arrows embedded in the Grand Sorcerer increased dramatically, nearing 30 or 40. Most arrows lodged into muscle and bone, but a few penetrated vital areas such as his chest and throat. Black blood streamed from numerous wounds, staining the ground a deep crimson. Ultimately, Jiang Chen, having fully absorbed the archery techniques from Yang Yunhu, released a final arrow that struck precisely in the left side of the Grand Sorcerer's heart. A glimmer of despair flickered in the Grand Sorcerer's eyes as he crumpled to the ground, his breathing, heartbeat, and life force extinguished. Zhang Ying raised an eyebrow in surprise, offering a commendable nod. Not bad. Seeing the Grand Sorcerer lifeless, the Qingzhou soldiers ceased their barrage. What if he was merely feigning death? Jiang Chen maintained a heightened vigilance, drawing another arrow, aiming for the Grand Sorcerer's eye socket, and once more, he pulled back the bowstring, releasing his hold. Whoosh! The arrow whistled as it soared into the air. Chapter 79. Reflections on Launching, the pinnacle of late-stage, half-step to perfection. Today, with the unwavering support of my esteemed readers, I have sounded the trumpet and ascended to the realm of the immortal land from the three rivers, re-entering the celestial domain. One might dare to term this the pinnacle of late-stage, half-step to perfection. Chuckles, I stand on the cusp of a significant milestone. Just a step away from transcending the 9th level of Qi refining, advancing directly towards the completion of the Great Tao. I shall rise to the high celestial realm. Ahem. This evening at midnight marks the official launch of this book. I sincerely implore everyone to consider subscribing. Your support would mean the world to me. The more subscriptions I receive, the harder I will strive to pen new chapters and provide updates. I genuinely beseech your assistance as of May 20th. The latest figures show an average subscription of 6,713. What constitutes a true masterpiece? Strategic retreat. From this moment forth, I shall continue my relentless pursuit of excellence. Diligently crafting words. The rules for additional chapters are as follows. Each chapter is calculated at 2,000 words, with a guaranteed minimum of 4,000 words. A leader will receive an additional 3 chapters. A silver treasure box will yield 15 extra chapters. For every additional 100 average subscriptions, I shall add 1 more chapter. There is no upper limit. I kindly ask for your subscriptions. Increased subscriptions will lead to more updates. An influx of subscriptions will result in a flurry of new content. Esteemed readers, please lend a hand, and I will respond with explosive updates. I humbly request your subscriptions and full support. Chapter 80. The gifts of fate have long been secretly priced. Another arrow, and yet another. Jiang Chen resembled an emotionless assassin, wielding his longbow with the precision of a firearm, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows. Zhang Ying also issued commands for the soldiers of Qizhou to continue their assault. Whoosh! A rain of arrows. Dozens of arrows were released simultaneously. Within mere moments, the Grand Shaman was transformed into a human pincushion. The Qingzhou soldiers, though perplexed, adhered to their orders, treating the scene as if they were practicing marksmanship at a shooting range, drawing their bows and firing. Jiang Chen coldly reminded them. Zhang Ying chuckled lightly, instructing, "Bring forth some oil and kindling. If he survives being turned to ash, we shall make our swift exit." With that, Zhang Ying commanded 4 Qingzhou soldiers to fetch oil and combustible materials. No sooner had he spoken than the Grand Shaman, feigning death, could no longer maintain his charade, letting out a guttural roar filled with rage as his body swelled grotesquely. Instantly, hundreds of arrows were forcibly expelled from his flesh. And within a couple of breaths, the Grand Shaman's form expanded to a towering height of 3 meters, evidently transitioning into a monstrous state. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a stirring within him. Deep in his consciousness, a line of golden characters revealed themselves. Crimson-level opportunity. The light of righteousness is igniting. Upon seeing this familiar golden text, Jiang Chen focused intently, hastening his shots. The more damage he inflicted upon the undead creature, the richer the rewards bestowed by the righteous light. This time, he need not act as a shield at the forefront. The multitude of Qingzhou warriors and the sole combat general present took charge in the front lines, launching their attacks. The Grand Shaman's form continued to swell, reaching a height comparable to a two-story building, his massive and heavy body radiating terrifying strength. Encountering such a creature on the battlefield would spell doom for any military formation. However, should they regard it as prey and hunt collectively, such a resilient yet slow-reacting being would become akin to a living target. This was precisely why the Grand Shaman stubbornly resisted transforming into a corpse demon. Once he underwent that metamorphosis, it would merely delay his demise. Roar. Suddenly, the Grand Shaman unleashed a furious roar, charging towards Jiang Chen and his companions with earth-shattering force. Jiang Chen promptly raised his middle finger, ensnaring the Grand Shaman's ankle with a magic vine, causing an imbalance in his footing that sent him staggering, collapsing before the assembled warriors like a fallen colossus. Excellent, Zhang Ying praised, as his shadow had already stealthily positioned itself at the Grand Shaman's feet, binding the other ankle. Feng Leben, Fan Liangshan, and several other Qingzhou warriors, each armed with inferior magical weapons, circled around to strike at the densely packed meridians above the knees, hacking away with fervor. Yuan Taihan stared at his ordinary weapon, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How fortunate it is to have wealth. Jiang Chen loosed an arrow, seizing a moment to jest. Yuan the great benefactor, if you refrained from so much charity, with your prowess, accumulating a decent magical weapon should pose no challenge, should it? Yuan Taihan forced a smile, pledging, next time. For sure. As time slipped away, the Great Witch let out a chilling wail, his immense form continuously spewing forth blood. The battle raged on for a full quarter of an hour, transforming the land within a 20-meter radius into a crimson tableau. Yet, to their dismay, Zhang Ying squinted, observing that the Great Witch's vitality still lingered at a staggering 2/3. Such was the terror of an immortal body. Fortunately, while the heavens may grant you a bag of sweets, they often accompany it with a harsh slap. The Great Witch, in his undead state, had suffered a significant reduction in intellect, losing half of his sanity, rendering him incapable of casting spells and limiting his movement to a pace slightly surpassing that of an ordinary human, making him vulnerable to a simple kite-flying tactic. After approximately the span of an incense stick, the Great Witch emitted an anguished howl, his life force dwindling to a mere 20%, once again teetering on the brink of death. The terror of life and death ensued. Damn those Eastern barbarians. On the precipice of demise, the Great Witch abruptly regained full consciousness, unleashing a thunderous roar as he unveiled his ultimate trump card. Ritual, salvation of the people. Reversal. In that instant, throughout the streets of Dongli City, a chorus of wails erupted, the cries excruciatingly sorrowful. The lamentations belonged to the impoverished families once rescued by the teachings of the Luo sect. In a humble dwelling in Dongli, a tall man entered, carrying half a sack of wheat. With a beaming face, he announced, "The Eastern soldiers are quite generous. I chopped wood all day and earned enough grain for our sustenance for 4 or 5 days." A woman named Ayang swallowed hard, her brow furrowed as she replied, "Along. Do not forget, when we could not endure the winter and were waiting to perish indoors, who saved our lives?" The man frowned, his voice deep and resonant. "Yet I can't shake the feeling that when the Great Witch looked at us back then, it was as if he were gazing at a piece of pork, his eyes glistening with hunger." Ayang shuddered at the recollection of that terrifying moment, the eerie cackling echoing in her mind, yet she gritted her teeth and said, "Alunk. The Great Witch is our savior. From now on, we must not speak of this again, understood?" The man grunted in acknowledgement, preparing to place the sack of grain into the cellar when an unexpected wave of weakness washed over him. Simultaneously, Ayang trembled, her face paling as she murmured, "Along. I think I feel unwell." The man swiftly turned, terror flooding his eyes as he beheld his wife, who had inexplicably transformed into a frail, almost skeletal figure, resembling a reincarnated specter of starvation. However, the sight reflected back to him was no different. Both of their life forces drained at an astonishing rate, culminating in a heart-wrenching scream. This destitute couple from Dongli, embraced in their final moments, perished, never having tasted a morsel of wheat until the very end. Such a scene repeated itself countless times throughout the streets of Dongli City. Countless streams of vitality converged into a singular river of blood, violently breaking through the boundaries of the ghostly realm and surging into the nearly collapsed body of the Grand Shaman. In an instant, the Grand Shaman not only regained consciousness, but also fully restored the terrifying vitality of a corpse demon. With a tremendous roar, a gust of wind erupted, sending sand and stones flying. Zhang Ying and the many warriors of Qishou found themselves unable to open their eyes, and the formation gradually fell into disarray. Immediately thereafter, the Grand Shaman cast a furious gaze around, fixing his eyes on the sole figure clad in vine armor amidst the crowd, and with a mere gesture, launched 5 fiery talismans. Chapter 81. The Great Sorcerer of the Corpse Demon. Life extinguished, the path dissipated. The 5 fireballs swiftly coalesced, hurtling towards Jiang Chen, the sole figure clad in vine armor. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Chen, with an expression unyielding, drew his bow and loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, each striking a fireball with precision, causing them to detonate prematurely in midair. Alas, even for the most skilled archers, shooting 3 arrows consecutively within such a brief span is often the limit. Boom. The remaining 2 fireballs surged forth with ferocity. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen prepared to withstand the onslaught with his blade when Yuanlie Han and Feng Leben, positioned on either side, struck out simultaneously, shattering the fireballs with their swords. Feng Leben, wielding a formidable weapon, easily cleaved through 1 fireball. Meanwhile, the benevolent Yuan, known for his kindness to destitute yet beautiful women, bore a blade of standard military issue. As he severed the fireball, he suffered considerable burns to his skin. Observing this, Jiang Chen felt a flicker of warmth in his heart and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Feng Leben, with a teasing tone, replied, "If the pancake burns, it won't be palatable." With that, he hastily turned and charged toward the front line against the corpse demons. The warrior's conviction that Feng Leben possessed had already evolved into a fierce resolve to vanquish demons during their previous encounters. When confronting malevolent beings, his strength surged to several times that of an ordinary human, rendering him immensely powerful, coupled with his low-grade weapon. The damage he inflicted upon the corpse demon was equivalent to 3 of Fan Liangshan. Yuan, patting his ample belly, chuckled, "1 strike, 20 tails." Jiang Chen gazed at the burn on Yuan Taihan's hand and laughed heartily. "Am I truly so worthless? In the future, I shall gift you a low-grade weapon. How does that sound?" Yuan Taihan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that true? I've long desired a weapon to repel spirits, but it requires 15 merits. Hey, don't run away. Next time for sure." With a hearty laugh, Jiang Chen shed his vine armor, grasped the demonic weapon, and swiftly circled behind the great sorcerer of the corpse demon. He raised his hand and executed a gesture of international goodwill. Whoosh! Hundreds of demon-slaying vines suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring the sorcerer's lower limbs. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen moved swiftly behind and unleashed the fierce blade technique of demon slaying. Just 1 strike consumed half of his vitality. This was due to the fact that this ferocious and swift strike was imbued with his newly acquired ability, the power of thunder punishment. For malevolent entities like the great sorcerer, the force they most dread is the righteous power of heaven and earth. Within the ferocious blade's momentum lay a hint of thunderous energy, which not only countered the evil but also imparted a paralyzing effect. Boom! The combined assault of the demon-slaying technique enhanced by thunder punishment struck the great sorcerer squarely in the back, momentarily stunning him. The numerous vines seized this precious opportunity to thrive, their barbed surfaces piercing into the flesh of the corpse demon, voraciously siphoning its blood and nutrients. Through the crucible of battle, growth accelerates with remarkable vigor. Zhang Ying discerned the latent potential of these vines and swiftly proclaimed, "General Jiang, let us summon as many of these small entities as possible. I shall buy you time." With that, countless shadows surged forth from the ground, ultimately entwining themselves around the corpse demon high priest. Thereafter, Zhang Ying remained motionless, while the high priest's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered immobile as he felt the vines voraciously siphoning the blood from his lower limbs. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, holding 12 blood-replenishing fruits in his mouth, disregarding his own bodily depletion as he fervently summoned the vines from the earth. 15 breaths later, all the concealed seeds and wild grasses beneath the surface had transformed into crimson vines, totaling over 4,300. At that moment, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Zhang Ying's mouth, clearly indicating he had reached a limit. Understanding this, Jiang Chen promptly consumed another blood-replenishing fruit, leaping forth to unleash a devastating combination attack, empowered by the thunder punishment of the demonic extermination blade, upon the grotesque visage of the corpse demon high priest. The blade ruthlessly cut across the high priest's face, Although his terrifying vitality allowed for rapid regeneration, the effects of paralysis and mental shock persisted, proving to be quite formidable. With this dual-pronged assault, Jiang Chen managed to restrain the corpse demon high priest for a brief moment, during which Zhang Ying seized the opportunity to emerge from his stillness. Cursed fate! Just as the high priest regained his freedom, he found himself ensnared by thousands of vines, unable to move. Though many of the vines were no thicker than a pinky, the struggle to escape the binding of over 4,000 slender tendrils was no trivial endeavor. Numerous soldiers from Qingzhou, armed with swords, spears, and crossbows, seized this moment to launch their offensive. At this juncture, the high priest was filled with profound regret. Had he retained those 5 flame talismans, he could have utilized fire to counter wood and liberated himself from the bindings. Anguished, he thought, damn it. If only I had a few hours to prepare and summon a batch of spirits, even the weakest of them, the red embroidered shoe ghost, would prevent me from being so easily slaughtered. In truth, the high priest possessed an extraordinary talent for summoning spirits and had mastered a highly complex forbidden summoning technique known as the mute hungry ghost. Had it not been for Zhang Ying's maneuver that turned the tide of battle, it would have required the sacrifice of at least 10 Qingzhou warriors to kill the high priest. Alas, the world is devoid of what-ifs. Ultimately, through the collective efforts of the warriors, the high priest found himself once more on the brink of death. Yet this time, there would be no common folk to replenish his life force. The hour of reckoning was nigh. The high priest's countenance grew pale, his internal essence, once as vast as mountains and seas, had been nearly depleted from nearly an hour of prolonged combat. Then, unexpectedly, an astonishing event transpired. From the multitude of wounds adorning the high priest's body, thick plumes of azure smoke suddenly erupted. The swirling smoke gradually coalesced into faces, ultimately struggling to form upper bodies, each adorned in the distinctive garments of the Easternly common folk, numbering in the hundreds. Among them were Ulung and Yang, a destitute couple. They had once placed unwavering trust in their former savior, yet it was the great shaman himself who bore the blame for the demise of these ill-fated souls. The Easternly populace sighed deeply, casting cold, disdainful, yet somewhat bewildered gazes at the great shaman. Shortly thereafter, they turned to bow deeply to Jiang Chen, Zhang Ying, and the soldiers of Qingzhou, uttering a few words in their native dialect before sorrowfully closing their eyes, their faces etched with grief. Then, as a gentle breeze swept through, they faded away. Although Jiang Chen could not comprehend the Easternly dialect, he surmised their intended message of gratitude. At the moment when the myriad souls dissipated, the great shaman, who had clandestinely manipulated Easternly city for 2 decades, also lost his final vestige of vitality, meeting his demise. This time, the malevolent great shaman was truly dead. In the next moment, a dim red light suddenly flickered in the darkened sky, swiftly plunging into the abyss, fragmenting into dozens of tiny red beams. The malevolent blood coursing through Jiang Chen and the soldiers of Qingzhou was entirely purged, subsequently infused with immense spiritual energy that surged into their bodies. Boom! The violent crimson energy rushed into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones, continuously cleansing the lingering traces of malevolence within. Ultimately, the remaining crimson glimmer slowly flowed into the depths of his consciousness, ready to bolster any ability, martial prowess, or fate at will. After pondering for a few moments, Jiang Chen resolved to channel the crimson glimmer into his new ability, the thunder punishment. For the concept of thunder seemed perfectly aligned with the eradication of evil. In the next instant, the crimson glimmer transformed into delicate threads, quietly merging into the depths of his right arm's bones. Within just 1 or 2 hours, it would evolve into a far more powerful demon eradication thunder punishment enhancement. Chapter 82. The Ritual, Riding the Azure Bull. Li Dan. The Deeds of Laozi. Upon witnessing the scene, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Zhang Ying's mouth as he weakly inquired, "Pray tell, what is the origin of this crimson bullhorn? Could it truly possess the power of granting wishes, as claimed by Yang Yunhu?" The soldiers of Qingzhou, including Feng Leben, Wan Taihan, and Fan Liangshan, cast curious glances. Jiang Chen shook his head and replied solemnly, "The notion of wishes is a mere fabrication, a fanciful tale spun by ignorant villagers. However, there is a kernel of truth in what Yang Yunhu suggested. This treasure was once tread upon by the first king of Loulan, Yuanlie Xing, atop the enigmatic corpses." After a pause of approximately half a tea's worth of time, Jiang Chen omitted the faded aspects and divulged the segment titled The Secret Chronicles of Loulan's Founding. Concluding with the revelation, this information was imparted to me upon touching the bull horn, conveyed by the lingering soul of the pearl peacock. It informed me that by incinerating the bull horn, the national fortune of Loulan could be diminished by 1/10, significantly easing our army's efforts in conquering Loulan. Zhang Ying narrowed his eyes, discerning the flaw in Jiang Chen's words, and incisively questioned, "Then why not incinerate the bull horn now?" Jiang Chen shook his head and countered, "Captain, have you not noticed? The strength of the great shaman's avatar has already reached the pinnacle of Qingzhou's martial prowess. Indeed, that avatar's might surpassed even that of the great shaman at the height of his power, could it not?" Jiang Chen nodded, letting out a sigh. "Should we destroy the bull horn, the predicament we face would likely become tenfold, if not 100-fold, more arduous. Therefore, the immediate course of action must be to swiftly transport the bull horn and the ancient peacock tree to the Western Expedition Army's main camp, where 30,000 Qingzhou soldiers shall stand guard. Even 20 great shamans would not stir a ripple." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying scrutinized Jiang Chen's current state, illuminated by the blood-red sun, resembling a skeletal monstrosity, and asked, "Is this ghastly appearance of yours also a consequence of the pearl peacock's lingering soul?" Jiang Chen pondered for a few seconds and explained, "To a large extent, yes. To lift this curse, we must enlist General Hongwu's direct intervention." Zhang Ying summoned the nondescript Wang Liang, a common-faced official, and seized a handful of precious herbs from his hands, consuming them to gradually alleviate his internal injuries before stating, "After this battle, my wounds have worsened. I am unable to escort you to the Western Expedition Army's main camp myself. Thus, I shall have Feng Leben and Ruan Taihan accompany you." Jiang Chen clasped his fists and solemnly affirmed, "I shall obey your command." Beside them, Ruan Taihan scratched his head, furrowing his brow as he queried, "But this peacock tree weighs at least 15 or 1600 jin. Are we to have oxen and horses drag it along?" Zhang Ying chuckled, procuring a spare storage pouch left by the dragon elephant from the common-faced official. Tossing it into Jiang Chen's hands, he remarked, "This item is worth 200,000 taels of silver, exceedingly precious. Ensure you safeguard it with utmost care. Should it suffer any damage, you, a mere 100-man commander, could not possibly compensate." "Thank you, Captain." Jiang Chen extended his hand to open the storage bag, and with a mere thought, the town operating horn and the ancient peacock tree were swiftly absorbed into the inner space. Furthermore, within, there were dozens of blood-replenishing fruits. Zhang Ying smiled, stating, "I have always been true to my word." Jiang Chen calculated briefly and discovered that the number of blood-replenishing fruits in his possession had not diminished, but rather increased to a total of 120. Their market value reached an astonishing 1,920 taels. As they spoke, the atmosphere above the ghostly abyss trembled violently with a surge of ominous energy. Following the demise of the Grand Witch, the abyss had not awaited the next scorching sun and instead began to collapse prematurely, countless spirits wailing as the essence of the underworld was gradually expelled from the mortal realm. In the deep of night, at the Eastleigh City Gate, Jiang Chen emerged from the ghostly abyss of the Buling Marquis' residence, regaining his previously handsome appearance. Feng Leben and Ruan Taihan both exhaled in relief. After all, the notion of traversing the winter night alongside a skeletal monster was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The four lingered at the city gate for quite a while when suddenly, a faint cough and the sound of mooing cattle echoed from the distance. Turning in the direction of the sound, they saw Zhang Ying approaching slowly, followed closely by the merchant Ichio, who was leading several ordinary oxen, now painted with a layer of green dye. Additionally, each ox bore a green talisman affixed to its limbs, hinting at some hidden mystery. Soon, Zhang Ying arrived at the city gate and smiled slightly, saying, "These green oxen shall be your mounts for the journey ahead." Ruan Taihan was taken aback, "Sir, even riding horses would take us more than 10 hours to reach the Western Expedition Army's camp. If we use ox carts, it would take 3 days and nights, and we might not even cover half the distance." Feng Leben pondered for a few seconds before suddenly asking, "Could it be that this is a ritual from the Qingzhou Dao sect, to ride the green oxen backward?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a tightening in his chest. In the annals of history, the figure associated with riding a green ox backward was none other than Laozi, the original author of the notion that calamity and fortune are intertwined. Zhang Ying nodded with a smile, explaining, "It is said that towards the end of the spring and autumn period, a remarkably enigmatic old man appeared across the vast lands of the 9 provinces. Calling himself Loulan, he emerged from the eastern sea, traversing Su province, Qing province, Zhong province, Ji province, Liang province, and the western regions, all while riding a green ox in reverse, blissfully journeying westward until he reached the world's end, where he established a hidden repository before vanishing into the ether. Over the course of more than 100 days, several formidable beings sought him out, only to ultimately become his disciples and learn the Tao. These individuals becoming the ancestors of many Tao sects in later generations. He was merely a wandering figure. Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement within, swallowing hard. Laozi, originally named Li'er, styled as Dan, was indeed this legendary figure, the author of the Tao Te Ching. Zhang Ying smiled calmly and said, "Please mount. I shall perform the ritual for you." "Yes, sir," they replied. Yuan Taihan, with a face full of curiosity, eagerly mounted the back of the largest old cow, for he had an affinity for all things grand. Jiang Chen chuckled softly and similarly swung himself onto the back of a blue ox, riding it backward. Once all three were seated, Zhang Ying stepped forward, murmuring the sacred incantation passed down through the teachings of the Tao. In an instant, a beam of azure light surged forth, illuminating the 12 azure talismans. In that moment, the azure light intensified. With a dignified demeanor, Zhang Ying intoned softly, his voice resonating like a grand bell. "We humbly beseech the Tao ancestor to bestow protection upon the 3 upon the oxen, ensuring a safe journey to the main camp of the Western expedition." Chapter 83, Astonishment. The rain-summoning method of the great ancestor Loulan is actually, in the depths of night, beneath the drifting white clouds and the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert, the former great shaman's manifestation, Wu Shan, wore a perplexed expression. He quickly sensed that the consciousness of his true self had gradually begun to dissipate half an hour prior. Have I become my true self? The memories, fate, essence, and the puppets of the great shaman, alongside the blessings of the unborn mother upon each disciple, had finally traversed hundreds of miles and transferred entirely into Wu Shan's being. Coupled with the remnants of the Pearl Peacock spirit, Wu Shan's personal strength soared like a rocket, reaching the pinnacle of a top-tier martial artist. If he could fulfill the expectations of the Pearl Peacock, namely to destroy the bullhorn of town control, he might even gain the extraordinary opportunity for resurrection after death. In truth, this was the fundamental reason behind Yang Yunhu's covert schemes. To live, to possess a healthy corporeal form, was 100 times better than being reduced to a ghostly existence. However, Wu Shan, filled with rage, suddenly struck the air with a punch. The gravelly ground was instantly struck by a tremendous surge of spiritual energy, creating a massive pit several meters deep, sending the surrounding beasts scattering in terror. Clenching his fists, Wu Shan's expression remained stoic as he remarked, "But I am now, at least hundreds of miles away from Dongli City. Even with overwhelming power, what use is it if I cannot catch up to them?" Behind him, the peacock illusion emitted a low cry, tinged with urgency. If the bullhorn could not be destroyed in a short time, it would withdraw its power. "Do not leave." Wu Shan sensed the signs of power retreating within him and hastily declared, "I still have a way." With that, he seated himself cross-legged and frantically searched through the memories of his true self. Ultimately, within the memories of the great shaman, he discovered 3 types of remarkably swift spirits. 1, the weakest yet utterly captivating. Another, the strongest but likely to backfire on its master. And a third, neither strong nor weak, capable of playing the suona, seemingly only for entertainment, yet its function was not at all inferior to that of the strongest spirit. These 3 spirits were all connected to the fate of the great shaman, and with the offering of sacrifices, they could be briefly summoned from the underworld. Wu Shan rejoiced, instinctively letting out a peculiar yet classic cackle, "Kik-kik." As the night deepened, silence enveloped the world. Subtle sounds, unnoticed during the day, grew increasingly distinct. The chill wind whispered across the ground, creating a symphony of rustling. Beneath the sandy surface, various insects emerged in search of food, chirping incessantly. Jiang Chen and his companions rode swiftly towards the Western expedition camp on their green oxen. The ox, typically a slow-moving creature, under the ritual of riding the green ox backward, covered 4 to 5 feet with each step, achieving a speed that even surpassed that of galloping horses. Moreover, it made no sound at all. This was one of the additional effects brought about by the ritual. When the ritual of riding the green ox backward was initiated, The green ox gained a speed exceeding that of horses, along with a stealth capability akin to that of a mole. In other words, the way of nature. Though the green ox and its riders traversed the Gobi, to ordinary creatures, they appeared merely as part of the natural landscape, drawing little attention. During their journey, a pack of ravenous wolves detected the presence of Jiang Chen and his companions. However, they remained rooted in place, watching helplessly as thousands of pounds of meat floated away, displaying no intent to attack. In truth, to these famished wolves, Jiang Chen and his companions were nothing more than a mere stone or a blade of grass, merely a part of the natural environment. The three of them rode backwards, feeling a tinge of drowsiness, and agreed that each would rest for an hour while ensuring that at least two remained awake at all times to guard against unforeseen circumstances. After all, although the great shaman had perished, his avatar had been empowered by the remnants of the Pearl Peacock's soul, possessing strength that rivaled that of Zhang Ying in his prime. Jiang Chen sat upright on the back of the azure bull, and although it was his turn to rest, the vigorous gallop of the bull made it quite difficult to fall asleep. He thus rose and suggested to Yuan Taihan that he take an additional hour of rest. Yuan Taihan was overjoyed and promptly fell asleep on the back of the azure bull, soon mumbling in his dreams. Jiang Chen turned to Feng Leben and inquired, "Abin, how much do you know about Li Dan and the Taoist sects of the 9 provinces?" Feng Leben frowned slightly, displaying mild discontent, and replied, "Do not call me Abin." He continued, "I am not well acquainted with Li Dan's deeds in Shuzhou, but I have read some accounts of his story after he entered Qingzhou during my time in the private academy." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I recall your academic performance in the private academy was rather poor, was it not?" Feng Leben chuckled awkwardly. "The tales of Li Dan are light reading. Thus I remember them quite well." Jiang Chen smiled knowingly, reminiscent of his own school days spent perusing various odd tomes. Feng Leben, sensing the shift in conversation, swiftly redirected the topic to the specifics of the Taoist ancestors' journey to Qingzhou. In the late spring and autumn period, Li Dan rode backwards on an azure bull, traveling north from Shuzhou, wandering among mortals, only to encounter a severe drought in Qingzhou, leaving the land parched and the populace suffering. Upon hearing of this, Li Dan inquired who was responsible for controlling the rain in that region. The starving populace lamented, explaining that the Dragon King of Qingzhou had recently succumbed to a deep slumber, causing no rain to fall while asleep, and when awake, he unleashed torrential downpours. Over the years, floods and droughts had alternated, leaving vast stretches of Qingzhou desolate and filled with the dead. Li Dan laughed heartily and proclaimed, "If I were the county magistrate, I would send someone to the Dragon King's temple, remove his statue, and whip him for 3 days and nights. If that does not bring rain, I would strike him with a mighty blow." As soon as he spoke, a sudden clap of thunder crashed from the heavens, striking Li Dan on the head. At this point, Feng Leben, feeling parched, took a pouch of fresh water and drank heartily. And then, Yuan Taihan suddenly awoke, his face filled with curiosity, urging Feng Leben to continue. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Surely, a mere Dragon King cannot contend with the esteemed Taoist ancestor?" Feng Leben nodded and continued, "Indeed, when that bolt of thunder fell, Li Dan emerged unscathed, and even his azure bull suffered no harm." Li Dan laughed heartily, gazed up at the sky, and commanded, "Rain." Thus, the heavens and the earth transformed, as dark clouds enveloped the entirety of Qingzhou, and a torrential downpour ensued. For decades that followed, Qingzhou experienced bountiful weather. Jiang Chen marveled within, pondering, is this the might of Laozi, where words manifest into reality, and the celestial decree flows from the mouth? He continued to inquire, and what happened thereafter? Did the Tao ancestor leave any remarkable deeds in other states? Feng Leben scratched his head, chuckling innocently. Such matters are better understood by the Taoist sect. Once we reach the Western Expedition Army camp, you may consult with the over 100 Taoists accompanying the troops. Jiang Chen understood. His newly sprouted peach tree, struck by lightning, was indeed acquired from those Taoists. By now, night had deepened, and the three, invigorated by their conversation, found themselves sleepless. They mounted the azure bull backward, engaging in lively discourse, their spirits lifted. The act of conversing itself served as a balm for mental strain, commonly referred to as talk therapy. As their dialogue continued, the bond among the three grew ever closer. Unbeknownst to them, the vast wilderness around them was enveloped in an extraordinary stillness, with only the sound of their chatter breaking the silence. Gradually, within a radius of 50 meters, all beasts and insects held their breath, their eyes reflecting profound terror. They seemed to sense the presence of an exceedingly formidable entity, choosing to stifle their cries rather than risk alarming the celestial beings above. Before them stood a woman, her body adorned with ghastly patterns, her feet clad in blood-red embroidered shoes. Drip drop, water trickled from the tips of her shoes, cascading to the ground. She offered a faint smile as she swiftly glided across the gobi, her cold gaze fixated intently on the three who rode the azure bull. Danger was imminent. Chapter 84. The Cruel Promotion Ceremony. The mouth of the hungry ghost, nailed with iron spikes. Upon the back of the azure bull, three individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation, exchanging laughter and banter. Suddenly, a sense of unease tightened within Jiang Chen. He was the first to perceive an unsettling change. The surrounding atmosphere was unnaturally silent, an eerie stillness that made the faintest sound, a pin dropping, audible, although a frost had fallen mere days prior. The resilience of the local insects in enduring the harsh winter far surpassed that of their counterparts in the past life. Throughout the past week, Jiang Chen had, more or less, heard the chirping of insects during his nightly slumber. Before long, Loulan also sensed the shift, swiftly drawing his long knife and warning, "Be cautious. The silence around us is unsettling." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen exchanged a glance with Loulan, and together, their eyes gravitated towards Yuan Taihan's face. More precisely, they focused on a pair of red embroidered shoes that eerily floated a few feet behind him, exuding an ominous aura. Yuan Taihan scratched the back of his head, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Hey, why are you all staring at me? Let us chat, talk. Are you envious of my handsome looks?" Jiang Chen maintained a vigilant demeanor, suddenly drawing his magical blade and solemnly advising, "Understood." Loulan let out a long sigh of relief. Gradually, the three azure bulls slowed to a halt, coming to a complete stop. Simultaneously, the red embroidered shoes suspended in midair ceased their movement, remaining at a distance of about 10 feet from the three bulls, never approaching closer. Though Yuan Taihan was somewhat oblivious, he was not foolish. He swiftly turned around, his gaze rising to focus on the red shoes in the air. Then, with a powerful kick, he sent the embroidered shoes flying as if he were kicking a soccer ball. In astonishment, Jiang Chen and Loulan exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, Yuan Taihan chuckled foolishly. "I heard the captain mention that my bloodline is quite special, possibly linked to a spirit that drives away ghosts. Which is why I am so robust. During the night of the 100 ghosts in Yuanlie City, the bloodline within me was stirred, and I unexpectedly awakened it. I ended up slaying numerous ghostly beings, which earned me enough merit to qualify for promotion to the rank of 100 generals. It's no wonder you mentioned wanting a ghost-repelling weapon." Yuan Taihan nodded, his face beaming with joy. "In the Western Expedition Army's camp, the accompanying Taoist priests possess a 100-year-old peach with staff struck by lightning. The moment I laid eyes on it, I felt a connection. Perhaps my ancestors married a 1,000-year-old peach tree spirit. This realm, centered around the great David Wu dynasty, bears numerous similarities to the historical myths of the past. Perhaps some insights can be gleaned from it." According to Yuan Taihan's account, his ancestry might be linked to the two ancient door gods, namely Shintu and Yuanlie, rather than the generals Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong, as legend has it. In the depths of the ocean, there lies a mystical mountain shrouded in mist, known as Mount Duoshu. On this mountain stands a grand peach tree, its branches sprawling for 3,000 miles. To the northeast of its boughs, there exists a gate named the Ghost Gate. The deities Shintu and Yuanlie vigilantly guard the Ghost Gate, wielding branches of the peach tree as weapons and crafting celestial ropes from reeds to ensnare malevolent spirits of the world, which are then fed to the divine tiger residing within the mountain. At this moment, Loulan narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distant Gobi Desert, and coldly cautioned, "Beware." Yuan Taihan's expression faltered as he stared at the ghostly figure in the distance, growling fiercely, "Curse that." The ghostly silhouette drew nearer, revealing the complete form of a woman clad in red, her black hair drenched. No, a female ghost. For the sake of convenience, she may be referred to as the red embroidered shoe ghost. In both stature and beauty, she could indeed be deemed enchanting. Alas, on the right side of her charming face, there lingered a dark, ominous shoe print. The red embroidered shoe ghost raised her sleeve to wipe the soot from her visage and smiled softly. "Gentlemen, may I have a moment of your time?" Her voice was abruptly cut off. With a resounding crash, Yuan Taihan, expressionless, launched a powerful punch directly at the ghost's chest. Before the red embroidered shoe ghost could utter another word, she ascended into the heavens. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Is that all? Feng Leben was also quite surprised. I thought she was a formidable spirit. Wan Taihan, hands on hips, replied boastfully. She is indeed strong, but I am stronger. Jiang Chen suppressed a smile, patted the cow's rear, and shouted, "Giddy up," before continuing on their journey. In the end, unable to watch any longer, Jiang Chen unsheathed his sword and, without even employing the fearsome technique of demon slaying, delivered a single strike empowered by thunder, ending the life of the red embroidered shoe ghost. Feng Leben smirked. Is this what you meant by she is indeed strong? Wan Taihan chuckled awkwardly. After I pummeled her dozens of times, she was already spent. Jiang Chen held back laughter and said, let us hasten our pace. Only an hour and a half remains until dawn. Once daylight breaks, those spirits should no longer dare to trouble us. Both men nodded in agreement. In the depths of the Gobi, Wu Shan felt a slight pang in his heart upon realizing the demise of the red embroidered shoe ghost, dismissively stating, just a minor spirit that could be dispatched with a mere couple of strikes. Had it not been for her swift flight, she wouldn't even qualify to be summoned. The truly formidable spirits are none other than you. Wu Shan strode toward the altar, casting his gaze upon the cattle, sheep, and pigs, where a diminutive ghost was ravenously devouring its meal. He coldly inquired, have you had enough? The small ghost did not even lift its head, consumed in a frenzied manner among the offerings. However, a closer inspection would reveal the ghost's upper and lower lips were sealed with iron nails, rendering it utterly incapable of consuming anything. This was the second stage of evolution for a common hungry ghost, known as the silent hungry ghost. It is precisely due to the loss of their ability to consume sustenance that their obsession with food transforms into an increasingly terrifying fixation as days turn into years. The peculiar power they possess will grow stronger with the deepening of this obsession, earning them the title of the most formidable spirit beneath the ghost general, and one of the most uncontrollable entities in the realm of the dead. Each year, individuals from the Luo sect claim to possess the ability to summon and control spirits, specifically the mouthless, hungry ghosts. However, the vast majority ultimately meet their demise at the hands of these frenzied spirits, torn to shreds. Moments later, the offerings of cattle, sheep, and pigs are reduced to thousands of fragments, their mingled blood and lingering resentment quietly seeping into the nostrils of the mouthless, hungry ghost, providing a fleeting respite for its insatiable longing. Observing this, Wu Shan maintained a stoic expression and remarked, the mouthless, hungry ghost remained silent, coldly gazing at its nominal master. Humph! With a scoff, Wu Shan made a promise, within 5 days, 2 meals a day, an abundance of offerings. Upon hearing this, the mouthless, hungry ghost emitted a low, guttural growl, its eyes brimming with greed, hunger, and brutality, extending 10 fingers in response. Within 10 days, 1 meal a day, an abundance of offerings. The mouthless, hungry ghost was thoroughly satisfied. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, 8 in the evening, along with the 6th and 7th offerings. Chapter 85, The Azure Ox. Hooves facing west, carrying Zhang Sanzang alongside 2 strong men. 3 azure plow oxen, adorned with blue dye, galloped westward at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary warhorses, carrying Jiang Chen and 2 fully armed men towards the location of the Western Expeditionary Army's main camp. At this moment, the eastern horizon was tinged with the soft light of dawn, signaling the approach of daybreak. Ordinary malevolent spirits were reluctant to roam in the daylight, marking a temporary period of safety. Jiang Chen, seated backwards upon the azure ox, calculated roughly and spoke in a deep voice at the 3rd quarter of the midnight hour. We shall be within the control range of the Western Expeditionary Army's camp. Hooray! Exclaimed Wan Taihan, his voice filled with delight. Feng Leben smiled as well, his tension easing slightly. Just as the dawn approached and their vigilance began to wane, a strange aura subtly wafted into the nostrils of the trio. Feng Leben's eyes grew misty. Instinctively, he swallowed hard and quickly opened his satchel, retrieving 2 pieces of flatbread to consume. Wan Taihan remained silent, fully focused, and began to devour his provisions voraciously, eating and eating without pause. Neither spoke. They simply opened their mouths, engaged in the primal act of consumption. The flatbread, though merely a simple meat-stuffed delicacy, ignited an appetite far more potent than those exaggerated eating challenges of the past. Seeing this, Jiang Chen could not resist swallowing hard. A searing hunger emanating from his stomach, a primal instinct surging through him as if ants were crawling upon his skin. Starved. So hungry. I yearn for sustenance. I must eat. With a rumble, Jiang Chen could no longer bear it. He swiftly opened his storage bag and pulled out his own flatbread, devouring it hungrily. The overwhelming desire for food rendered him oblivious to all caution and intuition, akin to a famished wretch on the brink of starvation, indifferent to physical pain. As their provisions were consumed, the trio's eyes gradually turned crimson, instinctively shaking their heads at one another. Then, all three, including Jiang Chen, lowered their gazes towards the azure ox beneath them, unable to suppress their salivation. The three aged azure oxen, seemingly protected by the ritual of riding backward upon them, were less affected, merely pausing in a patch of withered grass to leisurely munch on the blades. Jiang Chen and Leben felt a twinge of reluctance. After a night of companionship, a bond had formed. Wan Taihan, however, scoffed coldly. Today, it eats grass. Tomorrow, it will feast on men. Such creatures must not be spared. The old azure ox upon which Jiang Chen rode appeared subtly different from the others, as if imbued with a spark of sentience. No sooner had Wan Taihan spoken than the ox ceased its grazing. Observing this, Wan Taihan inhaled deeply, anger mounting within him. Not even grass? Does it desire human flesh? The old azure ox. With a heavy stomp of its hooves, the azure symbols affixed to its skin glowed brightly, and it let out a series of long, resonant bellows. Moo, moo. In that instant, Jiang Chen suddenly awakened, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He swiftly patted his storage bag, extracting 3 blood-replenishing fruits, which he immediately consumed. In an instant, a surge of vitality flooded his limbs, momentarily satiating his overwhelming hunger. Observing the efficacy of this method, Jiang Chen felt a rush of joy and promptly produced 6 more blood-replenishing fruits, forcefully inserting them into the mouths of Leben and Wan Taihan. At once, both regained their senses. Wan Taihan rubbed his ample belly and glanced at the azure bowl beneath him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Though I may have overindulged, I certainly wouldn't chase after a bull to devour it, would I?" Leben, hailing from a prominent family and possessing a broader perspective, furrowed his brow and remarked, "It is a hungry ghost. There must be a mouthless hungry ghost nearby." A sense of urgency gripped Jiang Chen's heart as he inquired, "What is a hungry ghost?" Leben, feeling a twinge of hunger in his stomach, promptly retrieved a blood-replenishing fruit from his bosom and consumed it. He then elaborated, "These entities emerged only after the Silk Road was established, an invasive ghost species. Any living being that approaches a hungry ghost experiences a rapid depletion of vitality, their consciousness overtaken by insatiable hunger, ultimately leading to their demise by starvation." Wan Taihan, hands on his hips, boasted, "Regardless of what sort of ghost it may be, I can send it flying with a single punch." Leben scoffed and retorted, "More than a century ago, shortly after the Silk Road was opened, even seasoned fighters unfamiliar with such entities perished at their hands. You, a mere warrior from Qingzhou, despite possessing a unique bloodline, may not stand a chance." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen pondered, "If it is a hungry ghost, could we not lure it out with some food?" Leben shook his head. "Ordinary hungry ghosts may be lured, but mouthless hungry ghosts cannot. They have lost the ability to consume, enduring relentless hunger. Their obsession is profound, and only a special ritual involving the 3 offerings from the Luo sect can provide some respite. However, we currently lack the knowledge of such a ritual and have no cattle, sheep, or pigs." Jiang Chen fell silent, momentarily at a loss. Just as the 3 exchanged glances, a figure in red appeared quietly. It was Wei, the female ghost resting within the keystone of the underworld. With a gentle smile, she addressed them, "Gentlemen, I know of an item that can serve as a substitute for the 3 offerings and lure that mouthless, hungry ghost out." Wan Taihan was startled and instinctively prepared to strike, only to be promptly restrained by Leben. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Please elaborate." Wei smiled and began, "Do you remember the soul orbs I mentioned?" Jiang Chen, deep in thought, retrieved 5 orbs exuding a grayish aura from his storage bag and spoke solemnly. "Only items of stable value are regarded as wealth or currency, which means soul orbs hold significant value and utility for most ghostly beings, correct?" Wei swallowed slightly, nodding in affirmation. "Only the more powerful ghosts drop soul orbs upon death. For any ghost, the resentment contained within is a vital supplement, akin to the blood-replenishing fruits you just consumed. The special ritual of the Luo sect involves the infusion of soul pearls into 3 sacrificial animals. blending their vitality and blood with the essence of the soul pearls. The starving ghosts, devoid of mouths, can absorb the anguished energy of death to ingest minute quantities of vitality, alleviating their insatiable hunger. Upon hearing this, Yuan was filled with elation, his gaze fixating on the three aged azure cattle, sharpening his resolve. However, unexpectedly, the azure cattle ridden by Jiang Chen suddenly shed tears, emitting a mournful cry. Moo. This bovine seemed to possess a touch of sentience. Jiang Chen sighed and inquired, could the combination of blood-replenishing grass fruits and soul pearls yield a similar effect? A wave of relief washed over him. After a brief interval, Yuan and Feng Leben gathered numerous sizable rocks, assembling a rudimentary stone altar amidst the desolate grassland. Jiang Chen retrieved 20 blood-replenishing fruits from his bosom, placing them at the altar's center, and then vigorously crushed them with the hilt of his enchanted blade. A fragrant aroma instantly wafted into the air. Subsequently, 5 soul pearls were cast into the mixture. Next came the most crucial step. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, gripping the enchanted blade, its edge directed downward, and swiftly cleaved through the 5 soul pearls. In an instant, the malevolent energy of death intertwined with the abundant vitality released by the 20 fruits, transforming into an extraordinarily sweet fragrance that permeated the surroundings. Gurgling sounds emerged from the depths of the earth, as the hidden starving ghosts could not help but swallow, their appetites surging, as if a flame ignited within their bellies. How enticing, how delicious, how desperately they longed to feast. Chapter 86. Danger. The ghostly apparition returns. In a time of great famine, man resorts to cannibalism. 3 individuals and a ghost stood silently beside the altar, lying in wait for the famished specter to approach. After several moments, a strange sound of a swana echoed through the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. Where could this swana be coming from? Jiang Chen, having attended numerous celebrations in his rural hometown, recognized various melodies that spanned from the full moon to the 7th day. However, at this moment, the haunting sound of the swana felt eerily sinister, as if intended not for the living, but for the dead. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen unsheathed his enchanted blade with a resonant clang. The talismans were concealed within his sleeves, ready for immediate use. This was his ultimate weapon. Beneath his tongue lay several healing herbs, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared. Feng Leben closed his eyes in concentration, his resolve to vanquish evil ignited. The presence of a famished ghost could invigorate his fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Yuan nonchalantly popped a healing herb into his mouth. After a brief pause, a small ghostly figure gradually emerged from the direction of the swana's sound. The onlookers gazed in astonishment. The apparition appeared frail, resembling a youth of 15 or 16, clad in tattered, gray linen garments. Even Feng Leben, who had seen much in his time, could not suppress his skepticism. Could this scrawny creature truly be the strongest of the ghostly entities? Jiang Chen remained vigilant, gripping his weapon as he cautioned, "Be careful. Do not underestimate it." The blade began to shimmer with the faint energy of thunder. At that moment, the swana's notes grew increasingly deafening across the wilderness, heralding a performance for the unseen audience. The famished ghost grinned malevolently, its stitched lips adorned with numerous iron nails, creating a horrifying visage. A multitude of sinister energies, malice, hostility, and dread, poured forth from the ghost, enveloping the area. Instantly, all 3, including Jiang Chen, shuddered, as if caught in a blizzard. The famished ghost swallowed hard, reminiscing about its past when it delighted in the tender flesh of handsome youths. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Chen became its first target. However, as the ghost lunged towards him, an unforeseen twist occurred. Jiang Chen's form, stimulated by the ghostly energy, transformed into a skeletal figure, devoid of flesh and blood. Where was his flesh? The famished ghost stood frozen, staring at the drastically altered Jiang Chen, caught off guard by the unexpected camouflage effect of the black fate of the peacock's curse. A man and a ghost, locked in a silent gaze, stared at each other in bewilderment. Jiang Chen felt a sudden tightening in his heart as he regained consciousness. The thunderous aura hidden within his right arm swiftly awakened, causing his vital energy to surge. Then, with a raised blade, he unleashed a devastating move from the demonic extermination sword technique. The blade sliced through the air with an explosive force, instantly intimidating the faceless ghoul. Empowered by the demonic thunder punishment, the aura of thunder contained within his arm was significantly amplified by a crimson glow, inflicting considerable damage upon the faceless ghoul. singeing its surface and rendering its ghostly form numb and immobile. At last, the blade was directed at the unguarded neck of the faceless ghoul, descending with ferocity. However, the faceless ghoul, renowned as the mightiest spirit beneath the ghost general, was not to be underestimated. In the very moment the blade descended, grotesque flesh erupted from its neck, forming a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs that clamped down on the blade with unyielding strength. Jiang Chen was taken aback and, gripping the hilt, increased the output of the demonic thunder punishment. Instantly, the faceless ghoul trembled under the electric shock, but still refused to release its grip, biting down firmly on the weapon. Unable to withdraw his hand, Jiang Chen called out, "Now." At that moment, Loulan acted first, directing his blade toward the ghoul's chest. He wielded a low-grade weapon, a stone knife crafted from the tiger stone. While not particularly sharp, it bore the essence of a fierce tiger, capable of harming malevolent spirits. As anticipated, a gaping maw sprouted from the ghoul's chest, clamping down on the weapon. Yet, from the depths of the stone knife, a deep tiger's roar resonated. Roar! An illusion of a fierce tiger erupted, its mouth twice the size of the ghoul's, immediately sinking its teeth into the creature, blood splattering everywhere. Yuanlie also brandished a new knife, striking heavily at the ghoul's waist. Crack! Perhaps due to the ordinary material, the newly formed grotesque mouth bit down, severing the blade in two. Yuanlie, infuriated, exclaimed, "That was my new knife." In his wrath, he slapped the faceless ghoul's face with force. Smack! The sound echoed loudly. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, but soon he was filled with joy. A mouth. Where there is a mouth, a second cannot grow. No sooner had he spoken than Wei, the only reinforcements present, sprang into action, conjuring a gust of eerie wind that transformed into dozens of icy wind blades, swiftly piercing the three grotesque mouths and the nail-riddled visage of the faceless ghoul. Whoosh! A torrent of sinister energy surged forth from the wounds created by the wind blades, dispersing into the atmosphere. With the release of this power, the faceless ghoul weakened significantly, its form swaying precariously. In the wilderness, the mournful sound of a suona echoed, low and sorrowful. Jiang Chen felt a sudden unease and quickly instructed, "We have enough hands here. Wei, go investigate who is playing the suona." Wei nodded in agreement. As I was about to follow the sound, the emaciated form of the mouthless, hungry ghost suddenly unleashed a formidable surge of power, propelling everyone several meters away. In the next instant, the mouthless, hungry ghost actively expelled the ominous energy from its body, causing the surrounding air to grow significantly darker and colder. The sound of the suona became increasingly resonant, as if to convey, "Are you here to see me?" From the distant shadows, a figure wielding a suona approached with an unhurried gait, drawing the darkness around it to absorb the ghost's released malevolence, ultimately enveloping an area of several hundred meters. Upon witnessing this, the two elder azure bulls were paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground, their large eyes reflecting profound terror. In contrast, the elder azure bull that Jiang Chen had been riding trembled but refused to kneel in submission. For the past several years, it had been merely an ordinary plow bull, toiling in the fields day after day, year after year. Yet, for reasons unknown, after being affixed with talismans and ridden by Jiang Chen for several hours, it gradually began to cultivate various emotions and wisdom within. It did not wish to bow. Gradually, an inexplicable sense of familiarity blossomed within Jiang Chen, prompting him to instinctively gaze skyward, whereupon he beheld an eerily familiar scene. The blood-red sun hung low. Was this the realm of the deceased? However, this ghostly domain was in no way comparable to the gates of the underworld. It was purely founded upon the malevolent aura of the mouthless, hungry ghost, and amidst the sonorous notes of the suona, wind and snow began to swirl. Conjuring images from centuries past, the 36 nations of the western regions were ravaged by frost and snow, yielding nothing, leading to great famine, whereupon people resorted to cannibalism. The suona-playing ghost grinned wickedly. "The two things your Chijo soldiers fear most are flames and this bitter cold, am I right? Under such conditions, how long do you think you can endure?" Loulan and Yuanlie trembled uncontrollably from the cold. Jiang Chen scratched his head, pondering the possibility that he might be a scavenger. Chapter 87. The once-in-a-century catastrophe of the 36 nations of the western regions. The descent of frost and malicious snow. The emergence of malevolent spirits. Within this realm of malevolence, the forces of yin and yang are inverted. Yet, to truly manifest, the gluttonous ghost must surrender its memories, which is precisely why it harbors a deep aversion towards the Swana ghost. However, enticed by the sweet aroma of blood and soul essence emanating from the stone altar, the gluttonous ghost swallowed hard and ultimately chose to yield. Centuries-old memories, long sealed away, surge forth like a torrential downpour, all converging into the realm of malevolence. This calamity transpired during the centennial anniversary of the establishment of Loulan. An unprecedented frost and snowstorm swept across the entirety of the 36 nations of the western regions, lasting an entire year. It is historically referred to as the descent of frost and malicious snow. The government reported a death toll of 1,062, while the actual fatalities numbered approximately 3 million. Amidst the howling winds and snow, an elderly man surnamed Su, hunched over with age, trudged through the gravelly expanse of the Gobi Desert, accompanied by a young boy of 13 or 14. He carried a basket of charred wood on his back, making his way toward the Yin family estate outside of Shili City. This man was a charcoal seller. The young boy, wrapped in a tattered cotton jacket, shivered as he clutched a small basket of charcoal and said, "Grandfather, it's so cold." The old man, clad in thin garments, managed a smile, replying, "The colder it is, the better. Charcoal sells for a good price. This charcoal can be exchanged for several dozen pounds of wheat. If we are frugal, 2 meals a day will suffice for us for 5 whole days." The boy, known as Su Ying, perked up at the mention of food. Extending 10 fingers, "I want to eat for 10 days. The old man affectionately ruffled Su Ying's hair, smiling gently. "All right, 1 meal a day. You shall eat for 10 days. Su Ying beamed with delight. Yet, soon, his joy was overshadowed. After several miles, the old man suddenly slipped, tripping over a frozen corpse, and fell to the ground. The basket toppled, scattering dozens of pieces of charcoal across the snow, which quickly became soaked. "My charcoal!" the old man exclaimed in alarm, clutching his aching back as he hurriedly picked up the charcoal from the snow, reassuring himself, "It's fine. If it's wet, we can just dry it." However, upon their arduous arrival at the estate, they were met with a resounding rejection. The steward opened the crimson gate, took a cursory glance, and dismissed the damp charcoal, instructing them to return the next day. Su Ying, with a growling stomach, peered through the gate and caught sight of the lavish scene within. Sumptuous dishes, the clanging of utensils, and countless delicacies carelessly discarded on the ground. An official in charge of disaster relief sampled a tender piece of fish, feigning reproach as he remarked, "In a year of calamity, this is excessive." With a sigh, the old man led Su Ying away. That night, as Su Ying slept, he continued to dream of the ethereal life within the estate. After enduring a night of hunger, the old man took Su Ying by the hand at dawn, hastily shouldering the charcoal and rushing back to the Yin family estate. Yet, they were still too late. Another charcoal seller had seized the opportunity, claiming the lucrative delivery to the estate. From that day forth, the fortunes of the Su family began to decline day by day, and their hardships multiplied. Su Ying, illiterate and burdened by hunger, pondered day and night when he would finally feast for 10 days. The old man always replied, "Tomorrow." Yet, upon awakening, Su Ying still found his stomach empty. Day after day stretched infinitely, with the frost and snow extending time, causing the wheat seedlings to wither, the wild grasses to decay, and the trees to die in droves. In the wilderness, the starving gathered, swiftly awakening their primal instincts to consume flesh. The famished particularly favored the tender flesh of women and children, easy prey, lacking in resistance. The historical records of Loulan merely noted this grim reality. During the Great Famine, people resorted to cannibalism. A grain of sand from the era can weigh heavily upon an individual like a mountain. It was only when the relief officials, instead of distributing aid, seized the last few bags of grain from the Su family under the pretext of procuring military supplies that the old man finally broke down in tears. He handed his hidden half-bag of wheat to his grandson. Shili City is a cursed place. Su Ying wandered aimlessly through the desolate fields, soon colliding with a group of lifeless, zombie-like famished individuals. Like ravenous wolves, they snatched the grain from Su Ying's arms and even contemplated cooking him into a broth. However, Su Ying, quick-witted, seized the opportunity amidst their quarrel to flee. Unsure of where to go, he unwittingly drifted back home, only to discover the old man had succumbed to his despair within their dilapidated stone house. 10 days of food. Su Ying chuckled foolishly, embracing his grandfather's lifeless body as he drifted into sleep. In his gnawing hunger, the obsession with starvation penetrated his very soul. When he awoke again, He had transformed into a spirit of insatiable hunger, subject to the relentless whims of a powerful sorcerer. Every mention of 10 days of food filled Su Ying with unbridled excitement, willingly accepting his fate. With the haunting melody of a swana to accompany him, he could swiftly awaken the realm of the dead. The frost and snow. The wind and snow raged around him. As ancient memories of the frost and snow surged forth, the spirit's form solidified, the temperature dropping even further. Warriors like Feng Leben and Ruan Taihan from Qingzhou, possessing physiques far superior to that of ordinary humans and among the longest-lived soldiers in the land, still feared two things: fire and extreme cold. Stationed near the stone altar, they endured the biting cold, trembling yet remaining vigilant against the mute, famished spirit Su Ying and the even more enigmatic Swana ghost. They grew increasingly weak. Despite their thick cotton clothing, their strength dwindled to no more than 50% of their potential. The Swana ghost laughed heartily. With such frail soldiers, how can you withstand the frost and snow of your? Kneel and beg us, and we may spare your remains. Annoyed, Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with coldness. His vitality undiminished. He swiftly swallowed 3 blood-replenishing herbs, suddenly surging with vitality to its zenith. Then, seizing the moment of distraction, he prepared to strike. The hero of Han. Swiftly, he advanced. Under the formidable dual enhancement, Jiang Chen suddenly bent his body, stepped forward, and drew his sword. With a swift slash, the blade gleamed. Jiang Chen unleashed the ferocious technique of the demon extermination blade, aiming directly at the vulnerable throat of the Swana ghost. A decapitating strike. How is this possible? You remain unfazed by the bitter cold? This is the frostfall blizzard that occurs once every 2 centuries in the western regions. The Swana ghost recoiled. Resembling a cat demon with its fur bristled, howling in a frenzy as it attempted to evade Jiang Chen's lethal blow. Yet alas, the true strength of the demon extermination blade lies not merely in the blade itself, but in its overwhelming and ferocious momentum. Before the blade even reached its target, the terrifying aura of the demon extermination surged forth, crashing into the Swana ghost's body with thunderous fury. Extermination, intimidation, paralysis. The Swana ghost froze, its eyes glazed over, rendered incapable of resistance, helplessly witnessing the razor-sharp blade of Jiang Chen descending towards its neck. Swift as a startled swan, a piercing scream erupted, hauntingly tragic. And then, the essence of the Swana ghost was instantly reduced to ashes. This entire sequence unfolded in a mere matter of seconds. Neither Su Ying nor Feng Leben, nor Ruan Taihan, nor the female Ghost Wei could comprehend the events. In the next moment, female Ghost Wei initially rejoiced, only to furrow her brow in concern. This is bad. The Swana itself is the very essence of the Swana ghost. Though its soul has perished, as long as the Swana remains intact, the ghostly entity will not vanish. After all, it is the insatiable, voiceless hungry ghost that truly sustains the spirit power. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen coldly remarked, "So, as long as it conceals the Swana in some hidden corner of the ghostly realm, we shall never escape this cursed place?" Chapter 88. The Scavenging Ritual. Ghostly Swana. Fierce Tiger Blade. Bloody Palm. Wei shook her head, stating that all that was needed was to slay the mouthless, hungry ghost, and the ghostly den would naturally fall apart. Jiang Chen, understanding her intent, smiled and replied that it was indeed favorable. The medicinal concoction made from the blood-replenishing grass fruit and soul pearls was still available. All they needed to do was wait patiently for their adversary to come to them. At that moment, Feng Leben suddenly chuckled awkwardly, expressing to Jiang Baijiang and Ruan Baijiang that they might not be of any use in the impending battle. Ruan Taihan also shrank back, his voice heavy as he remarked that the ghostly den had grown increasingly cold, leaving him feeling fatigued. No sooner had he spoken than a spectral figure darted through the wind and snow, extending a claw that caught Ruan Taihan off guard, leaving 5 bloody gashes across his abdomen. To everyone's astonishment, the source of the anguished cries was not Ruan Taihan, but rather the mouthless, hungry ghost, Su Ying. The ghost, now stained with Ruan Taihan's unique blood, felt an excruciating pain, causing him to cry out and momentarily slow his movements. Seizing the opportunity, the female Ghost Wei unleashed dozens of wind blades, launching them with remarkable speed. In that instant, Jiang Chen swallowed several blood-replenishing fruits, and with the aid of his fierce blade technique, he managed to compel Su Ying to make a hasty retreat. Feng Leben, well prepared, quickly retrieved 2 dogskin plasters from his pocket, applying them to Yuan Taihan's wounds while teasing, "Iron-bellied chancellor, aren't you renowned for your iron stomach? How could you not withstand a single claw?" Yuan Taihan smiled sheepishly in response. Wei softly cautioned, "Young master, should the mouthless, hungry ghost resist temptation and persist with the strategy of retreating after a failed ambush, I fear." Indeed, the three of them could barely suppress the mouthless, hungry ghost. If Yuan Taihan and Bin lost their fighting capability, it would be impossible for Jiang Chen alone to vanquish this ghost. With a tightening feeling in his heart, Jiang Chen realized that he could no longer simply wait idly. After pondering for a moment, he finally conceived a plan and spoke in a grave tone. "Bin, Wei, protect me. I am about to perform the ritual." Feng Leben was filled with joy, inquiring if Jiang Chen had found a solution. Jiang Chen, with a smirk, speculated that in this desolate wilderness, aside from the treasures they possessed, there were no other valuable items. If they were to initiate the scavenging ritual, the only high-value object they could potentially locate would be that Suona. With that, Jiang Chen retrieved the necessary materials from his storage pouch and swiftly placed them into the medicinal pot to begin the brewing process. During this time, the mouthless, hungry ghost Su Ying launched another surprise attack. Clearly, the Qingyoma team was no longer able to withstand Su Ying's next onslaught. Just then, as the pot exploded, the scavenger ritual was declared complete. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed a white crystal, a thread of the underworld's aura immediately enveloping him. All who pass leave traces behind. The earth faithfully records all information in the world, promptly scanning the surrounding area for any potential treasures and transmitting the findings into Jiang Chen's consciousness. The fearsome tiger blade, the Zhang clan's custom storage pouch, the swift guard wristbands, the naming talisman, and the soul-whispering Suona. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy as he grasped the naming talisman and promptly selected the soul-whispering Suona to retrieve its precise location details. The soul-whispering Suona lies to the northwest, 72 zhang away, within an abandoned stone house. Memorizing the location, Jiang Chen spoke coldly. "Bin, Brother Wan, abandon the altar. Weapons in hand, follow me." Feng Leben hesitated momentarily, pointing to the healing grass fruit and soul orbs mixed into the blood-replenishing liquid on the altar. Frowning, "If we allow the mouthless, hungry ghost to consume these, it may grow even stronger. Let it eat." Jiang Chen had already devised a comprehensive plan. He picked up a battered medicine jar, scooped out a third of the blood-replenishing liquid from the stone altar, and handed it to the battle-weakened Yuan Taihan for safekeeping. Then, with a light chuckle, he added, "Once it finishes that concoction, this ghostly fiend will vanish into thin air." Feng Leben understood immediately, lifting Yuan Taihan's arm as they both raced toward the northwest direction alongside Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Su Ying unhesitatingly abandoned the Suona ghost, swiftly gliding toward the altar to alleviate the incessant hunger, the ultimate goal for a being like the hungry ghost. Teammates? Nonsense. Jiang Chen's self-worth plummeted by half, yet his speed increased nearly twofold. He became akin to a swift swallow gliding through the skies, charging ahead at breakneck speed. So rapid was his pace that even Feng Leben, a warrior of Qingzhou, struggled to keep up. In the blink of an eye, the 72 zhang distance was traversed in an instant. On the other side, Su Ying consumed the blood-replenishing liquid from the stone altar, his body gradually turning crimson. The immense soul power exhaustion from his earlier journey of hundreds of miles, along with the significant soul power used to unlock the ghostly fiend, was entirely restored. In other words, the entity Jiang Chen and his companions had been battling was merely a weary ghost, having traversed hundreds of miles overnight. After draining the blood-replenishing liquid, the mouthless, hungry ghost Su Ying truly regained strength, reaching the formidable level just beneath the ghost commander. Su Ying grinned sinisterly, his iron teeth clacking, as he soared toward Jiang Chen and his companions. Feng Leben halted, coldly declaring, "General Jiang, I will buy you some time. Hold your ground." With a swift motion, Jiang Chen dashed into the abandoned stone house. Outside the stone house, the mouthless, hungry ghost Su Ying, having gorged on the blood-replenishing liquid, could no longer contain the murderous intent and malevolence accumulating on his face. A tempest erupted, swirling around him and approaching with blinding speed. Whoosh! The howling wind surged. Feng Leben and Yuan Taihan felt a chilling gust sweep past, and in the blink of an eye, Su Ying had covered dozens of zhang, closing in within 10 zhang. In that instant, a chilling ghostly mist rose and swirled, as Su Ying's body suddenly sprouted dozens of terrifying, gaping mouths, each stretching wide to reveal their menacing fangs. A frigid, spectral voice erupted, echoing the anguished wails of countless souls, sweeping through the heavens and earth. Consume. I shall devour you all. The sinister sound infiltrated their minds. A resonating hum. It felt as though myriad phantoms had burrowed into their very souls. Even the formidable warriors of Qingzhou, Feng Leben and Ruan Taian, found themselves momentarily entranced. In the next heartbeat, Su Ying struck. A savage wave of murderous intent surged forth, accompanied by two pairs of bloodied, ferocious hands, charging with unparalleled fury. Feng Leben attempted to parry with his blade. However, in an instant, the ferocious tiger blade was ensnared by the monstrous mouth of the bloodied hand and was shattered piece by piece. Roar! The remaining spirit of the tiger blade, unwilling to succumb, erupted with an unprecedented roar, biting through Su Ying's bloodied hand. Chapter 89. The Fabled Blade. Tiger Wing. Like a tiger with wings. Spirits of chaos, perish. The fierce tiger blade was initially a colossal stone, long slumbering beneath the lair of a malevolent tiger for a millennium. Over time, it absorbed the sinister aura accumulated by the tiger, gradually acquiring a semblance of the supernatural. Crafted by skilled artisans, it was transformed into a stone blade. Fearsome in its ferocity, relishing in aggressive assaults while abhorring defensive maneuvers such as parrying or blocking. The true essence of the fierce tiger blade lay in its philosophy, to exchange offense for offense, to trade wounds for wounds. Alas, with the shattering of the stone blade, even though the spirit of the tiger harbored the potential to subdue the chaotic spirits, it could only succumb to bitterness and resentment, gradually dissipating into the ether. I'll fight you to the end. Ruan Taihan roared, slashing his arm with the blade, crimson blood gushing forth in torrents, drenching Su Ying's ethereal form. This act of self-harm effectively halted Su Ying for a brief moment. The rest is up to you, exhausted from old and new wounds. Ruan Taiyan's body could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. In the derelict stone house, the last flicker of consciousness within the Suona ghost momentarily stunned, before erupting in a tirade. Su Ying, you little beast. You sold me out for a morsel of food. As it spoke, the Suona ghost struggled to maneuver its corporeal artifact, slowly drifting away, attempting to escape the forsaken stone house. In the next instant, Jiang Chen surged forward, cleaving the door of the dilapidated structure with a single stroke, followed by a flash of the blade. The clash of metal echoed resoundingly. The ghostly Suona was severed in two. In its final moments, the Suona ghost sensed the pulsating vitality within Jiang Chen, akin yet subtly different from that of the soldiers from Qingzhou, and only then did it realize, crying out in despair, a scavenger. In its words lay a profound astonishment and deep regret. With a resounding crash, the ghostly Suona shattered, spewing forth a torrent of dark blood, ultimately transforming into a mere object, losing the capacity to sustain its spectral form. In the next heartbeat, the snowstorm spirit crafted from memories began to crumble, tightening Su Ying's heart as he retreated into the air. The tempest abruptly vanished, and Feng Leben rejoiced, feeling his strength rapidly rejuvenate. At that very moment, Jiang